Cough, cough, cough. On top of a sandalwood bed with an antique style, laid a sickly youth who abruptly started coughing violently. It looked as if he would not stop unless he coughs up his lungs out. The youth's lips were purplish and his face was pale. It was a clear sign that he was not long for this world. However, his violent cough made the young madam beside him frantic. The young madam looked around 30 years old, and even though she was not in her prime, she still retained her graceful charm. At this moment, her tightly locked brows finally eased up slowly, and she quickly grabbed hold of that sickly youth's hand. "You honor, you finally woke up. You scared mother to death." "Ah!" Quickly call the family head back. "Yuan'er already woke up, so the matter at hand is to treat Yuan'er first. We will settle this debt with the Wan family in the future." The servant quickly left upon hearing the young madam's orders. Yet at this moment, the youth paid no heed to all these and only focused on coughing. Suddenly, poowork. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. The black blood quickly corroded a large hole in the bedding. Clearly, it was highly toxic. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, the youth seemed to completely relax. He looked at the anxious young madam, and a strange yet familiar feeling welled up inside his heart. He attempted to recall who this woman was only to feel a splitting headache. "Yuana, what's wrong? Is the intestine-rupturing grass poison triggering again? Quick! Bring a high-grade detoxification pill for young master to eat," the young madam said with a face full of concern. Another servant left to follow the order. The youth used this chance to rearrange the multitude of memories in his brain, and then he finally remembered who the woman in front of his eyes was. This woman was none other than his biological mother, Renhongling, and he himself, or more accurately the original owner of this body, was called Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was born in one of the top alchemy families within the state of Qin. The family head was Yi Hang, who was also Yi Yuan's father, a low-grade alchemy grandmaster, an existence who held a prominent position within the state of Qin. But sadly, Yi Hang was a tiger father who begot a dog for a son, having a useless silpants, Yi Yuan, for a son. He only knew how to cause trouble every day and harmed good women. He did not even manage to become an alchemy apprentice after so long. It was such a disgrace that his face was thrown all the way back to his grandma's place. However, Yi Hang did not mind all these. He never had any expectations for his son, and had let Yi Yuan do whatever he wanted. He was even overprotective of him to the extreme. Every time Yi Yuan caused trouble outside, Yi Hang would end up wiping his ass. But as a father, he always hoped for his son to be promising. In the end, Yi Hang paid a huge price to admit Yi Yuan into the Danwu Academy, all just for the off chance that he would learn something. Who would have thought that this punk Yi Yuan would get jealous over a woman and confidently challenged someone to a detoxification competition? The end result was that he poisoned himself to death. After recalling his predecessor's memory, Yi Yuan sighed lightly. The original owner of this body could be considered one of a kind. To have actually killed himself in such manner, what sort of great courage and intellect were needed to do this? Forget it. To think that I, Qin Yunzi, a dignified alchemy emperor successor, would one day end up transmigrated into the body of a silk pants. But since the heavens blessed me, Qin Yunzi, to rebirth once more, I will take revenge for father, for myself, and kill that wildly ambitious traitor with my own hands. Thinking up to this point, Yi Yuan's expression became fierce, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Renhongling obviously noticed Yi Yuan's expression, and he thought that Yi Yuan bore a grudge towards that punk from the Wan family for harming him. She quickly tried to console him and said, "Son, one should abide one's time and wait for the right opportunity to seek vengeance. Our Yi family will definitely settle this debt, but right now, the most important thing for you is to recuperate. We can discuss other matters in the future." Feeling Renhongling's motherly love, Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. He inherited this body, so he naturally also inherited this body's feelings. No matter how much of a bastard Yi Yuan was outside, he cared deeply for his parents who loved him very much. "Mother, I'm sorry to have worried you." Renhongling was stunned by her son's words. This punk caused trouble all the time outside that her heart was almost crushed. And yet she had never heard this punk say any heartfelt words. What's wrong with him today? Could it be that, after this incident, he suddenly woke up to reality? After being stunned for a while, Ren Hongling immediately became overjoyed. With tears in her eyes, she said, "As long as you are all right." At this moment, bam! The door to the room was kicked open. "You aren't dead yet, you punk? You really scared your father," a thunderous voice shouted, making Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. Even though the words were not very pleasant, anyone could hear the joy and concern within those words. Needless to say, the family head Yi Hang has arrived. Yi Hang was born a little boorish. Nobody would connect him with his noble status as an alchemy grandmaster. In fact, he looked more like a rugged man from the mountains. Hearing her husband's words, Ren Hongling turned over and glared at him. "Yuan just escaped death. Can't you say something nicer?" Yi Hang did not mind her words and took a glance at the black blood before calming down. He laughed and said, "Looks like Yi Hang's son has a blessed life to even survive this, ha ha ha. Come, quickly swallow this detoxification pill and purge the residual toxins from your body. You should be fine afterward." Yi Hang casually took out a medicinal pill and was just about to stuff it into Yi Yuan's mouth. Seeing this, Yi Yuan immediately jumped in fright and quickly shrunk back into his bed. "Can this thing even be eaten?" Yi Yuan cried out in shock. Glaring with anger in his eyes, Yi Hang snarled, "You little punk, did the poison screw your brain up? Did you forget what status your father has?" Ren Hongling also thought that Yi Yuan had some misgiving about the pill and quickly said, "Yuan, your father is an alchemy grandmaster. Even if his majesty meets him, he will show some respect. Furthermore, this is your father. Would he possibly harm you?" Yi Yuan's mouth twitched, and he declined to comment. He obviously knew that this medicinal pill was a detoxification pill, only that its quality was a little too weak. In his past life, Qin Yunzi's father was an alchemy emperor. He grew up eating medicinal pills as if he was eating jelly beans. How could he not even recognize something ordinary like the detoxification pill? Although eating this pill would help to restrain the toxins in his body, its effects were too weak and would not be able to thoroughly eliminate all the residual toxins within his body. The average alchemists were unable to detect these toxins, and it would not have too great of an effect on Yi Yuan's health in the future. But these toxins would lay hidden inside his body and would continuously become the body's burden. It would even affect his future advancements in the martial path. The intestine-rupturing grass naturally was not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was not even worth much in Yi Hang's eyes. It was just that when Yi Yuan was sent back home, the poison already spread thoroughly. He was only breathing in and not out, unable to even eat the detoxification pill. That's why Yi Hang was utterly helpless and was preparing to bring people to go fight it out with the Wan family. Before dying, Qin Yunzi was already at the alchemy emperor standard, so he could not be any more clear about these medicinal theories. His worldview and horizon obviously could not be compared with an alchemy grandmaster like Yi Hang. Looking at his son's expression, Yi Hang felt severely provoked. "You little punk, to actually dare question your father's pill refinement standards." Yi Yuan stared helplessly at the dull-looking black pill in his father's hand. Looking once again at the rage in his father's eyes, he opened his mouth and said, "Red abalone grass was more by 2 parts, and green snake gall lacked by 1 part. It should have been a result of inadequate control when refining the pill. The biggest mistake was adding iron sulfate into the detoxification pill. Not only did it not improve the medicinal effects, it even messed up the composition of this detoxification pill. Father, since you have difficulty refining tier 3 medicinal pill, you should just lower your standards." Yi Hang's facial expression was fascinating right now. He was at first angry, followed by astonishment, and finally he was left dumbfounded. He was the one who refined this pill, so he was naturally aware of its properties. Yi Yuan's analysis was as if he saw it with his own eyes, and even if he saw it personally, he should not be able to analyze it this accurately. Is this punk really his son? Yi Hang could not help but become suspicious. Only after sizing him up did he confirm that this was indeed his son. "Stop staring. I'm your son, really?" Seeing Yi Hang's expression, Yi Yuan could not help but feel a little guilty, so he quickly defended himself. "Hey brat, you couldn't possibly have pretended to be a pig in order to eat a tiger in the past, right? That's not right, because if you were really playing a sucker to catch a sucker, then why is it that you can't even resolve the poison from the intestine-rupturing grass?" Yi Hang felt that things did not quite add up. Rolling his eyes, Yi Yuan quickly snatched the detoxification pill in Yi Hang's hands and swallowed it. It was not that Yi Hang's medicine was ineffective, but instead, Yi Yuan's current condition was extremely abysmal. Although Yi Hang's medicine would have some side effects, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care much. At the moment, it was more important to alleviate the symptoms on this wretched body. As for the hidden dangers left behind by this detoxification pill, Yi Yuan naturally has means to eliminate it. Ever since obtaining this body, the great alchemy emperor Qing Yunzi could not bear to look at his own physique. He seriously did not understand how his predecessor survived for the past 10 years or so. Born in a prestigious alchemy family, yet this punk did not even manage to reach the second-level essence chi realm. Even if it was in a mortal country, being born in such a family and eating the most ordinary essence chi pills like sweets, one should be at the fourth-level essence chi realm and above, right? Wanting to cry but no tears flowed. This alchemy emperor could only use such phrase to describe his current emotion. Using this dreadful body to withstand such a violent poison, no wonder Yi Yuan died. Although Qing Yunzi was now in possession of this body, there really was not much he could do with it at the moment. He could only do things one step at a time. In the eyes of others, Yi Yuan's act of snatching the pill was revealing his true colors. However, Yi Hang smirked. "Ha! I knew you were bluffing. You actually scared me for a moment." Just now, Yi Hang realized something was amiss. This punk definitely snuck a look at the pill formula or overheard the family's retainers talked about him refining this detoxification pill. That was how he managed to know all the details about the pill. Since this punk was already cracking jokes, there should not be any major issues with his condition. Regarding this, Yi Yuan definitely would not explain anything. Being ignorant and faking incompetence suited this body more. It would be better if he maintained a low profile. "Father, Mother, I'm a little tired and want to rest for now." Yi Yuan, wanting to recuperate, requested them to leave. "Yuan, you just recovered from a major illness. You should indeed rest more. If there is anything, let Luer inform us." His parents then brought everyone out of the room. Yi Yuan started to meditate. He circulated essence energy within his body to absorb the medicinal effect of the detoxification pill and purge the poison in his body. However, the essence energy in his body was pitifully little that he could only imagine its weak efficacy. An alchemy emperor of his generation just got another chance in life and then survived after being poisoned, but now nearly died from exasperation. By the time all the medicinal effects from the pill in Yi Yuan's body were fully absorbed, it was almost dawn. This round of meditation actually took 12 hours. What a piece of work. But this bout of hard work finally showed some results. Yi Yuan's current complexion was apparently much more radiant and rosier in color. The toxins in his body were already pretty much neutralized. This naturally was not anything remarkable to the current Yi Yuan. With Qing Yunzi's attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, to thoroughly dig out all the efficacy of this tiny detoxification pill naturally was not difficult at all. Thinking about it now, even though his predecessor was not serious about training, it was actually a blessing. Currently, this body was akin to a blank piece of paper. Qing Yunzi could fiddle with it freely and not worry about wrecking this body. If his predecessor practiced martial arts haphazardly, Qing Yunzi would instead need to pay a hefty price to rebuild his foundation. This actually saved him some trouble. It was just that although intestine-rupturing grass poison was nothing serious, the efficacy of Yi Hang's detoxification pill was severely limited. Tiny amounts of residual toxins were still present in the body. Moreover, this detoxification pill had its own flaws, which also further left some medicinal toxins within Yi Yuan's body. After dawn breaks, he would need to find some medicinal herbs to completely eradicate the hidden dangers which could manifest in the future. Luckily, the Yi family is one of the prestigious alchemy families in the state of Qin. Getting some medicinal herbs would not be an issue. There was still some time left before dawn. Yi Yuan decided to properly strategize the path to take after his rebirth. In the previous life, Qing Yunzi was obsessed with the Tao of Alchemy and somewhat neglected the martial Tao. Otherwise, he would not be completely helpless in front of that traitor. Qing Yunzi cultivated martial arts in order to refine better pills. As long as it was enough to use, it was all good. Because of this, he became the youngest alchemy emperor in the divine realm. That year when he became an alchemy emperor, He was hailed by all major holy lands as the genius who was most likely to become an alchemy god in these tens of thousands of years. One had to know no one had managed to reach the level of an alchemy god for several millennia. However, all that glory had become history. Today, there was no longer the divine realm's genius Qingyunzi, but only the lower realm's youth Yi Yuan who now stepped onto the path of revenge. Since he had to take revenge against that traitor, Qingyunzi would have to be diligent in the martial path in this life. Although that traitor's talent in the Tao of alchemy was only slightly worse than Qingyunzi, he was nonetheless undoubtedly a genius of the martial Tao. To surpass him, the current Yi Yuan would have to put a lot of effort. Initially, for a lower realm's youth in a mortal country, the most lacking aspect was definitely resources and techniques. Resources to the current Yi Yuan were indeed a luxury, but what he lacked the least was techniques. Regardless whether in the lower realm or in the divine realm, an alchemist was always treated with exceptional respect. Furthermore, Qingyunzi's father, Xianxia, was the #1 alchemy emperor in the divine realm. The numbers of techniques accumulated over the years were countless. Even though Qingyunzi was not very receptive to the martial Tao, but in order to assist in alchemic procedures, he extensively studied many martial art manuals to improve his cultivation. To find a few techniques suitable for him was naturally nothing difficult. Sorting out the memories of his previous life, Yi Yuan finally decided on a martial art called the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art as his core cultivation technique. This martial art was the core cultivation technique of the divine realm's renowned Spirit Bristle Divine King. That year, to refine a 9th-rank medicinal pill, he came to beg Xianxia. However, failing to amass sufficient remuneration, instead, he left his primary cultivation technique behind. This technique was abnormally tyrannical. Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on this technique to become undefeated in the divine realm, becoming one of the top 10 most mysterious existence. In the divine realm, anything with the word divine attached to it was incomparably precious. Such item would cause an absolute bloodfest. That year when the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was revealed, the entire divine realm was shaken. In order to snatch this technique, it was said over 10 divine kings fell. In the end, it ended up in the hands of the then little-known figure, the Spirit Bristle Divine King. He laid low for over a decade before bursting forth, becoming the divine realm's top divine king in a single stroke. Were it not for how extraordinarily precious and vital the 9th-rank medicinal pill was to the Spirit Bristle Divine King, there was no way he would have used this technique to exchange for it. Of course, he was at ease with passing this technique over to Xianxia because Xianxia and his son were obsessed with the Tao of alchemy and had neither ulterior motive nor any intention to contend in this world. Yi Yuan studied the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art before cultivating according to the manual. Traces of essence energy seeped through the body and started giving off a faint yellow glow. At the essence Qi realm, a cultivator would direct essence energy from the heaven and earth into the body. This was the foundation realm in cultivation. Essence Qi realm might appear seemingly unimportant. However, it was a vital realm when cultivating martial arts. A towering skyscraper built on flat ground would require a solid foundation. Without a proper foundation, it would be like a rootless plant which would one day fail to support its growth. It was common knowledge among cultivators. But when cultivating martial arts, only a few actually applied this. Many cultivators would blindly pursue cultivation speed and unknowingly cut off their own future. For hours later, Yi Yuan awakened from his meditation and exhaled a long breath. This Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art is indeed powerful. Although these 4 hours of cultivation didn't increase much essence in my body, the quality is extremely pure. If I carry on cultivating like this, wouldn't I be invincible within the same realm? Yi Yuan, who used to be an alchemy emperor, naturally had broad horizons. For him to give such an appraisal to this technique showed how extraordinary it was. During the past 4 hours, Yi Yuan had used the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art to temper what little essence energy his predecessor had. This process refined the essence energy in his dantian, which led to it becoming much more pure in terms of quality. But by doing so, his realm did not advance. Instead, it deteriorated all the way down to the first-level Essence Qi realm. Fortunately, his predecessor neglected his cultivation during the past years. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have to expend much effort to refine his body's essence energy. This could be considered profiting from a disaster. Now that the sky was already bright, Yi Yuan got up and left the room to grab some medicines for his body from the Yi family's medicine warehouse. Right after stepping out of the room, a green figure collided with him. The green figure was naturally Luer, who was also Yi Yuan's maidservant responsible for his daily life. Luer was lovely and cute, especially with a pair of bright eyes which aroused the affection of others. Coupled with a long green dress, she looked like a little green pixie. With regards to Luer, Yi Yuan obviously knew her well. She was his playmate since young and also the person closest to Yi Yuan apart from his parents. Within the household as well as outside of it, nobody thought highly of Yi Yuan, with Luer as the sole exception. No matter how much of a scoundrel Yi Yuan was outside, Luer took care of Yi Yuan with all her heart. Therefore, the current Yi Yuan instinctively felt close to Luer as if she was his little sister, even though his predecessor also enjoyed teasing Luer. In reality, even though Yi Yuan was atrocious, he actually would not force himself onto women. He only enjoyed causing some mischief. It was just that sometimes his pranks were a little over the top. Having inherited his predecessor's memories, Yi Yuan discovered that his predecessor's talent was not considered bad. It was just all these bad habits were the outcome of being spoiled. In this aspect, his father, Yi Hang, had to bear substantial responsibility for it. Except, a father's love was akin to a mountain. Yi Yuan obviously could not blame all these on Yi Hang. Instead, he felt very touched, as Yi Hang was just like his past life's father. "Why, young master? Yi? Why, you are all right." Lua bumped into Yi Yuan and was initially perturbed by it. Raising her head, she saw that Yi Yuan was full of spirit and vigor, and she immediately became overjoyed. Sensing Lua's concern, which came from her heart, Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I'm fine, your young master is a lucky man. After not dying due to this crisis, my future fortunes will be limitless." Teehee. "Young master, you are so humorous. But Luer also feels that since you didn't die in this disaster, in the future, you might really be different." A casual remark sounded significant to an attentive listener. Unsure of where Luer's confidence came from, Yi Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Thinking to himself, this girl's thought process was really too keen. Yi Yuan instantly laughed and said, "All right. Accompany young master to bring some medicinal herbs back from the fragrant medicine pavilion." Luer did not speak, and just lowered her head and followed Yi Yuan. The fragrant medicine pavilion was the medicinal shop which the Yi family established. It was one of the great powers in the state of Qin. Naturally, it was thanks to Yi Hang's identity as an alchemy grandmaster. In the tiny state of Qin, the status of an alchemy master was already incomparably honorable, let alone an alchemy grandmaster. Because of Yi Hang's status, the fragrant medicine pavilion possessed an extraordinary position. In the state of Qin, the identity of an alchemy grandmaster itself was a golden signboard. Hence, the fragrant medicine pavilion had always been a household name. Yi Hang obviously would not personally be out there to diagnose people, but the fragrant medicine pavilion's power was not to be underestimated. The fragrant medicine pavilion's main branch, which was situated at the capital, had an alchemy master stationed to diagnose people daily. This was not something that a small power could accomplish. Yi Yuan brought Luer inside the fragrant medicine pavilion and immediately attracted a few side glances. From the employee's eyes, Yi Yuan saw fear, scorn, as well as disdain. This made Yi Yuan shook his head silently, thinking to himself that his predecessor's reputation was really too terrible, even causing innocent bystanders to get into trouble. Yi Yuan naturally would not bother with these servants. He walked straight up to the counter and said to an alchemy apprentice, "Paper and brush." This alchemy apprentice knew Yi Yuan's status and did not dare to delay. He pulled out a paper and a brush and placed it respectfully in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took them, and it did not take much time for him to write down a list of medicinal herbs before giving it back to the alchemy apprentice. Yi Yuan was not long-winded and directly ordered, "Get these medicinal herbs for me. If there's any problem, look for my father." The alchemy apprentice swept a look through the list of herbs and only relaxed after not seeing anything overly precious. Turning around, he left to get the medicinal herbs. These herbs were very ordinary, but the prescription was not. In his past life, Yi Yuan was an alchemy emperor of his generation. Since young, he studied and memorized all sorts of pill formulas. His understanding of medicinal herbs and medicinal effects had already reached an unfathomable level. Were it not the case, he would not have been hailed as the genius most likely to reach the alchemy god realm. The alchemy apprentice clearly did not understand Yi Yuan's intention. He thought that this silkpants had a change of nature and started to play with medicinal herbs. While the alchemy apprentice was getting the medicinal herbs, Yi Yuan brought Lure to wait in the fragrant medicine pavilion's consultation room. The master on duty lightly glanced at Yi Yuan and continued treating patients after expressing his contempt. The masters stationed here were at the alchemy master level, all of whom were retainers invited by Yi Hang. Ignoring the fragrant medicine pavilion, even when placed in the entire state of Qin, they were people who had some status. Those who came to get treated were all inflicted with unusual illnesses, those that ordinary people could not address. After witnessing a master's diagnosis, Yi Yuan shook his head silently. If Yi Yuan were the one on duty, he would be able to provide several, even dozens, of more superior prescriptions. It was just that something like this would be far too astounding. Either way, that master's formula would work, so Yi Yuan obviously would not take any unnecessary actions. Next, the attendant beside the master called out lifelessly. A brawny-looking man came forward, except his condition did not look too good. His face was purple, and there was death chi around his forehead. Furthermore, he was coughing non-stop. Clearly, it was symptoms of poisoning. The master took his pulse and looked at his tongue. Frowning slightly, he said, "You are just a tiny little 8th level essence chi realm, to actually recklessly entered the endless forest. The deadly poison of the 7 evils flowing cloud python isn't pleasant, right?" The brawny man did not become unhappy because of the master's ridicule. Instead, he revealed a face filled with admiration and gave a bitter smile. "Great master is wise, but I don't have a choice. My entire family relies on me to survive, so I have no other alternative but to become a demonic beast hunter. In the past, my companions and I only moved around the borders of the endless forest. Who would have thought that this time, we would encounter a demonic beast like the 7 evils flowing cloud python? It's also because I was lucky that I managed to make it back. Both of my companions died at its jaws." After explaining, the brawny-looking man became dejected. Clearly, it reminded him of the tragedy. The 7 evils flowing cloud python was a 2nd-rank demonic beast, the equivalent of a human spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, as a demonic beast, its combat power was even higher compared to a human. The brawny-looking man was only at the 8th level essence chi realm, and it was likely that his companions were not much different. So how could they be its match? It was already fortunate for him to escape with his life. The master nodded and said, "You were indeed lucky. A 7 evils flowing cloud python is extremely vicious and tough. Being able to escape with your life can already be considered lucky. This poison might pose some trouble at other places, but it isn't something difficult in my fragrant medicine pavilion. Except you have to know that this is a high-grade poison, so the price isn't low." Hearing this, the brawny-looking man was ecstatic. He had already been to many medicinal establishments, and all of them were helpless on this matter. Furthermore, the fragrant medicine pavilion's remuneration tends to be very high. So unless he had no other alternatives, he would absolutely not come here. But he knew that the poison had already spread thoroughly. If he did not get it treated, he probably would not make it past these few days. Therefore, he could only brace himself and enter the fragrant medicine pavilion. Who would have expected that the master here was indeed amazing and managed to identify the crux of the problem with a single glance? "Don't worry, master. I managed to save some money over these few years. Initially, I wasn't willing to take it out to treat the poison. However, my entire family is relying solely on me. If I die, their lives will become much harder. As long as master can treat the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison, the treatment fee will be paid in full." The brawny-looking man coughed as he said this. Wealth and opportunity came with danger. Demonic beast hunter was an occupation that lived on the edge of danger. This brawny-looking man naturally had some savings. As a matter of fact, the effects of the detoxification pill which Yi Hang refined were even better. Except, his status was too high, and it was difficult to request to him even for the refinement of 1 detoxification pill. Usually, he only interacted with the state of Qin's imperial family. Furthermore, the fees were atrocious. A medicinal pill of that level was obviously not something that this poor, brawny-looking man could afford. Having heard this, the master was not going to be long-winded either. Instructing an attendant, he said, green flow grass 6 grams, vermilion soul sand 6 grams, Irewind eagle's inner core 9 grams, and throw in some daystar to supplement it. After brewing it, let this warrior drink it and that will do it. Additionally, prepare 2 more sets of medicine for him to bring back. The attendant acknowledged this, took the prescription, and sent it off. Upon returning, he was about to call out, next, when someone gestured for him to stop. The person signaling the attendant was Yi Yuan, who was by the side all along. Noticing Yi Yuan had stopped him, the attendant hesitated because Yi Yuan was the young master of this fragrant medicine pavilion. Coupled with him having a terrible reputation, the attendant naturally did not dare to offend this person. Uncle Qian, that medicine isn't right. It would kill a person. Yi Yuan went there and whispered. Yi Yuan was no longer the useless moron his predecessor was. Seeing as they were in the same boat, Yi Yuan naturally had to maintain the latter's reputation. So he only whispered in a very low voice. This great master was named Chen Miao. Having spent many years in the Yi family as a retainer, he was well qualified and had a much respected status. Although his attainments in the Tao of alchemy cannot be compared to Yi Hang, he was definitely no ordinary man. After listening to a junior's nonsense, his facial expression changed instantly. Little Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? It's one thing to run amok every day, but another to wreck the business that your father took great pains to establish. This old Qian will definitely be the first person to not spare you. You must know that for Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to have its status today was not only because of the family head. We old bones expended a great deal of effort too. Alright, go back. There are still many patients waiting for their treatments. Qian Miao clearly held Fragrant Medicine Pavilion dearly, and did not have much patience to deal with Yi Yuan. A tiger did not father a dog. But this was clearly a pup. Many times before this did Qian Miao felt sorry for Yi Hang. Today, this punk actually crawled on top of his head to mess around and even warned him that he was harming someone. How could his expression not change? If he did not take into account this punk was Yi Hang's son, he would have long sent Yi Yuan flying with a slap. Yi Yuan already expected Qian Miao's reaction. After all, his predecessor was indeed a piece of work. Therefore, he did not mind the harsh words. Were it not for the fact Qian Miao's diagnosis would affect the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation, Yi Yuan would not choose to stand out. He had instead continued to maintain his image as a wastrel. If Qian Miao continued with this prescription, the brawny man in front of them would not only fail to be saved, it would aggravate the poison even more. This man most likely would not survive the night. To the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, as a customer, a demonic beast hunter is a vital source of income. Demonic beast hunters spend each day in danger. There was no need to talk about the bruises and cuts which were daily occurrences. When they entered and exited the boundless forest, pills for detoxification and recovery were essential necessities. Therefore, these demonic beast hunters were a critical source of revenue for the Yi family. If this brawny man died at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, it would be a tremendous blow to the prestige of the Yi family among the demonic beast hunters. Some competitors might even take the opportunity to bring down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. The loss would be immeasurable. After thinking thoroughly, Yi Yuan had no choice but to stand out and rectify Qian Miao's misdiagnosis. Yi Yuan had yet to say anything. Luer, who was by his side, already could not endure it. She pouted and said to Qian Miao, "Young master isn't saying rubbish. He definitely has a reason for it." Yi Yuan glanced at Luer somewhat surprised, and thought in his heart, this little girl actually trusted him that much? His predecessor had his fair share of teasing her in the past, and yet, even with such moral caliber, Luer actually believed him. Trust was trust, but Yi Yuan also knew Luer's words just raised the difficulty of things. An expert such as Qian Miao was not to be offended. Not to mention, these two juniors repeatedly questioned his medical skills. Indeed, Qian Miao's expression sunk further. He then said in a low voice, "Little lass who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth, why don't you try to explain how I'm harming people? For a poison from a 7 evils flowing cloud python, if Yi Hang were here, this would be how he treats it." Just the two of you juniors still wet behind the ears actually dared to question my prescription? If you don't explain yourselves today, just wait for a beating. Although Chen Miao normally held his nose high up in the air, he actually never used any underhanded means to deal with people. Nobody in the Yi family dares to offend him either. But today, these two youths caused such a ruckus that he could not take a step back anymore. If he does not demonstrate his prestige and authority, there would be no place left for him in the Yi family. The brawny man never expected such a situation to happen either. He stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. Why did they start to fight among themselves? While Chen Miao's prestige cannot be compared with Yi Hang, it was still well established. Even within the entire fragrant medicine pavilion, he can be considered as a master. At one side stood a renowned master, while at the other side was a punk who was still wet behind his ears. Even a fool knew who to trust. The brawny man initially did not know who this youth was. But after Chen Miao's fiery remarks, he came to a realization. Was this youth that incompetent son of Master Yi? As a demonic beast hunter, he naturally would not be ignorant of events happening in the capital. The fame of this young master was likely even greater than Master Chen. A wastrel like him actually dared to question Master Chen's diagnosis? Could it be that this punk was bored to death and decided to come and harm my life? Thinking about this, the brawny man suddenly became furious. He had never messed with anyone and yet was nearly harmed for no reason. This brat had such a wicked heart at a young age. This brother, Master Chen, is currently treating me. Please don't interfere, the brawny man said in a low voice. Although his words were polite, it was clear the intention was to chase them away. If the Yi family were not a power he did not dare to offend, his words would definitely not be this courteous. Hey, this warrior, I would have to trouble you to wait a moment. I, Chen Miao, spent my entire life immersed in the Tao of medicinal pills. Having treated countless mortals and martial artists, have never been maligned as someone who harms people. Yi Yuan, you have to say today, how am I harming him? Xian Miao's stubborn temper flared up. He was bent on teaching Yi Yuan a lesson before dismissing the matter. This, Master Chen, the poison in this one's body would become dangerous if it's delayed any longer. Master, please don't be angry and help me purge the poison first. They are merely two ignorant youths casually rambling. The brawny man did not expect Master Chen to take things seriously, so he could only try to persuade the latter. However, Chen Miao waved his hands indifferently, saying, "Relax, it wouldn't take much time. This old man has a certain level of confidence in dealing with this poison and wouldn't let you die. If this matter isn't clarified today, in the future, how will this old man have the face to sit here and make diagnoses?" Having said this, he then turned to Yi Yuan and questioned the young master with a black face. Why don't you say it? If you can't explain yourself, then don't accuse me of bullying you with my seniority and complain about it to your father. Yi Yuan stood at the side without a word. Only when Qian Miao started questioning that he opened his mouth and replied, the poison this warrior was inflicted with did not come from the seven evils flowing cloud python. Utter nonsense. My two companions lost their lives at its fangs. I myself nearly couldn't make it back. Don't tell me I identified it wrongly? Ignorant brat, I have no grudges with you, but why do you want me dead? The warrior interjected before Yi Yuan could finish speaking. Ha ha ha. Chen Miao laughed so hard until tears nearly fell before saying, "Did you hear that? Completely ignorant. Naive brat, get lost quickly. If you continue to cause trouble, I will call for someone to drive you out." Xian Miao was able to identify the poison the warrior was inflicted with at a glance. That by itself was already convincing enough. Furthermore, the warrior escaped from the fangs of the python. How could he have identified the beast wrongly? Demonic beast hunters dealt with demonic beasts regularly. One could say that apart from own family, they were most familiar with demonic beasts, which further lowered the likelihood of identifying them wrongly. Get lost quickly. Don't delay Master Chen from diagnosing us. This mischievous child is actually ruining his father's business. Truly hopeless. If I actually gave birth to a son like this, I would have long beaten him into a paste with a stick. At this time, those around watching a good show could not keep quiet any longer. Believing this was a farce orchestrated by Yi Yuan, they started chasing him away with words. At that moment, Lua no longer had the confidence from before. With a timid expression, she pulled the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeve. However, she was not retreating. Instead, she took a step forward, standing right in front of Yi Yuan. She was actually afraid these people would become violent and harmed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's heart was touched, but he shook his head before replying calmly, "What you saw with your own eyes might not be what you thought it was. The poison this warrior's inflicted with actually was not from a 7 evils flowing cloud python, but instead it was a poison from a 7-colored flowing cloud python. You are clueless about what we are talking about. What 7-colored flowing cloud python? I've never even heard of such a thing. Do you think that by fabricating a demonic beast, you can deceive us?" Qian Miao was considered an accomplished alchemist in the state of Qin. Thus, he indeed had researched demonic beasts before. As for this 7-colored flowing cloud python, he had never even heard of such a thing. If even he had never heard of it before, forget about Yi Yuan, who was an ignorant and incompetent brat. "Young Master Yi, you aren't just insulting Master Qian and me. You are insulting all of us demonic beast hunters. We demonic beast hunters spend all of our time fighting for our livelihood under the demonic claws of those demonic beasts. I've been a demonic beast hunter for so many years. Yet I've never heard of this 7-colored flowing cloud python before." At this point, the brawny-looking man felt even more confident that Yi Yuan was causing trouble out of nothing. Yi Yuan was plotting to harm his life. Thus, his words were no longer courteous and instead wanted to expose Yi Yuan's ulterior motives. Small fries had small fries' way of living. Although the brawny-looking man might appear unrefined most of the time, in reality, he was sharp in some ways. He was still relying on Qian Miao to save his life. And so, in order to not offend Qian Miao, he tied Qian Miao and him together. Additionally, he brought out the group of demonic beast hunters, all to make Yi Yuan retreat in the face of difficulties. Even if Yi Yuan does not retreat in the face of the overwhelming odds, the Yi family would know better than to offend the entire group of demonic beast hunters. Many of those who came here were demonic beast hunters. After hearing his words, the scene became chaotic immediately. That's right. What 7-colored flowing cloud python? Never heard of it. This affluent second generation really lost face for Grandmaster Yi. It looks like the Yi family won't be able to compete with the Drunken Star Manor, and its glory will end with this generation. What bullshit 7-colored flowing cloud python? I've been around the endless forest for almost 30 years, and I've never even heard of such a demonic beast. Enough, enough. I think we all better go over to the Drunken Star Manor. A perfectly fine, fragrant medicine pavilion befouled by an affluent second generation. Yi Yuan remained standing still silently, which was unthinkable to Qian Miao, who knew him well. If it happened in the past, this punk Yi Yuan would have exploded long ago. Yet now, he was behaving like nothing's happening, as if those patients were not scolding him. However, Yi Yuan had thoroughly swept away any face he had today. No matter from which perspective one looked at, Qian Miao stood at the side of reason, so he had nothing to fear. Best to let this brat suffer some hardship. Otherwise, if things continue like this, the family business carved out by old Yi would sooner or later be destroyed by this brat's hands. Yi Yuan's gaze slowly turned towards the noisy crowd and swept his gaze over those who were happily making the most noise. Initially, those people were very pleased, but without knowing why, those who crossed sights with Yi Yuan felt like their entire person fell into an ice cellar. Yi Yuan's gaze finally fixed onto the face of the person who first incited everyone to go to the Drunken Star Manor. That man was just in the midst of snickering to himself when all of a sudden, he felt a piercing, cold, killing intent lock onto him. His facial expression froze, feeling indescribable eeriness. He was a very keen and capable middle-aged man, as well as a demonic beast hunter himself. Those familiar with him knew him as Luan, but nobody knew that he was actually a spy placed among the demonic beast hunters by the Drunken Star Manor. Anytime something valuable was discovered in the endless forest, he would kill and rob that person, and then passed it over to Drunken Star Manor. This Drunken Star Manor was precisely the fragrant medicine pavilion's biggest competitor in the state of Qin. All of a sudden, the initially noisy hall turned silent. The racket akin to a waterfall was being cut in half and stopped abruptly. For a moment, The hall was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. The silence was terrifyingly oppressive. Luin was stared at by Yi Yuan that he had goosebumps all over his body. He thought to himself, "What's going on? This punk, Yi Yuan, clearly only has the power of a first-level essence chi realm. A person at the 8th level essence chi realm like him could crush someone like Yi Yuan to death with a single hand. So why would he experience such terrifying oppression where he did not even dare to breathe loudly? The feeling of facing a terrifying opponent. Yi Yuan's strength was evident at a glance. Apart from a few mortals in the hall, virtually everyone was able to see his cultivation realm with a glance. A punk who was weak to the extreme, how could he possibly create such a sense of oppression? Luin felt that this was definitely a hallucination, yet the silent hall constantly reminded him that it was not. The oppressive feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable, making him feel like he absolutely had to dispel the current state. An 8th level essence chi realm being oppressed by a 1st level essence chi realm till he could not speak? What an utter joke! Luin decided to tear apart this joke. Gathering a breath of true essence, he was just about to open his mouth when Yi Yuan's gaze moved away from his body. Yi Yuan's words were interrupted halfway by a sound. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound and discovered that it was Bai Luin. At that moment, he was spraying a mouthful of blood far away, splattering on quite a few people. He forcefully gathered a breath of true essence to talk, and yet Yi Yuan just happened to withdraw the pressure exerted onto his body, which made his chest feel like it was heavily struck by a sledgehammer. Plus his body was originally carrying some injuries, so he directly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, and became even more heavily injured right now. Young Master, this person seemed to be heavily injured. Why not let Master Qian treat him first? Luer pulled on Yi Yuan's sleeve and said pitifully. Yi Yuan's face briefly revealed an astonished expression, but he was actually full of joy in his heart. He thought to himself that this little lass was intelligent, to actually have such a remarkable follow-up. Killing a chicken with a butcher's knife? It might look serious, but in reality this warrior only has some light internal injuries. Our fragrant medicine pavilion's heart-protecting pill is renowned far and wide. Just let him consume one, and it will do. Yi Yuan had a radiant smile on his face while he looked at Luin. Luer saw that Luin looked horrifying, so she did not wait for Yi Yuan orders, and immediately left to fetch the medicine. But this deeply frightened Luin. And no need. There are still so many people queuing up in front of me. Sea cutting isn't very nice. Luin said with guilt. That won't do. I know you don't trust me, but are you telling me that you can't trust our fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation? I believe everyone is aware of the reputation of our heart-protecting pill. Using it to treat your injuries will definitely work, Yi Yuan said, full of concern. As he finished, even Chen Miao nodded and said, That's right. This time around, little Yuan isn't messing around. Even though your injuries aren't severe, it wouldn't be good if it continues to deteriorate. Using a heart-protecting pill to treat your injuries is perfect. In reality, Yi Yuan's gaze just now stopped on quite a few people. It was just that it paused on Luin's body just slightly longer. The others did not feel what he felt, so they did not discover anything amiss with Luin. Right now, Yi Yuan seemed to be full of concern for Luin. Even though nobody knew what medicine he was selling in his gourd, there was nothing wrong with saving people. In the time it took to have this conversation, Lua already rushed back like a gust of wind with a heart-protecting pill. Young Master, here. Lua gave it to Yi Yuan like she wanted to claim credit for it. Turning around, Yi Yuan received the medicinal pill. Petting Lua's head, he smiled and said, It was hard on you. Not at all. Lua shook her head vigorously. Right now, Yi Yuan had his back turned towards the crowd, and nobody, not even Lua, noticed his hand movements. If one were to pay attention to Yi Yuan's hand that was holding the medicinal pill, one would discover that the medicinal pill was not being held in his hand, but instead hovering on top of his palm. While at the same time Yi Yuan's fingers were moving at a very high frequency. After talking with Lua, Yi Yuan turned around, walked in front of Luin and passed the medicine pill to him. Here, swallow it quickly. Receiving the heart-protecting pill, Luin's face changed color several times. Did this brat really discover something? No matter what, this brat isn't some saint, so why would he suddenly be concerned about others? Just as Luan was feeling nervous and uneasy, his eyes swept around until they were on Qian Miao, who was by the side. Immediately he went up and said righteously, "Master Qian, it's not me who's narrow-minded, but rather young Master Yi whose reputation isn't that good. Honestly speaking, I worry about this medicinal pill. Master Qian, please make the decision for me." When he said this, everyone all nodded in agreement. But Luer could not stand it. "You are such an ungrateful person. Our family's young master is filled with good intentions to save you. Yet you are suspecting him. Humph. Everybody knows what kind of person your young master is. Is there anything wrong with suspecting him?" Right now, Luan also became resolute and refused to eat it. Qian Miao looked at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was very calm and did not get angry because of this, making him even more suspicious. Looking once more at the medicinal pill in Luan's hands, he took it and scrutinized it, even sniffing it before saying, "This is indeed our heart-protecting pill without anything inappropriate. Furthermore, this particular heart-protecting pill's medicinal fragrance is overflowing. Clearly, its quality is even greater than the average one's. I am not forcing you to eat this heart-protecting pill, but your injuries right now aren't light. If you are not careful, it might affect your cultivation in the future. I advise you to just take it." Luan really became confused this time. Could it be that he was really overthinking it? Supposedly Yi Yuan, this brat had just escaped death. Did he really have a change in nature ever since? "Qian Miao, this old fellow is an honorable man, so he can't possibly be cheating me." Thinking up to this point, Luan gave thanks and swallowed the heart-protecting pill in one go. When the medicinal pill reached his abdomen, Luan felt a refreshing wave. It was as if his entire body relaxed quite a bit. The medicine's efficacy was pretty good. From the looks of it, this punky Yuan really had a change in personality to actually give him a high-grade heart-protecting pill. At this moment, Luan felt he gauged the heart of a gentleman with one's own mean measure. "This warrior, how are you feeling?" Yi Yuan asked, his face beaming with a smile. Luan cupped his hands and replied with gratitude, "Thank you, young Master Yi. This one was too rash. I hope you can overlook my transgression. However, let's return to the topic at hand. Forgive me for being ignorant, but I've never heard before of a demonic beast called seven-colored flowing cloud python." Luan did not overlook his mission and immediately dragged the topic back after he recovered. After the disturbance, everyone's focus was diverted and forgot all about that matter. Now that Luan brought it up again, everyone came to a realization and once again looked towards Yi Yuan with contempt in their eyes. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Actually, a seven-colored flowing cloud python is a mutation of a seven evils flowing cloud python. It's just that a seven evils flowing cloud python is more common, while a seven-colored flowing cloud python is much rarer. Snakes belong to the Yin attribute. Thus, the majority of snake species possesses Yin poison. However, there is a minority which mutated to have Yang attribute. It happens to be that the one you encountered was this. Appearance-wise, a seven-colored flowing cloud python doesn't differ much from a seven evils flowing cloud python. However, it's known as the seven-colored flowing cloud python because there's a seven-colored flower on its 7 inches thick skin. This demonic beast has a huge frame. When this warrior was facing it, there was no way of spotting that seven-colored flower. Naturally, this means that he couldn't differentiate between a seven-colored flowing cloud python and seven evils flowing cloud python. It's just that these two demonic beasts, one possesses Yin poison while the other Yang poison. If we used the prescription intended for Yin poison to detoxify Yang poison, we would actually be harming this warrior." Yi Yuan finished talking while Qian Miao started frowning. What Yi Yuan said sounded plausible, with virtually no flaws. If this brawny man were genuinely suffering from a Yang poison, then this treatment method would really harm him. However, he could not comprehend how Yi Yuan came up with this diagnosis. How could Yi Yuan possibly know a demonic beast that he himself had never even heard of before? Even if he knew about this demonic beast, how had he found out the poison inflicted on this brawny man was different from the venom of seven evils flowing cloud python? Humph! Even if it existed, this so-called seven-colored flowing cloud python that you spoke of, why are the symptoms of his poisoning exactly the same as the seven evils flowing cloud python? Qian Miao asked coldly. Yi Yuan smiled and replied, "What's so unusual about that? A 7-colored flowing cloud python and a 7 evils flowing cloud python both came from a common ancestor. Naturally, after being poisoned, the symptoms are almost similar but not the same. This warrior. Try pressing down on the spot 7 inches below your armpit. The brawny man was at a loss on what he should do. Seeing Chen Miao nodded his head. He then measured the mentioned range of 7 inches below his armpit and pressed down the spot. There was not much force, but a pained expression immediately appeared on his face, following which a mouthful of blood sprayed out. As the blood splattered on the ground, a foul stench assaulted their noses. Seeing how it made people feel dizzy, it was clear it contained a deadly poison. This? Chen Miao was astonished. 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison was not uncommon. Hence, he was able to identify it after a brief diagnosis. But according to what he knew, 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison would absolutely not have such a situation occur. Although a 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison is potent, it is far from being this overbearing. Yi Yuan frowned slightly and ordered the attendants, "Men, come and clean this place." If it were in the past, most likely no one would heed his order. But looking at the current situation happening in front of their eyes, 2 servants immediately came forth and started cleaning. These 2 servants were clearly used to doing such things. Soon enough, no sign of blood could be seen on the ground. Xian Miao's facial expression kept changing before finally taking in a deep breath and said, "Yuaner, in your opinion, how should the 7-colored flowing cloud python's poison be treated?" By saying this, it was equivalent to acknowledging his misdiagnosis earlier. It was just that in front of so many people, there was naturally no way he would apologize to a junior. Hence, his words were more subtle with implicit meaning. Furthermore, the way he addressed Yi Yuan also had changed. Calling him with Yuaner seemed much intimate now. Of course, with his status, Chen Miao could certainly address him as Yuaner. Even so, these words caused a stir in the crowd. Yin poison has to be treated with yang means. Yang poison naturally has to be treated with yin means. Uncle Chen has a deep understanding towards medicines. The prescription just now didn't actually have major mistakes. You just have to swap yang attribute medicines with yin attribute ones. That will do. Green flow grass and vermilion soul sand are neutral medicines. But iron wind eagle belongs under yang attribute. Furthermore, eagle subdues snake. If it were the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison, this medicine would be the best. Right now, we just have to swap the ironwind eagle's inner core with a lightning ferret's inner core, and that should solve this problem. A 7-colored flowing cloud python's poison burns more fiercely, so it is best to add some extreme yin datura. Yi Yuan talked as if he already had a well-thought-out plan. But most importantly, everything he said was reasonable and well-founded. As long as the person understood medicine, there would be no way to refute his words at all. Luer looked at the young master and felt that he was simply too handsome today. "Mas Master Chen, is it true what he just said?" The brawny man asked hesitatingly. Chen Miao took one look at the brawny man, shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Honestly, even I'm not so sure now, but looking at the poisonous blood you spat out just now, what you are inflicted with, indeed, doesn't look like a 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison."
But will the method he said work?
What if I die from his treatment? It was not that the brawny man did not have faith in the fragrant medicine pavilion. It was just Yi Yuan's former reputation was too rotten. This prejudice left him unable to trust Yi Yuan at all.
His body's poison as diagnosed by Yi Yuan was only the latter's claim. Nobody could determine whether it's real or bogus. How could he be confident?
Chen Miao forced a smile and said, "I don't know either, but I feel that his method is worth a shot. What do you think? What are you still standing there for? Quickly grab the materials. Do you want the patient to die from the poison?" At this moment, a thunderous voice roared in everyone's ears. The crowd looked toward the door and saw a rough-looking man walked in swiftly.
Understood, family head. The attendant standing beside Qian Miao saw who it was and immediately responded and left. That man was Yi Hang.
"Father, family head." Yi Yuan and Chen Miao greeted Yi Hang at the same time.
Yi Hang stopped in front of Yi Yuan and nodded his head lightly. With approval and relief being apparent in his eyes, Yi Hang said, "Looks like your personality changed for real this time. To have finished reading all those books I left you during this period, you really did diligently study the Tao of Alchemy. Not bad." Without waiting for Yi Yuan's reply, he turned and said to the brawny man, "Little brother, my son is right. You are truly inflicted with a 7-colored flowing cloud python's poison, and not a 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison. This type of demonic beast is extremely uncommon, which led to old Chen being unable to identify it. I apologize for that. However, the prescription my son issued isn't wrong either. Just drink it and see. If something happened, my fragrant medicine pavilion would take full responsibility." "What do you think?" Yi Hang had a very distinguished identity in the entire state of Qin. Usually, it was impossible to see him here, let alone request for him to treat you. Today, he personally guaranteed it. What reason was there left for the brawny man to hesitate? Looks like even though the Yi family's young master might be incompetent, it was in no way as exaggerated as the rumors outside. At least he had some real capabilities. In a courtyard at the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Hang was currently glaring at Yu Yuan. "Stinky brat. Tell me honestly, how did you identify it?" Yi Yuan looked helplessly at his father and replied, "A wild guess. Humph. I was nearly hoodwinked by you yesterday. Looks like you really are different than in the past. What's 7-colored flowing cloud python? I've never heard of it before this too. Just now, even if I personally diagnosed him, I'm afraid the results would be the same as with old Qian." Thinking of it now, Yi Hang was a little fearful after that episode. If it was not for his son's stroke of genius, the golden signboard of the fragrant medicine pavilion would be ruined today. That brawny-looking man already drank the medicine, and he got better. He was eternally grateful to the fragrant medicine pavilion and Yi Yuan. What was supposed to be a disaster became a good thing because of the anomaly Yi Yuan. In fact, what could be foreseen after today was that the prestige of the fragrant medicine pavilion would soar even higher among the demonic beast hunters. The benefits involved would be immense. What? Even Lord Father doesn't know about this? I thought that with your attainments in the alchemy Tao, treating this sort of poison would be a piece of cake. Yu Yuan pretended to be surprised. A piece of cake? Naturally, within this tiny state of Qin, I have some status. But outside of the state of Qin, I, your father, am nothing. What alchemy grandmaster? It's merely just crossing the threshold of the great path of alchemy. The state of Qin is a well, and I am a frog in that well. It's just that I am a slightly larger frog. There are too many things I don't understand. Yi Hang suddenly started to mock himself, looking a little desolate, which made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. In his predecessor's memory, his father, Yi Hang, was a man of indomitable spirit, as if nothing could bring him down. He had never seen his father reveal such an expression before. Yi Yuan could feel that Yi Hang displayed this side of him because he felt that his son had grown up and was more sensible now. So he felt like a heavy load had lifted off his shoulders, which was why his tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. His father most likely had his heart crushed over these years for his son. It was just that he never showed it in front of his son. Yi Yuan once again thought of his past life's father, Xianxia, and felt a multitude of feelings surge up. He could not bear to mock Yi Hang anymore, so he opened his mouth and said, "Father, I know what you want to ask. Actually, I also don't know what's going on. This time around when I got poisoned and was on the verge of death, I met an expert in a dream. He imparted to me both martial and alchemy techniques which were exceedingly profound. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, but after waking up, I discovered that I remembered clearly what happened in the dream. Furthermore, I could completely do it in reality. If it wasn't for that expert with father's means, you probably wouldn't see me again." Yi Yuan could not possibly tell Yi Hang that his son's body had already been occupied by another soul, so he had no choice but to fabricate a white lie which was close to the truth. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yi Hang could not help but become ecstatic. To think an expert took fancy of his son and imparted profound techniques in his dreams. This was a completely inconceivable thought for him. With such an expert for a master, the massive boulder that had been pressing on Yi Hang's heart was finally lifted. That expert, did he say who he was?
He saved my son's life. As a father, I've got to at least thank him. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, that expert didn't reveal his name. Neither did he say why he saved me. He just said to properly comprehend the skills he imparted to me. When the time comes, he will naturally look for me again.
So that's the case. Then the next time you see him, you must definitely give thanks to him on father's behalf, Yi Heng said with regret.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course. Father, I still have some matters on hand, so I will take my leave first.
A moment later, Yi Yuan arrived at the fragrant medicine pavilion once more and said to the shopkeeper, in a while, if someone looks for me, let him come to the manor at the east of the city. Additionally, here is a prescription. Help me prepare the medicines.
Presently, Lu En was quite pleased with himself, while also feeling a little dejected.
He was pleased because Yi Yuan, that brat, was indeed a fool. To actually give a high-grade heart-protecting pill to someone with both hands. That heart-protecting pill's effects seemed to be exceptionally good.
Currently, not only were his injuries healed, there was even a faint sign of breaking through after his injuries recovered.
He had already been stuck at the 8th level Essence Chi realm for many years, and yet he could never seem to touch the threshold of the 9th level. Lu En was prepared to first temporarily put aside his duties for the Drunken Star Manor so that he could attempt to impact through the 9th level Essence Chi realm with full force.
What made him dejected was that Drunken Star Manor's scheme to redirect the troubled waters had failed. And it actually failed due to a silk pants. No matter how Lu En thought of the incident, he just could not figure out how a silk pants was able to identify and treat a poison which even the Manor Lord of the Drunken Star Manor, Wan Donghai, could not handle.
This Wan Donghai was in existence on the same level as Yi Heng. His attainments in the alchemy Dao even faintly surpassed Yi Heng. How could the ignorant and incompetent son of Yi Heng possibly have survived through that situation?
And yet, the situation happened like that right under his eyes. Currently, Lu En had a headache thinking about how he should account to the Manor Lord.
Therefore, Lu En did not even believe that the brawny-looking man was treated by Yi Yuan, but instead, it was Yi Heng who took action behind the scene. Yi Yuan was just a chess piece which Yi Heng pushed out into the open. Looks like this Yi Heng is very shrewd. When I return, I have to warn the Manor Lord to be on guard. While Lu En was thinking as he walked, he suddenly discovered something wrong. The area underneath his nostrils was a little wet. Reaching out to touch it, he jumped in fright when he saw that his hands were covered in fresh blood. Overly heaty?
What kind of joke was this?
He was an 8th level Essence Chi realm martial artist. How could he possibly have a nosebleed because his body was heaty? Somehow he suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's sincere smiling face and he shuddered uncontrollably. Immediately he shook his head and rejected that thought. He, Lu En, was not some rookie. Even though he was not at a high level like Qian Miao, he was still capable of identifying between a fake and a genuine medicine. That medicinal pill was absolutely a heart-protecting pill. Furthermore, it was a high-grade heart-protecting pill. Definitely too heaty.
Lu En consoled himself in this manner, but he quickly discovered that he was too naive.
Not long after, blood then flowed from his 2 eyes, followed by his ears, and finally, he directly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt like it caught fire, and his viscera was ablaze right now. At this moment, he could confirm that he was indeed poisoned.
Lu En could also be considered someone who frequently walked along the borders of life and death. But the more so, the more he was terrified of dying. Right now, his entire person felt a chill as if frozen. He had never experienced the despair he was feeling right now, even back when he faced powerful demonic beasts.
At this moment, Lu En only had one thought, which was to survive. He sprinted desperately towards the fragrant medicine pavilion. There was not much time left for him.
The fragrant medicine pavilion's shopkeeper was shocked by this person bleeding from his 7 orifices. He did not care about anything and just grabbed onto his sleeve after entering, requesting to meet young Master Yi. The shopkeeper was taken aback and did not react in time. Suddenly, he recalled what the young master instructed before leaving, so he told the address to this blood-covered person in front of him. After that person left, the shopkeeper was a little puzzled. This person is really weird, already like that, and yet he didn't look for Master Chen but young master instead. For what?
Unless young master knows how to treat diseases? Everyone, including initially Lu En, thought that the brawny-looking man being saved today could not possibly have anything to do with Yi Yuan.
In the alchemy room at the east side of Yi Heng's manor,
Lua stared wide-eyed, amazed at the smooth black medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands.
Wah! Young master, when did you become so amazing?
Yi Yuan smiled and pinched Lua's delicate pink nose. He then grumpily replied, since when your young master isn't amazing? Originally intended as a joke, who knew Lua actually seriously pondered a while before nodding. Oh, in the past, people always talked bad about young master. I don't know why, but I've always thought of young master as a good person. It's just that now young master is even more impressive.
Right, what does this pill do? One day after transmigrating, Lua already became the closest person to Yi Yuan. Without hiding anything, Yi Yuan explained, "It's poison, a very potent one."
Lua seemingly frightened by this and asked,
why did young master refine something like this?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, naturally for a person to eat.
Lua mused over this explanation, before replying with a straight face. I understand. Young master definitely refined this poison for bad guys to eat. Yi Yuan laughed out loud and said, let's go. The bad guy is almost here. We will wait for him in the parlor. The two just stepped into the parlor, and a servant came to report that a person with a bloodied face was at the front entrance of the manor seeking for an audience. Yi Yuan commanded him to bring that person over. Momentarily, the servant brought a pitiful-looking Lu En to the parlor. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Lu En sprinted over. Hugging Yi Yuan's leg and crying, he said, Young Master Yi, I beg you to be magnanimous and save me. Please, we don't have any grudges between us. Why do you want to put me to death? Yi Yuan gave a look of disdain and then sent Lu En flying with a kick before squatting down and said, Don't have any grudges?
Do you really take me for a fool? No matter how many heart-protecting pills my Yi family has, we wouldn't take it out to feed dogs. Make your choice now. Do you want to confess in exchange for the antidote or die due to the poison?
Even after being sent flying with a kick, Lu En did not have any complaints and nearly tripped over himself while crawling back. Only this time he did not dare to hug Yi Yuan's legs again.
However, Yi Yuan was just at the first level Essence Chi realm. Even if the kick was packed with true essence, it was unable to cause any substantial harm to Lu En.
As to the risk for Lu En retaliating like a desperate dog leaping over a wall, Yi Yuan was not concerned at all. That was because Lu En's true essence scattered all over in his body, and he was unable to gather them together. Young Master Yi, I truly don't know what you meant by that. I only came to Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to get treated. Even if I'd offended you, it isn't deserving of death. I am only a small figure. I beg of you, young Master Yi, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Lu En said as he cried without even trying to maintain his dignity.
Yi Yuan did not speak and only looked at Lu En's alarmed face until the latter became flustered. At this point, Lu En still held onto one last trace of possibility that Yi Yuan's wastrel disease struck and that this was a practical joke. He hoped that by letting go of his dignity he could coax Yi Yuan into giving him the antidote.
If people found out about his shady identity, he would be hunted down by demonic beast hunters.
However, after Yi Yuan stared at him for a long time with that same gaze, Lu En's heart hit rock bottom.
Yi Yuan looked at Lu En and suddenly smiled. A smile which made his heart went cold.
Yo, young Master Yi. Ha ha. It's fine if you don't want to talk. I have plenty of time, but you don't.
Right now, do you feel your organs burning up, and your entire body as if it's about to ablaze?
This is merely the beginning. After a while, your skin wouldn't be able to withstand it and start to crack open, bit by bit. Eventually, your entire body will go pa and explode like a watermelon. As Yi Yuan spoke, he even made an explosion gesture with his hands. Lu En's entire body quaked as if following Yi Yuan's hand movements and exploded.
At this point, Lu En knew he was out of luck. Yi Yuan definitely saw through something.
Analyzing everything up to this point, Lu En's heart swiftly calmed down. This was an ability developed through countless years of hunting demonic beasts. He became an extraordinarily sinister and cunning person. His mind calculated everything and a scheme developed. It was already impossible to return to the past with the situation that was happening right now. Lu En decided to go all out. As long as he managed to swindle the antidote from Yi Yuan's hands, he would immediately kill Yi Yuan and this little girl before leaving for a distant place. Lu En was a decisive man. Now that the scheme was in place, there was no need to delay things any longer. Naturally, he would not reveal his inner thoughts. Instead, he continued to maintain a pitiful and helpless appearance in order to deceive Yi Yuan.
Luan repeatedly kowtowed and babbled non-stop. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I can't hide anything from your keen sight. I'm willing to tell young Master Yi everything. I only beg young Master Yi to spare my worthless life. Yi Yuan looked as if he was delighted with Luan's performance. He smiled and said, that will depend on whether the information you are going to reveal is valuable or not. If it is, this young master naturally will not make things difficult for a small fry like you. Luan became thrilled upon hearing this. He thought to himself, this punk is indeed a pampered child, baited with just a little bit of honey. Luan no longer hesitated and spilled everything out. The truth did not deviate much from Yi Yuan's conjecture. That brawny man initially went to several medicinal pill stores. Occasionally, there would be physicians who could recognize the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison. But they were helpless against it. Do not look down on Chen Miao just because he was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. When put in the entire Qin country, he was a top-ranked individual. He could identify and treat the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison. But this does not mean that others could do the same. Luckily, they could not handle it. Otherwise, the brawny man would have long succumbed to the poison. Left without any choice, the brawny man then went to the Drunken Star Manor first. Coincidentally, the Drunken Star Manor's manor lord, Wan Donghai, happened to be there and saw the brawny man. The diagnosis of a Drunken Star Manor's physician was actually the same as Chen Miao's. However, Wan Donghai saw that something was not quite right, and requested the brawny man to seek a more capable expert. Within the state of Qin, other than the Drunken Star Manor, there was only the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. What could the brawny man do, other than to go try his luck at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Wan Donghai could feel that something was wrong, but like Yi Hang, he was helpless against the poison.
Your enemy would be the person who understood you the most. Wan Donghai was confident that Yi Hang could not neutralize this poison. Hence, he sent Luan to blend with the crowd and wait for an opportunity to fan the flames in order to ruin the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation. If the situation went out of control, it would be best to incite the demonic beast hunters to smash up the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. That way, even if the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was not destroyed, it would result in a considerable loss of reputation, leaving them unable to compete with the Drunken Star Manor any longer. Luan, who was wounded earlier, had just returned to the capital of the state of Qin. Furthermore, he was quick-witted, which made him the most suitable candidate. Initially, everything had been going along as planned by Wan Donghai, but who knew halfway through, something unexpected would happen. Yi Yuan unexpectedly actually managed to resolve this poison, leaving Luan unable to do anything. It really was Wan Donghai. What a great trick to manipulate this incident. Yi Yuan smiled coldly.
This Wan Donghai had always viewed Yi Yuan's father as an enemy. Both were alchemy grandmaster with prominent status within the state. Yet Wan Donghai was an insidious and scrupulous person, completely different than Yi Hang. Yi Yuan was naturally familiar with this Wan Donghai. Although his predecessor was far from being a match for Wan Donghai, his son Wan Yuan was his nemesis at the Danwu Academy.
Naturally, although they are rivals, it was actually Wan Yuan one-sidedly bullying Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan thoroughly could not retaliate at all. Although Wan Yuan was also another silpants like him, he was still outstanding among the students at the Danwu Academy. Apart from reaching the 6th level Essence Qi realm, he even became an alchemy apprentice of the Tao of Alchemy. Even among the talents in the Danwu Academy, Wan Yuan was an exceptional genius who was well favored. In comparison, Yi Yuan was not even fit to hold his shoes up. In fact, the matter regarding Yi Yuan's poisoning, after analyzing his predecessor's memories, there was an 80% likelihood that Wan Yuan being the mastermind behind the incident. Good. Excellent. The old grievances have yet to fade and new grudges were formed already. This father and son pair from the Wan family.
This feud, we will never reconcile. Yi Yuan thought and laughed coldly in his heart.
Yo, young Master Yi, I've said what I should say as well as what I shouldn't have. Don't you think? Luan said weakly.
Just now, he even revealed that he was a spy for the Drunken Star Manor. all just to obtain Yi Yuan's trust and swindle that antidote from him. Feeling satisfied, Yi Yuan nodded. Taking out the newly refined poison pill, he threw it to Luan and said, "Not bad. You've performed well. This antidote is your reward."
Luan received the pill and was feeling elated. Without even being skeptical, he swallowed it and immediately meditated to absorb the medicinal effects.
Indeed, the moment the pill reached his abdomen and was being absorbed, his originally stagnant true essence started circulating immediately. His eyes suddenly snapped open, and he flew forward like a cheetah with clawed hands, moving towards Yi Yuan's throat.
"Ah! Young master!" Lua at the side gave a shrill scream. Without even thinking, she jumped in front of Yi Yuan. This claw attack was abnormally vicious, bringing with it an imposing aura tempered by the life and death situations he encountered daily as a demonic beast hunter. Against a little rookie like Yi Yuan, it was impossible to fail. And yet, this claw suddenly stopped 3 inches away from Lua's throat. Following this, Luan collapsed to the ground and started convulsing, his face distorted in pain.
Yi Yuan pulled Lua aside from the back. Looking with pity at Lu and who was on the ground, he smiled coldly and said, "Disasters from the heavens can be withstood, but the evil we bring upon ourselves is the hardest to bear. If you didn't have any devious ideas, this heart-inch fisher poison wouldn't activate this early. Yet, because you had vicious thoughts, you have to suffer more." "Why?" Luan twitched as he squeezed out the word between his teeth. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "You thought the heart-protecting pill I gave you back at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was actually poison. In reality, that was really a heart-protecting pill. It's just that the medicinal pill had been refined several times. Consequently, the medicinal effects became several times more violent. You are bleeding from the 7 orifices and unable to gather true essence was merely some side effects. There was actually no serious problem with your body. Once the medicinal effects passed, not only would you be completely fine, you might have experienced improvement. But the pill you just ate was a real poison pill, the heart-inch fisher pill. Furthermore, the effects are extremely violent. After consuming it, you will suffer from the pain of your intestines rupturing for 6 hours each day. Moreover, each time it happens, it will become even stronger.
All the way until you die."
Yi Yuan's words clearly reached Lu En's ears. This seemed to make him convulsed even more violently. At the Drunken Star Manor,
streams of people can be seen busily going in and out.
In the manor, a middle-aged man dressed in a traditional outfit appeared very restless and kept pacing around non-stop.
Beside him sat a middle-aged man who looked very calm. "Big brother, why isn't there any news from that Luan?"
Could it be that the brawny-looking man's poison was cured by Yi Hang? The one talking was precisely the man pacing around, Wan Dongyang. He was Wan Donghai's brother, an alchemist himself from the same sect. The person sitting down naturally was the manor lord of the Drunken Star Manor, Wan Donghai. But Wan Donghai was composed and said unhurriedly, "Dongyang, remain calm. I am all too clear on Yi Hang's abilities. It's impossible for him to treat that poison. We just have to sit here and wait for the good news to come." Big brother, this Fragrant Medicine Pavilion has been competing with us for so many years. Now that we finally have this opportunity, how can we ease the hatred in our hearts if we don't take them down completely? Wan Dongyang gritted his teeth and said, "Haha, oh Dongyang, you really need to fix that short temper of yours. Otherwise, it will be tough to break through and reach the Alchemist Grandmaster realm." The poison inflicted on that brawny-looking man was very peculiar. If I guessed correctly, it should be poison from the mythical 7-colored flowing cloud python. If it wasn't for the fact that I happened to read a word or two about it from an incomplete book, I'm afraid it would be our Drunken Star Manor who would suffer from this. But since I encountered it, then Yi Hang deserves to be unlucky. However, it's only being unlucky. It's not realistic to use this to bring down Yi Hang. At best, this matter would only let us suppress them in the business aspect. Wan Donghai remained unperturbed.
Even though Wan Donghai said all that, there was not the slightest bit of unhappiness on Wan Dongyang's face. The step from alchemy master to alchemy grandmaster might seem simple, but in reality it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Otherwise, there would not be so few alchemy grandmasters in the entire state of Qin.
However, This impatient temper of his was probably not going to change as he asked impatiently, "Big brother, why do I keep feeling that something is wrong? Why don't we send someone down to check on the situation there?" Wan Donghai was afraid that if he acted rashly, he would alert and draw Yihang's attention. Apart from Luan, he did not send anyone else to inquire about the news. But if that side started to fight, they should have long received the news here. Unless there really was an unexpected accident? All right, you send someone to check it out. After thinking for a moment, Wan Donghai agreed. Wan Donghai was not really worried that something had happened to Luan. After all, he and the Drunken Star Manor had no connections on the surface. He was merely a demonic beast hunter. Wan Dongyang acknowledged the instruction and was just about to send someone down when he heard urgent knocking on the door. "Manor Lord, something big is happening. Someone is here to cause trouble." Wah! The door opened from the inside. Wan Donghai said coldly to the shopkeeper, "Who is it? Who is so audacious to actually dare climb on top of our heads? What are all of you doing?" Hearing that someone was causing trouble, Wan Dongyang's hot temper immediately surfaced. The shopkeeper's face turned bitter and said, They didn't really come to cause trouble. It's just to get a treatment." Seeing Wan Donghai's face sank, the shopkeeper hurriedly rectified his words. No, they are using seeking treatment as an excuse to challenge us." "Who is it?" Wan Donghai's patience was almost exhausted. It's that Silpants from the Yi family, Yihang's son, Yi Yuan," the shopkeeper said while trembling. "Just a silk pants scared you until like this? Are you retarded? Do you still want your job as a shopkeeper?" The moment Wan Dongyang heard that it was Yi Yuan, he wanted to tear the shopkeeper apart. "Forget it, let's go out and take a look," Wan Donghai commanded. The three of them went to the lobby and saw a youth sitting in an ostentatious manner where the shopkeeper was supposed to sit. Wan Donghai glared fiercely at the shopkeeper, but right now was not the time to punish him. Just as Wan Donghai was about to deal with Yi Yuan, he glanced sideways only to see Luan, who was like a dead dog on the ground. His heart jumped. Yi Yuan saw Wan Donghai appeared and took his time to get up. He walked in front of him, smiled and said, "Manor Lord Wan, this little nephew came here rather abruptly today. I hope you won't take offense." Wan Donghai's facial muscles twitched a little and forcefully suppressed the impulse to slap Yi Yuan to death with one blow. Forcing out a slightly ugly smile, he said, "Not at all. So it was honorable nephew who came. I was wondering which blind little bastard dared to be so rude in our Drunken Star Manor. If honorable nephew wants to come, it's better to notify us beforehand, so that we wouldn't be discourteous." Even though Wan Donghai wanted to gnash his teeth in hatred, he did not want to suffer a loss verbally, and so he scolded Yi Yuan being a little bastard. Everyone knew that the Drunken Star Manor and the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion were enemies, but they would still appear to be polite and amiable on the surface. They were all businessmen. If they were to really fight in the future, who would dare to come and get their illnesses treated? Yi Yuan snickered in his heart at how narrow-minded Wan Donghai was, and yet he was smiling as he said, "Ah shucks. It's because I was anxious about saving people, and so I had no choice but to intrude. I've long heard that Manor Lord Wan's alchemy Dao is #1 in the state of Qin. That was why this little nephew had the idea of coming here to save a life." Hearing what Yi Yuan was saying, Wan Donghai wished he could tear him apart alive. If there were only people from the Drunken Star Manor, those words would be fine. But on the way to the Drunken Star Manor, Yi Yuan caused a ruckus, as if he was afraid that people would not know he was bringing someone to challenge the Drunken Star Manor. He attracted many people, and currently the Drunken Star Manor's lobby was swarmed to the point where water cannot flow through. To say that Wan Donghai was the #1 in the state of Qin in front of so many people was clearly intentional. One had to know that the alchemy grandmasters in the capital were not only Wan Donghai and Yihang. Ignoring others, there was also an alchemy grandmaster in the imperial family. If these words were to spread to the ears of the imperial family, Wan Donghai would be sitting on pins and needles. The intelligence network of the imperial family covered the entire state. God knows if there were a spy from the imperial family within the crowd. Currently, Wan Donghai was feeling uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, yet he had to smile and greet Yi Yuan.
What are you saying, honorable nephew? How can I dare to claim to be the number one in the state of Qin? At least your father's and the imperial uncle's alchemy Dao standards aren't below mine. However, I find it a little strange that honorable nephew came to the Drunken Star Manor to seek medical help. With an expert like your father, why didn't you find him, but come to our Drunken Star Manor instead? Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's a matter of expediency. Firstly, your Drunken Star Manor has always been hailed as number one in the capital. Secondly, it was obviously because this place is nearer. As Yi Yuan spoke, he pointed to Luan, who looked like a dead dog, and with a face full of benevolence he said, I met this person in excruciating agony on the road. Thinking about how heaven cares for every living thing, I brought him to the Drunken Star Manor to seek medical help. But who would have thought that, even after swapping a few physicians, they still couldn't do it? This capital's number one. Wan Donghai suddenly discovered that he could not gain any advantage from this youth in front of him. Something was wrong. Yesterday, Yuan even sent news back saying that he plotted to poison Yi Hang's son to death. So why was this brat alive and kicking here today at the Drunken Star Manor? Needless to say, if Yi Yuan casually found someone to cause trouble, Wan Donghai naturally would not be concerned. But he just had to bring over Luan. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. Things would be fine if he could cure him. But if he could not, what if this Luan betrayed the Drunken Star Manor? Luan's identity cannot be known to the public. Apart from fellow alchemists, many demonic beasts hunters were also there. Once Luan's identity was exposed, it would absolutely be a tremendous blow to the Drunken Star Manor. Then again, just what was wrong with Luan? He was perfectly fine when he left for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. It was only some internal injuries. Why did he become a dead dog when he returned? With Wan Donghai's attainments in the alchemy Dao, a single glance and he could tell that Luan was poisoned. But just what kind of poison could leave so many masters completely helpless and finally made the shopkeeper invited himself out? At that moment, Wan Donghai thought of everything which had happened and realized it was highly unusual. If this was not handled properly, it might cause a massive blow to the Drunken Star Manor. Currently, Wan Donghai was regretting that he did not send people to investigate the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. He remained passive as the situation was unclear. But he never expected something to happen to Luan, who had concealed himself so well. My manor lord, save me. Luan groaned and currently was lying feebly on the ground. Luan's words, as if it triggered Wan Donghai's sensitive nerves, made him frown even harder, almost like an upside-down 8. 1. Yi? Manor Lord, why do I feel as if this friend over here knows you? Yi Yuan acted as if he just realized something's odd. He purposely said these words loudly so that everyone could hear them. Other people naturally felt nothing when they heard him, but these words held a different meaning in Wan Donghai's ears. Wan Donghai felt extreme hatred in his heart. Yet he displayed a nonchalant attitude. Honorable nephew, you must be joking. This Wan can be considered to have some fame within the imperial city. My Drunken Star Manor also saved many demonic beast hunters before. Naturally, it isn't strange for him to recognize me. Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, So that's the case. But when I brought this friend over here, I've never mentioned that he is a demonic beast hunter. How did Manor Lord Wan manage to tell with one glance? This nephew is impressed by Manor Lord Wan's sharp eyes. Initially, the crowd was still unclear about what's going on. But after Yi Yuan's insinuation, everyone suddenly understood what was going on, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. Luan was only an 8th-level Essence Qi Realm martial artist. It was not odd for him to recognize Wan Donghai, but for Wan Donghai to recognize him as a demonic beast hunter at a glance was definitely something unusual. However, this did not mean Wan Donghai cannot get to know demonic beast hunters. On the contrary, he knew several of them. However, with his status, the demonic beast hunters he knew were all at least spirit condensation realm martial artists, and outstanding ones at that. How could Wan Donghai recognize a small fry like Luan? There was not a wall in this world which did not have a crack. There had always been rumors about the Drunken Star Manor sending people to infiltrate demonic beast hunter teams and killing their companions. It was just that there was never any evidence found. Furthermore, the Drunken Star Manor was extremely powerful and had helped many demonic beast hunters. Hence, these rumors had always remained as just hearsay.
Yi Yuan intentionally baited Wan Donghai by purposely creating inconsistencies with what was said. This made it as if Wan Donghai had something to hide, which left the crowd to their imaginations. At this point, Wan Donghai felt as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping across his heart, yet he was unable to stop Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan purposely blew the matter out of proportion so that Wan Donghai would spare the rat to save the dishes and not take action against him. Ha 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 ha. Honorable nephew misunderstood the situation. This person looks like he has some abilities, plus he is inflicted with a bizarre poison. Just a single glance and it's clear there is an 80% chance he is a demonic beast hunter. Wan Donghai explained with a forced laugh. Yi Yuan's goal had been accomplished, so he did not choose to keep harping on it. Instead, he left the crowd to their own thoughts. So that's the case. Manor Lord Wan would have to forgive me. This nephew, I was just recently poisoned and nearly lost my life. Hence the doubt. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, those rumors are obviously nonsense. Oh right, we've been chatting for so long we almost forgot to save the patient. Just look at the expression in this friend's eyes. He's practically seeing Manor Lord Wan as his relative. Oops. Wrong. It is his savior. Yi Yuan messed around for some time before finally returning to the topic at hand. In any case, it's not like you have to pay with your life for grossing people to death. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind grossing Wan Donghai out a little more. He was also collecting some interest for his predecessor. At this moment, Wan Donghai could not argue even with 100 mouths. Yi Yuan would not give him the chance to do so either. Wan Donghai frowned as he looked at Luan on the ground, and then instructed the servants, "Men, bring this friend to the back hall. I will diagnose him." Wan Donghai was only half finished before being interrupted by Yi Yuan. "Manor Lord Wan, can't you see how many friends came today? All of us just want to witness the splendor of Manor Lord Wan's alchemy Dao. Manor Lord Wan cannot disappoint us." Everyone says that Manor Lord Wan is the best in the capital, yet few had actually seen Manor Lord Wan demonstrate own skills. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Manor Lord Wan should just display own abilities so everyone can broaden their horizons as well as giving us juniors an opportunity to observe. Right, everyone? The crowd came to watch a show, and with such a great show starting they naturally would not leave. Instead, they echoed their support. Now that Wan Donghai was riding a tiger, he found it hard to get off. Looking at Yi Yuan, he wished he could hack him to pieces. At any rate, he was a Grandmaster class figure. Who would have thought he would be cornered to such an extent in front of so many people by a junior? Isn't it just a detoxification procedure? I will detoxify for you to see. Within the state of Qin, what poison was he unable to treat? Not to mention this poison was concocted by a junior like Yi Yuan. Wan Donghai understood Yi Hang quite well. This matter was definitely not instigated by Yi Hang. That fellow always competed openly and with honor. Even if it was to make trouble, he would not send his own son. This was definitely all Yi Yuan's idea. Merely a silk pants. Did he expect he can flip the heavens? Although there was nothing to be proud of with smacking a junior's face. Since you already delivered yourself to the door, then isn't it a shame to not smack you? Wan Donghai waved his long sleeve and instructed. Since everyone's in such a good mood, I will detoxify this friend in front of everyone. Men, set him down. Seeing this, the crowd acted as if they were on stimulants and flocked in at once. They really wanted to see how this super silk pants Yi Yuan, with his widespread notoriety, could challenge the drunken Star Manor's Manor Lord. By this time, even a fool would not believe that Yi Yuan just happened to bump into Luan on the streets. This poison was most likely concocted by Yi Yuan himself. As for the person who got poisoned, even if it was not like in the rumors, he definitely had a close and intricate relationship with the drunken Star Manor. Many of those present were professionals. They already found out about what happened in the morning over at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Connecting the dots to the situation happening under their eyes, several brighter folks already guessed Yi Yuan came here to give the Manor Lord a dose of his own medicine. Wan Donghai looked at the half-dead Luan and could not wait to kill him with a single blow. This incompetent thing not only failed to complete his mission but had also caused so much trouble for him. At this moment, Luan was already in agonizing pain, occasionally twitching, just like a dead fish. Wan Donghai did not want to smash his own signboard.
Hence, there was no choice but to save Luan. Wan Donghai occasionally lifted Luan's eyelids, sometimes took his pulse, and at times loosened up Luan's clothes to inspect his body. Tinkering for almost half the day, his heart gradually sunk to rock bottom. His brows locked even tighter together. He was actually incapable of identifying any clues at all. An alchemy grandmaster was actually unable to diagnose what poison the patient was inflicted with. This was completely inconceivable. Were it not for the fact Luan was like a dead fish right now, Wan Donghai would even suspect that he was collaborating with Yi Yuan to tear down his stage. Big brother, how is it? Looking at Wan Donghai's knitted brows, Wan Dongyang had a bad premonition. Go, fetch my high-grade detoxification pill over, Wan Donghai instructed while gritting his teeth together as if he just made a difficult decision. What? That high-grade detoxification pill was something you spent a great effort to refine. It's intended for His Majesty. Now you want to use it on him? Exclaimed Wan Dongyang. Just go since I asked you to. What's with all the nonsense? Wan Donghai had already lost his patience at this point and became very irritable. Wan Dongyang had never seen his big brother this anxious before. He did not dare to delay and quickly went to retrieve that high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill. Detoxification pill was a universal type of pill which meant it could treat any poison. But as for its efficacy, it depended on exactly what sort of poison the person was inflicted with. A detoxification pill could cure virtually any ordinary poison. Hence, it was the most widely used as well as being one of the most practical pills. In Yi Yuan's eyes, detoxification pill was considered under the low-level category of pills. For this pill, there were several tiers. There were Tier 1 detoxification pill, Tier 2 detoxification pill, and all the way to Tier 5 detoxification pill. As for poisons above Tier 5, a detoxification pill was basically useless against them. That was because poisons above Tier 5 were either very unique or extremely rare. Detoxification pills were ineffective on them. This detoxification pill, refined by Wan Donghai, naturally was not an ordinary item within the state of Qin. This high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill was his life's most exceptional work. Not even Yi Hang could refine a detoxification pill of this grade. Even though both were alchemy grandmasters, they had their own specializations. Yi Yuan knew that his father, Yi Hang, was inferior in terms of dealing with poisons. That was why Yi Hang could only let Yi Yuan consume a low-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill, while Wan Donghai could take out a high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill. This detoxification pill essentially represented the pinnacle standard of this specialization within the state of Qin. Even the imperial uncle cannot be compared with Wan Donghai on this aspect. When Wan Dongyang handed the pill over to Wan Donghai, his face twitched violently. To use such a pill on a lackey such as Luan was a waste of God's gifts. Wan Donghai received the pill, looked at Yi Yuan, and gave a cold humph. Regardless of the result today, he was already bested by this junior. Yet Yi Yuan just stood there watching Wan Donghai with a nonchalant expression. Wan Donghai rolled his sleeves and Luan involuntarily sat up. Following this, Wan Donghai's fingers rapidly jabbed Luan with extreme speed. The crowd only saw an afterimage of fingers before hearing a series of puffing sounds. Each of Wan Donghai's finger jabs made Luan groan in anguish. As the last finger jab landed, Luan opened his mouth in excruciating pain. Wan Donghai did not hesitate and hastily threw the detoxification pill into Luan's mouth. After Luan swallowed the pill, Wan Donghai then ceased his actions. Luan, who had lost his balance, slumped down once more. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, slow applause echoed. Yi Yuan sighed with a smile. I've long heard Manor Lord Wan's profound phantom finger technique is exceedingly wondrous, capable of reviving the dead as well as granting a fate worse than death. Seeing it today truly broadened my horizons. How extraordinary! Wan Donghai lightly gasped for air. Clearly, the bout just now was not so easy for him. Hearing the ridicule in Yi Yuan's praise gave him the impulse to want to kill someone. Humph! Who cares what poison was it? In front of my profound phantom finger and the detoxification pill I refined, he will be as good as new. It was not that Wan Donghai was wildly arrogant, but within the state of Qin, he indeed had never encountered any problem he could not resolve. That would be for the best.
Just look at the state this friend is in. I also hope that he can be safe and sound. Yi Yuan then sighed.
Yi Yuan sounded very sincere, as if Luan was an old friend for many years. But to Wan Donghai's ears it conjured a faint premonition.
As if confirming his thoughts. After those words, Luan suddenly threw up a mouthful of blood. Wan Donghai's face changed color. Supporting Luan, he asked, "Are you all right?" "My manor lord, pain. Arg. The pain is killing me." Luan's initially alleviated symptoms had flared up once more. It hurt so much that he rolled off the bed onto the ground.
It was clear that Wan Donghai's actions failed to remove the poison from his body but instead stimulated the toxin inside him, resulting in tormenting pain.
Why is it like this?" Wan Donghai was utterly befuddled. Although the display just now did not seem very impressive, it was actually his limits. Who would have guessed that not only Luan's poison was not cured, it actually became even more intense. Luan rolled on the floor in agonizing pain, yet nobody stepped forward to help him.
"Yi? Manor Lord Wan, looks like your profound phantom finger and detoxification pill failed to have any effect. Instead, it worsened this friend's condition. Just take a look at that painful appearance. I can't bear to stand it. Don't tell me Manor Lord Wan has no other methods to ease his pain? The Drunken Star Manor is known as the #1 in the capital." Yi Yuan exclaimed questioningly.
Wan Donghai could no longer keep up appearances. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he bellowed, "Stinky brat! What on earth did you make him eat? Wanna frame our Drunken Star Manor? You are still not qualified."
Yi Yuan deliberately gave a shocked expression and said, "Why did you say that, Manor Lord Wan? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Are you telling me now that this friend is suffering like this, I have to be indifferent to it?
Or is the Drunken Star Manor undeserving of its reputation? Unable to even diagnose what this friend is poisoned with?"
Were it not for his last trace of reason, Wan Donghai would have stomped off instantly. Yi Yuan gave a look of pain while leaning down to say to Luan, "This brother, I've already tried my best. In the capital, if even Manor Lord Wan can't save you, then there is nothing I can do. When you arrive at the underworld, don't blame me for it."
Luan was originally half dead already. But after hearing Yi Yuan's words, it was as if he regained terminal lucidity. His initially dull, lifeless eyes gained a trace of brilliance.
"My Manor Lord,
save me. I helped you to SE cell." Enduring the pain, Luan forced out a few words between the gaps of his teeth. At this point, Luan only had his instinct for survival stimulated by Yi Yuan. But the second half of his words were like lightning bolt during clear weather to Wan Donghai. Initially, Wan Donghai was filled with wrath towards Yi Yuan.
But right now, it was as if he was drenched from head to toe in cold sweat.
Without waiting for Luan to finish speaking, Wan Donghai quickly leaned down and told Luan, "Don't worry. I will save you no matter what." Wan Donghai's eyes were filled with sincerity, completely different from Yi Yuan's phony sincerity. The feeling it gave Luan were as if they were life and death comrades. At this moment, that sense of uneasiness stirred up by Yi Yuan got suppressed, and what replaced it was serenity. "My Manor Lord, H," said, "this poison
is called Heart-inch Fissure." After saying this, Luan ceased all movements just like a deflated ball. Heart-inch Fissure.
Heart-inch Fissure. Wan Donghai muttered it over and over while his brows furrowed even harder. The more he repeated it, the more he felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. Heart-inch Fissure? Heart-inch Fissure.
It's actually Heart-inch Fissure.
This. How could a brat like him knows Heart-inch Fissure? A trace of astonishment flashed across Wan Donghai's eyes. Wan Donghai finally recalled where he had heard that name before. It was during his early years where his master once mentioned that name.
Thinking back on it now, his master had even said that this sort of poison was abnormally tyrannical, practically without any cure. A Heart-inch Fissure pill was not some high-tier pills. In fact, it was the opposite. It was only merely a high-grade Tier 1 pill.
Yet, his master, a Tier 4 alchemy king, back then had said it was incurable. It was evident just how terrifying this poison was. How could Yi Yuan possibly refine such a terrifying poison? Unless it was Yi Hang's work? Right now, Wan Donghai could not be bothered to think about it. After being stunned for a while, he knew that no matter what he did, Luan was beyond saving. Since that was the case, he could only sacrifice Luan.
His own reputation might be important, but if the matter of spies among demonic beast hunters were to be exposed, the impact on the Drunken Star Manor would be even more significant.
Luan's incomplete sentence just now made it clear that if Wan Donghai failed to save him, he would undoubtedly expose the ugly side of the Drunken Star Manor in front of all these people. When that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Wan Donghai took a deep breath and sighed. This poison is indeed remarkably overbearing. This Wan is incompetent. I only have one last move left. Finishing, he ordered people to hold up Luan, rolling his sleeves. The profound phantom finger was executed once more. Only this time, the commotion was greater than before. Flashing around Luan and engulfing him in afterimages, Wan Donghai caused a gale to blow so fiercely that the crowd almost could not keep their eyes open.
As Yi Yuan looked at Wan Donghai giving it his all for this performance, a cold sneer appeared on his face. The profound phantom finger might be a martial technique, but it could also be categorized as a technique under the alchemy Tao. In Yi Yuan's view, it was clumsy, but he had some understanding of this finger technique. This finger technique could save lives while also harming others. Furthermore, the way it harmed people was incredibly vicious. This finger technique was used on the acupuncture points in order to stimulate the body. But right now what Wan Donghai was executing was precisely the malignant version of the technique. However, Yi Yuan did not expose Wan Donghai's intentions. Since he was willing to smash his own signboard, Yi Yuan was naturally amenable to assist him. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's current strength, it was impossible to take down Wan Donghai. He was currently too weak. Indeed, after Wan Donghai's finger technique ceased, Luan had immediately stopped breathing and slowly slumped to the ground. Manor Lord Wan is indeed remarkable,
displaying a set of finger technique and directly cured someone to death. Impressive. Impressive, Yi Yuan exclaimed as he maintained the same smile as before. At the Yi Manor, in a room filled with medicinal fragrance and fog, located at an isolated corner of the manor. Young master, you were so impressive today at the Drunken Star Manor. That Manor Lord Wan, who even old master couldn't deal with, was completely defeated by young master, Luer said while fanning with a cattail leaf fan. An herbal bath for Yi Yuan was prepared in an enormous wooden tub. It sat just on top of the fire that Luer was fanning with the cattail leaf fan. Today at the Drunken Star Manor, Wan Donghai treated Luan to death, stunning everyone. The highly popular Drunken Star Manor had always boasted that it was the #1 in the state of Qin. Yet today an ignorant brat walked up to their door to slap their faces, slapping so hard that it reverberated. No matter how thick Wan Donghai's skin was, he was somewhat unable to maintain his face any further. After Luan's death, Wan Donghai immediately decided to close shop for a day. Everyone was chased away to temporarily avoid immediate embarrassment. Everyone present knew their stuff. Even though they did not know what poison this heart-inch fisher was, they could guess that it was something Yi Yuan concocted. Everyone felt the world changed too quickly. A former rotten mud-like silk pants actually forced a grandmaster of his era to his wits' end. Many people knew that Yi Yuan was dying of poison just yesterday. Could it be that the poisoning actually enlightened him? Of course, there were some who did not believe that it was instigated by Yi Yuan, but instead by Yi Hang, who had borrowed Yi Yuan's hands to give the Drunken Star Manor a vicious blow. But as they thought about it, it did not make any sense. If Yi Hang had that ability, what was he doing all these years? The competition between the two families was not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Either way, the arguments bore no fruit. But the subject became the mealtime conversation topic of the common people within the capital. Yi Yuan, who was originally already well-known, became even more famous now. Haha, this was just claiming back some interest. Although today's event had a large impact on the Drunken Star Manor, it's not fatal. That Wan family's father-son pair, sooner or later, I will make them pay the real price. Yi Yuan's tone became somewhat cold upon mentioning them. Having inherited this body, Qing Yunzi naturally had the responsibility to take revenge for his predecessor and help the Yi family eliminate this competitor. Furthermore, Yi Yuan already witnessed how sinister and unscrupulous this father-son pair were. He had no favorable impression towards them at all. Only that right now Yi Yuan's current strength was too weak. Apart from vexing Wan Donghai a little, he could not really do anything much to him. In the future, when he had sufficient strength, the father-son pair naturally had to be eliminated.
If it were up to someone else, this would practically be an impossible mission. But to Yi Yuan, Wan Donghai and his son were merely a stumbling block on his road for vengeance. Removing it just required some time.
That's right. That Wan Yuan is so hateful. In the past, he was always bullying young master. Young master must work hard.
I have faith in young master. Lua always had that unconditional faith in Yi Yuan.
Ha ha ha. Young master won't disappoint you. Oh right, Luer. I can see that your aptitude is excellent. Why don't you practice martial arts? After being occupied for the entire day and finally able to lounge with Luer in the same room, he discovered that there was not the slightest essence energy within Luer's body to actually be an ordinary person.
Yet Yi Yuan could see that Luer had an excellent aptitude, 100 times better than that loser of a predecessor. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Lua's expression became a bit downcast. Old Master said Luer has 9 in absolute meridian and cannot cultivate. Otherwise, the higher the realm, the earlier I will die.
9 in absolute meridian? Yi Yuan repeated once, before grabbing Luer's wrist to take her pulse. Having her wrist held by Yi Yuan made Luer's heart pound, and her face immediately turned bright red. In her opinion, being unable to cultivate might be regretful, but as long as she can be together with the young master, that would be good enough. Yi Hang had long concluded her fate, so she did not hold any hope at all. Ever since experiencing that incident, the young master really changed so much, becoming more mature, being concerned about others and taking care of others. Yi Yuan held Luer's wrist. His brows initially locked tightly together, before slowly relaxing. And old master and madam treat Luer just like their own daughter. If Luer could cultivate, they would have definitely long taught me. Luer was still that considerate girl. Afraid that Yi Yuan would misunderstand Yi Hang because of this, Yi Yuan put down Luer's hand and smiled. My silly Luer, you're overthinking. Of course, father wouldn't lie to you, but even he has times where he miscalculated. Luer, tell young master, do you want to learn martial arts? Of course, Luer replied without thinking.
That's good. From tomorrow onwards, you will learn martial arts together with me. I will impart to you a technique. With your talent, this tiny state of Qin can't confine you, said Yi Yuan with an encouraging expression.
Young master, is what you said true? Upon hearing this, Luer was overjoyed. But without waiting for Yi Yuan's reply, she quickly became dejected again. Young master, you don't have to comfort me. Old master is an alchemy grandmaster, yet even he said it was hopeless. How could I possibly learn martial arts? Although Luer really wants to, Luer doesn't want to die yet. Luer still wishes to accompany young master and take care of young master.
Feeling touched in his heart, Yi Yuan reached out and lifted Lua's head and smiled. Why would young master lie to you?
Your body's constitution is indeed special. However, it isn't the 9 in absolute meridian, but instead the extremely rare 9 in divine link meridian. This sort of physique is not only able to cultivate, but even the cultivation speed would also be exceptionally fast. If large sects know about your physique, they would definitely fight to the point of bloodshed to snatch you over. Yi Hang's knowledge naturally could not be compared to Yi Yuan's.
But it was also not that Yi Hang was wrong. In reality, Lua indeed possessed the 9 in absolute meridian, but this 9 in divine link meridian actually was a variant of the 9 in absolute meridian. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare variant. The 9 in absolute meridian that Yi Yuan knew was completely different from what Yi Hang knew. Having a 9 in absolute meridian did not mean entirely rejecting all possibilities of cultivating, but instead, it meant this sort of constitution was absolutely unique. Cultivation techniques and resources were extremely scarce in the lower realms. With the addition of inadequate information within the lower realms, it meant that no one had ever stepped onto the path of cultivation with a 9 in absolute meridian. Without a matching cultivation technique, the 9 in absolute meridian was indeed a deadly constitution. Should such a physique appear in the divine realm, that person would definitely be fought over by major sects to join them. Coincidentally, a technique suitable for Luer to cultivate resides within Yi Yuan's memories. It was the cultivation technique of the divine realm's spirit Snow Divine King.
And this Spirit Snow Divine King had the exact same variant, the 9 Divine Link Meridian physique. At this moment, Lure opened her eye wide in disbelief. Young Master, was what you said is real? You are not lying to me? Of course not. The 9 Divine Link Meridian is certainly extremely tough to cultivate with. But having a matching technique, the cultivation speed would instead surpass ordinary people. Later, I will impart to you a set of technique, the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. With how intelligent Lure is, you will definitely be more amazing than Young Master in the future, Yi Yuan said gently. After listening to this, Lure gave a playful smile. Lure isn't looking to be more powerful than Young Master. As long as Lure can stay beside Young Master, that would be good enough. In the past, Young Master was always bullied by other people. That's why Lure really wanted to learn martial arts to protect Young Master. However, I was afraid I would pass away after learning martial arts. That's why I never learned any. Upon learning how Lure's purpose of wanting to learn martial arts was actually for himself, Yi Yuan was truly at a loss for words. Yi Yuan told himself he must definitely become strong quickly. In his previous life, he could not protect the people closest to him. In this life now, he would absolutely not let his loved ones be harmed again. My obedient Lure. Alright, the water is almost ready. You go out. Young Master wants to take an herbal bath, said Yi Yuan. Lure asked with a face full of doubt. Young Master, just go ahead and take a bath. Lure still has to tend the fire here. In the past, it had always been Lure attending to Young Master's bath. Why did you become shy about it today? Sweating heavily in his heart, Yi Yuan was really not used to letting a young girl attending to him while taking a bath. But he also knew that if inconsistencies appeared now, Lure might start to suspect him. Then, all right. Yi Yuan was feeling helpless. Hearing this, Lure was overjoyed and went to help Yi Yuan undress. Entering the herbal bath, Yi Yuan, who was feeling embarrassed, tried to reorganize his feelings and then circulated essence energy to begin absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the water in order to purge the residual toxins left within his body. The medicinal herbs used for the herbal bath were all common Tier 1 and Tier 2 ingredients without any remarkable effects. But Yi Yuan was able to make good use of these lowly materials, extracting out the medicinal efficacy from these herbs to the utmost limit. To most people, the higher the level of the medicinal herbs, the more valuable and more significant the effects were. But in reality, that viewpoint was not worth a shit in Yi Yuan's eyes. Regardless whether it was cultivation or alchemy, foundation skills were the most vital. The stronger your foundation was, the higher you would go in the future. Likewise, vice versa. In his previous life, Qingyunzi once spent over 10 years to bitterly study medicinal herbs and pills that were Tier 3 and below. Those years were not in vain, as his foundation skills in alchemy Dao became terrifyingly extensive. For him to become the youngest alchemy emperor, that over 10 years period were absolutely critical. In the divine realm, virtually no one could surpass him in terms of understanding medicinal properties. That was also the reason why he was hailed as the one from the younger generation most likely to become an alchemy god. Actually, even if Yi Yuan had the intention of using some high-tier ingredients, at this moment he was powerless to do so because his current strength was too weak. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have taken only a single Tier 1 pill to challenge the Drunken Star Manor. That was the limit he could refine. Although he reckoned Wan Donghai was not able to resolve the heart-inch fissure poison, it was somewhat risky after all. If Wan Donghai really had a way to cure the poison, then it would be as if Yi Yuan had lifted a stone to smash his own feet. In fact, Wan Donghai had actually heard of the heart-inch fissure poison before. Except that this sort of pill was too obscure, he had merely heard of it. Otherwise, the outcome of the incident would be hard to tell. Strength. Yi Yuan gave a deep sigh as he finished absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the herbal bath in the wooden tub. Right now, he urgently needed to raise his strength. Without strength, revenge and whatnot were all empty talks. He would not even be able to protect his loved ones. With Yi Yuan's current condition, there was no need to mention Wan Donghai. Even if Wan Yuan had come, Yi Yuan would still not be his match. Yi Yuan believed that after today's incident, Wan Donghai would definitely view him as a thorn in his eyes. He would want to eliminate Yi Yuan as soon as possible. Furthermore, with Wan Donghai's temperament, He would not be resigned to letting the fragrant medicine pavilion continue to suppress him, and he would consider all means to counterattack. At that time, if he did not have sufficient strength, today's action would instead put greater pressure on his father. Young master, old master has already waited outside for quite some time. While Yi Yuan was engrossed in his imagination, Luer came in to report. Why didn't you say earlier that father came? It's just an herbal bath and not a closed-door life-and-death seclusion. If Yi Yuan guessed correctly, father came to warn him to be on the lookout for Wan Donghai's schemes. Yi Yuan was still very respectful towards this overprotective father. Even though it had only been 2 short days since he transmigrated, without a doubt Yi Hang, Ren Hongling, and Luer already became Yi Yuan's fetters. Lua pouted her mouth and said with resentment, I wanted to come in and call for young master, but old master pulled me and didn't allow me to enter. What could I have done then? Sweating profusely, Yi Yuan quickly said, Good Luer, young master was in the wrong. Young master apologizes to you. Don't be angry, all right? Hearing that, Lua broke into a smile. Lua isn't angry. Lua knows young master loves and respects old master. I treat him just like my biological father and respect him deeply like you do, so why would I be angry? Yi Yuan was relieved hearing her reply. Ha ha ha. Then it's all right. Go outside and tell father to wait a moment. I will be out after wearing my clothes. Luer acknowledged his words and went out. Inside Yi Hang's study room, the father-son pair sat down closely and started to talk. Yuan, what you did today really vented my frustrations. I reckon Wan Donghai that old punk is probably thoroughly livid at the moment, right? Ha ha ha. It's been so many years, and yet it's the first time I've seen that old punk had to swallow such a grievance. How great! Yi Hang laughed out loud. Clearly, Wan Donghai bullied him rather harshly these past few years with how Yi Hang was laughing so cheerfully. Although Yi Hang could stand it, he had never felt this frustration being vented out like today. Even though he was not the one who went up to smack Wan Donghai's face, what was the difference between being smacked by his son and him? Seeing his father laughed merrily, Yi Yuan felt pleased. Father, it was all thanks to what master imparted to me in my dreams that I could make Wan Donghai that old punk suffered this grievance. I dare not claim any credit. Yi Hang waved his hands dismissing Yi Yuan's words. No need to be so polite with your father. I'm thrilled that you possess your abilities today. But I still have to remind you once again, Wan Donghai that old punk is very insidious. Having suffered such a loss today, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Who knows if he will come up with some underhanded measures. I can still guarantee your safety at home, but once you go to the Dan Wu Academy, father's hands wouldn't be able to stretch that far. Yuan, how about you don't attend the Dan Wu Academy anymore, and just stay at home? Yi Yuan sighed in his heart. No wonder his predecessor was a good-for-nothing youth. Yi Hang's overprotectiveness of his child was too extreme. Yi Yuan had no intention of becoming a caged canary. The Dan Wu Academy was a place he had to go to. Father, I have to return to the Dan Wu Academy. Even if I stay at home, it is impossible to never leave home. I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. Furthermore, if I stay at home and never leave, this life would be wasted. Even if master teaches me skills without contending with rivals and getting affirmation, I will never become an expert. Don't you agree? In Yi Yuan's eyes, Wan Donghai could not even be considered as an opponent. If he could not even make it past Wan Donghai, this hurdle, how would he slaughter his way back to the divine realm? Only by attending the Dan Wu Academy and competing with other geniuses of his generation that Yi Yuan can grow up faster. Moreover, having a high cultivation realm did not mean combat prowess will also be high. In the cultivation world, there are too many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Flowers in a greenhouse would never be fully mature. In his previous life, Qing Yunzi was a greenhouse flower. Although his cultivation realm was very high, his combat abilities were a complete mess, all because he experienced too few actual fights. In this life, being burdened with a blood feud, he naturally had to become ruthless with his own training. This, Yuan, does make sense. It is father who was too protective. It's just that you have to be careful outside there no matter what. If you encounter any problems, don't be stubborn. Remember to come back and ask father for assistance. Something like being poisoned to death. Father just doesn't want to witness it for the second time. Relax, father. Since I didn't die in this disaster, in the future, no one will be able to bully me anymore. Yi Yuan unveiled a powerful self-confidence at this point. Yi Hang discovered that his son had really matured. Good. My good son. Since when have the two of us feared anyone? Isn't it just Wan Donghai? In the future, father will definitely have him under these feet. Influenced by Yi Yuan, Yi Hang felt his confidence swelled as well. Yi Yuan laughed silently in his heart. He was well aware of his father's standards. There might come a day where he could surpass Wan Donghai, but there would be no way he could trample him under his feet. Of course, that was under the circumstance that Yi Yuan did not appear. With the current Yi Yuan, time was all it takes for Yi Hang to trample Wan Donghai underfoot. Just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, Yi Hang stopped him, asking with a curious face, "Oh right, what pill did you let that person eat today? To think it was so powerful. You are just at the first level essence chi realm. How did you manage to refine such a high-tier pill?" Yi Yuan discovered that Yi Hang was also an alchemy fanatic. Upon encountering any alchemy problems, he would become extremely studious. Evidently, this question had troubled him the entire day. In his opinion, a poison pill that could render Wan Donghai helpless definitely had to be tier 3 and above. But Yi Yuan was clearly just at first-level essence chi realm. It was impossible to refine a tier 2 pill with this cultivation realm, not to mention tier 3 and above. Even if Yi Hang pulled his hair out over this paradox, he still could not understand why. Now that he finished the heart-to-heart talk with his son, he could not bear it any longer and shamelessly asked. Towards his own father, Yi Yuan naturally did not hide anything. Beaming, he said, "Father, that pill is called Heart-Inch Fisher. It's not a high-tier pill, but merely a tier 1 pill. With my current standards, refining this pill is already at the limit." Yi Hang's smile froze on his face. A tier 1 pill? How is that possible? If these words did not come out from his son's mouth, Yi Hang would not believe it even if the person beat him to death. Tier 1 pill? Yi Hang swallowed hard and asked disbelievingly, "How could a tier 1 pill be this amazing?" Yi Yuan took out a brush and paper and wrote down the pill formula for Heart-Inch Fisher. He also included the refining method as well as things to take note of and then passed it to Yi Hang. Yi Hang carefully received the pill formula, treating it just like a treasure. Yi Yuan knew he probably would not see his father for a few days. The next day, Yi Yuan went to the fragrant medicine pavilion again. Yi Yuan could distinctly feel a difference in the way the employees looked at him. After yesterday's event, everybody now looked at the super sil pants with admiration. Having enjoyed these looks too often in his past life, Yi Yuan naturally would not mind it too much. Today, he only came to the fragrant medicine pavilion to collect medicinal herbs. Right now, Yi Yuan desperately needed to raise his strength, and the fastest way to increase his strength was undoubtedly by taking pills as a stimulant. Putting aside the ability of an alchemy emperor and not utilizing it, would that not make Yi Yuan a fool? There were countless pill formulas inside Yi Yuan's mind, but the medicinal pills he could refine at the moment were too few. He was only able to refine tier 1 medicinal pills, and that was only by using his powerful soul as support. Otherwise, with his first-level essence chi realm cultivation, he would not even be able to refine out medicinal dregs. Using an entire night to search for tier 1 medicinal pills in his memories, Yi Yuan still felt that among all the pills, a type of high-grade tier 1 pill called Explosive Yuan Pill was the most suitable for him. Explosive Yuan Pill, as the name suggested, was a medicinal pill that explosively increased essence energy. Tier 1 pills, which could increase essence energy to aid cultivation and currently was circulating in the market, was the Essence Chi pill. It was suitable for Essence Chi realm martial artists. However, ordinary martial artists could not even consume medicinal pills of such quality. Instead, increasing their strength by going through great pains to bitterly cultivate essence energy by themselves. A single Essence Chi pill could save a martial artist several months of intense cultivation. If one could use Essence Chi pill to cultivate, then reaching the 9th level Essence Chi realm was only a matter of time. However, people who could expend Essence Chi pills in such a manner were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Only the imperial family and the descendants of major noble families could afford to do so. Yi Yuan naturally could afford it. But to him, Essence Chi pill was too weak, completely unable to achieve the effect he desired.
Although an essence chi pill was good, the effects would be severely reduced from overconsumption. His predecessor actually ate a lot of essence chi pills, but he did not refine the medicinal effects of the essence chi pills entirely at all, leading to a considerable amount of essence energy dissipated from his body. As a result, essence chi pill already did not have much of an effect on Yi Yuan. But the explosive Yuan pill was an upgraded version of the essence chi pill, with several times the medicinal effects of the latter. It was naturally the most appropriate choice for Yi Yuan to use in order to raise his strength. Of course, Yi Yuan had even more amazing pill formulas. It was just those pill formulas were either too high tier or their medicinal effects were too powerful, making it unsuitable for the current Yi Yuan. Refining those pills after Yi Yuan's strength improved would only be a matter of course. Young master, are you also here today to get medicines? The shopkeeper saw Yi Yuan walking in and immediately greeted him with a smile as if he were a different person than he was yesterday. Yi Yuan did not point it out, but simply replied with a smile. Yes. These are the medicinal herbs I require. Help me prepare 3 sets of each medicinal herb. Yi Yuan handed the shopkeeper a prescription list as he spoke. Written on it were the names of medicinal herbs that the explosive Yuan pill requires. Even though explosive Yuan pill was much more precious than essence chi pill, the herbs used were only tier 1 medicinal herbs and were available for purchase at any ordinary shop. As the largest medicinal herb business within the capital, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion naturally had the goods. The shopkeeper swept a look over Yi Yuan's prescription and started to frown. Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Why? Anything wrong?" "Young master, the medicinal herbs listed on this prescription, everything is fine except for the 6-leaf grass." The shopkeeper revealed a difficult expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan was even more surprised. According to what I know, even though this 6-leaf grass is a little rare, it is still a commonly seen medicinal herb. It can't be that our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is unable to produce 3 portions of it. The shopkeeper gave a bitter laugh and said, "Young master, of course, we have 6-leaf grass. But we normally wouldn't stock up too much of such medicinal herbs with precisely just 3 portions all inside the storeroom. Unfortunately, all 3 portions of 6-leaf grass were reserved by someone yesterday with the deposit already paid." At this point, the shopkeeper snuck a look to assess Yi Yuan, terrified that the latter would fly into a rage. This little ancestor was not someone that can be easily dealt with. If he were dissatisfied, he might just raise such a fearful din which can cause fowls and dogs having no peace. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday was very eye-catching. Rivers and mountains might change, but it was hard to alter a man's nature. God knows if he might lose his temper because of this. Seeing Yi Yuan remained unperturbed, the shopkeeper finally relaxed, thinking to himself, could this little ancestor really have changed his personality? Who reserved the medicine? A youth about the same age as young master. Furthermore, he needed it very urgently. The shopkeeper replied with trepidation. Nodding his head, Yi Yuan said, "What time did he say he will come to collect the medicine? I wish to have a chat with him." Hearing this, the shopkeeper jumped in fright, thinking that Yi Yuan wanted to force people to cancel the reservation. Once something like this was done, it would be extremely detrimental to the reputation of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Seeing through his concerns, Yi Yuan assured him and said, "Relax, I won't mess around." The shopkeeper right now could not tell if this little ancestor really changed his personality or not, but seeing that Yi Yuan had no intention of leaving, it looks like he was hell-bent on getting those 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass. He said he will come to collect it early in the morning. With how anxious he was, most likely he's about to arrive. Feeling helpless, the shopkeeper could only tell the truth. "All right, then I will wait for him here." Yi Yuan found a place to sit down quietly, closing his eyes to meditate while ignoring the perturbed shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gave a sigh and just let Yi Yuan be, praying that this little ancestor would not cause any trouble. It was not that he was worried about Yi Yuan, but it was just that in the past Yi Yuan had left way too strong of an impression on everyone. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Yuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly heard an urgent-sounding voice. "Shopkeeper, I'm here to collect the 6-leaf grass I reserved yesterday." This? The shopkeeper once again revealed a difficult expression. The person was a youth around the age of 15 or 16 years old.
Upon seeing the shopkeeper's expressions, he exclaimed anxiously, "Shopkeeper, we agreed on it yesterday, and you even took the deposit. You can't go back on your words."
We naturally wouldn't go back on our words after collecting a deposit. It's just that I wanted to ask this brother, what's your purpose for buying this 6-leaf grass? The one who spoke was naturally Yi Yuan.
Turning his head around only to see a youth around the same age as him, dressed in silk clothing, he naturally did not have a good reaction. "What does it have to do with you?"
The shopkeeper jumped in fright. To dare to provoke this little ancestor, is this youth tired of living?
Just as he was about to speak up, he was stopped by the expression in Yi Yuan's eyes.
Beaming, Yi Yuan said, "Of course it's none of my business. I was just curious, why did you buy medicinal herbs instead of a finished product? Could it be that you wanted to refine them yourself?"
There are 3 types of Tier 1 pills which require the 6-leaf grass to refine, so let me make a guess. The first one is the Heavenly Spiritual Pill, a pill meant for impacting through the spirit condensation realm. You are only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, so it's most likely not this sort of pill. The second type is the Pure Heart Pill, a pill used to maintain clarity of the mind and to chase away heart demons. It is suitable for use when assaulting bottlenecks.
Looking at how you're not at a bottleneck, it's most likely not this pill. There's still one more type called the Great Returning Pill, a sacred Tier 1 healing medicine.
Looking at how anxious you are, could it be that a loved one was badly injured, and this person requires this particular pill to save his life?
The youth's jaw dropped, looking at Yi Yuan with shock. He was shocked by Yi Yuan's profound medicinal knowledge, but even more astonished by Yi Yuan's torch-like eyes. Yi Yuan's analysis was as if he saw it with his own eyes, and the truth was precisely what Yi Yuan had said. The youth was called Tang Yu and was at the same Dan Wu Academy as Yi Yuan. But the difference was that Yi Yuan got in through connections, while Tang Yu relied on his own abilities to get into the Dan Wu Academy.
In reality, the majority of the geniuses at the Dan Wu Academy were from noble families. Only a very small number of these geniuses came from ordinary backgrounds. Noble families had the advantage in terms of resources which the masses did not, a disparity that no amount of hard work could change. Geniuses with ordinary backgrounds already lost from the starting line. Techniques, medicinal pills, and money. The nobility possessed the advantages that commoners could never attain even if they worked hard their entire lives. That was the advantage accumulated after generations. Tang Yu being able to enter the Dan Wu Academy as a commoner said a lot by itself. Being at the 4th level Essence Chi realm at his age was not considered outstanding, but he indeed was not mediocre. From the 3rd level to the 4th level there was quite a hurdle. Being able to cross that hurdle without depending on piles of resources showed that Tang Yu was very talented in the martial path. Naturally, there was no lack of personal hard work on Tang Yu's part to have the strength he possessed today, as well as having entered the Dan Wu Academy. However, his father's support was not to be overlooked. Tang Yu's father was called Tang Zhonghuai, an experienced demonic beast hunter. These few years, Tang Zhonghuai braved untold dangers in the endless forest, all for the sake of a better future for his son.
But eventually a person would encounter ghosts if he walked around too often at night. This time around, Tang Zhonghuai encountered a mighty demonic beast in the endless forest. Despite having narrowly escaped death, he suffered grievous injuries.
Tang Yu was a sensible child. He saw with his own eyes the countless injuries that his father suffered all these years. Hence, as he pursued martial Dao, he also aspired to become an alchemist, also he could help to treat his father's injuries whenever necessary. If it was not for the time wasted on the alchemy path, it was possible Tang Yu's accomplishments would be far beyond what it was today. However, being an alchemist was a profession which burned a lot of money, something that Tang Yu frankly could not support. Before entering the Dan Wu Academy, he had spent a considerable amount of time to understand theoretical knowledge, but his practical experience was nearly zero. Only after entering the Dan Wu Academy did he really have the chance to practice refining pills.
Even so, what he learned was very shallow.
In order to support Tang Yu to learn martial arts these past few years, Tang Zhonghuai already depleted the household savings. This meant that Tang Yu could no longer afford the cost of a completed Tier 1 medicinal pill anymore.
But Tang Yu could not just watch his father die in front of him like this, so he decided to take the final plunge and attempt to refine a great returning pill.
Tang Yu had never spoken to outsiders about his family's matters before. Yet he spilled out everything in front of Yi Yuan. Furthermore, this youth in front of him looked to be around the same age as him, yet his accomplishments in the alchemy path were way above his. If this person was willing to help him refine the great returning pill. Thinking up to this point, Tang Yu put aside his initially indifferent attitude, cupped his hands toward Yi Yuan, and he said sincerely, "This brother, I was being apprehensive. If I'd offended you just now with my words, I apologize for that." Yi Yuan knew his words took effect, so he smiled and waved his hands. "Since it's for saving a life, you don't have to be courteous, brother." Briefly hesitating, Tang Yu asked, "Judging from the way you talked, could it be that you also have an interest in this six-leaf grass?" Tang Yu was an intelligent man. From the words just now, he already guessed that Yi Yuan seemed to have an interest on the six-leaf grass, which was why his tone initially was rude. Yi Yuan did not hide this and said with a smile, "That's right. I have great use for these 3 stalks of six-leaf grass. But I also know that you, brother, need it to save someone. I don't know if you trust me enough to bring me to see the patient, but perhaps I could be of some assistance." If Yi Yuan said this right away after they met, Tang Yu would naturally have snorted in derision. However, Yi Yuan's words just now truly stunned him, letting him know their differences in skill. He could not help but to reconsider it. In reality, Tang Yu did not have much assurance about Tang Zhonghuai's injuries and was even less sure about refining the great returning pill. Heine, the reason why he bought all 3 stalks of six-leaf grass in preparation for failure. Father's injuries cannot be delayed any longer. Tang Yu hesitated for a moment and then made a firm decision. Cupping his hands toward Yi Yuan, he said, "Then I will have to trouble you. How do I address you, brother?" "My humble surname, Yi, with a single character given name, Yuan." Yi Yuan answered directly without hiding anything. Yi Yuan. Tang Yu ruminated on this name, thinking it was somewhat familiar and wondering where he had heard it before. When the shopkeeper standing by the side heard how the young master talked to the youth, he could not help but developed a better impression of Yi Yuan. However, when Yi Yuan reported his name, the shopkeeper shouted in his mind, "Not good!" The name Yi Yuan was too thunderous within the capital. As expected, Tang Yu thought for a moment before connecting it to the fragrant medicine pavilion, and he came to a sudden realization where he heard that name before. You were at the last place in the ranking at the Dan Wu Academy, the one who was always first at the bottom in every subject? That super silk pants Yi Yuan. Tang Yu blurted out. Yi Yuan secretly sighed. He did not know if his predecessor lived a successful life or a failed one, to have made such a name for himself. "That's right. I'm that Yi Yuan. But you shouldn't reject me in such a hurry first. If I'm guessing correctly, you have no confidence in refining the great returning pill yourself. Am I right?" That Yi Yuan's words sent a chill down Tang Yu's spine. "How about this? Bring me over to have a look first. If I can't resolve the issue, I will let my father personally take action and help you to refine a great returning pill. How about that?" Yi Yuan offered, striking the iron while it was hot. The instant Yi Yuan brought up his father, Tang Yu's eyes lit up immediately. If Yi Hang would really take action personally, then his father's injuries would definitely be under control. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, we can write a contract." Tang Yu felt that it was not very nice to be this untrusting of others, but with his father's life at stake, he honestly could not care that much any longer. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's distinguished reputation, he really did not dare take the risk. If his father could be saved, then he would apologize to young Master Yi then. Having made his decision, Tang Yu cupped his hands and said, "Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi." Waving his hands, Yi Yuan said lightly, "You're welcome. Shopkeeper, help me draft a contract." The shopkeeper naturally did not dare to delay. He quickly took a brush and a paper to draft out the contract. Only when Yi Yuan signed his name on it did Tang Yu finally relaxed. Looking at the back view of the two who were already far away, the shopkeeper felt what happened was somewhat unreal. He knew better than anyone that in the past, Yi Yuan would definitely not be this easy to talk to, unless he really did mature after surviving a calamity. Every inch of land in the capital was like an inch of gold. Even though demonic beast hunters generally had much higher income than the average person, Tang Zhonghuai still could not afford an excessively large house. let alone supporting his son to practice martial arts.
This was a very ordinary house for commoners which looked gloomy inside. The moment Yi Yuan stepped inside the house, a wave of medicinal smell wafted out. Tranquil heart lotus, red pine nuts, golden flower fruit. All of these medicinal herbs are meant for entry-level medicinal pills. It looks like Brother Tang is still practicing refining Tier 1 pills. It's just that this great returning pill is a high-grade Tier 1. With Brother Tang's current standards, I'm afraid even if you used all 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass, you wouldn't be able to refine it, right? Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit courteous with his words. Drawing blood with a single prick, he exposed Tang Yu's standards.
Tang Yu could not even imagine how great Yi Yuan's skill was. Relying on his nose and sniffing just once, Yi Yuan managed to completely determine Tang Yu's ability. Although they were around the same age, in front of Yi Yuan, Tang Yu felt as if he was just like a child stumbling while learning how to walk. Yi Yuan also intentionally revealed some abilities, so that Tang Yu would not look down on him. He did not have any choice since his predecessor was such a piece of work. He had no alternative but to show off a little.
Being talked to in such a way by Yi Yuan did not anger Tang Yu, but instead it startled him. They just stepped into the entrance, but the medicinal herbs were placed deep within the house. Yi Yuan could not possibly see them, yet he could rely purely on his nose to discern the medicinal herbs without missing a single one. What kind of comprehension in alchemy Dao was needed to do that?
Most likely even the instructors in the academy did not have such abilities. To think Brother Yi is so well-read, to have such a level of attainment towards the alchemy path. Tang Yu carelessly believed the rumors and as a result, affronted Brother Yi. I am ashamed. With just Yi Yuan's words, Tang Yu realized this person definitely had an undeserved reputation, and he quickly apologized.
Yi Yuan silently praised him. This Tang Yu came from a poor background, yet he was frank and forthright, a friend worth making. On the way here, Tang Yu recounted about his household. Only then did Yi Yuan know this Tang Yu was actually a student from the Dan Wu Academy. No wonder Tang Yu knew he was at the last place in the ranking. With a smile, Yi Yuan said, "No need for that, Brother Tang. My previous reputation was indeed horrendous, so Brother Tang can't be blamed. As for my attainments in the alchemy path, it isn't really that high.
It's just that when I was young, my father forced me to learn some of these medicinal herbs, so I ended up recognizing a few of them. At this point, Tang Yu no longer dared to underestimate Yi Yuan. He quickly said, Brother Yi is too humble. Please, come in."
As Tang Yu led Yi Yuan into the house, a series of faint and weak coughing sound came from someone lying on a bed. Needless to say, the person was Tang Yu's father, Tang Zhonghuai.
"You were cough. Are you cough
back?" Tang Zhonghuai's condition did not seem to be very optimistic, coughing so severely just by saying something and even struggling just to sit up straight.
Tang Yu looked at this scene and quickly went up to support Tang Zhonghuai. "Father, I already told you not to move about. Ha ha ha. Cough. This time around, cough.
Father probably isn't going to make it. In
the future, you have to cough. Take good care of yourself." Clearly, Tang Zhonghuai already harbored the intention to die. Tang Yu's tears immediately spilled out, and he said with a choking voice, "Father, don't speak anymore. I will definitely cure you.
I already brought back the 6-leaf grass. I will go and refine the great returning pill right away."
Tang Yu was about to get up when he was grabbed by Tang Zhonghuai. No need. Cough. It is useless." It was not that the great returning pill was actually useless, but rather, Tang Zhonghuai knew that it was not possible for his son to refine the great returning pill. Instead of wasting the medicinal herbs, he might as well leave it for his son.
Cough cough.
You are to cough. To think there's a guest. Why
didn't you invite him in to have a seat? Only now did Tang Zhonghuai notice someone else was standing at the entrance of the room.
Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Tang Yu immediately perked up and turned to Yi Yuan. "Brother Yi, I beg of you, please save my father.
As long as you can cure him, I would be willing to slog like a horse for you throughout my lifetime." Even though Tang Yu's background was not that good, it was clear that he was a person with an air of pride. To be able to say such words showed how deep the relationship between the father and son pair was. Judging others by oneself, even the most delicate string lying within the deepest parts of Yi Yuan's heart was strummed.
You and I can be considered to have hit it off as brothers. Why did you have to say something like toiling for me akin to a horse? Quickly, let uncle lie down. I will do a diagnosis. Tang Yu made space for Yi Yuan, who did not bother with courteousness and sat directly on the bed.
Right when Yi Yuan was about to grab Tang Zhonghuai's wrists, who knew the latter would pull away. No need for it. This little brother. Thank you.
Father. Seeing his father like this immediately made Tang Yu anxious. Yi Yuan knew that Tang Zhonghuai wanted to avoid causing trouble for his son. Hence, he was bent on dying. Of course, a part of the reason was that Yi Yuan was too young. He did not believe Yi Yuan can do anything. Yi Yuan did not get angry. Signaling with his hands to stop Tang Yu, he asked, Uncle, if I didn't guess it wrong, you were injured by a giant winged rhinoceros, right?
Hearing that, Tang Yu instantly became agitated. What a great judgment, Brother Yi, to have guessed it at a glance.
Tang Zhonghuai remained unmoved. Coughing several times, he said disjointedly, You are who?
Told you right?
Don't
bother.
Father, I really did not tell Brother Yi. He figured it out on his own. Looking at how his father was bent on dying, Tang Yu's heart was torn with anxiety.
Looking at this situation, Yi Yuan started frowning. To treat a person, firstly, he had to address the patient's heart. Tang Zhonghuai himself did not want to live anymore. Even if he let Tang Zhonghuai eat a miraculous panacea, it might not be able to save him.
With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he could indeed see that Tang Zhonghuai was heavily injured, and most likely he would not outlive the night to see the next day. If things continued delaying like this, then even if he became an alchemy emperor once more, he would not be able to save Tang Zhonghuai.
Even his current condition was not something that a great returning pill could treat.
Yi Yuan decided to give a dose of fierce medicine. Forget it, Brother Tang. What's the point of saving such a heartless person?
Since he wants to die, then let him die. Tang Yu could not catch on of Yi Yuan's real intention. But seeing Yi Yuan demeaned his father like that, he suddenly was in a rage. Yi Yuan, what are you saying? My father got injured all because for my sake. How can you call him a heartless person?
Cough.
Such an immature.
Goading technique is useless. Tang Yu might not be able to realize it, but how could an experienced old man like Tang Zhonghuai not tell?
Yi Yuan naturally did not think that it would succeed so easily. With a cold smile, he then said, Is that so?
Then just treat it as a goading technique. In the future, when Brother Tang dies on the streets and goes to the underworld to blame you, let's see how you respond then. A ripple finally appeared in Tang Zhonghuai's placid emotions. Turning around, he said, What do you mean by that? Didn't you said it's a goading technique? Why bother asking so much then? I was taking into account of Brother Tang's filial piety. That's why I agreed to save you. But to think that his filial piety wasn't appreciated at all. It's fine to not save you then. Farewell. After saying this, Yi Yuan then just turned around and walked away.
Hold on. Tang Zhonghuai and Tang Yu called out in unison.
Is there anything else, uncle? Yi Yuan ignored Tang Yu and asked Tang Zhonghuai coldly.
I would like to know.
What did little brother meant by what you said just now? Saying how Tang Yu would die on the streets really triggered him. You are just someone who's about to die. What's the point of knowing so much? To not even care about your own son's life and death, only caring about your own death. If you aren't heartless, then what are you? Yi Yuan smiled coldly. As
long as this little brother clarifies things.
I'm willing to be treated. Seemingly speaking too much, Tang Zhonghuai's coughing became even more intense. Yet Yi Yuan maintained that look of disdain. Smiling coldly, he said, Do you think that after Tang Yu enters the Danwu Academy, his future would be boundless? Isn't that the case? Tang Zhonghuai asked doubtfully. Of course not.
The Danwu Academy is not the holy land you imagined. On the contrary, it's an abnormally cruel place. Of course, I believe Brother Tang has never mentioned this to you before, am I right? Yi Yuan questioned him while looking towards Tang Yu.
Tang Yu revealed an embarrassed expression, yet he still nodded his head, which was considered tacitly agreeing. Tang Zhonghuai was quite familiar with his own son, so he naturally knew that he was not lying. His heart could not help but tighten. Yi Yuan continued saying, The Danwu Academy is indeed a place where geniuses congregate, but it's also where the competition is the most intense. Possibly it is even crueler than the outside world. The birth of a genius often requires stepping on the bones of other geniuses. Although Brother Tang's talent isn't bad, it isn't exceedingly good. Furthermore, he is just a commoner. Without the support of massive resources, he is destined to be the stepping stone for other people. In the future, when he's eliminated, even if he survived, he can at most make a living by becoming a demonic beast hunter. There are no small numbers of people like that within the Dan Wu Academy. How many demonic beast hunters do you think could possibly lead a safe and secure life? As a demonic beast hunter himself, Tang Zhonghui naturally understood the circumstances of demonic beast hunters. Thinking of how his own son would possibly follow in his footsteps, Tang Zhonghui felt like even if he died, he would not have died peacefully. Li little brother, just now. Cough. Was my fault. Can I trouble you to treat my injuries? I'm willing to pay any price. Initially, Tang Zhonghui was not willing to cause any trouble for his son. However, after discovering that his son might get into even more trouble after he passed away, this meant that no matter what, he cannot die. Brother Yi, how are my father's injuries? Tang Yu asked uneasily. Tang Yu was an amateur who did not have much confidence in his diagnosis. Now that Yi Yuan displayed a standard in the alchemy path that was way above his, he naturally entrusted all of his hopes on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows, making Tang Yu's heart sink fiercely at once. A giant wind rhinoceros is abnormally strong and extremely fast. Uncle is already considered lucky to have escaped alive from it. His injuries are severe. A lobe of his lung is already in tatters, and his heart is also leaning towards failure. His life is in danger at any moment. Yi Yuan's expression was somber. Tang Yu's heart gradually hit rock bottom along with Yi Yuan's words. Instead, it was Tang Zhonghui whose face had the serenity of someone who saw past life and death. He was obviously aware of how severe his injuries were, which was why he was so decisive just now. Hearing Yi Yuan's diagnosis only confirmed his speculations. Brother Yi, don't tell me. Tang Yu did not dare to complete his sentence. Yi Yuan could feel the despair in his heart just from these few words. However, Yi Yuan did not answer Tang Yu's question. Instead, he locked his brows together, as if he was pondering on a problem. For some time, the house was eerily silent. Tang Yu could not tolerate the torture anymore. Plucking up his courage, he asked Yi Yuan, Brother Yi, I know it's a little presumptuous, but can you request your father to take action? Lifting his head up to look at Tang Yu, Yi Yuan looked calm, but he remained silent. Tang Yu felt a little self-conscious by Yi Yuan's stare and said awkwardly, Sorry, Brother Yi. It's not that I am looking down on you, but I know what you meant by that. Regardless whether you believe it or not, it's useless even if my father came. Not only that, even if it's Wan Donghai or even Wu Daofeng who came, it wouldn't help, Yi Yuan said firmly. Wu Daofeng, whom Yi Yuan had named, was the chairman of the state of Qin's Alchemists Association. In the entire state of Qin, the one with the highest accomplishments in the alchemy Dao was neither Wan Donghai nor Yi Hang, much less the imperial uncle from the imperial family. It was this Lord Chairman Wu Daofeng. Now that Yi Yuan said even he would not do, it was basically the same as sentencing Tang Zhonghui to death. Except these words had a hint of quibble in Tang Yu's ears. If it were regarding other matters, he naturally would not argue about it. But right now, Yi Yuan was sentencing his father to death right in front of him. How could he not have doubts? Who was Yi Yuan anyway? Merely a silk pants. Brother Yi let Mr. Yi finish his words. Tang Zhonghui interrupted Tang Yu halfway. Tang Yu was a little stunned. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I just said that they won't do. But this doesn't mean that Uncle's situation is hopeless. Tang Yu was elated after hearing this. Grabbing Yi Yuan, he said, Does Brother Yi has a plan? The plan actually lies with you, Brother Tang. Me? Tang Yu was befuddled by Yi Yuan's words. In reality, Yi Yuan did not know how to initiate his request, which was why he took a very roundabout way. Nodding his head, Yi Yuan said, Brother Tang is also aware that my past reputation isn't that great. I wonder if Brother Tang can trust me. At this moment, Tang Yu came to a realization. As a smart man, if he still could not understand Yi Yuan's intention hidden in his words, then he would be a fool.
Does Brother Yi mean the six-leaf grass? Tang Yu asked hesitatingly.
That's right. Yi Yuan did not deny it and directly acknowledged this. In reality, there were differences in the way the Divine Realm and the lower realms ranked their medicines. Although a Tier 1 pill in the Divine Realm was also categorized into levels of high, middle, and low, the so-called high-level pills that the state of Qin had to offer were merely low-level pills when placed in the Divine Realm.
The variety and quality of the pill formulas in the Divine Realm were not something which a lower realm's mortal country could compare to.
Logically speaking, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to refine a high-level Tier 1 pill with his strength. His essence energy could not even support the refinement of a high-level Tier 1 pill. The only reason why he could refine it was that he used to be an alchemy emperor.
He was only able to refine medicines that surpassed his strength with his pitiful amount of essence energy by meticulously controlling the distribution of essence energy to a terrifying degree.
Yet these so-called high-level Tier 1 pills were merely some unwanted low-level pills in Yi Yuan's eyes. However, high-level Tier 1 pills from the lower realms were no longer sufficient to treat Tang Zhonghuai's injuries. Middle-level Tier 1 pills from the Divine Realm were necessary, but Yi Yuan's current strength was way too low at the moment, making it impossible to refine pills of such a grade. Hence, he was giving Tang Yu an option. If Tang Yu chose not to believe in him, then his fate with Tang Yu would end here. There would be nothing he could do for Tang Zhonghuai's injuries. How can I do that? What if? Tang Yu became quite flustered.
Subconsciously, Tang Yu felt that Yi Yuan was trustworthy. However, when facing the grim reality, Tang Yu really did not know what he should do. His idea was that if Yi Yuan really could not save his father, then he had the great returning pill as his last hope.
Brother Yi, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just. Tang Yu did not know how to word it. Give it to him. At that moment, the silent Tang Zhonghuai said with a weak voice.
Turning over and meeting his father's gaze, Tang Yu and his father exchanged a great deal of information from each other's eyes. Finally, gritting his teeth tightly, Tang Yu passed the box containing the six-leaf grass over to Yi Yuan and said, "Brother Yi, please."
Yi Yuan did not decline and received the box calmly. He then said, "Give me a day. I will be here promptly at this time tomorrow. However, Uncle's injuries are not very stable at the moment. If I don't deal with it, it would be hard to endure until tomorrow. Let me carry out a set of needle technique on him to stabilize his condition to prevent it from worsening."
Tang Yu made a welcoming gesture and said, "I will have to trouble Brother Yi then."
Yi Yuan naturally did not carry golden needles on him, so he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion to retrieve the needles. After Yi Yuan left, Tang Yu asked his father uneasily, "Father, I know that Brother Yi is a man of genuine skill and knowledge, but his previous reputation is really dreadful. I still feel that this is a gamble." After a bout of violent coughing, Tang Zhonghuai gave a strained smile and said, "How can I not understand my own injuries?" "What?"
Brother Yi said.
"Was right. Even if Wu Daofeng came, it would be futile. Even if it was a gamble, there is nothing that
we can't afford to lose."
"Father, is it truly so serious?" Clearly, Tang Yu never thought that his father's injuries had already worsened to such an extent.
Tang Zhonghuai simply shook his head and said, "That boy
does not belong in a shallow pond. No matter
the result in the future,
get closer
to him."
Tang Yu did not expect his father to have such a high evaluation of Yi Yuan. However, his own bias toward Yi Yuan had been cast beyond the 9th layer of clouds ever since stepping into this house. Nodding his head, Tang Yu said, "Father, don't worry. I, your son, am not an ungrateful person. As long as Brother Yi treats father with all his might, this life of mine can be considered sold to him." Watching Yi Yuan's acupuncture skill and movement flowing naturally like water, Tang Yu became even more confident. At this moment, he discovered that Yi Yuan was utterly not worthless like the rumors suggested. "Father, how are you?
Do you feel better?" After the acupuncture session was over, Tang Yu asked anxiously.
Presently, Tang Zhonghuai's face color was a lot rosier, and his coughing was not as violent as before. Mr. Yi is indeed skillful. Right now I feel that my entire body is a lot more relaxed.
Even though he was still out of breath when talking, it was much better compared to previously.
This needle technique of Yi Yuan naturally was not something ordinary, but a pinnacle needle technique which was self-created. Yi Yuan named it the 72 Paths Great Cycle Acupuncture. This set of needle technique once stirred up the divine realm, and it possessed unfathomable capabilities.
Of course, with his current realm, he simply could not unleash the power of this needle technique. It could only control Tang Zhonghuai's condition a little right now.
This acupuncture can only alleviate the symptoms, but it cannot treat the root of the problem. Tomorrow I will send the medicinal pill over. There's no time to waste. I will return first. Finishing his words, Yi Yuan immediately bade farewell and left. Yi Yuan went to the fragrant medicine pavilion to retrieve the medicinal herbs for refining the exploding Yuan pill, and directly entered the pill refinement room together with the 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass. Exploding Yuan pill was only a low-level Tier 1 medicinal pill in the divine realm, perfect for the current Yi Yuan to refine. He even had better Tier 1 medicinal pills for increasing strength, but currently, he was unable to refine them.
Once his strength increased, he would naturally be able to refine higher-level medicinal pills of the same tier.
To Yi Yuan, the refinement method for the exploding Yuan pill was very simple. After 6 hours, Yi Yuan brought a few medicine bottles with him out of the pill refinement room. Next was naturally a closed-door seclusion training. He found a quiet chamber, and informed the servants to not disturb him, and started his meditation. Looking at the row of pill bottles in front of his eyes, Yi Yuan frowned lightly. He was very discontented with this round of pill refinement. 3 sets of ingredients, yet he only managed to refine 26 exploding Yuan pills. Among the pills were 15 middle-grade exploding Yuan pills, 8 high-grade exploding Yuan pills, and only 3 superior-grade exploding Yuan pills.
Medicinal pills were divided into several grades: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, superior-grade, and transcendent grade. If it were in the past and Yi Yuan refined these sort of lowly medicinal pills, in this case, the low-level Tier 1 exploding Yuan pill, the lowest grade would at least be of superior grade. And yet today he could only refine out a bunch of trash. This was obviously something he was not accustomed to. If the few alchemy grandmasters in the state of Qin were to hear Yi Yuan's thoughts, they would definitely find a hole in the ground to crawl into. If they were to refine the exploding Yuan pill, they would express thanks to the heaven and earth if there was one superior-grade medicinal pill. Now, Yi Yuan refined 3 of them and he still was not satisfied? Superior-grade medicinal pills to them were something that could only be encountered by luck and not by attempting to refine it. Only sometimes when they were lucky could they manage to refine it.
Yi Yuan let out a sigh. He knew that this was not something that could be helped. After all, this body had never refined medicinal pills before, so his skill was still lacking. The most important thing was still that his strength was too weak. 1 portion of essence energy had to be split into 3 to be used. Naturally, he could not refine high-level pills. Holding the bottle containing the superior-grade exploding Yuan pills, Yi Yuan took one out and immediately swallowed it. The instant the pill reached his abdomen, it immediately transformed into gushes of essence energy which swept outwards. The surging essence energy repeatedly gushed through all the meridians in Yi Yuan's body.
Yi Yuan did not dare to delay and he immediately cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art to direct the chaotic essence energy to flow along the meridians properly.
The initially violent essence energy immediately became extremely subservient under the guidance of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. After essence energy fully circulated through Yi Yuan's body, it finally converged within his dantian. After tempering using the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art, the initially somewhat chaotic essence energy became incomparably stable. After 4 hours, the medicinal efficacy was fully absorbed by Yi Yuan after cultivating with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. Yi Yuan felt the essence energy in his body was lacking just by a bit more before he could step into the second-level essence Qi realm.
Without any hesitation, Yi Yuan threw the second superior-grade exploding Yuan pill into his mouth and continued to temper the essence energy in his dantian. Another 4 hours passed and Yi Yuan then swallowed the 3rd pill. After Yi Yuan finished taking all the superior-grade exploding yuan pills, he continued to consume the high-grade exploding yuan pills. But the effects were much more inferior compared to the superior-grade exploding yuan pills. Furthermore, with the increasing consumption of exploding yuan pill, the medicinal effects would become less efficacious for Yi Yuan. When dawn was about to break, Yi Yuan felt his entire body's meridians and dantian slightly swelled, and he was in pain. He knew that the maximum amount of essence energy he could absorb had been reached. If he continued, his body would explode, and he would die. Once again checking his body's essence energy, it had actually reached the peak of the 3rd level essence chi realm, just a little more needed before stepping into the 4th level essence chi realm. Right now, Yi Yuan had already exhausted 3 superior-grade exploding yuan pills, as well as 6 high-grade exploding yuan pills. Could not be said that it was not extravagant. From the 3rd level Essence Chi realm to the 4th level Essence Chi realm, there was a small bottleneck. In a mortal country like the state of Qin, many people were stuck at this bottleneck, and some might even never broke through it during their lifetime. But this bottleneck was basically non-existent for Yi Yuan. With his extremely high cultivation realm in the past life, a small bottleneck in the Essence Chi realm naturally could not stump him. As long as the accumulation of essence energy was sufficient, Yi Yuan could cross this threshold anytime. It was just that continuously rising through 2 small cultivation realms overnight had made Yi Yuan's foundation slightly unstable. With Yi Yuan's experience, he naturally would not do something where the loss outweighed the gain. Even though he desired strength, he did not want to quench his thirst for it without regard for the consequences. Only by keeping his feet firmly on the ground could he walk further. Over the next few days, his primary mission was to stabilize the sudden rise in strength and to strengthen the foundation of his initial stage Essence Chi realm. Only then would he consider stepping into the next stage. Of course, because Yi Yuan cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, his essence energy was much thicker and purer than the average 3rd level Essence Chi realm. If someone else was to consume the exploding yuan pill, 1 superior-grade exploding yuan pill and 2 high-grade exploding yuan pill were enough to make the 1st level Essence Chi realm promoted to the 3rd level Essence Chi realm, which was to say that currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy was 3 times thicker than the average 3rd level Essence Chi realm. No wonder the Spirit Bristle Divine King had such power. If a person was to cultivate the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art to an exceedingly high realm, even if one squandered essence energy, one could exhaust his opponent to death. If a person took into account of this, then even if his own strength was inadequate, his essence energy was sufficient enough to refine a Divine Realm's middle-level Tier 1 medicinal pill. It's late. Time to help Uncle Tang refine the Ink Jade Heart-returning pill. Yi Yuan stood up and stretched his body, pushing the door outwards. Right after stepping out the door, he saw Luer swaying around like a sylph. She smiled and said, "Young master, you exited your closed-door seclusion? And, Yi? You were already at the 1st level Essence Chi realm." Yi Yuan replied with a smile while his perceptions unwittingly swept over Lua's body. He discovered that Lua, who was initially void of any essence energy, was actually at the 1st level Essence Chi realm right now. Furthermore, he only taught Luer the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul a day ago. Luer nodded her head obediently and asked timidly, "Young master, am I cultivating too slowly?" Yi Yuan could not help but laughed. "You little lass, don't say these words outside. Otherwise, you will anger others to death. Your cultivation speed is too fast. So fast that it makes everyone feel ashamed of their inadequacy." Luer had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and completely had no understanding of cultivation speed. Listening to how her young master was praising her, Luer was elated. "Really? Does that mean that, in the future, I will be able to help young master?" "Haha, of course. Our family's Luer is the most amazing. Let's go, follow young master to settle some matters. Tomorrow we will depart for the Danwu Academy. I will bring you to the academy through recommendation," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. These few days, the Drunken Star Manor was deserted. Its limelight was stolen by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Ever since the incident caused by Yi Yuan, Wan Donghai had been in a closed-door seclusion, rejecting all visitors. This made Wan Dongyang extremely anxious. He really wanted to send someone to finish Yi Yuan off, but without his big brother's consent, he did not dare to make the call.
Hence, he would linger around Wan Donghai's seclusion location every now and then, hoping that Wan Donghai would exit seclusion faster.
Currently, Wan Dongyang was pacing about the room's doorway looking very impatient. Clearly, his patience was already at its limits.
Big brother, if you are still not coming out, I will bring people along to cripple that punk.
I can't stomach this grievance. Wan Dongyang clearly already lost his temper. Getting no response from Wan Donghai, Wan Dongyang stomped his feet angrily. Just as he was about to leave, Wan Donghai's voice transmitted into his ears.
Dongyang, come in.
Hearing this, Wan Dongyang was elated and immediately opened the door and went in.
Big brother, weren't you in a closed-door seclusion? Why? Wan Dongyang initially thought that his big brother was really in a closed-door seclusion attempting a breakthrough. Who would have thought that he would see Wan Donghai leisurely drinking tea with a very laid-back appearance?
Wan Donghai did not have a trace of frustration nor an appearance of defeat, which was completely different from what Wan Dongyang imagined. In fact, he was full of spirit and energy as if the incident 2 days ago never happened.
Maintaining a look as if everything was within his grasp, Wan Donghai smiled lightly and said, Dongyang, how many times have I told you?
When you encounter problems, don't be overly agitated. This is the capital. It is our territory but also Yi Hang's territory. Do you think you can eliminate Yi Yuan just by bringing people along?
Not unless Yi Hang's brain stops working. But big brother, I can't stomach this insult. How can our drunken star manor carry on operating in the capital after being smacked across the face by a brat who is still wet behind the ears? Wan Dongyang retorted. Doing business is all about harmony bringing wealth. Even if we have to fight, it should be behind the scene. There would be no meaning for you openly slaughtering your way to their doorstep other than forcing the drunken star manor into a more passive position.
You just have to settle down and help me manage the drunken star manor. As for Yi Yuan, you don't have to worry about it. I've already made arrangements. Wan Dongyang's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, what kind of arrangements? With a smile, Wan Donghai said he is just a first-level Essence Chi realm brat. Why do we need to personally take action to kill him?
Now that his body's recovered, I estimate that he will be returning to the Dan Wu Academy within these 2 days. If he were to have some mishap along the way, then it would have nothing to do with us.
Big Brother's intentions are,
I already hired a Masha assassin to take action. He can't possibly fail to handle a first-level Essence Chi realm brat, right? Ha ha ha. Wan Dongyang laughed wildly and exclaimed with admiration. Big brother truly has the situation well within your grasp. This little brother is impressed. Why didn't I think of this move?
Masha assassins come and go like the shadow. Within the tranquil cloud 10 nations, anyone who hears that name will turn pale. With them taking action, that stinky brat definitely can't escape death. Masha is the most outstanding as well as the most trustworthy assassination organization within the tranquil cloud 10 nations. Since my son, Yuaner, failed to poison that brat to death, I will send that punk on his way once more. To dare provoke me, Wan Donghai, that brat must be tired of living.
Wan Donghai's entire personality became colder as he uttered those words.
That's right. Who knows where that brat got such an obscure poison from? To dare to challenge us? He simply has no idea of life from death. If he himself had some strength, then forget it. But he just had to be a wastrel at the first-level Essence Chi realm. Eliminating him simply takes no effort at all. In Wan Dongyang's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a dead man.
Wan Donghai laughed as if he had no more interest in Yi Yuan's matters. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was not even being considered an opponent. At best, he was just a flea. If this incident was instigated by Yi Hang behind the scenes, then he has successfully infuriated me. This time, our drunken star manor will definitely strike down the fragrant medicine pavilion completely. I want Yi Hang's friends and relatives to abandon him. Wan Donghai took out a medicinal pill from his sleeve and passed it to Wan Dongyang. Filled with suspicion, Wan Dongyang took the pill, but even after staring at it for a while, he could not see anything special. Not every alchemist could reach Yi Yuan's level of understanding of medicinal effects.
Wan Dongyang was only able to determine that it was a pill similar to the Essence Chi pill.
Big brother, this
pill is called Essence Gathering Pill. It's the same type of essence energy accumulating pill like the Essence Chi pill. However, an essence-gathering pill's medicinal efficacy is 50% stronger than the essence chi pill.
What do you think would happen once our drunken star manor starts to offer a large supply of this pill? Wan Donghai could no longer conceal the pride on his face.
Wan Dongong had a faint idea, but he never thought this essence-gathering pill could have such an effect. After listening to Big Brother's explanation, Wan Dongyang's heart felt an upsurge of emotion.
Once a pill like this was released onto the market, it would definitely be making a killing. Even though an essence chi pill could help increase strength if one had started consuming it at the first level essence chi realm, this sort of pill would not have significant effects after reaching the 5th level essence chi realm, much less at the 6th level essence chi realm. But if the person swapped the essence chi pill with an essence gathering pill and started consuming it at the 1st level essence chi realm, it would mean one's cultivation speed became faster than the others by 50%. For the geniuses from major families, it was something they could only dream of. Every minute and second counts in the martial path. With an increase in bone age, the potential in the human body would gradually be squeezed dry. Therefore, the amount of time available for getting stronger would be extremely limited. Hence, this naturally meant that anyone who could cultivate to a higher realm when they were young and could walk further along the martial path. Looking at things from this point of view showed the extraordinary significance of an essence-gathering pill.
Big Brother, what is the cost price of this essence-gathering pill? As an alchemist himself, Wan Dongong wasn't a fool. He asked the crucial question straight away.
Relax, this essence-gathering pill is also a Tier 1 medicinal pill. The cost price is only slightly higher than the essence chi pill.
That's great. Big Brother, we will be able to completely take down the fragrant medicine pavilion with just this essence-gathering pill.
The two pairs of eyes met, and the brothers started laughing in unison. At the Tang family's residence, Tang Zhonghui had just eaten the medicinal pill which Yi Yuan brought, and was in a closed-door seclusion right now attempting to refine the medicinal efficacy.
The pill which Yi Yuan helped Tang Zhonghui refine was called the Ink Jade Heart-Returning Pill. This sort of pill naturally did not exist in the state of Qin, but the required medicinal herbs were not difficult to find.
With the fragrant medicine pavilion's resources, Yi Yuan quickly collected the medicinal herbs and refined it successfully. This Ink Jade Returning Heart Pill was a pill specializing in treating internal injuries. The medicinal properties were about the same as the Great Returning Pill, but the medicinal efficacy was more than an entire grade higher compared to the Great Returning Pill. Not only it could help protect Tang Zhonghui's heart meridians, but also it could repair his damaged organs. As long as Tang Zhonghui managed to absorb the medicinal properties thoroughly, he would recover within 3 days. In the Tang family outer hall, Tang Yu gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. This time around, if I didn't coincidentally meet Brother Yi, I'm afraid Father would be doomed. Brother Yi, please accept this bow. Stopping Tang Yu with his hands, Yi Yuan gave a smile, and then said, No need to be so polite, Brother Tang. It was also Brother Tang's filial piety which touched me. Looking at you, a father and son pair, I would recall the anxious appearance my own father had a few days ago. How could I bear to watch the two of you be separated by death? In a way, you were the one who saved your father, Brother Tang. If you didn't give me the 6-leaf grass, then I would be helpless against Uncle's injuries. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, Tang Yu suddenly realized that Yi Yuan's essence energy was way too abundant. To think he already reached the 3rd level essence chi ream after 1 day.
In just 1 night, Brother Yi actually improved by 2 levels?
How is this possible? Just now, Tang Yu's thoughts were completely on his father. Now that he discovered the changes in Yi Yuan's body, he was dumbstruck with astonishment.
The Danwu Academy was a place where geniuses congregated. Tang Yu had seen a lot of geniuses before, but he had never heard of a genius who could improve by 2 levels overnight. It was completely inconceivable.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, I just took advantage of the opportunity. I've incurred Brother Tang's ridicule. To Yi Yuan, it was naturally taking advantage of the opportunity. However, if other people had the exploding Yuan pill, they would not dare to consume it as he did. The result would undoubtedly be death due to the rupturing of the person's meridians.
However, Yi Yuan's understanding of medicinal properties had reached a height that no ordinary person could understand. With the addition of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, it was also the reason why he dared to swallow such pills.
Recovering from his surprise, Tang Yu forced a smile. Taking advantage of the opportunity? Incurs ridicule? Brother Yi. These words truly made me ashamed of my inadequacy. Ha ha ha. No need to be like that, Brother Tang. I still have some medicinal pills here which aids cultivation. I will give them to you. I think there's no longer any concern for Uncle Tang's injuries. Can Brother Tang accompany me back to the Dan Wu Academy tomorrow? All right. After Father exits seclusion and there's really no issues, I will follow Brother Yi back tomorrow. And the medicinal pills I gave Brother Tang needs to be kept safe. Take care not to let other people know about it. Hearing what Yi Yuan said, Tang Yu knew that this medicinal pill was no trivial thing. So he replied solemnly, "Don't worry, Brother Yi. This Tang Yu will definitely keep his mouth shut." An exploding yuan pill naturally was not of much worth in the divine realm, but it was far too precious when placed in a place like this state of Qin. How could Yi Yuan not understand the logic of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth? The capital was always packed with people. Groups of them would often enter the city in 3s or 5s from outside. Currently, at the roadside, Yi Hang and wife were sending Yi Yuan off. Yuaner, although this is only a half-day journey, I keep feeling uneasy. With Wan Donghai's personality, he definitely wouldn't swallow this insult and humiliation silently. My guess is that he is definitely scheming something. Ah Ping and Ah Chung had followed me for many years. I think it is best if they escorted you along the way. Yi Hang tried his best to persuade his son. Just like how Wan Donghai understood Yi Hang, similarly Yi Hang too had a deep understanding of Wan Donghai. That was why he had been persuading Yi Yuan all these while to bring along the 2 guards but kept on being rejected by Yi Yuan. Father, it is only a half-day journey. It is fine. Furthermore, there is Brother Tang who is traveling with me. No matter how brave Wan Donghai is, he wouldn't dare to openly send people to kill me. Yi Yuan rejected with a smile like before. Aya, just listen to your father, Yuaner. That Wan Donghai is vicious and cold-hearted. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against an arrow shot in the dark. Ren Hongling tried to persuade him as well. The couple had lost him once, and now they had him back. They did not want any accidents to happen again. However, Yi Yuan just smiled and shook his head. The rejection was already evident. Aya, you are so stubborn. Yi Hang knew that his son currently could not be compared with how he was in the past. Perhaps he really had a life-preserving trump card. Yesterday, when his son appeared in front of him, he was astoundingly already at the 3rd-level Essence Qi realm. This gave him a huge fright. Although he knew that Yi Yuan encountered a powerful master, this advancement speed was too terrifying. But after thinking about the extremely mysterious methods of the expert, Yi Hang felt at ease. He knew that there were too many things beyond his comprehension in this world. Forget it. Since he doesn't want to, then let him go alone. Our son is all grown up. There are some things which he must face himself. Yi Hang sighed. Yi Yuan bowed towards his parents before setting off with Tang Yu and Luer. Yi Yuan was naturally aware that this journey would not be too peaceful, but he wished to face some matters by himself as he wanted to use this chance to temper himself. Yi Yuan possessed unfathomable knowledge in alchemy Dao. His broad horizons transcended this world, as well as having countless martial techniques. However, these things do not represent strength. Otherwise, Yi Yuan could have already charged back to the divine realm right now. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to use these things and turn them into actual strength. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was too focused on alchemy Dao, leading to him neglecting martial Dao. His cultivation realm was indeed high, but his combat prowess was a complete mess. How to take the knowledge brought over from his previous life and convert it into combat power. Yi Yuan knows that it was to fight, fight, and fight. Only through non-stop combat he could increase his battle power and slaughter his way back to the divine realm. Without actual combat experience, no matter how profound Yi Yuan's knowledge was, it would merely be like the moon's reflection on the water, only an illusion. Hence, Yi Yuan did not wish to grow up under Yi Hang's protection. That was why he chose to return to the Dan Wu Academy in order to compete with other geniuses. Just as Yi Yuan described to Tang Zhonghuai, the Dan Wu Academy was not a utopia. In contrast, the competition inside was quite cruel. And with this return journey to the academy, it would be the first time Yi Yuan going to face this challenge.
The Danwu Academy was not situated within the capital but rather located 100 miles north of the capital. The area was close to the endless forest, an excellent place to temper geniuses. Yi Yuan and his group did not rush back to the academy. Instead, they rode on their horses in a leisurely manner. Oh right, I still haven't congratulated Brother Tang for stepping into the 5th level Essence Qi realm. Originally, Tang Yu was at the peak of the 4th level. Now that he obtained Yi Yuan's exploding Yuan pill, he might as well find a rock to commit suicide with if he still could not step into the 5th level. No. This was all thanks to Brother Ye's exploding Yuan pill. The exploding Yuan pill is indeed miraculous. To think that the essence energy contained inside is several times greater than in the essence Qi pill. I only ate one of them and easily broke through. Up till now, Tang Yu was still reminiscing the aftertaste of that violent essence energy, thinking to himself that increasing cultivation level was unexpectedly easy. Furthermore, because he ate the exploding Yuan pill, he understood why Yi Yuan could advance 2 ranks overnight. What he did not know was that Yi Yuan already consumed the exploding Yuan pills of the best quality. Furthermore, the quantity consumed was several times of his. Those pills would have been sufficient for him to cultivate to the 6th level Essence Qi realm. Every stage within the Essence Qi realm was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The higher your realm was, the greater the quantity of essence energy required. Furthermore, it increased multiple times. The amount of essence energy needed to go from the 5th level to the 6th level was practically the total sum of essence energy needed for the 1st level to the 5th level. Yet, such an immense amount of essence energy was only sufficient for Yi Yuan to cultivate to the 3rd level. Haha. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. After Brother Tang returns to the academy, take care to not reveal the exploding Yuan pill. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Wan Donghai had the confidence to take down the fragrant medicine pavilion with just the essence-gathering pills, yet this exploding Yuan pill's medicinal effects were even greater than the essence-gathering pill. Once it was exposed, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. During Yi Yuan's previous life, he spent a long time in an exalted position. Other than that wildly ambitious trader, he was confident that he had some ability in judging people. Tang Yu had commendable filial piety and was definitely not a despicable backstabber. Furthermore, he saw a great deal of himself in Tang Yu, which was why he showed his appreciation of his talent by gifting the exploding Yuan pill to him. Of course, Yi Yuan was not without any selfish intention. A good man had 3 helpers. After Yi Yuan went back to the academy, he could not possibly personally take care of every problem he would encounter. If he had a few good friends, things would be much easier. Don't worry, Brother Yi. Tang Yu isn't someone who can't differentiate between good and bad. I am also aware of the huge implications that this exploding Yuan pill has and will absolutely not reveal it in front of others. Forgive Tang Yu for being bold, but since Brother Yi has such capabilities, why is there a need to attend the Dan Wu Academy? Tang Yu was not a fool. Although he could only see a corner of the iceberg, he was absolutely certain that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao standards had already completely surpassed the current standard in the state of Qin. Was it not an unnecessary move to attend the Dan Wu Academy? However, there were some things that he did not feel comfortable saying, fearful that Yi Yuan might misunderstand. That was where did Yi Yuan learn all of these from? Regardless of that nameless medicinal pill used to treat his father or that exploding Yuan pill which Yi Yuan possessed, all of those could not possibly be refined by Yi Hang. However, he could only let all these suspicions remain in his stomach. Unless Yi Yuan took the initiative to tell him, he would not overstep his boundaries. The Dan Wu Academy is still a place where the elites of the state of Qin congregate. Such a place where the wind meets the clouds. How can I, Yi Yuan, pass up this opportunity? Ha ha ha. In my opinion, those so-called elites and geniuses, they are all just clay chickens and pottery dogs when compared to Brother Yi. Yi Yuan shook his head and replied, the heroes under the heavens cannot be underestimated. I think you've guessed it, but these few days I've had a lucky encounter, which was why my changes were so big. However, my strength is still too weak. A genius who cannot grow stronger will only become stepping stones for others. Nodding his head, Tang Yu faintly understood the reason why Yi Yuan wanted to go to the Dan Wu Academy, and at the same time, he was full of admiration towards Yi Yuan. It went without saying that the lucky encounter which Yi Yuan came across was absolutely extraordinary.
But for Yi Yuan to not be conceited or rash and remained clear of his position, it was truly hard to come by.
Among those geniuses in the academy, which one of them did not have eyes growing on top of their heads?
Those people looked down upon others with ordinary backgrounds.
Tang Yu believed that soon enough Yi Yuan would be able to display his own brilliance within the Dan Wu Academy, and those so-called geniuses would be outshone by him.
Come on out. I believe Mr. is tired after following us all the way. Am I right?
Yi Yuan suddenly shouted out loud while Tang Yu was still lost in his own thoughts.
Cho Ying was gloomy these past 2 days.
As a bronze-rank assassin from Masha, his assassination targets were mostly martial artists of the 7th level Essence Chi realm and above. Yet this time around, the mission he received was actually to assassinate a 1st level Essence Chi realm rookie. To have obtained the title of a bronze-rank assassin showed that his abilities had already received preliminary recognition from the organization.
Cho Ying's strength was at the 7th level Essence Chi realm, meaning the missions he received were mostly corresponding to his level, sometimes even against martial artists who were stronger than him.
Asking him to assassinate a 1st level Essence Chi realm rookie was simply a form of humiliation to him.
Cho Ying was an ambitious assassin. His goal was to become a gold-rank assassin. Hence, the training he received back in Masha was rather severe. Concealment, disguising appearances, and one-hit certain kill. He studied all of these very diligently, which was why his strength grew very quickly as well.
In order to stimulate his potential, Cho Ying frequently accepted quite challenging missions. There was even an occasion where he accepted a mission to assassinate a 9th level Essence Chi realm target, which he barely managed to complete by the skin of his teeth.
Ever since then, he received more attention from the organization, and the resources allocated to him also increased by a lot. This time around, the assassination target was said to be a reckless silk pants who did not have any abilities. A 15-year-old, but only at the 1st level Essence Chi realm. He was definitely akin to rotten mud which cannot hold up the wall. Supposedly, the employer spent a large sum of money to request for a bronze-rank killer to move out.
Facing a target like that, Cho Ying only needed to use a single finger to crush him. However, Cho Ying was an extremely professional killer. Although he completely dismissed the employer's repeated cautioning, he still made adequate preparations. Many of those in the same profession used their blood to teach Cho Ying one particular truth: a lion would go all out even when hunting a rabbit.
In the past, many rookies, even bronze-rank assassins from Masha, tried to kill their targets out in the open just because the targets were too weak, but ended up losing their own lives. Additionally, it was expected that the target's father had planned for 2 experts to escort him, which would make things very troublesome for Cho Ying. However, Cho Ying was extremely confident in his assassination techniques. As long as he made use of the favorable climate and geographical advantage, he would definitely be able to assassinate the target successfully even while under the protection of the 2 experts. But who would have thought that the retarded silk pants actually chose not to bring along those 2 followers? Instead, he left the city with only another punk and a young lady with him. Since you are courting death, then I won't hold back.
Cho Ying, who was looking from far away, was so excited that his heart was about to jump out.
After leaving the city, Cho Ying had been following the 3 of them from far behind, without any intention of making any move. He had already investigated the route leading from the capital to the Dan Wu Academy and already had a place in mind where he will make his strike. These 3 people did not seem to be anxious. They took their time while enjoying the scenery. You guys just have fun a little while longer. After all, this is the last bit of fun you guys will enjoy in your lives. Cho Ying laughed coldly in his heart. Seeing as they were about to arrive at the Dan Wu Academy, Cho Ying circled around and went ahead of them, and then laid in ambush among the rocky terrain. He had long predetermined that this was the best location for him to strike. Here, the rocks formed an uneven terrain which was advantageous for concealing himself. He was prepared to kill Yi Yuan in a single blow.
Right when Yi Yuan and his entourage were about to enter his certain kill range, the 3 of them stopped, leaving Cho Ying stunned.
Come on out. I believe Mr. is tired after following us all the way. Am I right? Yi Yuan's words slowly drifted into Cho Ying's ears. No one answered. This brat, is he making a blind guess? Trying to trick me to go out? That must be it. But he seemed to have underestimated this brat. To think he actually guessed that someone would send people here to kill him. Since Yi Yuan managed to predict this, then why he did not bring along followers? Unless those 2 followers had been following them all along, and even he himself did not discover it? But how is that possible? The strength of those 2 followers was at best about the same as him. If they had been following these 3 people all the way, it would be impossible for him to not have spotted them. As a bronze-rank assassin from Masha, Cho Ying had considerable confidence in his abilities to conceal and tail people. If it had been a spirit condensation realm martial artist who followed them, then it would be reasonable for him to not have noticed anything. But those 2 followers were just essence chi realm martial artists. There was no way he could not discover them. No matter what, as long as they entered his attack range, he would just send that Yi Yuan to see King Yama. Young master, what's wrong? Luer did not understand why Yi Yuan would suddenly blurt out something like that and asked him in puzzlement. Rather, it was Tang Yu whose vigilance was quite high. The moment Yi Yuan said those words, Tang Yu's entire body went on alert. Ha ha ha. It's just a small thief. No big deal, Yi Yuan said without any care. Luer, upon seeing Yi Yuan's casual attitude, took things even less seriously. But young master, where's that bad guy hiding? Oh. Right behind the big boulder. My guess is that he is waiting for us to go over before ambushing us. Yi Yuan gestured with his mouth and gave a smile. Cho Ying's emotions, which had just relaxed, once again tightened with Yi Yuan's words. Wasn't he behind a big boulder right now? However, this place was filled with piles of rocks and stones, even gigantic boulders were everywhere. How would that guy know which boulder he was hiding behind? Still trying to draw me out? I, Cho Ying, am a professional killer. How could I possibly be goaded out using this super weak goading technique? Hey, the state of your heart is in disorder. That's not good. Yi Yuan's voice drifted over once again. Cho Ying reacted with a violent shudder. As an assassin, Cho Ying always felt that the state of his heart had already been trained to a realm where he was unaffected by any disturbances. However, those 2 sentences by Yi Yuan really disrupted the state of his heart. How was this possible? The other party is only a first-level Essence Chi realm rookie. Could it be that he really discovered me? He wasn't bluffing? Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's demon-like voice drifted into his ears once again. How about this? I will throw a rock over. If I hit the correct one, you come out. If I hit wrongly, then I will carry on walking. How's that? The moment the voice stopped, Cho Ying heard a whoosh, followed by the crisp sound of a small rock hitting a boulder. The boulder that he was leaning against. Cho Ying realized that he was out of luck. Yi Yuan truly knew that he was hiding here and was not trying to trick him. Revealing himself, Cho Ying discovered 3 youths staring right at him. Among them, one of the youths had a weird smile on his face, who also happened to be the target he was sent to assassinate, Yi Yuan. How did you discover me? Cho Ying asked with a dark face. He was unable to understand how a first-level Essence Chi realm rookie could discover him. Right now, what he wanted to know the most was where his concealment went wrong in order to make improvements after today's mission. As for whether or not these 3 people in front of him posed a threat, that was something he had never even considered. How was it possible for Amasha's bronze-rank assassin to be defeated by 3 rookies? Want to know how? Not going to tell you. Yi Yuan looked as if he was not willing to, and it was also impossible for him to answer Cho Ying's question. He could not possibly tell Cho Ying that this body contained a super amazing soul. Courting death. Right when Cho Ying was about to strike, he suddenly stopped. Yay? To think he's actually at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm? The information doesn't match. Cho Ying spent the past 2 days observing Yi Yuan from afar, so he was not aware of Yi Yuan's transformation. Now that he was facing Yi Yuan, he realized that his assassination target was already at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. To Cho Ying, there was not much difference between the 1st level Essence Chi realm and the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. An opponent like this was basically an instant kill for him. Every 3 levels in the Essence Chi realm was considered as 1 stage. Even though there was only a difference of 1 stage between the 4th level Essence Chi realm and the 3rd level Essence Chi realm, one should not underestimate it, as the difference in strength was huge. It was not difficult for a person at the 4th level Essence Chi realm to face off against 5 or 6 people at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. As Cho Ying was 2 stages above Yi Yuan, he did not feel that Yi Yuan posed any threat to him.
What made Cho Ying uncertain was whether the employer's information was wrong or it was this youth in front of him that was too monstrous. Cho Ying would rather choose to believe the former. After all, only 2 to 3 days had passed since the mission was issued. To train from the first-level Essence Chi realm to the third-level Essence Chi realm in 2 to 3 days? Was this a joke? Brother Yi, this person is very troublesome to deal with. In a while, I will delay him. You and Lure quickly rush off. The academy is only around 10 miles from here. The two of you quickly go and get help. Wielding his sword, Tang Yu positioned himself in front of Yi Yuan and Lure. He could feel the killing intent emanating out of Cho Ying. Yet he could not see through Cho Ying's abilities. He knew that this time around, they had met a tough character. Not only did Yi Yuan save Tang Zhonghuai's life, but he also gave him a high-level medicinal pill. It could be said that Tang Yu owed Yi Yuan a great debt of gratitude. What Tang Yu was doing now was risking his life to repay the debt. Although Tang Yu was also a genius student from the Danwu Academy, when compared to Cho Yin, who had been through hundreds of battles, regardless whether it was strength or experience, he was too lacking. Staying behind naturally meant certain death. Among the three of them, Tang Yu's strength was the greatest. Hence, he did not hesitate at all to stand out. Seeing Tang Yu's appearance as if he was about to face a great enemy, Lure also started to become nervous. Young master, run away first. Big brother Tang and I will cover your retreat. When Yi Yuan saw Lure standing in front of him, he could not help but to laugh. Silly girl, what can you do by staying behind? Move away. No way. I'm not moving, Lure said stubbornly. Looking at Tang Yu's and Lua's actions, Yi Yuan found it hilarious, yet he was extremely touched in his heart. One can only see true feelings during a crisis. Lure's actions were within Yi Yuan's expectations. However, he had only just met Tang Yu a few days ago. Even if he had saved Tang Yu's father and gave him an exploding Yuan pill, someone who lacked resolution would have long fled for his life. One had to know, with Cho Ying's strength, without any accident, the three of them would undoubtedly die. Ha ha ha. What a touching scene. Yi Yuan, it is fine if you don't say anything. But this young lady looks rather ravishing in a while. Cho Ying started laughing wildly. At this point, Cho Ying was confident that this Yi Yuan definitely cultivated some technique, or he had some treasure on him, which was how Yi Yuan found his location. Such a technique or even a treasure like that was tremendously useful to him. Hence, he felt that no matter what, he had to force an answer out. Furthermore, Lua was indeed tempting. Why would he let go of this chance? You guys make way. Yi Yuan pushed Lure and Tang Yu aside and stood in front. He still had a smile on his face, except now, that smile became ice cold. An inexplicable chill suddenly filled his heart. It made Cho Ying shuddered. What's going on? Cho Ying had killed at least 100, if not 80 people. He initially already had an ice-cold air around his body. Even if a spirit condensation realm martial artist were to stand in front of him right now, it would be impossible to make him shudder. Yet when he was facing this third-level Essence Chi realm brat, he actually felt a chill. Cho Ying felt that everything that had happened today was too abnormal. This was supposedly a mission that was simple without a doubt. Why did things become so bizarre? You and I originally had no grudges. Initially, I only wanted to try things out with you, seeing as you were helping others avert disaster by taking their money. But since you dare to have ideas about Lure, then don't blame me for taking your life. Yi Yuan's words revealed a bone-piercing chill. At this point, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill, something that he refined before setting off. Since he knew that this journey would be dangerous, Yi Yuan naturally would not be unprepared. This medicinal pill was named 5 Elements Spirit Link Pill. It was refined using medicinal herbs having 5 different attributes, being metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. An Essence Chi realm martial artist, after consuming it, could directly raise their strength by an entire stage for a period of time. Haha, this is hilarious. I want to see how a third-level Essence Chi realm brat like you can take my life. Cho Ying's emotion was nowhere as calm as what he was showing on his face currently. In reality, he only used these words to encourage himself, to chase away the shadow that was shrouding his heart. At this moment, Shuing, Cho Ying's sword left its scabbard. As a killer, Cho Ying would stoop to anything to kill his opponent. Nobody said that you could not do a sneak attack during a frontal battle. A moment ago, Cho Ying was still talking and laughing, and the next moment, his sword already reached in front of Yi Yuan.
Brother Yi, be careful, Tang Yu and Luer shouted in unison. However, their cries were not faster than Cho Ying's sword. By the time they reacted, Cho Ying's sword had already stabbed through Yi Yuan's body.
Young master! Brother Yi!
Looking at this scene, Tang Yu and Luer gave a heart-piercing cry. Cho Ying felt that something was wrong. His sword obviously passed through Yi Yuan's body, but why his hand did not feel anything?
The reason why Cho Ying drew his sword so quickly was not only because he was cautious, but also because the uneasiness in his heart had become increasingly stronger.
He watched as Yi Yuan swallowed that medicinal pill. Although he did not believe that Yi Yuan could threaten him just by eating some pills, as a person who had always been cautious, he did not hesitate at all before drawing his sword.
Only a dead person could make one rest easy.
However, he clearly had killed Yi Yuan. But why was this ominous feeling in his heart still there?
At this moment, Yi Yuan, who was stabbed by Cho Ying, gradually dissipated and then turned into nothingness. What Cho Ying stabbed was actually just an afterimage.
Hey! It's very dangerous for you to show your back to the enemy. Yi Yuan's voice made Cho Ying went stiff.
How is this possible?
I already stabbed him. Instant flash. It's actually instant flash, Tang Yu exclaimed.
Young master.
It's great that you are fine, Luer shouted, pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha. Of course I'm fine. How can your young master die so easily? Yi Yuan said with a smile.
Brother Yi actually managed to master such difficult footwork. Furthermore, your use of it was absolutely superb. What a genius. Tang Yu marveled at this show of ability.
Just a trifling skill.
To other people, instant flash was an incredibly profound footwork which was exceedingly hard to comprehend. However, to Yi Yuan, this level of footwork did not possess any challenge. Instant flash might look impressive, but it was actually only a footwork technique that allowed the user to move freely in a small radius. It was merely a Tier 1 martial technique, something that was not very profound.
However, this footwork encompassed heavenly Tao, making it easy to learn but challenging to master. An ordinary person who wanted to master it would find it incredibly difficult. Even within the Danwu Academy, instant flash was a highly challenging technique with hardly anyone able to master it.
However, this level of heavenly Tao was not worth mentioning to Yi Yuan, who once had possessed an incredibly high cultivation level.
As a matter of fact, there were still some advantages in Yi Hang sending Yi Yuan to the Danwu Academy. That fellow at the very least will attend a few classes and pick up some stuff. Although these things were not worth mentioning to the current Yi Yuan, it was still a pretty decent option for fooling people. With Yi Yuan's current strength, instant flash was a practical martial technique, yet not overly conspicuous.
Even though this martial technique faintly encompassed heavenly Tao, in reality, it just barely touched a corner of it. It did not even count as crossing the threshold.
Yi Yuan spent the past few days reorganizing his predecessor's memories. By relying on these vague impressions from his predecessor's classes, he managed to fumble out several basic martial techniques, with instant flash being one of it. In reality, while the instant flash that Yi Yuan executed seemed right, it was actually different. But by executing it with Yi Yuan's comprehension, it was only stronger and not weaker than those demonstrated by the teachers in the academy. No wonder you dare to not bring along followers. To think that your instant flash already reached such a level. Very impressive. Looks like the appraisal of you in the report was fairly misleading. Cho Ying naturally knew that instant flash was not a unique martial technique. However, as instant flash was a footwork technique with only a small range of motion, it was not very useful for assassination. This was why he did not study it much. Mastery of a martial technique could be classified into several categories, from low to high respectively: entry stage, small success stage, large success stage, great circle stage, and the legendary breaking illusion stage. Even so, Cho Ying knew that for instant flash to leave behind an afterimage, it had to reach at least the great circle stage. To be able to train such an amazing movement technique to the great circle stage, as long as he did not meet any martial artist specializing in movement technique and the opponent was at the essence chi realm and below, he basically had the ability to self-preserve. No wonder this brat dared to be so arrogant. He really had some capabilities. As an assassin, Cho Ying naturally had a movement technique that he specialized in. However, his movement technique was only trained till the large success stage. There was still quite a bit of distance away from the Great Circle stage.
It would be wrong to think that there was only a small difference of one realm between the large success stage and the Great Circle stage. For mastery of a martial technique, it was as far apart as heaven and earth.
The Great Circle stage would mean training the martial technique to the pinnacle, without any further room for improvements. Except for those monsters who possessed incredible comprehension, it would be very difficult to train a martial technique to the Great Circle stage. As for the legendary breaking illusion stage, it would mean to break out of the Great Circle stage and create an alternate possibility, a sort of evolution from the original martial technique.
The requirements needed to train a martial technique to the breaking illusion stage were so harsh that it made one's hair stand on its end. That was why it was considered a legendary stage. Generally speaking, training a martial technique to the Great Circle stage represented attaining the highest stage.
Cho Yin had always been somewhat confident of his movements, but he did not want to lose to a silk pants. "You flattered me, but there are no bonus marks. You still have to die," Yi Yuan said lightly. "Ha ha ha," as if he just heard a hilarious joke. Cho Yin laughed wildly before saying, "To not know the immensity of heaven and earth.
I admit that my movements are inferior when compared to you. But I don't think those two people beside you also have movement techniques at the Great Circle stage, do they?
I'd like to see how a weak silk pants at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm, like you going to receive my blow directly."
Cho Ying was a veteran in battles. After missing that one strike, he immediately looked for another way. Obviously, the two people beside you Yuan were his biggest weakness.
Tang Yu was still fine, but Luer was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Cho Ying's eyes.
"Your movement technique is fast?
What's the use of you being fast if I force you to fight me head-on?" Yet at this moment, that wild smile froze on his face. What replaced it was bafflement. Because at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura started to increase explosively under everyone's perception. Peak 3rd level Essence Chi realm.
4th level Essence Chi realm.
5th level Essence Chi realm.
6th level Essence Chi realm.
Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through its bottleneck from the 3rd level Essence Chi realm to the 4th level Essence Chi realm and continued rising rapidly, all the way until it passed the 6th level Essence Chi realm before stopping. Looking at this scene, Cho Ying was dumbstruck and forgot to make his move for a moment. How is this possible? Cho Ying sucked in a cold breath.
He suddenly recalled the scene where Yi Yuan swallowed the medicinal pill and thought to himself, could this possibly be the effects of that medicinal pill? Even though he had heard that some medicinal pills were able to increase strength temporarily, this was his first time seeing a medicinal pill which could increase 3 small cultivation realms in a row.
Cho Ying could not help but think that if he had a medicinal pill like this, wouldn't completing missions be as simple as cutting up vegetables? Yet the reality was that a rookie who had a difference of 4 small cultivation realms from him, in a blink of an eye, created a gap by only 1 small cultivation realm than him. Although the 6th level Essence Chi realm and the 7th level Essence Chi realm were not on the same level, without a doubt, Yi Yuan indeed possessed the capital to fight with him now. Coupled with his instant flash being at the Great Circle stage, it might be possible for Yi Yuan to battle him. Cho Ying suddenly felt that today was very bizarre. This brat in front of him had truly given him too many surprises. Initially, he was still grumbling about how this mission was too simple. Now, he could not help but somewhat regretted taking on this mission.
However, regardless of what happens, the mission had to be completed. Otherwise, he would most likely lose the status he earned painstakingly in Masha.
Apparently, the reason why Cho Ying was still thinking about completing the mission was that even after Yi Yuan swallowed the 5-element spirit link pill, his cultivation realm ultimately had stopped at the 6th level Essence Chi realm.
This was a cultivation realm that he could handle. Narrowing both eyes, the killing intent from Cho Ying firmly locked onto Luer. One-word kill.
Cho Ying immediately made his strongest move, which he had used to finish off countless opponents in the past. One-word kill. Simple and straightforward, yet it was domineering. A straightforward move that was not flashy at all. Luer stood there completely unable to react as the sword already reached in front of her. A hideous smile flashed across Cho Ying's face as if he could see the beauty Luer was dying, and the image of Yi Yuan's heart-wrenching grief. However, just as Cho Ying's sword was about to pierce Luer's throat, ding!
His hand which was gripping his sword became numb, and the short sword which had never left his side was sent flying away.
A terrifying strength was transmitted, and Chou-Ying was sent flying away as well. At the critical moment just now, Yi Yuan reached Lu'er with instant flash, while his attack, which was released after, struck first.
He only stretched his finger out and tapped lightly, accurately hitting Chou-Ying's short sword and sent it flying.
Absolute Yang Finger.
Yi Yuan's absolute Yang Finger already had some progress, reaching the entry stage after several days of cultivation.
A martial technique of this rank obviously was not so easy to learn. To have reached the entry stage within a few days showed how outstanding Yi Yuan's talent was. Even though it was only the entry stage of absolute Yang Finger, executing it with Yi Yuan's current 6th level Essence Chi Realm was not something that Chou-Ying could withstand.
Chou-Ying rolled on the ground. "Poo work."
He spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Chou-Ying, Yi Yuan said coldly, "I will only use one finger. Whether you can escape or not, it is up to your abilities." Right now, Chou-Ying's innards were in mayhem. But he knew that he had hit a hard plate. This brat was clearly pretending to be a pig in order to eat a tiger. He was too strong. Forcefully suppressing his injuries, Chou-Ying could not be bothered to care about anything else and started to wildly circulate all the essence energy in his body. He wanted to flee.
Chou-Ying could feel Yi Yuan's surging killing intent. Clearly, his actions to kill Lu'er just now had thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Chou-Ying used all the strength in his body to escape. He could even feel that his current speed was faster than it had ever been before. It was so fast that his movement technique had touched the threshold of the Great Circle stage.
This discovery made him ecstatic with joy.
"I can escape.
I definitely can escape."
Chou-Ying was screaming in his mind, and then his consciousness gradually blurred.
Watching Chou-Ying utilized his movement technique to try to escape, Yi Yuan raised his finger leisurely and channeled essence energy with all his might using the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. A finger pointed forward, and a formless force shot out from Yi Yuan's finger. It tore through the air, penetrating Chou-Ying's heart in an instant. The force was so swift and fierce that Chou-Ying did not even notice his injury. His body continued charging forward for several meters more, collapsing only after he lost consciousness. Absolute Yang Finger was incomparably domineering. The force shot out concentrated instead of dispersing, resulting in an incredibly powerful pinpoint and deadly attack. Being executed using Yi Yuan's 6th level Essence Chi Realm strength, its lethality obviously could not be underestimated. Of course, Absolute Yang Finger was not without any weaknesses. The biggest flaw was that it took too long to charge up. That was also the reason why Yi Yuan was slower by a beat when saving Lu'er just now. In reality, if Chou-Ying recklessly tangled with Yi Yuan in close proximity, leaving Yi Yuan unable to charge up his full strength, he might have a slim chance of survival. But the various means used by Yi Yuan had long made Chou-Ying wanted to withdraw from the fight, especially when Yi Yuan had sent him flying with only one finger. This shocked Chou-Ying's state of mind greatly that made him wanted to flee at all cost. Yet this attempt to escape gave Yi Yuan the chance to charge up.
From the beginning, Yi Yuan looked as if he was careless. But in reality, he advanced gradually, entrenching himself firmly at every step.
First, he used words to agitate Chou-Ying, disrupting his state of heart. Next, he displayed instant flash, following which, he swallowed the 5-element spirit link pill, using his finger to overpower his opponent's sword, crushing Chou-Ying's confidence step by step. Finally, he launched this certain kill strike. It might have looked bland, but the entire process was filled with trepidation. Although Yi Yuan had a lot of hidden cards, his strength was still too weak. If it was not for the fact that he swallowed the 5-element spirit link pill and unleashed the absolute Yang Finger with his full strength, he would not have been able to do anything to Chou-Ying.
"Brother Tang, it is time to go," Yi Yuan said to Tang Yu lightly, not even bothering to look at Chou-Ying who was lying on the ground.
Tang Yu was shocked by Yi Yuan's attack and stood there dumbfounded the entire time. Only when Yi Yuan called him did he recover from his shock. "Ah? Oh, go.
Go."
Tang Yu mounted his horse awkwardly, and the three of them continued heading towards the Dan Wu Academy. Passing through the stretch of messy stone forest, their field of vision gradually widened. In front of their eyes was a vast plain, and they were able to indistinctly make out what looks like multi-storied pavilions. It was the Dan Wu Academy.
The state of Qin established itself through martial arts with a strong emphasis on the martial Dao. However, this Dan Wu Academy was not established by the state of Qin. The domain south of the Endless Forest was hailed as the Tranquil Cloud 10 Nations. There were a total of 10 nations and the state of Qin was only one of them. The reason why they were collectively known as the Tranquil Cloud 10 Nations was that these 10 nations were all under the jurisdiction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Dan Wu Academy was the outer sect establishment of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect established its sect fundamentally with alchemy. Even so, the sect's internal hierarchy could be divided into the Pill faction and the Martial faction. This was why the outer sect establishment was named the Dan Wu Academy.
1. Just as the three of them entered the gates and were about to head to the residential area, they were stopped by a bunch of people.
Yo! Isn't this the 10,000 years last place?
Well, aren't you a tough one? When they sent you out, you were clearly breathing in but not breathing out. To think you had actually returned alive and kicking. The person in front of them exclaimed, clearly with sarcasm. He was called Fei Qingping, a loyal lackey of Wan Yuan. Yi Yuan's predecessor was poisoned because of competing with this fellow and ended up losing his life.
These several people in front of them all came from ordinary backgrounds. In the Dan Wu Academy, in order for those with ordinary backgrounds to obtain additional resources, many would choose to attach themselves to figures from the noble families.
Only those who truly had outstanding talent would be heavily groomed by the academy.
Good dogs don't get underfoot, get lost. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Would he not be demeaning his own status to act seriously against a dog?
Yi Yuan. Looks like your skin is itching again. For someone like Fei Qingping, it was a taboo for other people to scold him a dog. With just you, Yi Yuan asked expressionlessly. Yo, after not seeing you for a few days, you became even more brain damaged. You first level Essence Qi realm. Yi. How's that possible? Why you are already at the third level Essence Qi realm? Fei Qingping had only just sized him up, and could not help but to draw a cold breath. Yi Yuan was originally at the bottom place.
After a few days of not seeing him, he actually rose 2 levels consecutively, stepping into the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Fei Qingping still thought that he had seen wrongly, and he checked closely again before realizing that Yi Yuan was indeed already at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Wasn't this a little too heaven-defying?
Are your dog eyes blind?
Still can't tell after staring for so long? Yi Yuan's words once again made the corner of Fei Qingping's mouth twitched. However, at this moment, Fei Qingping had already recovered from the initial shock and thought of a certain possibility.
He naturally knew that Yi Yuan's father, Yi Hang, was an alchemy grandmaster. If he spared no expenses, pulling his son up by 2 small cultivation realms was not something incomprehensible. As a matter of fact, there were plenty of methods to suddenly raise strength in this manner. But the price would be to sacrifice one's potential. It was said that there was an evil technique called Gi empowerment. The empowered individual could even directly break through the Essence Qi realm and reach the Spirit Condensation realm. But the price of this sort of empowerment was that it would no longer be possible for the person to increase his strength throughout his lifetime.
Only a few days had passed, yet Yi Yuan actually reached the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Yi Hang should have known that his son's talent was inadequate, therefore he was afraid his son would be bullied. So he used a method similar to the Gi empowerment to raise him by 2 levels. Linking all of these together, Fei Qingping gave a cold laugh in his heart. A rookie like this, forget about being at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Even if he were at the 4th level, at the 5th level, Yi Yuan would not be his match.
Fei Qingping was at 4th level Essence Qi realm, higher than Yi Yuan by 1 stage. Thus, he naturally had no need to fear him. It is great to have a good father, poisoned to such extent, and yet you still didn't die. Even increasing strength becomes so simple. This is really an era for competing with fathers, Fei Qingping said mockingly. Yi Yuan knew what Fei Qingping was thinking right away, but he obviously would not explain to him. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's right. I can compete using my father, but can you? I heard that your father is a watchdog for other people, using connections to let you enter the Dan Wu Academy. But who would have thought that after coming here, you would also become a watchdog? Indeed, A son will inherit his father's career.
1 gate and 2 watchdogs, impressive, impressive. Yi Yuan learned from his predecessor's memories that this Fei Qingping's father was the confidant of Wan Donghai and he entered the academy through the Wan family's connections. Otherwise, with his talent, he could not possibly join the academy.
It would be wrong to think that he and Tang Yu were both the same, being at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. Fei Qingping was 2 years older than Tang Yu. He was also a commoner but had the support of the Wan family's resources.
Yet, this Fei Qingping was only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. In the future, at best he would be at the early stage Spirit Condensation realm, or he might just even be stuck at the Essence Qi realm.
You! Fei Qingping's lungs were about to explode in anger. Yi Yuan repeatedly calling him dog made him lose all of his face. Fei Qingping looked at his companions, and even though nobody laughed out loud, he could tell from everyone's face that they were all just barely holding their laughter back.
What about me? You want to bite me? Yi Yuan stretched out an arm, and with a smile, he said, here, for you to bite.
Ha ha ha. This time around, everyone could not bear it any longer, and they all started to laugh. Watching everyone ridiculed him, Fei Qingping's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. Yi Yuan, I want to issue a death match to you.
Accept it if you have the guts. Fei Qingping pointed at Yi Yuan angrily.
The Dan Wu Academy did not forbid private battles among students. Instead, they tacitly accepted the friction between students. However, there was a point to take note, which was under no circumstances were they allowed to kill someone without permission from the academy. Otherwise, the person would face the wrath of the academy.
However, if both parties agreed to set a life and death contract, not only academy will not stop it, an instructor would even be sent to host the deathmatch. Yi Yuan revealed a surprised expression and asked, you really want to carry out a deathmatch? Scared? If you are scared, then kneel and kowtow 3 times loudly for me. Afterward, say, I'm a dog 3 times. Fei Qingping thought that Yi Yuan was scared and continued to goad him. Previously, he also used this sort of tactic to make Yi Yuan agree to the previous competition. Yi Yuan stretched his ear out and pretended he did not hear clearly, asking, say what 3 times? Say, I'm a dog 3 times. Right when the words left Fei Qingping's mouth, he realized he fell for it.
Ha ha! The surrounding people laughed out loud again. Fei Qingping wished he could give himself 2 tight slaps. He shouted angrily, Yi Yuan, you coward! Playing this sort of little games when you don't dare to fight. Good dog, so obedient. Your grandpa Yi has never looked at the owner before hitting the dog. Since you delivered yourself to my door, I will hit for your owner to see. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Have you heard about it?
The yellow rank's first ranking from the bottom, the one hailed as the 10,000 years last place, Yi Yuan, had just signed a life and death contract with someone. Of course I've heard. Don't you think that he's tired of living?
However, it's been over 2 years since a life and death contract had appeared in the academy. This is considered news big enough for everyone to discuss for some time. Yeah, it's been 2 years and 5 months now. The previous life and death contract was signed by senior apprentice Brother Long. Back then, he was also a yellow rank student, yet he triumphed against his opponent who was 2 minor realms higher than him. I'm afraid that back then, nobody would have thought that he could charge to the first place in the martial roll of honor after 2 years.
That is true. Senior apprentice Brother Long didn't even reveal his abilities completely back then. Ever since he finished off his opponent in that deathmatch, he became unstoppable.
Charging all the way through into the heaven rank, and finally being at the first place in the martial roll of honor.
Hey, do you think that this punky Yuan can also defeat someone stronger than him and finish off his opponent?
Rumors have it that this fellow only used a few days to advance 2 levels, and he actually went straight from the 1st level Essence Qi realm to the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. No way! How can he be compared to senior apprentice Brother Long? Back then, even though senior apprentice Brother Long was low-key, he wasn't weak to this extent. Advancing 2 levels at once?
Don't you know that fellow, Yi Yuan, entered the academy through an enormous backdoor?
His father is one of the few alchemy grandmasters within our state of Qin. With his means, what's so strange about pulling the shots and helping his son improve by 2 levels?
This sort of advancement is all empty, so what combat power can there be? That is true. I heard that this fellow had already entered the academy for half a year. If he could advance, he would have done so long ago and would not wait till now. Now that I look at it, it is most likely he used a secret technique to raise his strength. That fellow really doesn't know life from death. Supposedly, he competed in neutralizing poison with that Fei Qingping, but he ended up almost poisoned to death. His father is pretty impressive to have been able to save him. Yet he is courting death again right after returning to the academy. Do you think this fellow's brain is missing a screw? The Dan Wu Academy divided strength into 4 ranks of Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping both belonged in the yellow rank. Initially, the Academy's attention was concentrated mainly on the Heaven rank. Very few people paid attention to topics pertaining to people of the yellow rank. However, after Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping signed the life and death contract, it attracted a great deal of attention and became major news in the entire academy. Even though the academy silently acknowledged the competitions and fights between students, it would not permit any death. There was once a student who relied on his family's illustrious background and killed somebody in the Dan Wu Academy. The end result was that he was murdered forcefully by the academy, bearing no room for discussion. In the end, that particular noble family did not even dare to make any noise. But a life and death contract was different. The instructors would not make a move no matter who live or die. In the entire Dan Wu Academy, everyone knew the one in the first place in the martial roll of honor was Long Tang. But not everybody knew the person in the last place was Yi Yuan. However, this life and death contract quickly spread Yi Yuan's reputation, almost reaching Long Tang's level. Of course, the majority was like how these two people were discussing, snorting in derision at Yi Yuan's brain-damaged actions. Yi Yuan's rapid improvement in strength was also naturally one of the focal points. But nobody thought that it was something he cultivated out by himself. Everyone felt that it was surely Yi Hang who used some secret technique to pull the shots in order to help it grow, letting him reach the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Hence, everyone's appraisal of Yi Yuan was that he was brain-damaged, foolish, and rushing to meet King Yama. Just as these two people were discussing, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "Yi, look over there. Isn't that Yi Yuan? That's him? He doesn't look like someone who is brain-damaged." Sigh. Who would write brain-damaged on their faces? That's true. The deathmatch is 3 days later. Where's he going instead of making preparations? He probably knows that it's hopeless to do anything right now. Being at the first place from the bottom, no matter how heaven-defying, he can't possibly jump ranks to defeat an opponent 1 level higher than him? I heard that because Fei Qingping is older by 2 years, he is already at the top 10 in yellow rank. Something is wrong. The direction he is heading to seems to be the scripture library. Is he trying to hug Buddha's feet in his hour of need? How can Buddha's leg be that easy to hug? Yi? He was stopped by someone. That person seemed to be Wan Yuan, who just advanced to Earth rank. Oh yeah, you see that girl beside Wan Yuan? Wow, that's my goddess, Lu Ruoxue. If she will speak even a word to me, I would die happy. Look at your starstruck expression, but yeah, Lu Ruoxue is really beautiful. Yi Yuan was about to head to the scripture library. His top-grade predecessor was too prodigious. Everything he heard during classes was all bits and pieces without much useful information. Yi Yuan needed to find some martial techniques to deal with the situation. Yi Yuan had countless martial techniques on hand, but he truly did not have anything suitable for a person at the Essence Qi realm to cultivate. With his position in his previous life, how could Essence Qi realm martial techniques, regardless of how exceptional, enter his eyes? Who would have thought that he would encounter Wan Yuan on the way to the scripture library? Looks like Wan Yuan was intentionally waiting for him. As for Lu Ruoxue by Wan Yuan's side, Yi Yuan naturally was not strangers with her. A few days ago, he competed with Fei Qingping precisely because of this woman. What a coincidence! Isn't this young Master Yi? Where are you rushing to so hurriedly? To reincarnate? Wan Yuan was full of smiles, but his eyes were as if looking at a dead person. Yi Yuan sneered unceasingly towards Wan Yuan's impatient mentality. Wan Yuan determined that Yi Yuan was definitely going to be dead this time, so he came in advance to taunt him. After the deathmatch, Yi Yuan would surely be dead. Where would Wan Yuan go to find this sort of pleasure after this? Looking at Wan Yuan's appearance, Yi Yuan no longer hurried towards the scripture library. With a smile, he said, "That's right, to reincarnate. But it's to send you off for reincarnation." Hearing this, Wan Yuan laughed out loud and said,
Send me off to reincarnate? Ha ha. I'm standing right here. Send me to reincarnate if you can. You can't possibly think that just because you cultivated to the 3rd level essence chi realm through some unorthodox means, you can challenge me? Lu Ruoxue, who was by the side, also covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, thinking that Yi Yuan was very amusing. This Lu Ruoxue's every action carried a trace of seductive charm, able to stir that desire lying in every man's heart. The male students in the Danwu Academy were all hot-blooded youths. If their willpower were not steadfast, how could they withstand this sort of natural seductive charm? His predecessor was only a very foolish and naive child. His strength was also weak to the extreme. How could he withstand Lu Ruoxue's charms? Back then, Lu Ruoxue was by his side, behaving neither friendly nor aloof for a period of time, and his predecessor completely fell for it. Afterward, Lu Ruoxue used a few small tricks, and his predecessor got hooked obediently, losing his life just like that. Senior apprentice brother Wan, this junior apprentice brother Yi is an interesting man. He's clearly a miserable wretch, yet he tries to learn from others like a toad lusting after a swan. His strength is clearly poor, yet he wants to slap his face until it's swollen to look impressive. He's about to duel with someone, yet he is even threatening you now. Don't you think it is funny? Lu Ruoxue was beautiful like a flower, yet her words were bitterly sarcastic. In order to hook Yi Yuan in the past, she naturally had to pretend to be weak and pitiful. Now that Yi Yuan was about to duel with Fei Qingping, he was already a dead man. So she no longer needed to humor Yi Yuan. She fully expressed out the contempt and condescension in her heart. Now that Lu Ruoxue and Wan Yuan showed up together, it was clear what they were trying to convey. Before this, not many people knew that the Academy's Earth-rank goddess had already walked so intimately with Wan Yuan. By bringing Lu Ruoxue here, Wan Yuan wanted to humiliate Yi Yuan by letting him see the woman he dreamed of was already walking together with his rival. He was looking forward to Yi Yuan's expressions of resentment, shame, as well as regret. But Yi Yuan's reaction disappointed him, as not one of these expressions appeared on Yi Yuan's face. From the start till the end, Yi Yuan never even looked at Lu Ruoxue, treating her like air. And it was precisely being ignored by Yi Yuan that angered Lu Ruoxue, making her words just now so venomous. Lu Ruoxue was rather confident in her appearance. In her opinion, Yi Yuan should be groveling right now, begging her in tears not to go. If it was his predecessor, he might really have lost all control and did just that. But sadly, the Yi Yuan now was no longer the Yi Yuan of the past. With Yi Yuan's status in his previous life, what kind of beauty he had not seen before. It was impossible to try to use such a cheap tactic to seduce him. Yi Yuan gave Lu Ruoxue an emotionless glance and said, "A swan? Aren't you overthinking things? At best, you are a defeathered chicken. How can you be compared with a noble animal such as a swan? How can a true proud daughter of heaven spare any thoughts to seduce men? When have you seen senior apprentice sister Feng flirt with other men? Goddesses all have their own pride and wouldn't be the way you are." Lu Ruoxue was a prideful person. In the Danwu Academy, she was always in existence surrounded by a group of admirers. When had anyone ever compared her to a defeathered chicken? Lu Ruoxue was so angry that her willowy eyebrows were almost vertical. Yet, she could not refute it because the senior apprentice sister Feng mentioned by Yi Yuan was indeed an existence far beyond her reach. Senior apprentice sister Feng was called Feng Zhirua, a true proud daughter of heaven within the Danwu Academy. Not only was she a beauty who could cause the downfall of countries, but she was also among the top 3 in both alchemy roll of honor and martial roll of honor, with strength not at all inferior to Long Tang. She was a person that a woman like Lu Ruoxue could not compare to. Feng Zhirua never bothered with pursuers, something different from Lu Ruoxue. She was a famous ice beauty in the Danwu Academy. In comparison, Lu Ruoxue was much more popular because she did not reject her pursuers. So she appeared very warm. Also, she extremely relished the feeling of being sought after by everyone. Humph! How stubborn. I will let Fei Qingping take good care of you during the deathmatch. In Lu Ruoxue's opinion, it was not that Yi Yuan was not willing to look at her, but it was because he was forcefully controlling himself after finding out the truth. Ha ha ha. Then there is no need for you to worry. Did the 2 of you come to find me just to say this? Since you are done, I won't entertain you anymore. After saying these words, Yi Yuan directly walked past them. Who permitted you to leave? Wan Yuan's face fell, and he made a move to grab Yi Yuan. But who would have thought he only grabbed the air, not even touching the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeve. Looking at Yi Yuan again, he was already several meters away. He even waved to the two of them with his back facing them and strutted away, angering Wan Yuan until his face turned green. Hiss! Was that? Instant flash. Wan Yuan frowned and asked. That's right. It was indeed instant flash. Lu Ruoxue lightly furrowed her brows. Clearly, she was also stunned by Yi Yuan's move. Looks like there is really something odd about this punk. Father clearly arranged for an assassin, yet Yi Yuan simply swaggered into the academy. I don't know whether that assassin was too stupid, or was that punk really pretending to be a pig in order to eat a tiger? In my opinion, it is likely the former. He is only at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. No matter how powerful his instant flash is, most likely he will not be able to escape from that assassin, right? Lu Ruoxue interacted quite a bit with Yi Yuan before, so she had some understanding of him. In her eyes, Yi Yuan was just a useless person. Junior apprentice Sister Lu's words make sense. But I wonder, since when did he learn instant flash? With this move, wouldn't he be in an undefeatable position in his deathmatch with Qingping? Wan Yuan had always been competing with Yi Yuan since they were young, so he understood Yi Yuan the best. After thinking about it, Lu Ruoxue's words still made more sense. Senior apprentice brother Wan is panicking because of concern. From the way I see it, Yi Yuan only learned instant flash by a fluke. The only move he can rely on is most likely just this. Otherwise, why would he be rushing to the scripture library at this time? Just now, senior apprentice brother Wan was only careless and didn't use your full strength. That's why he could get away. Even though instant flash is impressive, it is ultimately only a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique and isn't invincible. Lu Ruoxue had already recovered from her astonishment and returned to being a soul-mesmerizing goddess. Wan Yuan had long lusted after Lu Ruoxue. Seeing Lu Ruoxue chased after him like this made him drunk with pleasure. Just now, he indeed had not used his full strength. It was about 70% power, yet Yi Yuan still managed to dodge it. However, strength was still the key to victory. Movement techniques were ultimately auxiliary. What Lu Ruoxue said was right. Instant flash is not all-powerful. Naturally, some techniques could counter it. Except that this move from Yi Yuan raised Wan Yuan's alert. He would have to go back and properly warn Fei Qingping to not underestimate his opponent. Looks like junior apprentice sister Lu's heart is as clear as a mirror. This time around, no matter what, we can't let this brat live on anymore. Looks like we have to go back and prepare a few hidden cards for Fei Qingping. After Yi Yuan shook those two off, he went directly to the scripture library. As far as he was concerned, Yi Yuan did not mind revealing instant flash. That was not what he was relying on anyway. Furthermore, what he just displayed was only at the great success stage. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was naturally on the absolute yang finger. But this technique could not be displayed in front of outsiders, or else he would get into a lot of trouble. Hence, he came to the scripture library in order to choose a martial technique. The martial techniques in the scripture library were not too profound. The Tranquil Cloud sect naturally would not release profound martial techniques out into the secular world. But to Yi Yuan, these martial techniques were sufficient. Senior apprentice brother, I would like to enter the scripture library to choose 2 martial techniques. Yi Yuan requested and handed over his identity token to the senior apprentice brother on duty. The senior apprentice brother who was guarding the scripture library was Zhao Chunyang of the Earth rank. When he saw the token with the symbol indicating yellow rank status, disdain could be seen from his eyes. The identity token was created by the Dan Wu Academy, which represented one's status as a student. As long as one inserted a bit of essence energy, one would be able to check the identity of the person the token belongs to. Yi Yuan. Zhao Chunyang seemed to feel that he heard that name somewhere before. After pondering a while, he came to a sudden realization and asked, "You are the Academy's last place, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan smiled and replied, "If there isn't a second Yi Yuan, then that would be me." Yi Yuan was not bothered by the title of the last place, as that was all in the past. Hearing this, Zhao Chunyang became interested. Handing the token back to Yi Yuan, he held on to him and asked curiously, You are a big favorite within the academy now. The last place actually dares to sign a life and death contract with others. Just what were you thinking? Yi Yuan also did not intend to keep a distance away from Zhou Chunyang. So he smiled and answered, others already rode onto my head. I can't possibly behave like a coward. Don't you think so? Ha ha ha.
That's true. But your strength.
Zhao Chunyang was an outspoken person and was not afraid that other people would feel awkward. Ha ha ha. That's why I'm here to choose martial techniques.
Sharpening your spear at the last moment, even if it's not sharp, it is at least shiny. These words are not wrong, but there are only 3 days left. Isn't that a little too short?
That's something that can't be helped. I believe senior apprentice brother is also aware that I neglected cultivation in the past, which led to my poor foundation. Even if it is only 3 days, it is better than not doing anything. Isn't that right?
Zhao Chunyang sized up Yi Yuan once again and suddenly smiled, and then he said, interesting.
You seem to be quite different from the rumors. Go in then. You have 2 hours.
Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Zhao Chunyang patted Yi Yuan's shoulders and said with a smile, choose well. I will cheer for you when the time comes. The Danwu Academy's scripture library was divided into 3 sections. The second section was only opened for those who were in the spirit condensation realm. The current Yi Yuan naturally had no right to enter. The first section collected Tier 1 martial techniques. It was just perfect for the current Yi Yuan to use.
The entire section was packed with bookshelves. There were cultivation laws, martial techniques, as well as books related to Tier 1 medicinal pills. They were sorted out into categories and encompassed everything.
These books were all stone rubbings. The originals were naturally kept at Tranquil Cloud's sect headquarters.
Concerning cultivation laws, Yi Yuan was already cultivating the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. Naturally, there wasn't any need to cultivate others.
And these books on medicinal pills did not even count as introductory to Yi Yuan. So they were automatically filtered out by him.
Only Tier 1 martial techniques were useful to the current Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan went to the area of bookshelves where martial techniques were kept and started to search for a martial technique suitable for him. Casually picking up a book, he saw Blazing Palm was written on it. It was a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique with fire attribute.
Flipping through the contents, Yi Yuan shook his head. This sort of martial technique was too crude. There was no depth at all, and the power was too weak as well.
Even though the book bragged until flowers were cascading from the sky with Yi Yuan's insights, why would he eye this sort of martial technique?
Placing the Blazing Palm book back onto the shelf, Yi Yuan casually looked through several martial techniques. They were mainly martial techniques on the same level as Blazing Palm, flashy without substance. As time slowly passed, Yi Yuan already looked through several dozen books, yet not even a single one entered his eyes. Yi Yuan could not help but sigh, thinking that this Tranquil Cloud sect was so stingy, using these common goods to put up a front. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Cultivation laws and martial techniques were the foundation of a sect. How could truly important cultivation laws be casually placed out in the secular world?
Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible to find a martial technique he wanted on this rack of shelves, so he walked deeper in.
The martial techniques on this rack of shelves were clearly much lesser, but the quality increased by a grade. They basically reached high-grade Tier 1.
Flipping through several books, Yi Yuan still did not encounter anything he was satisfied with.
It was not that he had nothing better to do, but instead, he wanted to see if there were any beneficial insights within these martial techniques. To Yi Yuan, a middle-grade Tier 1 and a superior-grade Tier 1 did not have too much of a difference. A lower-grade martial technique might not be bad, while a higher-grade martial technique might not be good. Just take Instant Flash for instance. It was only a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique, but this martial technique had some distinctive aspect. So Yi Yuan tinkered with it. Yi Yuan had just seen this Instant Flash martial technique. Briefly skimming through it, he knew that the insight of its creator was still too low. What he had altered was already much stronger than what was written in the book. Obviously, there wasn't any more meaning to researching it. Walking further in, there were no longer books on the shelves but a scattered bunch of jade pieces. Yi Yuan knew that this was where the essence of the first layer laid. Highly profound martial techniques could not be recorded down on paper. Only jade pieces could record or replicate it. Yi Yuan used his essence energy to inspect several jade pieces. These martial techniques were all high-grade Tier 1 martial techniques. These were actually already very rare. Any single piece of these jade, when placed in the outside world, were objects worth cities. After all, Essence Qi realm martial artists made up the largest portion of the population in the state of Qin, and the vast majority of them cultivated either low-grade or middle-grade martial techniques. One high-grade martial technique jade piece to them was something they could only dream of. It was enough for their strength to immediately increase by 1 stage. However, Yi Yuan did not have much interest in these high-grade martial techniques. He only looked a while before putting them back. Yi Yuan had already walked to the deepest part of the first layer. If he still could not find a martial technique he was satisfied with, he could only settle with these high-grade martial techniques. On the last shelf were only 3 jade pieces. Clearly, these 3 jade pieces were not the same as the others. Yi Yuan picked up the first jade piece, injected essence energy, and the information within the jade piece reflected in Yi Yuan's mind. 1,000 feet leap, a movement technique. When mastered to the large success stage, it could shrink the distance to inches and traverse 1,000 feet in an instant. A bit interesting. Yi Yuan inspected the details of the 1,000 feet leap. This movement technique had its unique points. Compared to instant flash, the 1,000 feet leap's movement in a straight line was more outstanding. It was somewhat useful regardless of whether using it to sneak attack or flee. This movement technique already reached the superior grade Tier 1. Placing the 1,000 feet leap jade piece back on the shelf, Yi Yuan picked up a second jade piece. It was a rarely seen lightning attribute martial technique which was extremely difficult to learn. Grade-wise, it was similar to the 1,000 feet leap. Although it might be difficult, it did not draw much interest from Yi Yuan. He casually picked up the third jade piece and investigated it. N. Stacking waves layered palm. Incomplete martial technique, estimated to be at least Tier 3 and above. It's just that it is incomplete, causing its current grade to fall to the high-grade Tier 1 category. Yi Yuan was attracted by the jade piece's introduction. But it was not because this martial technique's grade was high. Tier 3 martial techniques were not exactly high-tier martial techniques to Yi Yuan. What truly attracted him was that this martial technique was a martial technique that paid great attention to the way strength was utilized. When mastered, it could release multiple times, even several dozen times of one's power. The might of it was very substantial. The introduction on this jade piece should have been left behind by a powerful figure from either the Tranquil Cloud sect or the Dan Wu Academy. If one could execute this technique to its limits, jumping ranks during battle would simply be like eating rice and drinking water. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. Naturally, Yi Yuan also knew that this kind of martial technique would become harder to improve on as it progressed further. The difficulty of it would increase multiple times. Simply put, it was easy to release twice the power, but the difficulty would increase for 4 times. After that, it becomes 8 times, 16 times, and even 32 times. The further one advanced, the more terrifying it became. Naturally, the difficulty would also become increasingly immense. Even so, this was a rather amazing martial technique. But sadly, it was way too incomplete. N. You chose this martial technique. Looking at the martial technique Yi Yuan chose, Zhao Chunyang was very surprised. That's right. Yi Yuan long knew that Zhao Chunyang would be shocked. But this martial technique might be powerful, but it's incomplete. Zhao Chunyang tried persuading Yi Yuan. I know, but this martial technique looks very impressive. I will put up with it first. We will talk about it again in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and then replied him. Not only it is incomplete, but also exceedingly difficult to learn. You know senior apprentice brother Longtang, don't you? He also once tried to learn this technique, but in the end he gave up. This technique looks amazing, but it's an arduous yet fruitless labor. 3 days. Even if you are brilliant, at best you can learn the first layer wave. It wouldn't be much use against your opponent, right? Actually, Zhao Chunyang's words were already very implicit. In his opinion, even if Yi Yuan spent a month's time, he might not be able to learn the first layer wave. What was the concept of the first layer wave? Just the increment of 2 times the power simply could not compensate for the difference in strength between Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping.
Rather than that, it might be better to just learn a more practical martial technique. Yi Yuan had a rather good impression towards this Zhao Chunyang. At least he did not see himself as a joke like the others. So he smiled and then said, "Many thanks for your concern, senior apprentice brother, but I have my own plans. As for the deathmatch 3 days from now, I think I can handle it." This. All right then. Since you insist, I will not persuade you anymore. Try your best. Zhao Chunyang shook his head and could only sigh. At a hidden location in the Dan Wu Academy, 2 people were currently discussing in a low voice. "Qingping, what do you think about your death match with Yi Yuan?" "What's there to think about? Just kill him. This punk's life is really tough. The last time he was sent back, he was already not breathing. Who would have thought that after a few days he would be alive and kicking? This time I will definitely not give him any chance." Fei Qingping's words were filled with contempt, as if full of disdain towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Wan Yuan grew up competing with one another, so the latter was also naturally very clear on Yi Yuan's nature as well as his strength. Therefore, he did not feel any burden to kill Yi Yuan during the deathmatch. With regards to Wan Yuan's question, Fei Qingping felt that it was very unusual, so he could not help but ask, "Young Master Wan, listening to your words, you can't possibly be thinking that I will lose to him during this battle, right?" Wan Yuan frowned and said, "I would not go so far as to say lose to him. I just feel that this time around after Yi Yuan returned, he is rather unusual. Like, somewhat different from the past." Sigh. I was wondering what it was. Of course, he's different, but isn't it just rising by 2 minor realms? However, from the way I see it, he will probably stay like this for the rest of his life. Ha ha. Although Fei Qingping was older than Wan Yuan by 2 years, he always treated the latter as the boss. Seeing how Fei Qingping was looking down on Yi Yuan like that, Wan Yuan felt that it was very inappropriate and wanted to rebuke him. Yet, he also felt that Fei Qingping's opinion was correct. That joke who was like rotten mud that could not even support a wall, could he overturn the heaven? Although Fei Qingping was not some extraordinary talent, he was an experienced 4th-level Essence Qi Realm martial artist. Merely a step away from the 5th-level Essence Qi Realm. The 4th-level Essence Qi Realm and the 3rd-level Essence Qi Realm were not even on the same level. Thus, Fei Qingping had a good reason to look down on Yi Yuan. This small step was not so easy to cross over. The Dan Wu Academy was an academy for elites. Practically anyone here, when placed in the outside world, could jump ranks during battle. The resources they enjoyed, martial skills and techniques they learned, as well as guidance from accomplished teachers, all of these were not what those from the outside world could compare with. However, within the Dan Wu Academy, jumping ranks during a battle was a challenging thing to do, unless one really had extraordinary talent. If Long Tang or Feng Zhihua was only at the 3rd-level Essence Qi Realm, Wan Yuan had no doubt that they could jump ranks to defeat Fei Qingping. But if it were Yi Yuan, even if he were to beat Wan Yuan to death, he would not believe it. Because he understood Yi Yuan too well. After a moment of silence, Wan Yuan still shook his head and said, "Qingping, the death match this time, you can only win. Defeat will not be tolerated. Even if Yi Yuan is only a rat, you have to go all out to defeat him. Bear in mind that you must not take him lightly. Understood?" Looking at Fei Qingping's careless attitude regarding his words, Wan Yuan finally became angry. "If you still have this attitude, I will eliminate you first." You are not only representing yourself in this match. You will also be representing the Wan family, the drunken Star Manor. If you are defeated by Yi Yuan, where do you want my father and me to put our faces? Wan Yuan's roar surprised Fei Qingping for a moment, his brain unable to react in time. But one thing was clear, and that was Wan Yuan really got angry. For Wan Yuan to be so concerned with Yi Yuan, that was something that had never happened before. "I understand, I will go all out to finish him." Feeling Wan Yuan's wrath, Fei Qingping did not dare to be arrogant and meekly promised this. With a sigh, Wan Yuan said, "Qingping, I know that you feel Yi Yuan isn't even worth looking at. Actually, isn't that the same for me? But this time around after he returned to the academy, I keep feeling that there's something off." Off? Off in what way? Fei Qingping could not help but became curious after Wan Yuan said that. He knew that even though Wan Yuan was younger than him by 2 years, he was very prudent in doing things, just like his father.
Regardless of whether it was talent or intelligence, Fei Qingping was much worse than Wang Yuan. That was why he was sincerely convinced to be his follower. Today, I went to find him to destroy his spirit and give him some trouble. I used 70% of my power, but I failed to catch him. Who knows when that punk managed to learn Instant Flash and even trained it to the Great Success stage. What? Instant Flash? Great Success stage?
How is that possible? Fei Qingping was startled. He apparently knew what Instant Flash at the Great Success stage meant. It meant that Yi Yuan was already standing at an undefeatable position.
If it was like this, Wang Yuan's warning was not an unnecessary action.
As if he was confirming his exchange with Yi Yuan today, Wang Yuan mused for a moment before nodding his head, saying, "That's right. It's Instant Flash at the Great Success stage."
Isn't that too shameless?
How could he possibly manage to learn such profound footwork? Could it be a fluke? Fei Qingping suddenly started to ramble incoherently.
Wang Yuan said in a deep voice, "A fluke? Why don't you try executing Instant Flash at the Great Success stage by luck for me to see?" Actually, he stirred up a lot of trouble during his trip back to the capital. He even went to the Drunken Star Manor to make a scene, and Father was unable to do anything to him. This time around on the way back here, Father arranged for a Masha assassin. Yet the result was that Yi Yuan actually arrived at the academy safely. That's why I feel that there is something odd about Yi Yuan after he came back. Then,
what should I do? At this point, Fei Qingping was thoroughly panicking.
Patting his shoulders, Wang Yuan slowly said, "Relax.
Even if he is a little unusual, the difference in strength between the two of you can't be made up.
However, you can't let down your guard during these 3 days. You have to make full use of all the time you have."
Hearing Wang Yuan said all these, Fei Qingping really did not dare to lower his guard this time. This battle was a death match where life and death must be determined. Fei Qingping was not willing to treat his life jokingly.
"Young Master Wan, just tell me what I have to do. I will absolutely listen to you." Seeing how he really took things seriously, Wang Yuan took out a bottle of medicinal pills and placed it in front of Fei Qingping. He said, "This is the essence gathering pills that my father refined. Its effectiveness is 50% greater than essence chi pills. These 3 days you will use these pills to raise your strength. You must definitely break through to the 5th level essence chi realm." Fei Qingping's eyes lit up. If he could break through to 5th level essence chi realm, then his chances of victory would increase significantly. Just as Wang Yuan said, the difference in strength was not something that can easily be breached.
A 5th level essence chi realm martial artist versus a 3rd level essence chi realm martial artist, he really had no reason to lose.
Immediately, Fei Qingping gave a deep bow and said gratefully, "Many thanks for young Master Wan's support." Nodding his head, Wang Yuan acknowledged it calmly and continued saying, "Another thing, these 3 days you also have to put all your effort into training the lesser capturing hand. Use it to counter Instant Flash, and you will be in an invincible position." In a training room at the Dan Wu Academy, Yi Yuan stood quietly with his eyes tightly shut as if asleep. Ever since he looked at the jade piece, Yi Yuan was already standing here for close to 2 hours. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes snapped open. Taking a step back, he then executed a palm movement. Stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave.
A burst of wind carried forward and with a boom, a fleshy palm smashed onto the wall.
A dent was made on the wall, but one could see it rapidly recovering with their naked eyes. Looking at the wall, Yi Yuan shook his head. This stacking waves layered palm is indeed hard to train. No wonder senior apprentice brother Zhao advised me to give up. I already used 2 hours to adjust the essence energy in my body, yet this palm still doesn't have the effects of the first layer wave. Yi Yuan sighed. If Zhao Chunyang saw this, his jaws would definitely drop, followed by scolding Yi Yuan being an ungrateful wrench. One has to know, back then when Long Tan was training his martial technique, the first layer wave was only mastered after a month. Even though Yi Yuan did not master it yet, he was not far from mastering the first layer wave already. Furthermore, he merely used 2 hours. Once more, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. Following the original method stated, he started to circulate the essence energy within his body once again. Stacking waves layered palm was actually a martial technique that creates a resonance between essence energy within the human body and heaven and earth essence energy, amplifying it in order to damage the enemies. Just like how tossing a rock into water will cause ripples to spread outwards. Describing it seemed easy, but to actually accomplish it was as hard as reaching the heaven. Heaven and earth essence energy was a vague and ethereal existence. In order to create a resonance, one needed to have an incredibly profound understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy. To martial artists, cultivating essence energy was instinctive. One would just need to gather essence energy according to their corresponding martial skill. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something but not understanding why. Although every martial artist cultivated essence energy, most likely no one would be able to say what exactly was essence energy. As cultivation realm increased, martial artists would gain a deeper understanding towards essence energy. When completely ignorant about essence energy, one could only go through non-stop training to be able to slowly grasp that sort of resonance in order to master stacking waves layered palm. That was the reason why this palm technique was so difficult to learn. Yi Yuan possessed an extremely high cultivation realm in his past life. Furthermore, he also had extremely great attainments in alchemy Dao. That was why it was much easier for him to learn this technique. Slowly raising his right palm, a faint earthly yellow glow started to condense on Yi Yuan's palm, forming a tiny vortex. Releasing a palm strike, that faint yellow light spread out like water ripples. Pung! The wall sunk in heavily and the dent even deeper than previously. Stacking waves layered palm. Yi Yuan managed to execute it on his second palm strike. Well, that's the feeling, all right, but it still isn't that stable. Also, the execution time is too long. Looks like I still need to practice more, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this morning, the combat arena was surrounded by a lot of people that not even water could seep through. After 3 days of seething, virtually everyone in the Danwu Academy knew about Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping's deathmatch. In this world, there was no lack of people who liked to watch a good show. It was the same everywhere. Even though the ones fighting in the deathmatch were just 2 small characters, it was still a deathmatch. It meant that one party would definitely die. Who would miss out on such a good show? After all, there had not been a deathmatch in the Danwu Academy for over 2 years. The deathmatch had not even started yet, but everyone was already discussing in groups of 3s and 5s. Who do you guys think will win? Another person looked at him as if he was an idiot. Are you retarded? A 3rd level Essence Chi realm versus a 4th level Essence Chi realm. What's there to guess? Do you think that Yi Yuan is senior brother apprentice long? Hehe. Who knows? Perhaps that Yi Yuan has something surprising up his sleeves. Don't you know that he spent the past few days cultivating in a closed-door seclusion? Maybe when he appears, he would be at 4th level Essence Chi realm already. That person did not mind and laughed instead. His words were once again met with disdain. What's the use of hugging Buddha's feet at the last moment? Yi Yuan isn't the only one who went into a closed-door seclusion. That Fei Qingping also spent 3 days in a closed-door seclusion. I heard that Fei Qingping has been stuck at the 4th level Essence Chi realm for a long time. This time around, who knows if he might directly break through to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. That Yi Yuan is definitely dead. That's not necessarily true. I heard that Yi Yuan managed to learn Instant Flash, and it's even at the great success stage. This practically means that he is in an undefeatable position. Instant Flash? What's the use? Shitty combat power, low cultivation realm. Don't tell me he has to keep using Instant Flash? When his essence energy is finally depleted, wouldn't he still be defeated? Furthermore, Instant Flash might be amazing, but it isn't invincible. Okay. I'm guessing that Yi Yuan is making up for his weaknesses during these 3 days of closed-door seclusion. It's hard to increase cultivation realm in a short period of time, so it's possible he's training some amazing martial techniques. I heard that a few days before, Yi Yuan went to the scripture library. Oh right, wasn't it Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao on duty then? Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao. What martial technique did Yi Yuan choose? Zhao Chunyang, who was currently listening to the strength analysis, did not expect the topic to suddenly switch to him. Hearing their question, he directly replied, "It's the stacking waves layered palm." I already said so.
This Yu Yuan is outrageous. Plenty to choose from, yet he just had to choose this martial technique. Even senior apprentice Brother Long spent a month before he managed to master the first layer wave. Yi Yuan is too confident. Does he think he's stronger than senior apprentice Brother Long? Even if he is stronger than senior apprentice Brother Long, how long does he need to master the first layer wave? Half a month? 10 days? 7 days? Ha ha! The more that person spoke, the funnier he found it, and he could not help but laugh out loud. So it's that martial technique? I was still hoping that he could create a miracle by becoming a dark horse and finishing off that Fei Qingping. Looks like I was expecting too much. I reckon this deathmatch doesn't have any more value to watch. That Yu Yuan is dead. I've long said that there isn't anything worth watching, but you didn't believe me. This Yi Yuan is just a silk pants whose father forcefully raised him by 2 cultivation realms. What combat power can he have? If it wasn't a deathmatch, I wouldn't even be bothered to come and watch. Make a guess. How many moves will Fei Qingping take to finish off Yi Yuan? That? 20 moves, this person said uncertainly. 20 moves? You are expecting too much. At best 5 moves. Senior apprentice Brother Zhao, what do you think? Another person asked Zhao Chunyang. That I'm not too sure. But I feel that it might not be impossible for Yi Yuan. Zhao Chunyang replied. Zhao Chunyang was not confident enough. But ever since encountering Yi Yuan that day, he felt that something would happen. But all of the signs clearly showed that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. Zhao Chunyang did not know why he had this feeling either. That person thought he heard wrong and was just about to open his mouth when another voice sounded off from behind him. 10 moves. Junior apprentice Brother Yi wins. That voice did not make any attempts to hide, and many of the surrounding people heard it. Muttering. That voice was like a bomb that just went off, and everyone glanced over in that direction. Before this, everyone's opinions were one-sided, thinking that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. The two who were predicting how many moves Yi Yuan would last before he loses were not in the minority. Therefore, this voice could be said to be very different, resulting in all the other discussions ceased. Tang Yu, are you all right? Someone recognized who it was. It was precisely Tang Yu who returned to the Dan Wu Academy with Yi Yuan. There was even a young lady beside him who was Luer. That's right, Tang Yu. I've heard that you've been walking very closely with that moron recently. Is that why you also became retarded? Ha ha ha. The matter of Tang Yu and Yi Yuan returning together obviously could not be hidden from others. It was dug out over these few days. Tang Yu emotionlessly swept a look over everyone and gave a cold smile. He then said, 100 essence chi pills. Who dares to wager with me? Tang Yu's words once again made everyone silent, but their expressions were even more like they were looking at a fool. Tang Yu, did you really become stupid? Enough crap. If I lose, I will pay each and every one of you 100 essence chi pills. But if I win, each one of you will pay me 100 essence chi pills. If you don't dare, then shut up. At this moment, Tang Yu's domineering air seeped out. As expected, the moment he said that, most of the people immediately shut up. 100 essence chi pills were not a small amount. It was practically the amount of their usage for 3 months. Even though there were plenty of people who did not mind, it was still a large enough number to make the majority felt pain for several months. Let's wager then. Who's scared of you? But there are at least several hundred people here. If you lose, can you afford to pay? At this moment, those who were on good terms with Wan Yuan could not look on anymore, and one of them immediately jumped out and confronted Tang Yu. Tang Yu gave a cold laugh and took out a bottle of medicinal pills. Transcendent grade essence chi pill. All of them are transcendent grade essence chi pills. That person stared till his eyes nearly popped out. The value of one transcendent grade essence chi pill could sufficiently match with 10 ordinary high-grade essence chi pills. These medicinal pills were all refined by Yi Yuan before he went into a closed-door seclusion. He long foresaw the scene, and so he decided to use this chance to make a windfall. I will wager with you. The audience turned towards the voice, only to see Wan Yuan walking in with Lu Ruoxue and Fei Qingping. I will wager with you. The moment Wan Yuan appeared, he brought with him an imposing air, affecting Tang Yu to the point he was out of breath. Fine.
Tang Yu did not answer ambiguously and directly accepted it. Since we are wagering, let's play a little bigger. Wan Yuan was smiling coldly at Tang Yu, making people felt that his scheme had succeeded. How do you want to play? Tang Yu gritted his teeth and asked. 1,000 pills. Transcendent grade essence chi pills. How about it? Do you dare to play? Seeing Tang Yu's facial expression, he felt increasingly satisfied. Tang Yu seemed to have been scared by this figure as he revealed a difficult expression. Although Yi Yuan is disappointing, his father Yi Hang is an alchemy grandmaster that everyone looks up to. It can't be that you can't even take out this bit of essence chi pills, right? Seeing Tang Yu's expression, he became even more pleased with himself. Fine. 1,000 then. Do you think I'm scared of you? Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Ha ha. You got guts. Now everybody heard that? If the time comes and one goes back on his word, everyone will go to the fragrant medicine pavilion together to find Yi Hang, Wan Yuan shouted loudly. Many people saw Tang Yu's expression and felt more confident despite having no basis. I will bet too. 100 high-grade essence chi pills. I will bet too. Me too. After hearing Yi Hang's name, everyone was no longer worried that Yi Yuan would repudiate his debt, so they all verbally agreed to the wager one after another. After finding someone to be a witness, those participating in the wager signed on the paper one after another, and this matter was considered fixed. Looking at all these people's signatures, Tang Yu was overjoyed. Looks like junior apprentice brother Yi is still the best. These people just lost their money. In the future, we won't lack essence chi pills anymore. There will be as many as we want. Tang Yu thought to himself. Others might not know, but Tang Yu had seen with his own eyes how Yi Yuan used his 3rd-level Essence Chi Realm cultivation to kill a 7th-level Essence Chi Realm assassin. How could he possibly be defeated by a minor character like Fei Qingping? Not everyone had the guts to participate in the wager. The final count of all those who signed the paper was more than 200 people. There was an enormous quantity of Essence Chi pills at stake. If Yi Yuan really lost, this would be an absolutely devastating blow to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But they probably would not have that opportunity. Especially Wan Yuan this time around, he was definitely going to suffer a hefty loss. After this business was settled, it was already getting late. Fei Qingping slowly walked into the combat arena. Yi? Fei Qingping is actually already at the 5th-level Essence Chi Realm. It's true. Yi Yuan is definitely doomed now. Ha ha ha. That wager of 100 high-grade essence chi pills just now was really a great haul. Under the same circumstances, a difference of 1 realm would already decide everything. That was why everyone was not optimistic about Yi Yuan. If these students initially still had a trace of faith in Yi Yuan, after seeing Fei Qingping's 5th-level essence chi realm now, even that last trace of faith was gone. Listening to the public opinions, Fei Qingping felt very refreshed. The initial trace of worry in his heart was already wholly forgotten. All along, Fei Qingping had always been following behind Wan Yuan. Never had he thought that one day he would also become everyone's focus. After today, I will probably receive quite a few love letters from girls, right? Fei Qingping thought to himself. These past 3 days, Fei Qingping did not dare to slack off even the slightest. First, he used 1 day to break through the bottleneck. The essence-gathering pills' effects were unexpectedly good, making him advance to the 5th-level Essence Chi realm smoothly. Next, he went into a closed-door seclusion to train the lesser capturing hand. Even though time was a little tight, under Wan Yuan's guidance, there was some success. Under this situation, Fei Qingping could not even find a trace of the possibility of losing. What time is it already? Why isn't Yi Yuan here yet? He probably didn't dare to come and ran away already. Ha ha ha. Losing face is better than losing his life. After all, he will die even if he comes. At least he can save his life by finding his father to shield him. It was already late and everybody was already impatient from waiting. Under these sort of circumstances, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was too scared. That was why he did not dare to come. At a private viewing stand in the combat arena, 2 young men between the ages of 17 and 18 years old stood with their hands behind their backs. One with a domineering air soaring to the skies, while the other seemingly had a nonchalant attitude towards life.
To think that the great martial roll of honors rank 1 would actually stoop to come watch this sort of small fight. That nonchalant-looking man could not help but revealed a surprised expression after seeing the newcomer. Rank 1 in the martial roll of honor. This person who was emanating a domineering air that reached the clouds was actually the legendary number 1 figure in the Dan Wu Academy, Long Tang. Long Tang did not have any intention to respond to the other party's mocking. He knew that the person in front of him who looked laid back was actually an extremely nasty opponent. Didn't you, martial roll of honors rank 2, come as well? Long Tang rebuked leisurely. This laid-back looking man was actually rank 2 in the martial roll of honor, Zhuobuguei. If there were other students around, they would undoubtedly be greatly astonished. Martial roll of honors rank 1 and rank 2, appearing together to pay attention to a battle between rookies. This was completely inconceivable. Ha ha ha. I can't hold onto this rank 2 for long. Junior apprentice Sister Feng is right on my heels. I'm afraid this rank 2 will have to change owners at the next battle of martial roll of honor. Zhuobuguei had a helpless expression. Long Tang did not make any remarks on this. He knew that with Zhuobuguei's strength, one could not need him as they wished. Even he himself has to be cautious when facing him. It isn't just the two of us. Sui Shan, Su Qingfeng, those guys came too. Look at the grandstand opposite. After all, it's been 2 years since a deathmatch has occurred. Even if it's only 2 rookies, it isn't strange to attract everyone over, right? Thinking back, weren't we also rookies back then? Long Tang said lightly. Hee, that's true. Who wasn't a rookie before? But that fellow Sui Shan and Wan Yuan have common interests. Is he here to watch a joke? After all, the Su family and the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion don't get along. With his personality, watching Yihang's son get killed will definitely make him derive pleasure from others' misfortunes. Zhuobuguei seemed to be very clear on the arrangement within the capital. None of my business, Long Tang said indifferently. TSK. I knew you were like this. I know that you came here today because you wanted to see if the stacking waves layered palm that even you couldn't master can be mastered by a rookie, right? Zhuobuguei seemed to understand Long Tang very well, and he directly set out the purpose of Long Tang's visit. Long Tang did not deny it. Nodding his head, he said, stacking waves layered palm might be an incomplete martial technique, but it's publicly acknowledged within the academy to be the hardest to master, as well as the martial technique with the greatest might. These past few years, virtually no one dared to touch it. I want to see if this Yu Yuan is here to be a joke, or does he really have the confidence to master stacking waves layered palm? Zhuobuguei curled his lips and said, I think that you are thinking too much. Even a sicko like you spent a month's time to master only the first layer. How can Yu Yuan that last place possibly master it? Even if he mastered it, what's the use of the first layer wave? The difference between Fei Qingping and him is 2 whole cultivation realms. Perhaps Long Tang couldn't be bothered to debate with Zhuobuguei and replied nonchalantly. Hey, what kind of attitude is this? Is there a need to put on a cool appearance all day? I think you won't be able to see it anymore. Yi Yuan, that punk, probably ran away already. What time is it already? And yet he still hasn't appeared. Zhuobuguei kept on talking non-stop, but Long Tang could not be bothered to respond. Make way! Make way! Right at this moment, Yi Yuan shouted at the top of his voice. He was stuck outside, unable to enter. It's Yi Yuan. He came. He actually dared to come. Quickly make way for him, don't delay me from collecting my essence chi pills. Amidst a wave of laughter, everyone made way for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not enter the combat arena directly, but came to Tang Yu instead and asked slyly, Is it done? Tang Yu smiled. Don't worry, junior apprentice brother Yi. Luckily, I didn't fail you. Ha ha. Then that's good. That's good. Finishing his words, Yi Yuan then raised both arms up and cupped his hands politely, and he said, Many thanks to all senior apprentice brothers and sisters that gave these essence chi pills. I, your junior apprentice brother, thank you here, and kindly accept them. Everyone looked at each other speechlessly, not knowing why Yi Yuan was showing off. Did he mess his brain up from training? Ignoring everyone's surprised looks, Yi Yuan said to Tang Yu, Senior apprentice brother Tang, take care not to lose the name list. After the match, I have to go and claim from each person. Ending the conversation,
Yi Yuan walked into the combat arena step by step. Fei Qingping had a cold smile on his face as he watched Yi Yuan showing off. You are about to die, and yet you still dare to ask for essence chi pills? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Fei Qingping, did you wager? Since I'm about to die, why don't you bet some more? Don't worry, I've already wagered everything. Now, I will send you to the Western Paradise. Fei Qingping fully released the power of his 5th-level Essence Chi realm as he wanted to take the initiative right from the start. Yo, momentum's not bad. Yi, you are actually at the 5th-level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan's face revealed astonishment. Fei Qingping saw Yi Yuan's face change color and could not help but be pleased with himself. Humph. Anyhow, we are apprentice brothers after all. How about this? I will allow you 3 moves. Make your move. Yi Yuan revealed a delighted expression and asked with amazement, do you really mean it, senior apprentice brother Fei? Of course. Then that's great. Yi Yuan smiled. Looking all around, he said, you all heard it. He was the one who said he will allow me 3 moves. This fellow is really dumb like a pig. Listening to how Fei Qingping allowed 3 moves so arrogantly during the match, Wan Yuan, who was in the audience, gnashed his teeth in anger. These past few days, he warned that fellow countless times to not let down his guard. And yet, the result was that his strength indeed increased, but his habit of taking the enemy lightly surfaced once again. Wan Yuan was different from Fei Qingping. He also looked down greatly on Yi Yuan, but if he were the one up there, he definitely would not say something like, allow you 3 moves. Instead, he would beat down Yi Yuan with full power. Lu Ruoxue, who was by the side, covered her mouth as she laughed and said, don't get mad, senior apprentice brother one. Fei Qingping might be a little arrogant, but right now he does have the capital to be arrogant. 5th-level Essence Chi Realm versus 3rd-level Essence Chi Realm. No matter how you look at it, he wouldn't lose, don't you think? Even if he allows 3 moves, it has no bearing on the overall situation. Since Lu Ruoxue already said all that, Wan Yuan did not feel it was nice to go into it seriously. But in his mind, he was thinking that, after they return, he would definitely show him some colors. I've incurred junior apprentice Sister Lu's ridicule. It's just that this is a death match. Fei Qingping shouldn't be so careless. But I don't think that Yi Yuan would be able to do anything. Wan Yuan shook his head and smiled. That's obvious. Senior apprentice brother Wan spent the past few days to help with junior apprentice brother Fei's bitter closed seclusion training. Furthermore, he has an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation realm. Nothing is going to happen. What's funny is that just now, Yi Yuan was still showing off as if so many senior apprentice brothers' essence chi pills were already his. Looking at this point, he isn't any different from the past Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue's words carried a faint enmity as she replied, oh, that's true now that you mentioned it. Perhaps I was overly cautious. But this way, it does seem more like Yi Yuan's personality. After Ruoxue said that, Wan Yuan also came around. Thinking back to Yi Yuan's actions just now, it was like how he used to act recklessly and blindly in the past. But this was going to be the last time. In the arena, a middle-aged man dressed in black walked in step by step. He was the instructor who was hosting this deathmatch, Huyen Yong. Huyen Yong glanced at the 2 people without any emotion. It was as if not at all caring the slightest about this deathmatch. Since the 2 of you are here, the deathmatch will begin now. In a deathmatch, each person is responsible for their own life and death. Begin. Finishing his words, Huyen Yong directly left. Presently, Yi Yuan was wearing a white martial outfit, standing there with a somewhat valiant and heroic bearing. Except that this valiant and heroic appearance did not match his strength, leaving everyone with an inexpressible strange feeling. Hey, you said 3 moves. After I hit you, you mustn't retaliate. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and exclaimed. Fei Qingping smiled coldly. Just relying on you? Hee. Won't you know after trying? Here I come. Right after he finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure already arrived in front of Fei Qingping. Stacking waves, layered palm. First layer wave. Smash. Fei Qingping's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan standing in the arena with an unbelievable expression, not knowing what happened just now. No, to be exact, they could not believe the truth that they just witnessed with their own eyes. How could he be so fast? Stacking waves layered palm? Ichi really mastered it? How is this possible? Just now, that was stacking waves layered palm. On the secret viewing platform, Zwabugue's laid-back attitude already disappeared from his face, and what replaced it was astonishment. It sounded like he was asking Long Tang, and at the same time as if he was talking to himself. Shocked was written all over Long Tang's face, but he still replied, "That's right. It's stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave." But didn't he only train for 3 days? Zwabugue felt that his brain was a little insufficient to process this. 3 days to learn stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave. Could it be that this Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than this Long Tang in front of him? But even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous than Long Tang, it could not be to the extent of learning it in 3 days. Right? Long Tang used a month, and yet Yi Yuan only used 3 days. The time that Long Tang took was actually 10 times of Yi Yuan's? Isn't it too demoralizing? Long Tang didn't know what happened either. But among Dan Wu Academy students, nobody was more familiar with this martial technique than him. What Yi Yuan used just now was the authentic first layer wave. If this was Yi Yuan's first time looking at the jade piece, it means he really mastered it in 3 days. Long Tang's words revealed mixed feelings. Zwabugue clearly became aware of that point as well and asked, "Do you mean that he trained in it before? This time around, it's just to deceive the public? If it's like that, then it makes sense." The more Zwabugue thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. That trademark smile once again appeared on his face, except it was still a little forced. "That's what I said. How can there be someone even more monstrous than you? Furthermore, it's monstrous to such an extent." Long Tang shook his head and said calmly, "I didn't say that. It's just an assumption. In reality, I'm more inclined to believe that this was his first time seeing that jade piece." Zwabugue was speechless. In the arena, a trace of light flashed across Huyen Yang's eyes, whose expression had been indifferent all this while. He was similarly shocked by Yi Yuan's strike, but what he was astonished by was not the stacking waves layered palm, but Yi Yuan's movement technique. Previously, Yi Yuan revealed instant flash, so everyone was not a stranger to it. But everyone's understanding of him remained at the large success stage. But the instant flash that Yi Yuan displayed just now was undoubtedly at the Great Circle stage. What Yi Yuan executed just now did not leave any afterimages. Hence, he deceived every student's eyes and ears. Afterimage was a mark of mastering instant flash to the Great Circle stage. But it did not mean that a great success stage of instant flash will definitely leave afterimages. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. That was the true meaning of a martial technique at the Great Circle stage. Coincidentally, back in those days, Huyenyong also spent a great deal of effort on instant flash. He was one of the few people who trained this technique to the Great Circle stage. Although he went on to practice higher-ranking movement techniques, he was still most familiar with instant flash. Yet, just now, he clearly felt that the instant flash Yi Yuan executed was somewhat different. It was just that he could not say how exactly was it different. But without any doubt, Yi Yuan's understanding of this technique was beyond his. This punk isn't simple. Huyen Yong, who was originally indifferent towards this deathmatch, started to feel a faint anticipation now. That fool. I already told him not to underestimate the enemy. Looking at the arena, Wan Yuan gnashed his teeth angrily. Wan Yuan never thought that Yi Yuan actually managed to master the stacking waves layered palm. Just what on earth happened on this guy's body? Just 3 days. Something that senior apprentice brother Long Tang only accomplished using 1 month. Yi Yuan actually managed to use only 3 days. Was this really still the Yi Yuan I know? Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Wan. Junior apprentice brother Fei only underestimated the enemy for a moment. Even if Yi Yuan mastered stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave, he can't win against junior apprentice brother Fei. Lu Ruoxue remained fully confident. Wan Yuan nodded his head. He obviously knew that this strike was not unable to cause Fei Qingping any actual harm. Underestimated the enemy? Even if he didn't take the enemy lightly, he probably also couldn't avoid that strike just now, right? Huyen Yong was not far from Wan Yuan and heard Lu Ruoxue and their conversation. giving this evaluation in his heart. Hey, have you laid down long enough?
There are still 2 more moves which you allowed me. You aren't going to go back on your words, are you?
Yi Yuan clapped his hands together with a face that said it cannot be helped. Cough, cough, cough. Fei Qingping had not caught his breath even after so long.
That palm strike just now hit him right in the chest to the point where he could not catch his breath. Were it not for the fact that he gathered essence energy to form a shield at the last moment, he would have failed miserably at this simple mission.
4th level Essence Chi Realm was much stronger than 3rd level Essence Chi Realm. It was not just because the essence energy was much thicker, but also because after the 4th level Essence Chi Realm, one would be able to materialize an essence energy shield. This greatly increased one's self-defense power.
The damage from a 3rd level Essence Chi Realm's attack after being neutralized by an essence energy shield will significantly be reduced in power.
Li little bastard. Fei Qingping held his chest as he struggled to stand up. Just as he managed to steady himself, Yi Yuan palm came again.
Smash! Fei Qingping was sent flying once more, rolling on the ground far away.
You're really asking for a beating.
Try scolding again if you got the guts. Yi Yuan stopped smiling and said coldly.
Cough, cough.
So what if I scold you?
The little badash. Smash. Before he even managed to complete his sentence, Yi Yuan's palm once again imprinted onto Fei Qingping's chest. I admire your guts. Come, carry on scolding. Yi Yuan's words became frostier.
Cough, cough. 3 moves are over, prepare to die.
Little badash. Smash. Yet another palm.
Only this palm struck the face. Even though it was weakened by the essence energy shield, Fei Qingping's face started to swell slightly.
Little dash. Smash. 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 Yi Yuan landed one palm after another on Fei Qingping's face.
Fei Qingping stood up again and again but was sent flying each time. As long as he stood up, a palm would come whizzing, leaving him no time to start scolding.
It was said that when hitting someone, do not hit the face. Yet, Yi Yuan deliberately hit Fei Qingping's face.
After over a dozen palms landed, Fei Qingping's face already swelled up like a pig's head. Even if his parents were here, they probably would not be able to recognize their own son.
Currently, Fei Qingping was howling in his heart. Each time he made a great effort to stand up, wanting to retaliate, Yi Yuan would appear before his eyes without waiting for him to react.
Right now, he discovered that the Yi Yuan he always looked down upon had indeed possessed the strength to threaten him.
Everybody looked on dumbfounded at the scene of Yi Yuan continuously striking one palm after the other.
Each time Yi Yuan struck, their hearts would jump involuntarily as if that palm was slapping their faces.
Stretching out to touch their faces. Why was it that they found their faces a little hot? Wan Yuan did not say a word, but his face was already completely black.
How is this about Yi Yuan slapping Fei Qingping's face?
He was clearly slapping Wan Yuan's face.
There were so many people present here. Who did not know that Fei Qingping was his lackey?
In his heart, he had already scolded Fei Qingping countless times. But that was not of any help at all to the current situation in the combat arena. Wan Yuan did not possess Huyen Yong's judgment. Even now, he still stubbornly believed that Yi Yuan had the initiative because of those 3 moves, and Yi Yuan could beat Fei Qingping until this state because Fei Qingping was taken unaware. Thinking back to how Fei Qingping promised to allow Yi Yuan 3 moves right from the start, it became a complete joke now. It had already been over 10 moves, and Fei Qingping had not even counterattacked. Fei Qingping, are you a pig? Quickly, use the lesser capturing hand. Wan Yuan could not sit idly by any longer and then shouted out loud, murmuring.
Following Wan Yuan's cry, the hundreds of people in the audience all looked over in his direction.
It seemed to have caught Yi Yuan's attention as well. He looked over and ceased his violent rhythmic beating of Fei Qingping. Shut up. This is a death match. Who permitted you to shout? Huyen Yong turned around and looked frostily at Wan Yuan. A powerful pressure belonging to the spirit condensation realm came forth, crushing Wan Yuan until his breathing almost stopped.
Teacher Huyen, does his action count as breaking the academy's rules? Yi Yuan asked calmly.
Huyen Yong also had a headache. Even though Wan Yuan was an Earth rank student, his potential was quite high. Additionally, with his father Wan Donghai's network, he could not be too harsh on him.
However, what Wan Yuan did was indeed a transgression. A deathmatch prohibited anyone from interrupting the duel. Wang Yuan's interference had clearly disrupted Yi Yuan's momentum. Now, if Yi Yuan was to hold on to this point and not let things go, under everyone's watchful eyes, Huyen Yong really did not know how to handle things. Of course it counts. Even though it might be troublesome, Huyen Yong could not deny this in front of so many people. Currently, many people's gaze towards Wang Yuan became filled with contempt. Anyone could tell that he intentionally interrupted Yi Yuan's momentum. That, according to the Academy's rules, how should he be punished for his actions? Just now, I had the full advantage, but after that shout, I'm afraid that I will be beaten by Fei Qingping later. I don't want to look like a pig head. Teacher Huyen, you have to stand up for me. The weak party, Yi Yuan said innocently. This. Huyen Yong was exasperated and cursed endlessly in his heart. Other people might not be able to tell, but how could he not see it? Even when interrupted, there was no way that Pighead could even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. It had nothing to do with the overall situation. Yet, Yi Yuan deliberately pretended to be the weak party right now in order to gain everyone's sympathy. This made it even harder for him to find a way out of this situation whether he punished Wang Yuan or not. As expected, when Yi Yuan's voice died down, a wave of murmuring sounded off at the grandstand. Everyone understood what he meant. Yi Yuan was already 2 minor cultivation realms lower than Fei Qingping right from the start and was at an absolute disadvantage. Fei Qingping himself threw away his initiative, which finally balanced out the initially tilted scale. If Yi Yuan were beaten to death by Fei Qingping right after coming up, there would absolutely be no one who would pity him. But now that Yi Yuan finally saw the hope of victory and yet was despicably interrupted by Wang Yuan, everybody could not help but pity him, even though many among them wagered against Yi Yuan. However, everybody was clear in their hearts that even though Yi Yuan was the one beating violently, in reality, it was all superficial wounds to Fei Qingping, unable to give him any serious injuries. Stacking Wave's layered palm was indeed powerful, but the first layer wave was not able to compensate for the difference in cultivation realm. If Fei Qingping were only at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm, then even if he had 10 lives, he would be thoroughly dead. If Fei Qingping was at the 4th level Essence Qi realm, perhaps Yi Yuan might just have that glimmer of hope to finish him off. But at the 5th level Essence Qi realm, nobody felt that Yi Yuan could really kill Fei Qingping. That was the reality of it. Just as Huyen Yong was caught in the dilemma, Fei Qingping finally took the opportunity to stand up, albeit in an unstable manner. However, he was already confused and disoriented right now. He was utterly unable to figure out the directions. Fei Qingping saw a blurry figure, pointed at him, and shouted angrily, Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Hundreds of people took a look at Fei Qingping's funny appearance and burst into laughter. The laughter made Fei Qingping's eardrums quake in pain. Fei Qingping did not understand why everyone was laughing at him, but when he saw clearly who he was pointing at, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The person in front of him gradually became clearer. He was pointing to none other than the currently livid Huyen Yong. Wang Yuan disrupted the deathmatch. In accordance with the Academy's rules, he will go and receive 100 whippings himself after the duel. Wang Yuan, leave the combat arena right now. Huyen Yong had been an instructor for so many years, but never had he lost face like he did today. Whipping was a form of punishment frequently used on students. This whip punishment was naturally different from the mortal's whipping punishment. It was carried out using a low-grade spirit artifact. Each whip will scatter the student's protective essence energy, causing bone-piercing pain. The average student who committed a mistake would receive around 30 to 50 whips. After that, they basically had to lie on a bed for 10 days. Now that Wang Yuan had to receive 100 whips, he would not be able to walk for at least 20 days no matter what. Wang Yuan also knew that he had incurred public wrath, so he did not dare to talk back to Huyen Yong. Glaringly fiercely at Yi Yuan, he said, In a while, we will come and collect your corpse. Yi Yuan did not show any weaknesses and said loudly, Many thanks then. But I think you better collect the corpse of your family's dog. I won't see you off. Finishing by drawing aggro, Yi Yuan sent Wang Yuan off with a wave of his hands. If it was not a death match, Wang Yuan wished he could immediately rush down and tear Yi Yuan apart. After Wang Yuan left, Huyen Yong announced with a scowl,
Deathmatch resumes. Currently, Fei Qingping had already recovered. There was hatred in his eyes as if he wanted to tear Yi Yuan apart alive. Yi Yuan, you despicable man. To actually use such a contemptible method to execute sneak attacks on me. Fei Qingping gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan stared at him like he was an idiot. Hey, you were the one who said that you will allow me 3 moves. Now you turn around and blame me for being despicable? Did you really become a pig's head? Little bastard. You are dead. Fei Qingping was practically foaming at the mouth from anger and started cursing again. As his voice fell, Yi Yuan's figure once again executed instant flash, appearing in front of Fei Qingping. Smash! Fei Qingping was sent flying once again. This time around, the audience on the grandstand finally noticed something wrong. If previously Fei Qingping were sent flying because he underestimated the enemy right at the start, then what about now? Fei Qingping could not possibly be unprepared when facing Yi Yuan in his towering rage. Yet, he was still sent flying with a single palm by Yi Yuan. Those with a good judgment already discovered that this time around, even though Fei Qingping was prepared to counterattack, he was still slower by half a beat. Is instant flash supposed to be this quick? Zhuobugue felt that there were too many things happening today that overturned his understanding.
Longtang looked at him and said, looks like we were both wrong. Yi Yuan's instant flash had already reached the Great Circle stage.
Zhuobugue sucked in a cold breath involuntarily. See, Great Circle stage. Do you also know instant flash?
Longtang seemed to know what Zhuobugue was asking, so he nodded his head and said, I still cannot find the crux to step into the Great Circle realm. Zhuobugue muttered, this Yi Yuan is truly monstrous.
Looks like in the future, we will have another terrifying opponent. Hearing Zhuobugue's words, Longtang's face did not become grim, but instead, it overflowed with fighting intent. If he can rise up, he would be a pretty good opponent. Longtang's domineering air continued to soar, as if he had already been lonely in the Dan Wu Academy for too long. Zhuobugue rolled his eyes and said, You are indeed a sicko. Even though I don't know what happened to Yi Yuan, most likely he can't cause any threat to you. After all, your cultivation realm is much higher than his. It may not necessarily be so. Don't tell me you still believe that Yi Yuan rising 2 minor cultivation realms in a row was the result of his father pulling the shoot to help it grow. Zhuobugue shook his head and said, Even though I don't know how he did it, he is definitely not those sort of 3rd-level essence chi realm with superficial foundation. From the start until now, he had continuously used over a dozen instant flashes and stacking wave-layered palms. All these no longer support the principle where his foundation is superficial. But looking at him, he doesn't seem to be under strain. Instead, he seems to be doing it with ease. But the question is, how does he do it? Since the start of the duel, Zhuobugue felt that there were too many mysteries on Yi Yuan's body. Many of the things that happened with Yi Yuan surpassed his understanding. However, Zhuobugue did not treat Yi Yuan as an opponent, because Yi Yuan's realm was too low. The accumulation of essence energy was a drawn-out process. No matter how talented someone was, this process cannot be made up for within a short period of time. Zhuobugue was older than Yi Yuan by 2 whole years. If he were a mediocre person like Fei Qingping, then there was nothing strange about being caught up by Yi Yuan. However, Zhuobugue himself was a genius among geniuses, the number 2 figure on the martial roll of honor. He had his own pride. By the time Yi Yuan reached his current strength, he would definitely have taken another huge step forward. Looks like there are plenty of secrets on Yi Yuan. I have a feeling that before long, he will become a formidable adversary for us, Longtang said.
Currently, Yi Yuan was looking at Fei Qingping, who was on the ground. He said coldly, I don't care how you scold me, but if you scold my parents, I won't stand for it. If you have the guts, try scolding another sentence. The next time I strike, it will no longer be light. Fei Qingping struggled up from the ground, shook his pig head, and gave a hideous smile, ha ha.
Just relying on you? So what if you manage to learn the stacking waves layered palm?
It's just the first layer wave.
Even if I let you hit me, can you even kill me? Once your essence energy is fully exhausted, you are dead.
So what if I scold you?
Little bastard. Little bastard. Little bastard. Come on.
Come hit me.
This time, Fei Qingping was wiser. As he spoke, he was already on full alert and secretly revolved essence energy in preparation to use the lesser capturing hand at any time. He also knew that he could not compete in movement technique with Yi Yuan no matter what, so he simply went on the defensive. As long as he thoroughly exhausted Yi Yuan's essence energy, the latter would be dead.
However, this time around, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of striking immediately. Instead, he looked at Fei Qingping and started smiling. Except, this smile revealed an icy intent, making the students on the grandstand shuddered involuntarily.
Huyen Yong narrowed his eyes. He knew that Yi Yuan really became angry. The next attack would definitely fall like a thunderbolt.
It was just that he could not imagine just how Yi Yuan would make up for the difference in cultivation realm.
Clearly, the stacking wave's layered palm, first layer wave, had no use. Could it be that Yi Yuan still has a trump card that he has not used? Huyen Yong began to faintly look forward to it. The Yi Yuan today had brought too many surprises for him.
Haha. Very good. You really have balls. I'm coming. You better prepare your lesser capturing hand properly. Yi Yuan was full of smiles and even took special care to remind Fei Qingping.
The next instant, Fei Qingping discovered that Yi Yuan's figure slowly started to blur. Immediately, he detected something was wrong, and lesser capturing hand was executed without any hesitation in an attempt to slow Yi Yuan's figure. Yet all of these were futile.
Yi Yuan's figure once again appeared in front of him and a palm was struck out immediately, almost the same as before. Stacking wave's layered palm, second layer wave?
Fei Qingping's body flew out like a kite with a broken string.
Poo work.
The instant he landed, Fei Qingping vomited a large mouthful of blood. It was clear that he suffered heavy internal injuries.
Second layer wave.
He mastered the second layer wave. How is that possible? It's only been 3 days. Zhuobugue could not believe his eyes. This scene was just too shocking. Although the attack power only increased by 4 times, the cultivation difficulty was not just an increment of 4 times. Long Tang once estimated previously that in order to master the second layer wave, he would need to spend at least 3 months. Was this fellow Yi Yuan still a human?
Although Long Tang, who was by the side, never spoke, the shock in his heart was no less than Zhuobugue's.
Mastering second layer wave in 3 days.
This was something that he did not even dare to imagine. Just what on earth happened to Yi Yuan, making him so monstrous?
Yi Yuan could not be bothered with other people's astonishment and slowly walked in front of Fei Qingping.
You said that I can't kill you?
Who do you think you are? You are nothing but a dog of Wan Yuan, Yi Yuan said coolly. Fei Qingping wanted to say something but vomited another mouthful of blood instead.
A first layer wave was 2 times the power and a second layer wave was 4 times the power. Using Yi Yuan's abundant essence energy to unleash 4 times the power? Fei Qingping's essence energy shield was no longer sufficient. That palm just now directly shattered Fei Qingping's essence energy shield and made an imprint on his chest. Yi Yuan did not hold back his attack at all, directly shattering Fei Qingping's internal organs and snapping his heart meridian.
With regards to Fei Qingping, Yi Yuan had long sentenced him to death in his heart. His predecessor died because of Fei Qingping. Yi Yuan inherited this body, so he naturally could feel his predecessor's resentment before dying.
Now that he killed Fei Qingping, Yi Yuan can be considered to have taken revenge for his predecessor.
Cough, cough, cough.
Yi Yuan, even if I become a ghost,
I won't let you off. Fei Qingping struggled to stand up to no avail.
Haha. Then I will make sure that you can't even become a ghost. Yi Yuan followed up with another palm, thoroughly ending Fei Qingping's life. From the start to the end, Fei Qingping never even made a single move.
On the grandstand, everyone was completely dumbstruck looking at the Yi Yuan in the combat arena. This 10,000 years last place gave them too many surprises today.
Killing a 5th level Essence Chi realm as a 3rd level Essence Chi realm. Instant flash at the Great Circle stage.
Stacking waves layered palm. Second layer wave. Any one of these things could shake Dan Wu Academy. But all 3 things happened on Yi Yuan alone.
Deathmatch, Fei Qingping died.
Yi Yuan wins. Huyen Yong finally recovered from his shock and announced the results of the deathmatch. Yi Yuan bowed towards Huyen Yong and said, "You've worked hard, Teacher Huyen." Yi Yuan bowed deeply towards the grandstand and said with a face full of gratitude, Many thanks to all senior apprentice brothers and sisters for supporting. To actually know this junior apprentice brother, I am lacking essence chi pills for cultivation. It makes me overwhelmed by this favor.
I hope that all senior apprentice brothers and sisters will pay back the debt and not let junior apprentice brother I go and look for you. That wouldn't look very nice.
The audience, who were initially still immersed in the shock, were now full of resentment and contempt. Isn't this Yi Yuan's appearance when he is eating too ugly? This was a threat. A blatant threat. Haha, this Yi Yuan is interesting. With the large mountain Yi hang behind his back, how could he be lacking in these sort of things like essence chi pills? Zhuobuguai could not hold back his laughter when he saw Yi Yuan's sordid merchant-like appearance. This trip wasn't wasted. Let's go, Long Tang said nonchalantly. He wasn't wasted. Looks like Dan Wu Academy will be fun in the future. Yu Yuan, if I don't tear you to shreds, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart.
Wan Yuan laid on the bed with horrific whip marks visible on his back. Wan Yuan received the news of Fei Qingping being killed by Yi Yuan at the first moment. Immediately, the hatred in his heart surged to the skies. He still had to go and receive his whip punishment under this sort of circumstance. This made his hatred towards Yi Yuan reached the absolute limit. 100 whips later, Wan Yuan's skin was split, and his flesh all torn up. He fainted straight away on the spot. At this time, Wan Yuan's deep family background revealed itself. He had consumed 2 high-grade great returning pills, and the injuries on his body were quickly suppressed. Coupled with some external wound medicines, it would take at most 7 or 8 days before Wan Yuan would be as good as new. It was just that although physical injuries healed easily, the emotional wounds were heavy.
No matter what, Fei Qingping and he grew up playing together. Although they were master and servant in name, in reality, they were as close as real brothers. Wan Yuan never expected that Yi Yuan would improve at such an amazing speed, to actually kill the 5th-level Essence Chi Realm Fei Qingping as a 3rd-level Essence Chi Realm. If he knew this beforehand, then he would not have sent Fei Qingping to his death like that.
Just as Wan Yuan was wallowing in his hatred, Lu Ruoshui slowly walked in, as graceful and attractive as before.
Senior apprentice brother Wan, please restrain your grief. To think that Yi Yuan was such a despicable person who planned such a trap for junior apprentice brother Fei to fall into. He is so devious. Lu Ruoshui just happened to reveal a sorrowful expression, making her look pitiable and delicate.
Wan Yuan could not get up, but he was very touched by the fact that Lu Ruoshui came to visit him at this time.
Many thanks, junior apprentice sister Lu. I was definitely careless. My father fought with Yi Hang for so many years, and I have also fought with Yi Yuan for so many years. All these while, I had always thought that I understood him very well, so I felt that he was a good for nothing. But I never expected him to have hidden his ability this deep, Wan Yuan said hatefully. Lu Ruoshui said, yeah, we misjudged. To think he was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all this while.
I reckon that the poisoning incident previously thoroughly infuriated him. That's why he decided to meet that scheme with his own, luring junior apprentice brother Fei to get hooked by the bait. Wan Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan, you and I, one of us must die. Furthermore, he is advancing too quickly. I can't let him continue to grow. It was clear that through this deathmatch, Wan Yuan had already deeply felt the pressure. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed was too dazzling. Even though he might be a genius that was being heavily groomed by the Danwu Academy, he was certain that he could not train the stacking waves layered palm to such a degree after examining himself. If he gave Yi Yuan a little more time, he might actually really be able to threaten him. Stacking waves layered palm, second layer wave, and great circle stage instant flash. If he let Yi Yuan grow unchecked, he will soon no longer be his match. Wan Yuan obviously did not know that Yi Yuan had already finished off someone on his level, the assassin Cho Ing.
If it were a deathmatch, Yi Yuan could already kill him. Lu Ruoshui wholeheartedly agreed with this. That's right. Yi Yuan is too devious, and he also has ulterior motives. Senior apprentice brother Wan had better find a way to quickly deal with him. Lu Ruoshui no longer had any choice. Right now, she and Wan Yuan were like grasshoppers on the same string. She had plotted against Yi Yuan before, so Yi Yuan would not let her go. That was why she came over to urge Huan Yuan to quickly deal with Yi Yuan. But the academy doesn't permit students to take action privately. Otherwise, they will be punished severely. Huan Yuan frowned as he said this. In reality, even if Huan Yuan was to personally take action right now, he did not have much assurance that he could kill Yi Yuan. That great circle stage instant flash placed him in a virtually undefeatable position. Did you two forget that the endless trials will start 1 month from now? Suddenly, a voice appeared, making Huan Yuan and Lu Ruoxue jumped in fright. It's Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Apologies, Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Huan Yuan is injured, so it's inconvenient to greet you. Huan Yuan's face was full of apologies. The one who came was precisely Su Yishan, an extraordinary top 10 figure on the martial roll of honor. Lu Ruoxue naturally did not dare to slight him either. She got up gracefully and greeted, I've seen Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Su Yishan gave her a faint look but did not express anything. Without any care, he sat down by the side as if this was his home. The Danwu Academy was a place that advocated talent and strength. If one had the strength, then nobody would dare to say anything even if he was somewhat arrogant. If one did not, then he could only be stepped underfoot by others. In the past, Yi Yuan was the 10,000 years last place, so there had never been anyone who looked up to him. But now that he soared up to the skies in one move, everyone would naturally take him seriously. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, just now you said. The endless trials? That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Huan Yuan became excited and pushed with his hand, agitating his wounds. Immediately, his face contorted in agony. By the side, Lu Ruoxue's eyes also lit up. It was clear that she also understood Su Yishan's intentions. That's right, the endless trials. The endless forest is naturally the ideal location to deal with Yi Yuan, Su Yishan commented calmly. The endless trials was actually a hunting exercise for the Danwu Academy students to temper themselves. There were countless demonic beasts inside the endless forest, so it was naturally the ideal location to temper the students. Of course, these sort of tempering would often be accompanied by injuries and death. In the past trials, many genius students ended up in the bellies of demonic beasts. The Danwu Academy was never a utopia. This place was even crueler than the outside world. The weak was destined to be eliminated. It was a world where the strong ruled. The Danwu Academy provided geniuses with a relatively safe environment for competition. But a greenhouse could never nurture a true powerhouse. Without the baptism of fresh blood, these geniuses would never mature. There were all sorts of conflicts in the academy. These conflicts had to have a release point, and that release point was precisely the endless trials. The grudges that could not be settled within the academy could be dealt with during the endless trials. Although the academy would repeatedly emphasize that they were not allowed to make a move on their companions during the endless trials, in reality the academy tacitly approved of students utilizing this opportunity to settle their grudges. Senior Apprentice Brother Su indeed has broad horizons, to have already chosen a burial ground for Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue praised. Su Yishan gave Lu Ruoxue a contemplating look and she blushed bashfully, making her appear highly bewitching. Lu Ruoxue did not have a good family background. She was born from a small family's concubine and enjoyed extremely few resources since young. However, her talent was pretty good, reaching 4th level Essence Chi Realm at 14 years old. This was how she got recruited by the Danwu Academy. If she had not entered the Danwu Academy, Lu Ruoxue would have long been sent out as a gift by her family. She was full of hatred towards the Lu family. She hoped that one day she could return to smack the faces of those elders to let them see that even without the support of the family, she, Lu Ruoxue, could still rise above others. Yet, after entering the Danwu Academy, Lu Ruoxue realized just how many incredibly talented people there were. She felt that her talent was not inferior to these geniuses, but that her background limited her growth. What Lu Ruoxue lacked the most was resources, so she would try every mean to hang around men just so she could obtain enough cultivation resources. Lu Ruoxue possessed a naturally attractive body and was the dual cultivation partner that all men dreamed of having. This was also her most significant capital, so she used this capital to walk among men, hoping to find a large tree to climb up. Big shots like Su Yishan would not even fancy Lu Ruoxue, and Lu Ruoxue understood that even if they took a liking to her, she would only end up as their plaything. So Lu Ruoxue set her sights on those geniuses who had yet to mature, and that person was Wan Yuan. In reality, Lu Ruoxue had also considered Yi Yuan before because Yi Yuan was easier to control than Wan Yuan. Looking at their background, these two people were actually roughly the same. But in terms of future, Wan Yuan left Yi Yuan several streets behind. Wan Yuan was full of schemes, possessed strength, and even had an alchemy grandmaster for a father. There was no better choice than him. Furthermore, Wan Yuan did not disappoint her, and was currently already deeply in love with her. Lu Ruoxue had also just advanced to Earth rank not long ago and did not have much contact with this sort of extraordinary genius like Suishan. However, just this one glance made Lu Ruoxue feel like he stripped her clothes off, making her very uncomfortable. Junior apprentice sister Lu isn't bad. After that contemplating smile, Su Ishan only said a sentence lightly, not understanding what he was trying to express either. After that, he no longer bothered with Lu Ruoxue and carried talking with Wan Yuan. At that time, I will cooperate with you to eliminate Yi Yuan. After losing his son, Yi Hang would definitely lose his composure. At that time, our two families will join hands and we can pull the fragrant medicine pavilion up by the roots. If Yi Hang attacks first, I believe the imperial family can't say anything about it. Hearing Su Ishan's words, Wan Yuan's gaze became sharp, and he said excitedly, "Senior apprentice brother Su will personally take action? That's great. Honestly speaking, with Yi Yuan's great circle stage instant flash, even if I use my full strength, I might not be able to keep him there. With senior apprentice brother Su personally moving out, there will be no escape for Yi Yuan this time." Lu Ruoxue felt a little chill in her heart. Su Ishan's methods are terrifying. She and Wan Yuan were only thinking of how to deal with Yi Yuan, but Su Ishan already included the entire fragrant medicine pavilion into his scheme. Su family's primary source of income similarly was through medicinal herbs and pills. They had deep connections with the Drunken Star Manor, so the two families were always on good terms. Su family was the largest medicinal herbs provider in the state of Qin. In most cases, Su family only provided the medicinal herbs and did not interfere with the refinement or sale of medicinal pills. But who knew what channels Yi Hang went through to not go through the Su family for all of his medicinal herbs? This naturally made the Su family hate Yi Hang. In the capital, the fragrant medicine pavilion and the Drunken Star Manor were like two tigers who could not tolerate the other's existence on the same mountain. The two families had fought for so many years, and the imperial family had already given tacit consent to this delicate balance. But the Su family strongly disliked the existence of Fragrant Medicine Pavilion because the latter occupied a considerable share of the medicinal pills market, which also meant that the Su family's profits were reduced by quite a bit. But one had to acknowledge that Yi Hang was remarkable in terms of businesses and operations. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's prices were fair, and they had never bullied customers with their power. Their prestige among the demonic beast hunters was very good. The Su family and the Wan family had created obstacles both openly and in the shadows countless times, and yet, they had never dealt any real damage to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Su Ishan wanted to use Yi Yuan as the pivotal point to pull the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion up by its roots. To be able to devise such a setup and also be so scheming at such a young age, one had to acknowledge that Su Ishan was an outlaw-like figure. After Su Ishan left, Lu Ruoxue's eyes were sparkling as she said, "Congratulations, Senior Apprentice Brother Wan. With Senior Apprentice Brother Su's help, Yi Yuan is definitely dead this time. Not only Yi Yuan, but your Lord Father's thorn in the eye can also be removed this time as well." Wan Yuan did not have Lu Ruoxue's excitement, as if he was a completely different person from just now when Su Ishan was here. Senior Apprentice Brother Su is feeling threatened. Sucking in a deep breath, Wan Yuan said in a low voice, "You were saying?" Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue was also an intelligent person. Now that Wan Yuan said this, she immediately understood, but she was frightened by this thought. To the Academy students, those in the martial roll of honors and alchemy roll of honors top 10 were all figures that they had to look up to. An extraordinary genius like him actually felt threatened by a third-level essence chi realm? It was too inconceivable. At Yi Yuan's abode, Lua stared at her young master fiddling with essence chi pills that filled up the house. Yi Yuan retrieved 6 essence chi pills and placed them separately at the 6 corners of a pre-drawn hexagon array. Slightly injecting some essence energy, the array immediately gave off a faint white light, and the 6 essence chi pills actually started to melt slowly, converging at the center of the hexagon array. After a while, the light faded, and the liquefied pills started to reform again at the center. It actually reformed into a single medicinal pill. The reformed medicinal pill, just from the luster of it, one could clearly tell that it was much stronger than the original high-grade essence chi pills.
Young master, is this a transcendent grade essence chi pill? Luer grew up in the Yi family since young and naturally was not a stranger to medicinal pills. High-grade essence chi pills were relatively common but transcendent grade.
If Yi Hang performed exceptionally well, then it would be pretty good to have one of these in a furnace of medicinal pills. But now, Yi Yuan casually used 6 high-grade essence chi pills to actually conjure out a transcendent-grade essence chi pill like magic. It was too miraculous. Yi Yuan took the medicinal pill and placed it in a medicine bottle, saying, "Not bad. This is called 6 Astral Array, an array specialized in extracting and refining low-level medicinal pills." Luer found it all very mystical and praised in admiration. "Young master, you are too amazing." The next day after the duel, Yi Yuan had a medicinal theory lesson. The medicinal theory lessons teacher was Feng Ruoqing, the youngest teacher in the entire Dan Wu Academy. She was also a ridiculously beautiful teacher with countless pursuers. Feng Ruoqing's medicinal theory classes were always fully packed. Even if the other instructors whipped their horses, they also could not catch up. Furthermore, every student would be thoroughly engrossed and kept their gaze fixed on Feng Ruoqing. The initially dry and boring medicinal theory class even appeared to be interesting. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have too much enthusiasm for it. Currently, he was snoring away. Yesterday night, he expended a tremendous amount of essence energy to extract and refine transcendent-grade essence chi pills, and was currently completely exhausted.
Every high-tier alchemist was also an array master. Someone at the alchemy emperor level like Yi Yuan naturally was not an exception.
High-tier medicinal pills required the inscription of arrays in order to attain the best medicinal effects. Hence, array formations were compulsory lessons for high-tier alchemists. Although the 6 Astral Array was not some high-tier array, extracting and refining tens of thousands of essence chi pills still drained Yi Yuan completely. Even so, Yi Yuan still had yet not finished extracting and refining. Tonight will be another long night, so how could he not catch up on his sleep?
By the time all of the pills were extracted and refined completely, Yi Yuan would have several thousand of transcendent-grade essence chi pills. This amount would definitely shock anyone. The difference between transcendent-grade essence chi pills and high-grade essence chi pills was basically that there were prices but no sellers.
How could something that even alchemy grandmasters could refine only when they were lucky to circulate freely on the market? The moment a medicinal pill reached the transcendent grade, there would be a qualitative change.
With regards to medicinal efficacy, a transcendent-grade essence chi pill was already no longer inferior to a low-grade explosive yuan pill. Furthermore, transcendent-grade essence chi pills had no side effects at all. Even if one used it all the way to the 9th level essence chi realm, their body would not develop any resistance to it. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have a lot of transcendent-grade essence chi pills in the first place. Who would dare to eat transcendent-grade essence chi pills like jelly beans? Except for Yi Yuan. Although the explosive yuan pill might be good, firstly, its tier was a little high. Secondly, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he could not guarantee that every pill refined will be high-grade or superior grade, let alone transcendent grade. Even though explosive yuan pill used only tier 1 ingredients, it was still much more expensive than essence chi pill. Even Yi Hang would not be able to provide it endlessly. Under these circumstances, transcendent-grade essence chi pills were without a doubt the most suitable medicinal pills for Yi Yuan. However, even though transcendent-grade essence chi pills were good, it was so damn tiring. The 7-star lotus's attribute is water, and it is a yin attribute, commonly found within a spirit lake. It's suitable for refining. Feng Ruoqing threw the Herbal Essentials book on the table, as her words continued to flow easily. Clearly, she already knew all these medicinal herbs' attributes like the back of her hand.
Feng Ruoqing was young and already a middle-rank alchemy master. This made many seniors perspire in embarrassment. One had to know that even though Master Qian employed by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was a high-rank alchemy master, his age was even greater than Feng Ruoqing by half a 60-year cycle. That was the disparity in talent. Feng Ruoqing walked lightly while talking about the subject with great familiarity, and the student's gaze swayed along with her body. All of a sudden, Feng Ruoqing frowned lightly and stopped the lesson. Everybody could tell that Feng Ruoqing was unhappy. Everyone followed her gaze, only see someone bent over the desk fast asleep, while drool was coming out of his mouth. In a moment, many scornful eyes shot towards Yi Yuan. How could there be someone who was so daring as to sleep during Teacher Feng's class? So offensive to a beauty. However, Yi Yuan was currently in dreamland, and could not feel everyone's eyes filled with enmity. Feng Ruoqing lifted her hand and casually shot out 2 wind blades. Kacha! The table legs broke into 2, and the table fell to the ground with a crash. The area under Yi Yuan's hands became empty space, and he was stunned awake, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, his movement technique was already at the acme of perfection, so he managed to stabilize his figure. What happened? Yi Yuan obviously still was not aware of the situation. But he immediately discovered something was off, because all the students were staring at him, and the beautiful teacher in front of him had a fierce expression. He quickly realized what happened. Ah! Haha! Teacher Feng, you know this? I just experienced a death match yesterday, and I exhausted too much essence energy. I still haven't recovered after one night, so I couldn't help myself from falling asleep. Haha! Yi Yuan tried to laugh and smoke his way through. Feng Ruoqing did not recognize Yi Yuan, but she had indeed heard about the deathmatch yesterday that caused a huge commotion. Hearing what Yi Yuan said, Feng Ruoqing's expression became slightly better. But Feng Ruoqing felt that behavior like sleeping during class should not be tolerated. You are the Yi Yuan? Haha, I'm that Yi Yuan. Don't be cheeky during the lesson. Ah, yes, Teacher Feng is right. I will be serious. If it's because of the death match, then it's still understandable. Yi Yuan thought that this was over, but who knew that Feng Ruoqing would change the subject? However, in the Danwu Academy, the alchemy path is as equally important as the martial path. Medicinal theory class is also the foundation of alchemy Dao. Someone like you who sleeps in class is delaying your future. Yi Yuan apologized with sincerity. Teacher Feng, I was wrong. I won't sleep during your lesson ever again. Humph. Not just my lesson. You are not allowed to sleep in all lessons. Go back and copy the herbal essentials 10 times. I will check during the next lesson, Feng Ruoqing said lightly. Ah? 10 times? Yu Yuan was stunned. The herbal essentials was a simplified version of the herbal compendium, written by an alchemy sovereign of his generation, Reincarnation. It covered a systemic overview of all sorts of medicinal herbs. Although it's a simplified version, it was still a very thick book. Copying it 10 times was too horrifying. Yi Yuan had some impression of the name Reincarnation. He came to apprentice himself to his father, Xianxia. Back then, Qingyunzi happened to be at the scene. That punk. After I return to the divine realm, I will definitely show him some colors. I should teach him what shouldn't be written, to actually write such a thick book. Since he already wrote such a thick book, then forget it. But there were so many things inside that were incorrect. Wasn't this harming others? That's right, 10 times. Any complaints? Feng Ruoqing felt that she absolutely could not tolerate this matter, so as to serve as a warning to others. Yes, I have. Yi Yuan cried out. Yi Yuan's words stunned Feng Ruoqing, along with all the other students. In the students' opinion, being punished by Teacher Feng, who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, was something wonderful. Why would there be any complaints? The way Feng Ruoqing saw it, this was the first time that she was rebuffed in the academy. Furthermore, it was a man. Moreover, he was even a student. The things inside here are so simple. Isn't copying it a waste of time? If there's time, then it's better off to just refine 2 furnaces of medicinal pills. Yi Yuan refused to give in. Right now, Yi Yuan's time was very precious. He did not want to waste it on these trivial matters. What a joke. Was there anyone who understood medicinal theories better than him in this world?
Even if Li Shizhen personally came back, he would not even be fit to carry his shoes. Simple?
Haha. Feng Ruoqing was so angered by Yi Yuan that she started laughing. Herbal Essentials was not only one of the compulsory lessons for an alchemist but also a highly profound course. Even if alchemy kings were to come, they would not dare say that this course was simple.
Yet this brat who was not even an alchemy apprentice actually said it was easy.
Within the Dan Wu Academy, Feng Ruoqing had always been an existence who everyone looked up to. The reason why she taught medicinal theory was naturally that her attainments in medicinal theory were very high.
But even the current Feng Ruoqing did not dare to say that she had a thorough grasp on the herbal essentials, let alone its full version, Herbal Compendium. That was the syllabus that even an alchemy king needed to devote all his attention to study.
And now, this punk in front of her who was not even an alchemy apprentice actually said that Herbal Essentials was simple. This was simply humiliating all her years of hard work. Yi Yuan did not seem to hear the meaning inside Feng Ruoqing's words and casually said, "Yeah, it's too simple. The person who wrote the book didn't observe and study properly." Everyone was gloating over Yi Yuan's misfortunate currently. They wanted to see just how Teacher Feng would punish this fool.
Many among them were cheated out of essence chi pills by Yi Yuan. Now that they saw Yi Yuan being beaten, they naturally welcomed it. During the deathmatch, the shock that Yi Yuan gave them was too great, making them feel that the current Yi Yuan was no longer the man he was. But looking at things today, Yi Yuan was indeed still the Yi Yuan of the past.
Ignorant and fearless. Good.
Good. Feng Ruoqing said 2 good in a row. It was clear that she was extremely angry. I want to see just how Herbal Essentials is easy. I will ask a question. If you can answer it, then in future medicinal theory classes, you can sleep however you like. But if you can't answer, I want you to copy the Herbal Essentials 100 times.
The way other people saw it, Yi Yuan was definitely dead. Even though Yi Yuan's combat prowess was abnormally strong now, he was not even an alchemy apprentice. So how could he possibly answer the questions from the middle-tier alchemy master, Teacher Feng? But Yi Yuan himself let out a sigh of relief. Answering questions were much better. He did not want to copy that stupid Herbal Essentials 10 times. In terms of medicinal theory, who dared to compete with him? That's great. Teacher Feng, please ask your question. Looking at how impatient Yi Yuan was, Feng Ruoqing was incensed and thought to herself that he would cry later.
Feng Ruoqing pulled a long face and said, "What medicinal herbs are used in refining qi returning pill?
What are the steps involved in the refinement?" Feng Ruoqing asked this in a single breath and stared coldly at Yi Yuan. The other students also stared at Yi Yuan, gloating at his misfortune. They knew that Yi Yuan was definitely going to make a fool of himself. A qi returning pill was a high-grade tier 1 medicinal pill, something that martial artists used to recover their essence energy. Refining it required at least the power of a high-tier alchemy apprentice. To the Yi Yuan, who was not even an alchemy apprentice, it was absolutely a highly challenging question. Among the students, there were only a few who could refine this sort of medicinal pill. Since nobody could refine it, there would obviously be no one who would pay attention to the pill formula of the qi returning pill, let alone paying any attention to its theory and points to take note of. Hence, nobody thought that Yi Yuan could answer the question. Yi Yuan touched his chin and said, "Oh, qi returning pill? Simple. The core ingredients are the jade toad's inner core and crimson sun sword toothed flower. The secondary ingredients are 4 seasons azure, windtail grass, sky southern star, and etc. One has to pay some attention to the procedure. Separate the secondary ingredients into 2 portions to temper. One of it with jade toad's inner core, and the other with crimson sun sword toothed flower, in order to extract 2 portions of the medicinal essence. Then, refine it in the furnace at the same time and finally, merge it into one."
After Yi Yuan said finished, everybody started laughing.
They did not know the pill formula, but this refinement technique was complete rubbish. Splitting the ingredients into 2 portions, then extracting and refining 2 portions of the medicinal essence, and finally into the furnace?
How does one control it?
And also, how would one merge it?
This sort of refinement technique was unheard of. One could only say that this Yi Yuan knew nothing about it and was trying to hoodwink Feng Ruoqing. To dare play tricks on teacher Feng, this fellow was going to suffer for it. 100 times. Oh, 100 times. Who asked you to scam our essence chi pills? You deserved it. After a series of laughter, everyone still did not hear Teacher Feng's exasperated reprimanding. Looking again, Teacher Feng's face showed a thoughtful expression. Everyone could not help but question the situation. Could it be that this fellow actually managed to fool Teacher Feng? Oh? You are saying yin-yang separation flow technique? Feng Ruoqing asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Teacher Feng is indeed well-read. To even know yin-yang separation flow technique. Yi Yuan did some research on the Dan Wu Academy's refinement techniques. This yin-yang separation flow technique was a rather obscure refinement technique which the average person would not know. Saying it was obscure was because it was too difficult to learn. The average person could not grasp it at all. Controlling 2 separate medicinal essences in a furnace of medicinal pills and not letting the 2 medicinal essences touch at all required one to split their focus. Furthermore, the control over essence energy had to be extremely even. The difficulty involved could not be imagined. It was impossible to control without going through severe training and being repeatedly tempered with experience. However, this was not even hard for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had perfect command over refinement techniques that were even 100 times, 1,000 times more complex. If one uses yin-yang separation flow technique, is it also appropriate for duocycle chi returning pill? The initially cold and prideful Feng Ruoqing looked like a student thirsting for knowledge, currently making everyone's glasses dropped in shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan was also a genius in alchemy? The things that he said completely exceeded the understanding of all the students here. Of course, it's appropriate. It's just that the ingredients for the duocycle chi returning pill are a little more complex and the refinement process is also a bit more complicated. But the principle still applies. Using the yin-yang separation flow technique is naturally fitting. Yi Yuan's words flowed with ease as if he was the teacher now and the well-read Feng Ruoqing had become the student. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up and she muttered to herself, that's right. Why didn't I think of using the yin-yang separation flow technique? A duocycle chi returning pill was a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill. Currently, Feng Ruoqing was a middle-tier alchemy master. Her soul strength was between middle-tier alchemy master and high-tier alchemy master. Being slightly inadequate, the refinement was obviously very taxing. But this yin-yang separation flow technique could avoid the weakness of insufficient soul strength, as tempering 2 smaller portions of medicinal essence separately would be much easier than controlling 1 large portion of the medicinal essence. It was just that the requirement for an alchemist's control ability was too demanding. In addition, the yin-yang separation flow technique had another advantage, which was separating the core ingredients allowed their medicinal efficacy to be preserved to the highest degree, resulting in an even higher quality pill after refinement. If an alchemist was highly proficient in using the yin-yang separation flow technique, the quality of the medicinal pill that he refined would be higher than other alchemists of the same level. Having said that, conventional refinement techniques were already more than enough for alchemists to study. To also study an obscure technique like the yin-yang separation flow technique was simply asking for trouble. Hence, even though the yin-yang separation flow technique was powerful, little to nobody knew it. Teacher Feng, since I already answered, can I go back to sleep now? You just look at my table. Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. You. Feng Ruoqing never expected that this fellow was still concerned about his sleep right now. Her originally subsided wrath surged once again. Teacher Feng, you were the one who said it just now. If I could answer your question, then I can sleep however I want. Even though it isn't very polite, but I'm really very tired right now. Yi Yuan had a troubled face. Feng Ruoqing looked at Yi Yuan's pair of eyes and knew that Yi Yuan was not lying. But what did this fellow do yesterday? Even if he went through a deathmatch yesterday, he should not be so tired today, right? Did I say anything? Feng Ruoqing blinked her eyes and gave every student a threatening glance, asking, did I say anything just now? Being unreasonable was the privilege of a woman, especially it was this unparalleled beauty, Teacher Feng Ruoqing. All the students were petrified and many revealed embarrassed expressions. Said what? He didn't say anything. That's right. How could Teacher Feng possibly say something like that? Yi Yuan was thoroughly defeated. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to sleep. Teacher Feng. Oh?
It's not impossible to go back to sleep, but you have to promise me one thing.
So it turns out the reason was here.
But right now, let alone one thing, even 10 things will do.
Good.
I need a student to be my assistant. You will be my assistant. Everyone was petrified once more. Why did not such a wonderful chore happen to them?
Whoosh.
Executing instant flash. Yi Yuan was gone, leaving his voice echoing on the spot. No problem. Under the stunned eyes of all the students, Yi Yuan slipped away, leaving Feng Ruoqing looking somewhat bitter.
However, Yi Yuan could not be bothered anymore. He was seriously too sleepy. How could he not catch up on sleep when he would have another fierce battle at night?
As for becoming an assistant, Yi Yuan only casually agreed to it. At that moment, he did not have any choice. Feng Ruoqing was a genuine spirit condensation realm martial artist. If she did not let Yi Yuan go, then he would absolutely not be able to leave, even with his instant flash.
Back at his residence, Yi Yuan slept all the way till dusk before waking up leisurely.
Throwing a transcendent-grade qi returning pill down his throat, plus the recovery rate while he was sleeping, essence energy in his body was quickly restored.
This qi returning pill was refined before Yi Yuan set off, and it came quite handy now.
After his essence energy was restored, Yi Yuan continued using the 6 astral array to refine transcendent-grade essence qi pills. This was a colossal project. Tens of thousands of high-grade essence qi pills. Even if one refined 6 each time, it would make several thousand transcendent-grade essence qi pills. And just like this, Yi Yuan slept during the day and refined pills during the night. At dusk 2 days later, Yi Yuan had just woken up and was about to refine the last batch of transcendent-grade essence qi pills, when an unexpected guest arrived. It was the host of the deathmatch, Huyen Yong. Yi Yuan was called out by Luer.
He then blocked the entrance to the room in a weird manner to avoid Huyen Yang from being able to peer inside.
Haha. Hello, Teacher Huyen. Are you looking for me for something? I still have some matters to attend to, so let's keep it short, shall we? Yi Yuan laughed and said to Huyen Yong. Huyen Yong was not someone who bothered with such trivialities and did not become angry at Yi Yuan's behavior. He asked curiously, "Since I'm here, you are not going to invite me in to have a seat?"
Yi Yuan stood vigilantly in front of the door without any intention of letting him in. If he were to let Huyen Yong see that he could freely refine transcendent-grade essence qi pills.
At that time, not only the Dan Wu Academy, the entire state of Qin would be in chaos. That is too messy inside, so it's better for Teacher Huyen to not go in. After I clean up, I will invite Teacher Huyen over to have a cup of tea another day. Yi Yuan tried to evade the question. Yi Yuan had heard before that Huyen Yong was usually a little cold, but he was a very fair and honest man, so he was not afraid that he would barge in. Huyen Yong knew that Yi Yuan was clearly doing something fishy inside, but the residences of students were private after all. It would not be reasonable of him to barge in, so he gave up. All right then, I will await your invitation. Yi Yuan was only being polite, but he never expected that Huyen Yong would just follow up like that. Everyone said that Huyen Yong was infatuated with martial Dao and did not curry favor with anyone. Why was he so different today? I came to look for you because I wanted to tell you that with your current strength, you should be able to barely make it into black rank. So you can go take the advancement test already. Huyen Yong said his intention for visiting. In the Dan Wu Academy, what rank you were in was not determined by cultivation realm, but actual combat power. If a student felt that his power was sufficient, then he could undergo the advancement test at the illusionary spirit tower. The moment he passed, he would advance a rank. And Huyen Yong was the teacher in charge of the advancement test.
In reality, many of the black rank students in the Dan Wu Academy got in through connections. Their potential was limited, so they belonged to the type where they just sit around doing nothing, waiting to die. The true elites were in Earth rank and above.
Previously, Yi Yuan naturally also belonged to the type who just sat around waiting to die. Fei Qingping's strength was initially already outstanding among the black rank students. After rising to the 5th level Essence Qi realm, he already possessed the strength to take on the black rank test.
However, if that were simply the case, Huyen Yong would not personally look for Yi Yuan to take the test. Challenging the illusionary spirit tower was a student's personal matter. He could not even be bothered to go and urge the students.
During the deathmatch, Huyan developed a strong interest in Yi Yuan, this dark horse. Clearly, there were many secrets on Yi Yuan's body. Of course, this was not something amazing. Which accomplished person did not carry secrets on them? Martial Roll of Honors Rank 1, Long Tang, and Rank 2, Zhuabuguay. These people definitely all had their own lucky encounters. This was not something that the Academy would be bothered with. What the Academy needed were powerful students.
Even though Yu Yuan was only at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm right now, he managed to kill the 5th level Essence Qi realm Fei Qingping during the deathmatch. But most importantly, Huyan felt that Yi Yuan did not go all out during the deathmatch. He really wanted to see where Yi Yuan's limits were. The Illusionary Spirit Tower test was naturally a good place to test Yi Yuan's true power. In the Dan Wu Academy, students would rush to take the test once their strength reached the standard for advancing. However, Huyan heard that Yi Yuan spent the past few days sleeping during the lesson and did not seem to have any intention of participating in the test. Therefore, he personally came to look for Yi Yuan to take the test. Ah? Advancement test? Alright, when can I join? Yi Yuan was stunned for a moment before readily accepting. These few days, Yi Yuan was only thinking of increasing his strength as soon as possible, which was why he forgot about joining the advancement test. Someone who did not incur the jealousy of others was a mediocre person. Yi Yuan was not afraid of showing off his abilities. Yi Yuan was an alchemy emperor previously and did not need to be overly cautious within this tiny Dan Wu Academy. He also wanted to see just where the current limits of his strength were.
Yi Yuan's reply made Huyan a little surprised. He thought that Yi Yuan had some difficult dilemma, which was why he did not rush to join the test. Any time will do, Huyan said. Alright, then I will go over to the Illusionary Spirit Tower tomorrow morning. Yi Yuan thought about it for a moment before replying. Huyan nodded and turned to leave. Just a moment, Teacher Huyan. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled a matter and called out to Huyan. Anything else? I want to let my maidservant participate in the Academy's entrance test. I wonder if Teacher Huyan could arrange for it. Luer had followed Yi Yuan into the Dan Wu Academy for quite a few days already. However, Yi Yuan was always busy these few days, so he was not free to help her settle down. Today, since he coincidentally met up with Huyan, it did not seem like an unreasonable matter to ask him to arrange the test for her. According to the Academy's rules, students were not allowed to freely bring followers into the Academy no matter how powerful their background was. There was no issue for Luer to stay a few days temporarily, but the Academy would definitely investigate after a while.
That young lady just now?
At such a young age and already at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. I suppose she barely qualifies to participate in the test. Alright, bring her along with you tomorrow. Huyan nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan. With Huyan's cultivation, he naturally could see Luer's strength at a glance. Luer was younger than Yi Yuan by 1 year. Being able to cultivate to 3rd level Essence Qi realm was barely passable. Huyan obviously would not mind too much.
However, who knows what his thoughts would be if he were to find out that it took less than a month for Luer to cultivate essence energy to the 3rd level Essence Qi realm.
In reality, even Yi Yuan was highly astonished by Luer's cultivation speed.
She used a single night to reach the 1st level Essence Qi realm, and after 5 days under the aid of Yi Yuan's explosive Yuan pill, she successfully broke through to the 2nd level Essence Qi realm. And yesterday, after consuming transcendent grade Essence Qi pills consecutively, Luer broke through once more, reaching the 3rd level Essence Qi realm, almost catching up to Yi Yuan. If this sort of cultivation speed were spread out, it would be an absolutely astounding matter. Even though there was the aid of medicinal pills, Luer's monstrous talent was even more important. In front of Luer, all those so-called geniuses in the state of Qin were overshadowed by her.
Obviously, there was also the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul that Yi Yuan taught her. It was as if it were custom-made for Luer, making her cultivate quite successfully with ease. Luer was naturally gifted. These past few days, Yi Yuan taught her several suitable martial techniques. She quickly grasped them, as if she was born just for cultivation. Luer's current strength was absolutely no weaker than the average 4th level Essence Qi realm. There should not be a problem to pass the entrance test.
Both master and servant going to participate in the test together was something worth anticipating. After Yi Yuan successfully refined the last transcendent grade essence chi pill, he let out a long sigh of relief. These few days of refining had squeezed his essence energy dry over and over again, torturing him half dead. However, the hard work paid off. By constantly draining his essence energy, unknowingly Yi Yuan's cultivation realm had thoroughly stabilized. Right now, he was only one step away from the 4th level essence chi realm. As long as the accumulation of essence energy was sufficient, Yi Yuan could break through to the 4th level essence chi realm at any time. What's left was naturally stuffing himself with pills. Finally done. Luer, help me stand guard. I'm going to break through to the 4th level essence chi realm. Yi Yuan instructed Luer. The last batch of pills left today weren't many, so Yi Yuan did not expend too much essence energy. After taking a chi returning pill and meditating for an hour, Yi Yuan recovered to his peak condition. Casually taking out 5 transcendent grade essence chi pills and throwing them into his mouth, Yi Yuan executed the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and started to impact through the 4th level essence chi realm. If it were some other 3rd level essence chi realm, they would definitely die due to the violent essence energy just from consuming 5 transcendent grade essence chi pills at once. However, Yi Yuan's spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was just too powerful. The violent essence energy was currently as obedient as a lamb as it moved along Yi Yuan's meridians. It even appeared to lack the strength to carry on. Without thinking too much, Yi Yuan swallowed another 3 transcendent grade essence chi pills before the essence energy barely managed to reach the requirement. Yi Yuan revolved around his thick and abundant essence energy, impacting through the 4th level essence chi realm bottleneck. Unlike other people, he did not encounter a large resistance and surged forth like a current, slowly yet powerfully. The 4th level essence chi realm, a bottleneck that would take several months, even a year for an ordinary person to break through, only took Yi Yuan 2 hours. However, Yi Yuan did not stop cultivating. He continued to swallow transcendent grade essence chi pills non-stop, only ceasing when he reached the peak of 4th level essence chi realm. Sensing essence energy that was several times thicker than when he was at the 3rd level essence chi realm, Yi Yuan shook his head instead. Still too weak. I wonder when I will have the strength to charge back to the divine realm. However, if I were to have a deathmatch with Fei Qingping here once more, I can instantly kill him with only 1st layer wave. After a night of cultivation, the sun was already up, and it was almost time to go look for Huyen Yong. Yi Yuan had just advanced to the 4th level essence chi realm, so his fatigue was swept away long ago. Presently, Luer was also a cultivator. Meditating one night did not have much effect on her. Master and servant went to the illusionary spirit tower together. Huyen Yong had already been waiting there for a long time. Hello, Teacher Huyen. Yi Yuan brought Luer up and greeted him. Huyen Yong nodded and acknowledged him calmly. Huyen Yong instinctively swept his divine sense over Yi Yuan's body, and his initially cold face revealed a slight astonishment. I didn't see you for one night and you were already at the 4th level essence chi realm? Huyen Yong asked in amazement. Haha. Lucky. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Huyen Yong shook his head and said, At first, other people said that your cultivation realm was forcefully raised by your father. But I knew that it wasn't the case after watching your deathmatch. However, I never expected that you would advance a small stage, rising to the 4th level essence chi realm. In any case, I'm an alchemy grandmaster's son who mainly grew up eating medicinal pills. If I still can't reach 4th level essence chi realm at this age, I will be throwing my father's face. Yi Yuan said, his words being half genuine, half false. Huyen Yong nodded and did not say much, as if in silent agreement with what Yi Yuan said. The test hasn't started yet. You two wait a while, Huyen Yong said. Clearly, it was not only Yi Yuan and Lua who were participating in the test. There were already over a dozen people waiting there. All right, Teacher Huyen. Yi Yuan didn't waste his breath and brought Luer to stand with that group of people. However, Yi Yuan's appearance caused a stir. Presently, he was too famous. Not only did he kill Fei Qingping, who was higher than him by 2 minor cultivation realms in a deathmatch, but he also scammed thousands of essence chi pills from several hundred students. Even if they did not want to recognize him, they could not. You guys, isn't that Yi Yuan over there? He also came to participate in the advancement test.
What's so strange about it? That Fei Qingping already barely had strength close to the black rank. Since Yi Yuan could finish him off, isn't it very normal to join the advancement test?
That makes sense. But for a third-level Essence Qi realm to join the black rank test, he can be considered exceptional.
Don't be silly. Back then, wasn't Senior Apprentice Brother Long also at the third-level Essence Qi realm when he participated in the black rank test?
No matter how powerful Yu Yuan is, can he be stronger than Senior Apprentice Brother Long?
But his stacking waves layered palm was trained until the second layer wave. Surely he's at least stronger than Senior Apprentice Brother Long in that aspect?
Senior Apprentice Brother Long trained for a month before barely mastering the first layer wave.
TSK. He was just lucky that the martial technique suited him. How can he possibly compare with Senior Apprentice Brother Long? Then how do you explain his great circle stage instant flash?
Yi?
Look.
Look at what? Making such a fuss.
Yi Yuan seems to have broken through. Broken through what? Ichi.
He is already at 4th level Essence Qi realm.
Heavens! Is this fellow still human? How many days has it only been since he advanced to the 3rd level Essence Qi realm?
When these two people discovered that Yi Yuan broke through, their expressions were like they have seen a ghost.
At this moment, others also clearly noticed that Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm, and their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became peculiar.
Haha! What's everyone looking at me for? I know I'm very handsome, but I don't swing that way. So don't look at me with that sort of expression, alright?
Isn't it just breaking through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm? It's not like it's something major. All of you Senior Apprentice brothers have a higher cultivation realm than me. So can everybody stop being so amazed? Yi Yuan was not uncomfortable with the attention and just brushed it off casually.
Everybody was collectively made speechless. Was this fellow here to posture?
Breaking through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm was the first threshold on the martial path. Who among them would not exercise extreme caution, spending large amounts of time to accumulate before breaking through? But Yi Yuan only used a few days before crossing it. Now he assumed a manner like it was too easy. He was really asking for a beating. Isn't it just breaking through to 4th level Essence Qi realm?
What's there to be surprised about?
No matter how he jumps around, isn't it just black rank? Even if he reached the black rank, he is still just trash. The discussion was broken by an arrogant voice filled with condescension. It's Senior Apprentice Brother Lin Tiancheng. He is currently a student in the Earth rank, most likely to advance to the Heaven rank.
I didn't expect him to also participate in this advancement test. Looks like he is almost certain that he can advance to Heaven rank this time. Very quickly, someone recognized the owner of the voice.
Lin Tiancheng slowly walked with his hands behind his back in front of Yi Yuan, bringing with him an overbearing pressure, and asked, "You are Yi Yuan?"
Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit uncomfortable facing Lin Tiancheng's pressure and said calmly, "I don't know if the Yi Yuan you are talking about is me, but I am indeed called Yi Yuan."
Humph! What a glib tongue. These few days, all I've been hearing are all sorts of clamoring about you. Today, I want to see if you really are as incredible as they say. Lin Tiancheng said with a face full of disdain. Is that so?
I'm actually so famous now?
To think that even Senior Apprentice Brother Lin hear my name all the time. However, I think it's my first time hearing of Senior Apprentice Brother Lin today. I wonder if
Senior Apprentice Brother Lin can advance to Heaven rank today. This Junior Apprentice Brother, I wish that Senior Apprentice Brother Lin won't stumble and fail.
Yi Yuan still had an exaggerated expression, but the words that came out of his mouth made everyone break into a sweat. This fellow seemed to be cursing Lin Tiancheng to fail.
However, these words really struck Lin Tiancheng's soft spot.
When people said that Lin Tiancheng was one of the strongest people in the Earth rank, they were not talking about how talented he was. In reality, this was already Lin Tiancheng's 4th time participating in the advancement test. Those in the same batch as him, even some students who were in the recent batch, many of them had already advanced to the Heaven rank. He was the strongest among the remaining few who had yet to advance.
This was Lin Tiancheng's greatest shame. Hence, it was a taboo for others to mention this in front of him. Low-ranking students would take special care to avoid it. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Yi Yuan's words struck Lin Tiancheng's soft spot.
Lin Tiancheng's face visibly changed color. Glaring fiercely at Yi Yuan, he said, "You have guts
To actually talk like this to your senior apprentice brother. I think you were courting death."
As he said this, Lin Tiancheng gathered his essence energy and smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. Smash! Yi Yuan stood there without moving, but Lin Tiancheng flew backward instead.
Rolling on the ground, Lin Tiancheng barely managed to stabilize his body, looking extremely ragged.
"Which bastard ambushed me?" Lin Tiancheng bellowed angrily. The moment he said this, Lin Tiancheng saw that the surrounding people looked at him with odd expressions and was not sure what it meant. "Lin Tiancheng, you got the nerve to actually attack right in front of me?" Huyan Yong's icy voice sounded out, making Lin Tiancheng shudder involuntarily.
Facing Huyan Yong, how would Lin Tiancheng have the courage to resist?
He broke into a cold sweat. To actually scold teacher Huyan a bastard. Isn't that courting death?
Huyan Yong was the person hosting the test. If he was to secretly play some tricks, wouldn't he have to return in defeat? If Huyan Yong bore a grudge, then he can forget about advancing ranks for life.
Sorry, teacher Huyan. I didn't know it was you." Lin Tiancheng hurriedly apologized. Huyan Yong was expressionless as he said, "The illusionary spirit tower is the place for advancement tests. You actually dared to take action without my permission? If you affect the other students' test, can you handle the responsibility?" Teacher Huyan, he ridiculed me with words on purpose to agitate me into making a move. Lin Tiancheng did not dare to offend Huyan Yong, so he naturally pushed the blame to Yi Yuan.
Senior apprentice brother Lin, you can't slander good people. I was clearly wishing you success in your test, but I don't know how I provoked you to actually attack me.
Could it be that senior apprentice brother Lin came here to participate in the illusionary spirit tower's test, but don't want to advance? Yi Yuan gave a perplexed face.
Just now, Yi Yuan indeed told Lin Tiancheng to take care not to stumble and fail. It was impossible to find a problem with those words. Except, looking at that exaggerated expression, nobody would believe that he was wishing Lin Tiancheng well.
The pitiful Lin Tiancheng still did not know that Yi Yuan came today to join the test today because Huyan Yong personally invited him. Without mentioning the fact that the matter was stirred up by Lin Tiancheng, even if he was in the right, it was impossible for Huyan Yong to stand on his side.
I already saw what happened just now. From the start until the end, it was you who was doing all the mocking. Do you think that I, this examiner, am so easy to be deceived? Huyan Yong's voice became increasingly colder.
And no, stay here and don't move. Considering that it was your first infraction, I will overlook it. But if you violate the rules again, I will revoke your assessment rights. Lin Tiancheng did not dare to talk back anymore and quietly went to wait by the side. After waiting for a while, students came one by one. After around 50 people were gathered, Huyan Yong once again appeared in front of everyone. Now that everyone is present, in a while, I will open up the restrictions. The illusionary spirit tower will automatically send you to the test site corresponding to your cultivation. Many of you had undergone the advancement test before, but it's the first time for a few of you, so I will briefly go through. Huyan Yong briefly summarized the important points about the illusionary spirit tower. Actually, he was explaining especially for Yi Yuan and Luer.
In this batch, apart from Yi Yuan and Luer, everybody else had participated in the advancement test before. Forgetting about Luer, Yi Yuan by right should have gone through the entrance test in the illusionary spirit tower before. But his predecessor was just too weak, and it was impossible for him to have passed the test in the illusionary spirit tower. Thus, Yi Heng pulled a lot of strings back then before managing to shove Yi Yuan in here. Therefore, he had never even gone to the illusionary spirit tower before.
Feeling the layers of restrictions on the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan praised and commented. So it's a 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Tranquil Cloud Sect does indeed have some means. A 32 restrictions spirit artifact naturally was not much in Yi Yuan's eyes. However, even though this spirit artifact's rank was not high, it had some unique features, making it suitable to being used for the students' advancement testing.
This illusionary spirit tower seemed to have been specially developed by the Tranquil Cloud Sect for assessing student into ranks. There are a total of 5 regions, namely, Entry Advancement, Yellow Rank Advancement, Black Rank Advancement, Earth Rank Advancement, and Heaven Rank Advancement. The first 4 regions corresponded to the 4 student rankings in the Dan Wu Academy. Passing the entry advancement allows one to advance to the yellow rank. Passing the yellow rank advancement allowed one to advance to the black rank, and so on. 1. Lastly, the heaven rank advancement was what the Tranquil Cloud sect used to determine if heaven rank students were qualified to enter the sect. It was a test for becoming outer sect disciples. Clearly, the difficulty of the 5 tests increased progressively. By the time it was the black rank advancement test, the difficulty was already rather over the top. In reality, Lin Tianqing's talent was not bad. It was just that the earth rank advancement test was truly too outrageous. That was why he failed repeatedly. There were many students like him among the earth rank students. As for the heaven rank advancement test, I really hope that one of you will be qualified to participate in that test during your student life here in the Danwu Academy, Huyan Yong told the students. Huyan Yong's words did not stir too much of a reaction from everyone. Clearly, they all knew just how terrifying the test was. What Huyan Yong said was qualified, and not to pass. That is to say that none of the people here would even get the chance to attempt the test before they graduate from the Danwu Academy at 20. One could only imagine the difficulty of that test. Most of the students here today were participating in the black rank advancement test, aka the test for a black rank to advance to the earth rank. A minority was participating in the yellow rank advancement test and the earth rank advancement test. Luer was the only person participating in the entry advancement test. The first time you enter the illusionary spirit tower, you can take part in multiple rank advancement tests, all the way until you get killed or voluntarily withdraw. After passing a test, you will automatically be sent to the next test. There you can make a decision if you want to undergo the next test or not. At that point, the illusionary spirit tower will record the rank advancement test you were killed at. The next time you enter the illusionary spirit tower, you will start anew from that rank. Alright, now enter the illusionary spirit tower. Clearly, Huyan Yong's last few sentences were meant for Yi Yuan. Huyan Yong then walked in front of the illusionary spirit tower's gate and gestured his hand up in a half-arc in front of him. Faint black essence energy was shot into the illusionary spirit tower. Following that, the illusionary spirit tower's gate slowly opened. The students participating in the test entered in an orderly manner. The moment they entered the gate, they vanished. It was clear that they were sent away by the illusionary spirit tower. When it was Lin Tianqing's turn to go in, he shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan. If you can't advance to the earth rank, you will forever be trash. You were considered lucky today with teacher Huyan helping you. In the future, don't let me see you in the academy, otherwise you are dead. After threatening Yi Yuan, Lin Tianqing stepped forward and vanished instantly. Yi Yuan gave a laugh and did not take Lin Tianqing's warning to heart. He turned to Luer and said, "Luer, let's go in too." Yi Yuan felt his vision went blurry, and then he realized he was transported to a dazzling multicolored dream world. This was evidently an independent space. It looks like every layer of this illusionary spirit tower was split into many independent spaces. Each student was in a different space. However, this sort of method did not count as mystical in the divine realm. But it was already very impressive for a tiny sect in the lower realms to be able to use this sort of method to groom students. Yi Yuan was at a loss. There was nothing in this empty space. So how could the test take place? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. "Welcome to the illusionary spirit tower. This is your first time coming to the illusionary spirit tower. You will undergo the entry advancement test shortly. I am your guide during this test." Yi Yuan did not make a fuss over it as he knew that it was definitely the illusionary spirit tower's artifact spirit. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that he was actually sent to the entry advancement test. It looks like the illusionary spirit tower will automatically send first-time students to the entry advancement test. As a result, Yi Yuan and Luer were now standing on the same starting line. "What am I supposed to do now?" Yi Yuan asked. The artifact spirit seemed to hesitate for a moment, being somewhat surprised at Yi Yuan's composure. As the artifact spirit was in charge of the advancement test, it had directed countless of students before. This was its first time meeting a student as composed as Yi Yuan. "Right now, just sit down and meditate. I will bring you to the test. Later, don't attempt to resist whatever that happens. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself," said the artifact spirit. Yi Yuan did not say a word and he just sat down and meditated right away. He was a little curious, however, at just how the artifact spirit would conduct the test. A moment later, Yi Yuan felt his body starting to feel light. Falling into a trance, he entered an empty training room. Seeing this situation, the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. So that's how it is. This illusionary spirit tower's artifact spirit is actually a dream taper. The Tranquil Cloud sect indeed have some impressive methods. A 32 restrictions spirit artifact. It looks like it should be the lowest ranking gray dream taper. Conducting tests in a dream world were both safe and fair. It seemed the person who created the illusionary spirit tower was quite brilliant. Dream tapers were bizarre lifeforms which were intricately tied with dream worlds. They have their own consciousness, yet they do not have a fixed shape. They could silently enter the dream world of humans and even demonic beasts, strengthening themselves within the dream. Yi Yuan knew that the highest-ranking white dream taper existed in the divine realm. It possessed incredibly powerful abilities and could even compete with divine kings. Their abilities all had to do with dream worlds, making it impossible to guard against. This artifact spirit that Yi Yuan met was most likely the lowest-ranking gray dream taper. They were willing to become the illusionary spirit tower's artifact spirit, most likely because they wanted to borrow the students' dream worlds to strengthen themselves. Otherwise, even the lowest-ranking gray dream taper was not something that a tiny sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect could capture. One has to know that the state of Qin was not the only country with the Danwu Academy. There were similarly also Danwu academies in other countries under the jurisdiction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Their assessment of students was definitely also through the support of the illusionary spirit tower. Such a large-scale capturing of gray dream tapers would inevitably incur the vengeance of the dream taper tribe, unless these gray dream tapers willingly became artifact spirits. Yi Yuan knew that right now he was already in the dream world. Most likely, that independent space just now was meant as the medium whereby the dream taper would cast its nightmare skill, bringing students into the dream world. While Yi Yuan was expressing his surprise at this methods, he also checked out his strength at the same time. To perfectly project my strength in reality inside this dream world, the Dream Taper tribe's abilities are truly great. This way, there would be no possibility of any trickery. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. Suddenly, a middle-aged, brawny-looking man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He knew that this brawny-looking man was an illusion created by the Gray Dream Taper. Within the dream world, dream tapers could take the form of anything. Now, I am responsible for your advancement test. The test is about to begin. You can choose your weapon now, the dream taper said. Choose a weapon? Then I choose a sword. Yi Yuan gave an indifferent look. Clearly, he was not even the slightest bit worried about the entry advancement test. The dream taper felt that Yi Yuan's attitude was highly unusual. When the other students entered the dream world, they would often ask questions nonstop and did not know what was going on. When Yi Yuan entered, the dream taper noticed that he was not surprised at all. That expression on his face clearly showed that he knew that he was in the dream world. Yi Yuan knew about dream tapers, but this did not mean that others knew about dream tapers too. In reality, dream tapers were part of an extremely mysterious tribe, because they did not possess a fixed shape. Even when in a dream, it was impossible to discover its existence unless the dream taper let you discover it. That was because it could very well be a little mouse in your dream world or maybe even a stalk of grass. The dream taper naturally would not tell the students its identity. It would only inform them that it was the illusionary spirit tower's guide for the test. But this Yi Yuan was not curious about anything at all. The dream taper waved his hand, and a completely ordinary-looking sword appeared out of thin air in Yi Yuan's hand. Isn't this too shabby? Yi Yuan forced a smile. The dream taper said emotionlessly, in order to ensure the fairness of the test, the Academy requested for us to treat each student equally. No matter what weapon you choose, I will only provide you with the most ordinary one. Yi Yuan drew his sword, and a sword light flashed. He said helplessly, "All right then, I will make do with this." This was the first time the dream taper met somebody who did not care at all. However, it did not think too much about it. A mere 4th-level Essence Chi Realm rookie was not worth too much of its attention.
To the dream taper, whom he was focused on were the few students taking the Earth rank advancement test.
Now tell me your name and birthplace. I will record down your test results. The dream taper remained emotionless. The capital, the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan reported his name and birthplace. The dream taper nodded and said, the test will start now. They are your opponents. The dream taper made a gesture and 5 black-clothed martial artists appeared out of nowhere. Impressively, they were also at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Following this, the middle-aged brawny-looking man which the dream taper transformed into had vanished.
It was clear that it left Yi Yuan to fend for himself. The entry advancement test was not worth paying too much attention to it.
Yi Yuan swept his glance at the 5 black-clothed 4th level Essence Chi realm martial artists and could not help but smirked. These 5 black-clothed 4th level Essence Chi realm martial artists were the most ordinary kind of 4th level Essence Chi realm. When the Dan Wu Academy recruited students, the minimum requirement was for them to break through to the 4th level Essence Chi realm before 16 and to be able to defeat 5 of the most ordinary type of 4th level Essence Chi realm working together. To the average person, this was an incredibly difficult challenge. In the dream world, weapons, equipment, and medicinal pills could not be brought inside. One could only rely on the abilities they possessed to defeat the opponents.
It was virtually impossible to successfully defeat 5 opponents who were the same cultivation realm as you unless you were a genius. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Yuan. After the dream taper vanished, the 5 black-clothed martial artists moved at the same time, attacking Yi Yuan from 5 different angles. Yi Yuan stood straight up and put his sword away before lightly striking out his palm.
Stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave.
The ripple of essence energy spread out, and the 5 black-clothed martial artists flew backward. It was evident that the 5 black-clothed martial artists no longer had any combat power left as they vanished the instant they hit the ground. The next moment, the middle-aged, brawny-looking man appeared once again, and he showed a stunned expression. Yi Yuan looked at the dream taper and gave a faint smile and said, "My apologies. I forgot to tell you that I'm here to take the yellow rank advancement test." Every time the advancement test took place, it would always attract a large number of students to watch. That was because the results of the test might affect their position within the ranking. A light screen displayed everyone's test progress outside the illusionary spirit tower.
Eh? Did someone pass the test so quickly?
It's Yi Yuan. Seeing a change in the light screen happen so quickly, someone exclaimed in surprise. It's that Yi Yuan who killed Fei Qingping during the deathmatch? That fellow is sick. But this doesn't mean much either. This should be his first time taking the advancement test, so right now, it should be the entry advancement test. But that is monstrous enough. Calculating the time, he should have just started the test. Even though it's only the entry advancement test, he has to face 5 4th level Essence Chi realm fighters. Yi Yuan is just at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Could it be that he instantly killed 5 people at the same level?
That's really a possibility.
Just how great is that fellow's combat prowess?
Back then, when I participated in the entry advancement test, I spent the time it took for an entire incense to burn before I managed to finish them off. I'm afraid that even Fei Qingping who broke through also can't instantly kill 5 4th level Essence Chi realm, right?
Hee. Looks like I was right for coming today. This Yi Yuan really soared to the skies in one move. I'm really looking forward to just how far he can go during this test. No matter what, Yi Yuan instantly killing 5 martial artists of the same level caused the students to burst into an uproar. All of these students had gone through the entry advancement test, but not one of them dared to say that they could instantly kill 5 opponents at the same level when they were at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan could kill Fei Qingping, who was 2 minor realms higher than him, when he was at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. Now that he was already at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, just how strong is Yi Yuan's combat strength after advancing a minor stage? Everyone was curious.
Most of them came to see who could advance to heaven rank, but now their attention turned to Yi Yuan.
Huyan Yong watched the light screen silently. He, unlike the rest of the surrounding students, was most concerned with Yi Yuan's test. When Yi Yuan passed the entry advancement test just now, the shock he felt was no less than the other students. When he was at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, he could easily defeat 5 martial artists of the same level. But to talk about instantly killing them,
That was something impossible for him.
this Yi Yuan was truly full of surprises.
Look, Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoxue came as well. Most likely they came to scout out information to see just where the limits of Yi Yuan's strength laid.
Hehe. I wonder what were they thinking when they saw Yi Yuan passing the entry advancement test instantly. Presently, someone noticed that there were two more people in the crowd. They were precisely Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoxue.
Wan Yuan and Yi Yuan's conflict was no longer a secret in the academy. Now that he showed up here, it was obviously because of Yi Yuan.
As Wan Yuan looked at Yi Yuan's progress on the light screen, his face sunk. He happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan advancing just as he entered the illusionary spirit tower. Even though it was only the entry advancement test, wasn't this speed too fast?
Wan Yuan still was not aware that Yi Yuan was already at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. If he knew, who knows what he would think.
Within the illusionary spirit tower, the dream taper was stunned as he looked at Yi Yuan. He too had tested countless students over the years. Each of them possessed the power that outclassed those at the same level. Some exceptional students could easily defeat these 5 martial artists.
However, this was his first time encountering someone like Yi Yuan who could instantly kill 5 opponents at the same level.
One would have to cross another minor stage, possessing the strength of a 7th level Essence Chi realm, before they could instantly kill 5 4th level Essence Chi realm martial artists. It was not difficult to jump ranks to do battle for genius students. However, it was extremely challenging to cross over an entire minor stage. When Yi Yuan was at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm, he could not handle Fei Qingping even when he mastered the stacking wave's layered palm, first layer wave. One could see just how difficult it was to jump ranks to battle. Yet now, Yi Yuan could use his strength as a 4th level Essence Chi realm to instantly kill 5 opponents at the same rank. Just how powerful did he have to be to do that? My apologies. I forgot to tell you that I'm here to take the yellow rank advancement test, Yi Yuan said and smiled lightly. The dream taper was a little unpleased with Yi Yuan's attitude. He frowned slightly and said, "All right,
the yellow rank advancement test will begin now. This is your opponent."
The dream taper waved, and another 5 black-clothed martial artists appeared. The 5 black-clothed martial artists that appeared this time were shockingly all at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. 6th level Essence Chi realm, eh? The difficulty didn't seem to have increased much. Yi Yuan muttered to himself.
Just as Yi Yuan said, the difficulty of the yellow rank advancement test did not increase too much from the entry advancement test. Even though 6th level Essence Chi realm was strong, without crossing a minor stage, it was not exactly insurmountable for students. As students' cultivation realm rose with the accumulation of time, it would not be difficult to deal with 5 6th level Essence Chi realm fighters. The truly difficult ones were the Black rank advancement test and the Earth rank advancement test. The opponents faced in the Black rank advancement test would rise to another level, 5 8th level Essence Chi realm martial artists. And the opponents in the Earth rank advancement test were 5 1st level Spirit condensation realm fighters. Under normal circumstances, students would have to increase their cultivation realm in order to pass the test. Otherwise, it would be far too challenging. 1 cultivation realm, 1 layer of heaven. Apart from geniuses like Long Tang, the average person would not be able to jump ranks to battle 5 martial artists of a higher realm. One would first have to reach Spirit condensation realm in order to pass through the Earth rank advancement test to become a heaven rank student. Therefore, for Wan Yuan to break through and become an Earth rank student with his 7th level Essence Chi realm cultivation, this result was hard to come by. Naturally, the academy would heavily groom him. 5 6th level Essence Chi realm opponents. They were much stronger than Fei Qingping. However, back when Yi Yuan was at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm, he could already easily kill Fei Qingping. Now that he was at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, these 5 6th level Essence Chi realm fighters were nothing difficult. The 5 6th level Essence Chi realm fighters joined hands and attacked together. Yi Yuan's sword remained sheathed, as he once again struck out with a palm. Stacking wave's layered palm, 2nd layer wave? The 5 black-clothed martial artists were sent flying once more, and they vanished.
The dream taper stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight. This brat is too terrifying.
Huyan Yong's pupils contracted as he watched the light curtain.
Another instant kill? How was this possible?
The yellow rank advancement test consisted of 5 6th level Essence Chi realm fighters. Each one of them was 2 minor cultivation realms higher than Yi Yuan. How could it be another instant kill?
Although Huyan Yong knew that Yi Yuan was almost certain to advance to the black rank when he saw that Yi Yuan was at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, he did not expect Yi Yuan to advance with such ease. 5 6th level Essence Chi realm martial artists. Each one of them was stronger than Fei Qingping. Even if Yi Yuan was strong, it was impossible for him to be so ridiculously strong.
Look guys,
Yi Yuan's advancement test ended again. This time it should be the yellow rank advancement test, right? That's to say, he is already a black rank student. That fellow is simply too monstrous. Another instant kill. Just how did that fellow manage to instantly kill 5 6th level Essence Chi realm opponents? Even when senior apprentice brother Long Tang took the yellow rank advancement test, it wasn't as exaggerated as this. I'm already drunk. That fellow isn't human at all. He already surpassed my imaginations.
Wan Yuan gritted his teeth as he looked at the light screen. At this moment he was feeling an immense threat. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too fast. At this rate, would he no longer be Yi Yuan's opponent when the time comes for the endless trials? No.
Yi Yuan must die. Yi Yuan's advancement speed made Wan Yuan felt a deep sense of crisis.
To be able to instantly kill 5 6th level Essence Chi realm opponents, Yi Yuan might already have the strength to enter the Earth ranking.
Even if he did not succeed, he probably would not be far off. Strength like that already approached Wan Yuan's. His movement technique was already inferior to Yi Yuan, and now, his combat prowess was not any better. What capital did he still have to challenge Yi Yuan?
During the endless trials, I must definitely let senior apprentice brother Su finish off Yi Yuan. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles.
Wan Yuan made his decision. I say, do you think Yi Yuan will enter the Earth ranking? After the shock, somebody suddenly thought of that possibility. The moment that was said, everyone became silent. They all knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. But wasn't it too much of an exaggeration for a 4th level Essence Chi realm to face off with 5 8th level Essence Chi realm martial artists?
It was not uncommon to see a 4th level Essence Chi realm jumped ranks to battle with a 6th level Essence Chi realm. But the 8th level Essence Chi realm was an entire 4 minor cultivation realms higher than the 4th level Essence Chi realm.
Furthermore, there was a minor stage in between them. That minor stage was not easy to cross. However, Yi Yuan challenged the yellow rank advancement test and passed too easily. It was so quick that it was basically effortless, making them feel a trace of possibility. Quickly look. Yi Yuan really went on to challenge the black rank advancement test. This shout broke the silence, as everyone's gaze once again concentrated on the light screen. This is too crazy. Consecutively challenging 3 tests during his first time.
I'm afraid this made into the Dan Wu Academy's history.
Do you guys think that Yi Yuan can successfully pass this? The person who made everyone fall silent earlier, once again made everybody pondered on this. Facing 5 8th level Essence Chi realm opponents, Yi Yuan did not take things lightly like before, and he burst forth in an instant. Even so, Yi Yuan was still in perilous danger facing the joint attack from these 5 opponents. Fuck! You actually dare to sneak attack me. These 5 people actually know how to form a sword array, Yi Yuan shouted as he dodged. The Dream Taper was speechless.
When the black rank advancement test started, the Dream Taper secretly added an extra ingredient, making the 5 8th level Essence Chi realm martial artists to attack Yi Yuan with a sword array. After the 5 black-clothed martial artists used a sword array, their combined might was no weaker than a powerful 9th level Essence Chi realm.
Yi Yuan himself was an array master. The moment these 5 moved out, he discovered it. It naturally was not difficult for him to break the array with his mastery in array formations. But the combined power of these 5 people was too great. This sort of crushing advantage left Yi Yuan unable to do anything else, let alone break the array. The enormous difference in power was not something that insights could compensate for. Even if these 5 people's sword array were full of holes in Yi Yuan's eyes, he could not make a counterattack. Everything was a blur in front of Yi Yuan's eyes, as sword shadows permeated the surroundings.
Luckily, Instant Flash was a small radius movement technique. It was perfect for this sort of group battle. Otherwise, even if Yi Yuan had 10 lives, he would have long died. Even so, Yi Yuan would still be grazed by sword chi every now and then, leaving him covered with wounds. Although he was in a dream world, the sensation of pain was unbelievably realistic. The Dream Taper tribe's nightmare skill was truly powerful. Before long, Yi Yuan's clothes were already tattered. As the Dream Taper looked at Yi Yuan, who was trying to cope with the situation, he had a hint of a smile on his face. It was as if satisfied with his revenge. Although Dream Tapers were born in dream worlds, they also had emotions such as pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy. He did not know why, but from the start when Yi Yuan was unperturbed by everything, it left him very displeased. All these while, he had always been mysterious and haughty. But today, in front of Yi Yuan, he felt like he was stripped naked without any secrets left. Who among the students participating in the test was not full of respect towards him? It only had to be Yi Yuan with his indifferent attitude. He even postured with instant kills twice, making him feel that he had no face left. Hence, when the black rank advancement test was starting, he secretly added a sword array for those 5 black-clothed martial artists, increasing their power. Brat, this is the result of sliding this seat. One thinking about passing the black rank advancement test? Go back and train first. The Dream Taper was secretly pleased. He had been watching the battle and he knew that Yi Yuan's defensive radius was shrinking. His injuries were also increasing, so he would be defeated sooner or later. However, the Dream Taper was shocked in his heart at how tenacious Yi Yuan was. To be able to fight with 5 8th level Essence Chi Realm opponents until now with his 4th level Essence Chi Realm strength. It was simply unthinkable. The Dream Taper had seen countless geniuses before, but he had never seen a genius who was able to perform to such an extent. But should end here. Lin Tiancheng was sent out in dismal. He had failed once again. This was already the 5th time he failed to impact through the heaven ranking. Thinking about the musing looks and those eyes filled with mockery outside, Lin Tiancheng became frustrated. Lin Tiancheng was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm. Facing 5 first-level spirit condensation realm martial artists was truly a little too forced. It was not that Lin Tiancheng wasn't talented enough and was unable to take that final step, but it was because he had been suppressing his cultivation realm at half-step spirit condensation realm. In the Dan Wu Academy, the lower one's cultivation realm was when passing the test, and the smaller the age showed that one's potential was greater. The importance attached to you would naturally be different as well. If he broke through to the first-level spirit condensation realm, it would obviously be a cinch for him to defeat the 5 martial artists. But that way, it would be acknowledging that his talent could only go so far. Hence, he had always been tolerating other people's contemptuous look, wishing to pass the Earth rank advancement test with half-step spirit condensation realm strength. The top figures on the martial roll of honor such as Long Tang, Zhuobugue, and Sui Shan without exception, all of them passed the Earth rank advancement test when they were at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. That was to say, these top geniuses already had a battle power surpassing the 1st level spirit condensation realm when they were at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. But he, Lin Tiancheng, was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm, yet he still could not pass the Earth rank advancement test. The difference was clear at a glance. Lin Tiancheng walked out of the illusionary spirit tower looking incomparably dispirited. He already made the decision that as long as there was the slightest bit of scorn in anyone's eyes, he would rush over and violently beat him up. The moment he stepped out of the illusionary spirit tower, Lin Tiancheng swept his fierce gaze over and suddenly became stunned. There was actually no one looking at him. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the light screen, with some people watching nervously. What happened? Lin Tiancheng also followed everyone's gaze and looked over at the light screen as well, but he failed to see anything. The light curtain did not have fighting scenes within the illusionary spirit tower. It could only roughly display the conditions of everybody inside. What are you all looking at? Lin Tiancheng casually grabbed someone and asked. Ah? It's Senior Apprentice Brother Lin? Are you already out? We are looking at Yi Yuan. He is taking the black rank advancement test right now, but it looks like he can't hold on any longer. The student did not seem to have too big a reaction to Lin Tiancheng being out. What? Black rank advancement test?
Isn't that fellow overestimating himself? With his strength, even passing the yellow rank advancement test would be a little forceful. He actually went to take on the black rank advancement test. Lin Tiancheng was stunned initially, followed by a mocking smile. That student gave Lin Tiancheng a look, and the expression in his eyes made Lin Tiancheng feel extremely uneasy. Before he reacted, that student opened his mouth again and said, "I'm afraid senior apprentice brother Lin doesn't know yet, right? Yi Yuan already long passed the yellow rank advancement test. During his entry advancement test and yellow rank advancement test, he instantly killed his opponents. Even right now, during his black rank advancement test, he already held on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." An instant kill? Lin Tiancheng suspected that he heard wrongly. However, that student no longer bothered with him and turned his head back to the light screen. Sigh. It looks like there's no hope for Yi Yuan to create a miracle. But it's already very impressive to go this far. He is only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. A once-in-50 years genius appeared in our state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy once again. As the light representing Yi Yuan on the light screen became increasingly faint, Huyen Yong could not help but feel sorry. However, immediately afterward, he found himself funny. The power that Yi Yuan displayed was already shocking enough. To let him challenge the black rank advancement test with his 4th level Essence Qi realm was truly a little too forced. After passing the test this time around, Huyen Yong believed that as long as Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level Essence Qi realm, no, just the 5th level Essence Qi realm was enough to pass the black rank advancement test. Aya! It's over. Yi Yuan can't hold on anymore. Sigh. He doesn't have a chance anymore. Right now, he probably already suffered heavy injuries, right? It was already good enough that he could last until now. Miracles really aren't so easy to create. However, Yi Yuan is already very impressive. Back then, senior apprentice brother Longtang only passed the black rank advancement test when he was just about to break through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan is only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm presently. Damn his sister. Your father spent half the day watching, but he still ended up losing. As the glow symbolizing Yi Yuan slowly became fainter, the surrounding students started talking about it. Quite a few people felt pity for Yi Yuan's failure. Wan Yuan watched the light screen as a trace of a sneer flashed across his mouth. Right here, the one who hoped Yi Yuan would fail the advancement test most of all was him. Overestimating himself. To actually dare challenge the black rank advancement test when you just broke through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm. Do you think that these tests were just ornamental? After watching for so long, Wan Yuan was already aware that Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm. A deep sense of crisis followed the shock. Now that he saw Yi Yuan was about to fail, that constriction in Wan Yuan's chest eased up a little. At the illusionary spirit tower, the dream taper felt that something was not quite right as he looked at the group battle over there. Right? Yi Yuan's defensive radius seemed to have not shrunk for a while now. What was going on? Yi Yuan was clearly covered in injuries, but why did not his last line of defensive collapse? And how was he still holding on? And? He used the sword. The dream taper suddenly discovered something abnormal. Ever since the entry advancement test begun, Yi Yuan had never used that lousy sword. But now Yi Yuan actually used the sword. The dream taper recalled back to the beginning where Yi Yuan chose his weapon leisurely like it did not matter. He thought the sword was just an accessory, and that his true killing move was the stacking waves layered palm. The dream taper naturally knew about the stacking waves layered palm. Yi Yuan was already very heaven-defying to be able to comprehend the second layer wave. It was precisely because Yi Yuan had comprehended the second layer wave that he could easily pass through the yellow rank advancement test. Hence, the dream taper thought that the stacking waves layered palm was Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. He never expected Yi Yuan's sword art to be so superb. Currently, Yi Yuan was still on the defensive like a tiny sailboat in a storm, but he still stubbornly held on and his boat just would not overturn. The dream taper even realized that ever since Yi Yuan used the sword, he had not been struck once by the black-clothed martial artists. The initially flawless sword array was currently showing signs of instability. Yi Yuan seemed to be able to see through the weakness of the sword array. Although he was forced to be on the defensive, each stance and each strike started to make the entire sword array unstable. Could it be that this Yi Yuan was also an array expert? The dream taper felt that his brain was a little incompetent to process this notion. Yi Yuan naturally would not randomly choose his weapon. He was indeed a sword expert in his past life. Of course, this so-called expert was only when comparing to the lower realms. In the divine realm, there were plenty of people who could mutilate him as they liked. The sword art that Yi Yuan currently using was something that he created during his leisure time while in the divine realm. The name of the sword art was Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword. There was one time when he was talking and drinking with a few friends in a sacred sakura forest. As the skies filled with the falling petals of the sacred sakura flowers, it formed a falling flower rain. As Yi Yuan watched the flowery scenery, he gained enlightenment and created this sword art, naming it as Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword. Back then there was an extreme sword divine king, Kuang Tianming, among his friends. He was a divine king who used a sword to affirm his Tao. This person had extraordinary accomplishments in the sword Tao. After Yi Yuan finished performing the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword, the extreme sword divine king praised it highly. At that time, Kuang Tianming said, "Brother Qingyun is amazingly talented. Tianming is inferior to you. If this sword art were to be perfected, it would definitely dazzle the divine realm in the future. If Brother Qingyun would devote yourself to the sword Tao, your future accomplishments won't be inferior to your alchemy Tao." Unfortunately, the Qingyunzi back then had no interest in the martial Tao. Creating the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was just because of a moment of interest. After creating it, he threw it aside and never used it again. Kuang Tianming did not praise the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword because the sword art was really that powerful. At that time, Qin Yunzi's cultivation realm was high, but his development in the martial Tao was very limited. Kuang Tianming meant that if Yi Yuan devoted his thoughts on the martial Tao and continuously raised his comprehension of the sword Tao, the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword would become a terrifying sword art. The sword art was strong, but Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was too low. Without the support of essence energy, he could not even unleash half of the power. However, the focus of the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was elegance and agility, which happened to pair very well with Yi Yuan's modified Instant Flash. The power multiplied several times over after combining the two. Using the Instant Flash together with the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was just enough to defend against the combined attacks of these 5 people. These 5 people's sword array appeared to be extremely powerful, but in reality it was full of flaws in Yi Yuan's eyes. What he needed right now was an opportunity. And this opportunity finally appeared under the attack of his movement technique and sword art. These 5 people did not have corporal forms, so their cooperation was flawless. However, this sword array was too simple. It was a weakness that could not be changed. Under the sword array, these 5 people would have a combined attack every dozen moves or so, and the combined attack this time was incredibly powerful. Previously, even though Yi Yuan used his movement technique to avoid the combined attack by the skin of his teeth, he still suffered rather heavy injuries. But this time around, because of Yi Yuan's assault, one black-clothed martial artist's movement slowed by a beat. Yi Yuan would not let such a good chance slip by. Before the 5 people's combined attack arrived, he pushed Instant Flash to the extreme and directly flashed out of the sword array. These 5 black-clothed martial artists did not know exhaustion at all. Yi Yuan had just left the encirclement when they retracted their sword momentum, and once again formed the sword array wanting to attack. Yi Yuan obviously would not give them the chance to enclose him again. At the same time he exited the encirclement, he gathered all the remaining essence energy left in his body and unleashed a palm strike before the 5 people attacked. Stacking waves layered palm, 4th layer wave. 8 times the power exploded out, bringing a palm wind like a fierce gale, sending the 5 black-clothed martial artists flying. Yi Yuan knew that this was not over yet, and he gathered the tiny bit of essence energy he had left. With Instant Flash, he moved in front of a black-clothed martial artist and stabbed his heart with one sword strike. That black-clothed martial artist died and vanished after that. The power of that one palm was indeed great, but the difference in cultivation realm between Yi Yuan and the black-clothed martial artists was too great, so he could only heavily injure them. Repeating what he did, Yi Yuan gave the other 4 people one sword strike each, concluding the battle.
After making the final move, Yi Yuan threw the sword aside and dropped his knees on the ground, gasping for air.
The dream taper stood there dumbstruck as he watched on, and he did not dare to believe what just happened in front of his eyes. Hey, after passing this round, are you not going to heal my injuries? At this rate, I will die from excessive blood loss. You can't expect me to challenge the next round like this, right? Yi Yuan caught his breath and shouted at the dream taper. And next round. The dream taper was at a complete loss. Yi Yuan actually wanted to challenge the Earth rank advancement test?
Oh please, did he make a mistake? The Black rank advancement test was already so forced, yet he still wanted to challenge the Earth rank advancement test?
Could it be that this brat was a fool and didn't know the difference between the spirit condensation realm and the essence chi realm?
This was a major realm.
Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in pain and sucked in a cold breath, crying out, "Fuck! Quickly heal me. What are you stoning there for? If you still don't heal me, I'm going to suicide and complain to the dean about you." Black lines appeared on the dream taper's head. This brat was a masterpiece.
He really did not know if Yi Yuan was a genius or a fool. Why were his words always full of foolishness?
The dream taper was even more senior than the dean. Would the dean dare to bother with him? He was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh because of Yi Yuan, but he still helped to treat his injuries.
The dream taper lightly tapped, and Yi Yuan was instantly full of vitality.
Feeling the surging essence energy in his body, Yi Yuan gave a sly smile and said, "The dream world is the best. No matter how heavy the injuries, I can also revive." At this moment, the dream taper already recollected himself and looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile. He asked, "How did you know this is the dream world? I don't recall saying that we are in the dream world. Also, do you know what I am?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and played possum. "Oh please, you are insulting my intelligence."
If this isn't a dream, then why would I suddenly have a sword out of nowhere? If this isn't a dream, then why did those martial artists disappear after dying?
As for you, aren't you the examiner? You are still insulting my intelligence. And also, why did you use an underhanded trick just now? I want to report you. The dream taper knew that Yi Yuan was not being truthful, but he could not be bothered to argue.
No matter what, it was a good thing for the Dan Wu Academy to have one more genius student.
You really want to challenge the Earth rank advancement test? Do you think I'm joking with you? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and asked back. Good. You have courage. You also felt it just now. The pain that you feel is linked to reality. Although you dying in here doesn't mean true death, it wouldn't be pleasant.
I say, Lord Examiner, can you stop wasting my time?
I'm very busy, Yi Yuan replied impatiently. Fine. As you wish. The dream taper gave a faint smile and summoned 5 black-clothed martial artists once more. Except for this time around, these 5 black-clothed martial artists were shockingly all at the first-level spirit condensation realm.
Outside the illusionary spirit tower, the crowd was currently seething with excitement. How is that possible?
Yi Yuan. He really did it.
Am I seeing things?
Just now, he was clearly on his dying breath. How did he suddenly finish off his opponents? Yi Yuan really created a miracle. He should be the Earth rank student with the lowest cultivation realm since the establishment of the Dan Wu Academy.
And also the one with the greatest talent.
Just what on earth happened to that fellow?
Could it be that he pretended to be so useless in the past?
Unbelievable. Many students felt honored to have witnessed a historical moment. But no matter how they racked their brains, they just could not understand how Yi Yuan improved so quickly. Previously, he was clearly the last place in the academy. But now, he soared to the skies in one move, rising to become an Earth rank student. The miracle that happened on Yi Yuan's body was simply a paragon counterattack.
A change like this would strike a sympathetic chord among many students.
If these students were in the outside world, they would naturally be geniuses. But in the Dan Wu Academy, the vast majority of them were just average people. Yi Yuan's result no doubt stirred up their fighting spirit. Huyen Yong looked at the light screen and cursed in his heart. This brat dares to mess with me? He actually waited until the last moment before advancing successfully.
It looks like he didn't even use 30% of his power during his deathmatch with Fei Qingping. Although he scolded, Hu Yong was actually thrilled in his heart. With Yi Yuan's potential, perhaps he would have the strength to pass through the heaven rank advancement test in the future. The two people who were the unhappiest were naturally Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoxue. The two of them had just passed the black rank advancement test. That is to say that currently, Yi Yuan already had the strength to threaten them. Impossible. Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was still a first-level Essence Qi Realm Dreg. And now, half a month later, he could already threaten me? Then what were all my years of hard work for? Yi Yuan, that punk must have used some trick. His true strength shouldn't be that strong. That must be the case. No matter what, I must quickly eliminate Yi Yuan. Wan Yuan did not want to wait for even a second longer. He wished he could immediately call Suishan to kill Yi Yuan. Thinking of which, he had already made the decision to kill Yi Yuan several times today. And this thought got stronger each time. When Wan Yuan had just arrived, he paid not much attention to him. But now he could sense deeply that Yi Yuan was already standing on the same level as him. Recalling Yi Yuan's moves, the Great Circle Stage Instant Flash coupled with the Stacking Waves Layered Palm, Second Layer Waves Colossal Attack Power. Could he really escape unscathed? Wan Yuan felt a cold shiver ran through his body. To be able to defeat 5/8 level Essence Qi Realm showed that Yi Yuan's attack power could already threaten him. Was there anything even scarier than that? Quickly look. Yi Yuan challenged the Earth rank advancement test. My God. Is he mad? It's true. That fellow is really a madman. No matter how heaven-defying he is, there's no way he could defeat 5 first-level Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists. He is only at the 4th level Essence Qi Realm. I'm already numbed by him. Let him play however he wants. Wan Yuan looked at the light screen as his heart involuntarily froze. That fellow, could it be? The moment the 5 black-clothed martial artists appeared once more, Yi Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure hitting him head-on, making him feel short of breath. In this sort of test, these 5 people would not have any sort of compassion. The moment they attacked, it was with piercing, cold-killing intent. Even while facing opponents a major cultivation realm higher than him, moreover, 5 of them, Yi Yuan remained in full fighting spirit. Bring it on! Yi Yuan howled, his dangling pair of fists turning into palms. All the essence energy in his body surged, creating a whirlwind which made Yi Yuan's sleeves flapped wildly. The dream taper looked at this scene and involuntarily drew a cold breath. He muttered to himself, this brat actually mastered the 8th layer wave. Such terrifying talent. Yi Yuan's hand posture right now was precisely the Stacking Waves Layered Palm, 8th layer wave. During the deathmatch with Fei Qingping, everybody thought that Yi Yuan was bitterly training the 2nd layer wave, which was why he was late. In reality, he was practicing the 8th layer wave back then. And this 8th layer wave was also the final move of the Stacking Waves Layered Palm. The fragmented martial technique recorded on the jade slip stopped there. Even if it was only the 8th layer wave, 16 times the unleashed power was sufficient for Yi Yuan to traverse proudly through the Essence Qi realm. 16 times the unleashed power was on par with the Great Circle Stage Absolute Yang Finger. And Yi Yuan's Absolute Yang Finger was only trained to the Small Success Stage. Which was to say, the Stacking Waves Layered Palm, 8th layer wave was currently Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. Unlike being surrounded and assaulted by the previous 5 8th level Essence Qi Realm martial artists, these current 5 first level Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists did not seem to be in a rush to attack. Instead, they were waiting for Yi Yuan to make his move. Yi Yuan knew that this was the dream taper's doing. In an actual life and death battle, who would give him such a long time to use a big move? After he finished preparing his stance, the 5 black-clothed martial artists finally moved. At the same time, Yi Yuan's unleashed his palm strike. Smash! Both parties collided heavily against each other, and Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. Damn his sister. It scared me shitless. I thought he would even make it through the Earth rank advancement test. He was finally killed. Outside the illusionary spirit tower, God knows who said that sentence which verbalized everyone's inner thoughts. He finally died. Was Yi Yuan messing with us? He could clearly leave unscathed, but he just had to exit in such a manner. It gave me such a huge fright. Yeah, Although it's in the dream world, the feeling of death isn't pleasant. Every time I was killed, it made me feel like I was really about to die.
It pisses me off. I thought that he really had the strength to challenge the Earth rank advancement test. Who would have thought that he would be instantly killed right away? Isn't that messing with us? Scared me shitless was like a bomb that went off among the initially quiet onlookers. The innocent Yi Yuan still did not know that his actions incurred the wrath of everybody, drawing everyone's grievances. The main issue was that he previously whetted everybody's appetite too much, inevitably making everyone think that he had a probability of passing. If Yi Yuan lost after a fierce battle, then the students' reactions at least would not be this huge. But who would have thought that he would be instantly killed the moment he went up, making everyone drop their glasses in shock. The difference between expectations and reality was too large. No wonder everyone felt like they were being made fun of. Huyen Yong also stared blankly at the light curtain and could not help laughing. He and the other students were the same. Yi Yuan stirred up their emotions, making them think that he really had some killing move to pass the Earth rank advancement test. Who knew that this fellow was just fearless because of ignorance, sending himself to his death? But, to be able to pass the Black rank advancement test, becoming the youngest student as well as the student with the lowest cultivation realm to enter the Dan Wu Academy's Earth rank, Yi Yuan's strength has already surpassed my imagination. Huyen Yong gave his approval. He did not feel that Yi Yuan purposely tricked everyone. On the contrary, he felt that Yi Yuan's martial heart was steadfast. Most people would definitely choose to retreat when facing an opponent who was a major realm higher. But Yi Yuan decided to fight. His choice already highlighted a lot of problems. Of course, if he knew what Yi Yuan did inside the illusionary spirit tower, who knew what he would think? Within the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan had already returned to reality. There were only the Dream Taper and the other 4 black-clothed martial artists left in the combat arena. The astonishment in the Dream Taper's eyes had yet to fade. Just now, when Yi Yuan chose to fight the 5 black-clothed martial artists head-on, Yi Yuan naturally died from the other party's powerful attack. But at the last moment, Yi Yuan's 8th layer wave struck one of the black-clothed martial artists, killing him. Even though Yi Yuan would not really die inside the dream world, and there was suspicion of trickery involved, he really finished off a first-level spirit condensation realm fighter. That means that Yi Yuan already had the strength to threaten a spirit condensation realm. A 4th-level essence chi realm with the strength to threaten a 1st-level spirit condensation realm. Was this a fantasy story? The Dream Taper swallowed hard as he thought about how unreal this world was. Oh, I should have finished off one of them just now, right? Yi Yuan was lost in his thoughts as he walked out of the illusionary spirit tower and did not notice everyone's peculiar expressions. He was still thinking about just now when he faced off with the 5 black-clothed martial artists. Luer was the first to rush up to Yi Yuan. She completed the entry advancement test long ago and already officially became a student of the Dan Wu Academy. Passing the entry advancement test as a 3rd-level essence chi realm, Luer's strength naturally had no room for doubt. Huyen Yong also noticed this inconspicuous little girl. Of course, Lua could pass the test because Yi Yuan passed her a rather powerful martial technique called the Profound Ice 9 Forms. This set of martial technique was precisely the martial technique that the Spirit Snow Divine King became famous for. It was incredibly powerful when paired with Lua's cultivation law. What Lua cultivated in were all top cultivation laws and martial techniques in the divine realm. Hence, it naturally was not much to jump ranks to defeat 5 4th-level Essence Chi realm fighters. Young Master, you are amazing. You actually passed through 3 levels of tests at once. Luer pulled Yi Yuan's sleeve as she exclaimed with pride. Watching Yi Yuan pass the test made Luer feel even happier than passing it herself. Yi Yuan looked at Luer and with a smile he said, "It's just the black rank advancement test. It wasn't even hard at all. If that damn examiner didn't use underhanded tricks to mess with me, I would have passed it long ago." The surrounding students were stunned once again. This fellow's ability to brag was even greater than his strength. Just now, he was clearly being thoroughly wrecked. But now, he is out here bragging. The Illusionary Spirit Tower's examiner tested countless students and was always fair and just. How could he possibly use underhanded methods to mess with a 4th-level Essence Chi Realm student? Hehe. Anyway, young master is the most amazing. It's a shame that Big Brother Tang is in a closed-door seclusion. Otherwise, he would also be happy for young master.
After this period of accumulation, Tang Yu's cultivation realm had already stabilized. He just happened to enter a closed-door seclusion training 2 days ago to break through to the 6th-level Essence Qi realm.
Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a batch of transcendent-grade Essence Qi pills. Breaking through the 6th-level Essence Qi realm was just a matter of time. Ha ha ha.
After Tang Yu exits seclusion, he should come to participate in the yellow rank advancement test. Looking at you, you should have also passed the test, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lua smiled as she nodded her head and replied, isn't it all thanks to young master?
Yi Yuan laughed and said, what does that has got to do with me? You were the one who cultivated out your essence energy. The master and servant stood side by side as they talked, making the onlookers envious. Initially, everyone's attention was attracted by the light screen and did not notice that there was such a pretty young lady in the crowd.
Now that she and Yi Yuan stood together, it immediately attracted many eyes.
The crowd just noticed. Since when was there such a pretty young lady among the students? In terms of appearance, the yet-to-mature Luer was already much prettier than Lu Ruoxue. However, that pure and innocent air that Luer had was something which Lu Ruoxue was not equipped with.
Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Yuan knew that Luer would most likely become the target of pursuit by many students in the academy. At this moment, a student walked in front of Yi Yuan. Those who saw him immediately recognized who he was.
Quickly look. Isn't that senior apprentice Brother Wu?
He is famous in the academy for being infatuated with martial arts. He is a top figure ranked 15 on the martial roll of honor.
Could it be that he is already eyeing Yi Yuan?
Then Yi Yuan is screwed. Wu Luochen cupped his hands towards Yi Yuan and said, congratulations to junior apprentice Brother Yi for advancing as an earth rank. I am Wu Luochen, heaven rank.
Yi Yuan was not clear with what was going on, but he still returned a greeting. He then replied, many thanks, senior apprentice Brother Wu. Junior apprentice Brother Ye's talent stands above all others. I believe that before long, you will advance as a heaven rank. At that time, I wish to arrange with junior apprentice Brother Yi for us to spar. I hope that junior apprentice Brother Yi won't decline. Even though it was expected, Wu Luochen's words still caused a big stir among the crowd. Wu Luochen was infatuated with martial arts and liked to go around the academy to challenge experts. The people on the martial roll of honor all felt a headache whenever they saw him.
Because he pursued martial arts wholeheartedly, Wu Luochen's improvement was also very fast. In half a year's time, he fought his way from the bottom of the heaven ranking to being ranked 15 on the martial roll of honor.
Yi Yuan sized Wu Luochen up. He then suddenly smiled and said, since senior apprentice Brother Wu think highly of me, why wouldn't I dare fight?
Wu Luochen was initially somewhat solemn-looking, but now he cracked a smile and replied, good. You are indeed the student with the greatest potential in the academy. If you encounter any problems in the academy from today onwards, you can look for me anytime.
Haha. Then many thanks to senior apprentice Brother Wu. Yi Yuan laughed as he replied. After Wu Luochen left, many people went up to congratulate Yi Yuan.
After this test, Yi Yuan's name as a genius had already been established. His position in the academy would undoubtedly rise.
Taking the opportunity to be on friendly terms with a future martial roll of honor expert was a must.
At the 4th level Essence Qi realm, he could already finish off 5 8th level Essence Qi realm fighters. This kind of power.
Once Yi Yuan broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm, just how horrifying would his strength become?
Who knows, maybe when he's at the 7th level Essence Qi realm, he would indeed have the strength to challenge the Earth rank advancement test.
However, those who came up to say hello to Yi Yuan were mostly heaven rank students. Those Earth rank students were destined to never mingle with a genius like Yi Yuan.
One would not hit a smiling face. Yi Yuan dealt with these heaven rank students' goodwill gestures one by one. There was no lack of experts from the martial roll of honor among these people. So naturally, there wasn't any downside to becoming acquainted with them.
Watching Yi Yuan benefiting from everyone around, Lin Tianqing felt as uncomfortable as if having eaten a fly. What was funny was that he called Yi Yuan a trash earlier on. But after this test, the situation suddenly changed. Yi Yuan actually became popular among the bunch of heaven rank students. He was a genius in the eyes of all students.
But he, Lin Tiancheng, remained as the mediocre person struggling to advance, becoming a heaven rank. In comparison to Yi Yuan's results, he was the trash. Passing the black rank advancement test when he was at the 4th level Essence Chi realm, if Yi Yuan could not make it into heaven rank, everyone would laugh their heads off. Thinking up to this point, Lin Tiancheng sighed and vanished from the crowd. Senior apprentice brother Lin, what's wrong? Why do you seem a little absent-minded? Just as Lin Tiancheng was about to leave, a melodious and alluring voice sounded behind him. Turning his head, it was Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoxue who pushed their way out of the crowd long ago. Quickly look. Isn't that teacher Feng Ruoqing? What's she doing here? Someone suddenly cried out among the crowd. It's really teacher Feng. She's walking towards me. Could it be that she is looking for me? Oh, what did you hit me for? Someone was daydreaming when he immediately got hit on the back of his head and was pulled aside by someone. Moron. How could teacher Feng be looking for you? A good dog wouldn't block the path. Quickly move aside. Why isn't it possible for her to look for me? Maybe she knows that I'm her loyal fan and was touched by that, so she came to look for me. Everyone looked at him like he was a retard, and then they automatically made a path for Feng Ruoqing to pass through. Feng Ruoqing walked past the crowd and did not even spare a glance for that moron. Damn! Lure! Quick! Run! Yi Yuan grabbed Lure and started running. Yi Yuan was still engaging with people just now. Now that he noticed Feng Ruoqing, he immediately chose to flee in any way he could. Yi Yuan, if you dare to run again, you can forget about passing any of your classes. Feng Ruoqing saw that Yi Yuan was running and immediately shouted. Yi Yuan was completely indifferent to this sort of threat as he continued running. Stop him for me! Feng Ruoqing cried out frantically. The students around were stunned. What was happening? Why did the fairy-like teacher Feng become like an abandoned wife? Looking at Yi Yuan again. Didn't this seem like a wife who was trying to catch her heartless man? It was evident that Feng Ruoqing was explicitly looking for Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan seemed to be terrified of seeing Feng Ruoqing. Everyone could not help guessing what was going on between these two people. Even Hu Yong, who was normally composed, had a curious light flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he wanted to know what was going on just like the rest of the students. Just now, when Yi Yuan passed the test, many people looked towards him with worship or with envy. But now everyone looked towards him with killing intent in their eyes without any prior agreement. It looked like if they were to discover that Yi Yuan really profaned the dream lover of all the men in the Danwu Academy, these students would definitely rush up and tear Yi Yuan to shreds. The most painful thing in this world was having the goddess in their heart being defiled by other men, even if that man was the newest genius in the Danwu Academy. Yi Yuan had incurred the wrath of everyone. He wanted to run, but he was completely blocked by a group of people. Initially, there were still some gaps around, but now, they congregated without any prior planning, giving Yi Yuan no chance to escape at all. In this short while, Feng Ruoqing already reached Yi Yuan. Run then. What? Not running anymore. Feng Ruoqing was fuming as she looked at Yi Yuan. It's not that I don't want to run, but I can't run. Teacher Feng, your rallying power is too strong. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly as he answered her. Why are you hiding from me? Feng Ruoqing was secretly a little pleased, but she still pulled a long face and asked, Me? When did I? Teacher Feng, you really maligned me. Yi Yuan blinked his eyes innocently. You still dare to say you didn't? Then why did you run just now? I suddenly remembered that I have something to do and was just about to leave. Coincidence. It was definitely a coincidence. Stop trying to pull anything over me. Quickly follow me. Teacher Feng, I really have something very important to do. I don't care how important it is. If you don't come, I'm going to use force. Don't. I'll follow you, alright? That's more like it. Under everyone's stunned eyes, Feng Ruoqing grabbed Yi Yuan and left. Actually, Feng Ruoqing had already looked for Yi Yuan several times these past few days. But every time Yi Yuan was sleeping. With Lure blocking the way outside, it was not nice for Feng Ruoqing to barge in. Yi Yuan also did not attend medicinal theory lessons these past few days, making Feng Ruoqing unable to find Yi Yuan, even if she wanted to. As for Yi Yuan, why would he be interested in becoming an assistant?
The things that Feng Ruoqing was playing with was not much different than children playing with mud. If it was not a waste of time for him to be an assistant, then what was? Yi Yuan's most pressing concern at the moment was to increase his strength. Where would he have the energy to go be an assistant for this little lass? With Feng Ruoqing's tiny bit of ability in alchemy Dao, she was not even qualified to be an assistant for Yi Yuan. Now she actually wanted him to be her assistant? Wasn't this a joke? That day, all he wanted to do was to quickly get rid of Feng Ruoqing. He did not expect that slightly revealing a bit of his ability would invite such troubles. Hence, he made the decision to play cat and mouse with her when he heard from Lure that Feng Ruoqing was looking for him. Who knew that he would be caught red-handed by Feng Ruoqing after only hiding for a few days? Coincidentally enough, Feng Ruoqing did not know that Yi Yuan was taking the test here. But when she passed by, she heard that students were gathering over at the Illusionary Spirit Tower. Feng Ruoqing was somewhat curious about what was happening over at the Illusionary Spirit Tower, so she stopped a student to ask about it. Who knew that this inquiry would result in information on Yi Yuan? Furthermore, this news also gave her sufficient shock. She naturally knew that Yi Yuan had just broken through to the 3rd level Essence Qi realm not long ago. But he actually broke through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm in a few days' time. If it was just breaking through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm, then forget it. But Yi Yuan actually challenged 3 rounds consecutively, becoming an Earth rank student. The shock it gave her was too great. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan's attainments in martial Dao were also incredibly impressive? Back in the medicinal theory class, Yi Yuan left a very profound impression on Feng Ruoqing. A yellow rank student who was not even an alchemy apprentice actually had such understanding towards a high-level Tier 2 pill formula. He also knew an obscure refinement technique like the yin-yang separation flow technique. Hence, she had the thought of making him an assistant. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan, that fellow, would actually hide from her? Feng Ruoqing, who had never known rejection, became even more stubborn. She must capture Yi Yuan to become her assistant. I'm going crazy. Just what on earth is going on between Teacher Feng and Yi Yuan? That's right. Their conversation was unclear. I only know that one was running while the other was chasing. Oh God, my goddess. If Yi Yuan dares to do anything, I will definitely kill him. That's right. We must find out what happened. If Yi Yuan really did something that angers men, even God, then we must eliminate that hateful fellow. Only Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing knew what their conversation was all about, which drove everyone crazy. Under this circumstance, the Protect Ruoqing Alliance was officially established. There were 2 primary missions in this alliance. The first was to figure out what happened between Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing. The second was a priority over the first mission. The moment they discovered that Yi Yuan really did something, they will beat Yi Yuan half to death. Then afterward, they will beat him up every time they saw him. That would make him regret what he did for the rest of his life. Regardless of how powerful Yi Yuan was, he just became an Earth rank student. One could casually grab a bunch of Earth rank students who were stronger than Yi Yuan. Of course, there were some who linked it to the medicinal theory class that day. But Teacher Feng only asked Yi Yuan to be an assistant. It should not have caused such a ruckus, right? Furthermore, it was a wonderful thing to be Teacher Feng's assistant. How did it turn into a public pursuit? After understanding the situation, the Protect Ruoqing Alliance filtered out that possibility. They felt something else must have happened between the 2 of them. At the same time, multiple speculations about what happened between Feng Ruoqing and Yi Yuan started to spread among the students and even among the teachers in the Danwu Academy. Of course, this was all for later. Currently, all Yi Yuan was thinking about was how to get rid of this pestering Feng Ruoqing as soon as possible. Yi Yuan could tell at a glance that Feng Ruoqing truly loved alchemy. That was because she was exactly the same as the past him. Dealing with this sort of people was tough. She would become like a curious baby whenever she encountered something interesting related to alchemy Dao and would only let it go after she understood it. Presently, Feng Ruoqing was like that. She was fixated on Yi Yuan because she felt that Yi Yuan could help her refine the Tier 2 Qi returning pill, helping her to successfully break through to the high-rank alchemy master. However, Yi Yuan really did not want to waste too much time on this. On the one hand, Feng Ruoqing might go from bad to worse if Yi Yuan taught her. On the other hand, It was a little outrageous for a student to teach a teacher, possibly causing some unnecessary trouble.
Yi Yuan walked in front while Feng Ruoqing followed behind, keeping a close eye on Yi Yuan's every move to prevent him from running. Yi Yuan felt a headache coming on and realized that he could not escape today. Teacher Feng? What a coincidence. At this moment, a man dressed in yellow blocked their path, greeting Feng Ruoqing with zeal. Yi Yuan did not recognize this person, but looking from his clothing, he should be a teacher in the Dan Wu Academy.
I have seen senior apprentice brother Song Qian. Feng Ruoqing frowned lightly, but she still returned the greeting. Yi Yuan sneered secretly by the side. This Song Qian's eyes shone when he saw Feng Ruoqing and never even looked at him. He was clearly one of Feng Ruoqing's fanatical pursuers.
However, this Song Qian was around 25 to 26 years old. He should be considered young and talented among the academy's teachers.
But sadly, judging from her reaction, Feng Ruoqing did not seem to be interested in this fellow.
A woman like this who was infatuated with alchemy Dao probably could not be subdued by any ordinary man. Looking at Song Qian's appearance, he seemed to be prepared to enter the pill refinement chamber as well. Yi Yuan speculated, could it be that this Song Qian knew that Feng Ruoqing was coming, so he waited here since long ago?
Teacher Feng is going to the pill refinement chamber again? Song Qian asked a pointless question. Yes. Feng Ruoqing replied indifferently. Teacher Feng is so diligent.
But this is the teacher's pill refinement area. Teacher Feng brought the student over for?
Hearing Song Qian, Yi Yuan rolled his eyes involuntarily. So this guy actually noticed him. Yi Yuan thought that he was air in his eyes. Yi Yuan is the assistant I found. Assistant. Only now did Song Qian take a look at Yi Yuan. With a frown, he said, if I'm not wrong, he isn't even an alchemy apprentice. This Song is incapable, but I dare say that I'm capable enough to be Teacher Feng's assistant.
Song Qian could tell at a glance that Yi Yuan was not even an alchemy apprentice. That was because alchemists who were ranked would display the badge issued by the Alchemist Association on their chests. It was a symbol of one's status as an alchemist. Song Qian and Feng Ruoqing both displayed a badge on their chest with 2 blinding stars on it. This represented the identity of a Tier 2 alchemist.
The Alchemist Associate also existed in the Divine Realm, but in his previous life, both Xianxia and Qingyunzi didn't have this sort of badge. That was because the two of them had never taken part in the Alchemist Association's tests.
However, nobody in the Divine Realm dared to take the father-son pair lightly because their attainments in alchemy Dao was not inferior to the president of the Alchemist Association, Yezi.
But right now, Yi Yuan did not have the time to reminisce his past life. Song Qian's words made his eyes light up. Just as Feng Ruoqing was about to speak, Yi Yuan interrupted. That's right. That's right.
Teacher Feng, I'm not even an alchemy apprentice. How can I possibly help you? Teacher Song is a fine gentleman who is also an alchemy master. With his help, what medicinal pills can't be refined?
Since that's the case, then I have no more business here. I will be making a move first.
While Yi Yuan was talking, Song Qian looked at him approvingly. He thought to himself that this punk really knew what to do. He could give him guidance in the future.
Teacher Feng, you see? Feng Ruoqing did not even look at Song Qian. She suddenly clawed at Yi Yuan, and an indistinct essence energy thread immediately coiled around Yi Yuan's ankle.
If the students who watched Yi Yuan's deathmatch were here, they would see that Feng Ruoqing's move was precisely the lesser capturing hand that Fei Qingping used before.
Except that the power of the exact same move, when displayed by Feng Ruoqing, could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yi Yuan was about to sneak away after he finished talking when he felt as if his legs were suddenly filled with lead, and he face-planted the ground from the inertia.
"Ayo!"
Yi Yuan wailed in pain on the ground. The difference between the two was too great. Feng Ruoqing did not even move, and she could knock him down.
After knocking him down, Feng Ruoqing took 2 steps forward. As she walked by Song Qian, she did not even bother to look at him. Walking in front of Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing frowned as she said, "Are you a man? How can you go back on your word? I don't need other people to be my assistant. I only want you.
If you run again, I don't mind reporting you to the dean to get you expelled from the academy. I believe my words will have some standing." After she said that, Yi Yuan could not muster up any temper. In the cultivation world, It was an undeniable fact that disciples from sects were stronger than loose cultivators. As the outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect, the Dan Wu Academy gathered virtually every single top geniuses. There was no better place than here to temper himself. Yi Yuan did not have any interest in the Dan Wu Academy's resources, but he had some interest in the geniuses here. Seeing Yi Yuan finally yielded, Feng Ruoqing felt delighted from subjugating him. She finally caught this punk. Turning to Song Qian, she said, "Many thanks for Teacher Song's good intentions, but it's enough for Yi Yuan to be my assistant. Teacher Song definitely has many things to do as the Dan Wu Academy's rising star. I won't delay your time. Yi Yuan, let's go." Yi Yuan sighed and obediently followed behind Feng Ruoqing. Although he did not turn his head back, Yi Yuan clearly sensed that there was a pair of eyes filled with ill intent staring at him. At the Dan Wu Academy, alchemy instructors had their own personal pill refinement chamber. Of course, Feng Ruoqing was not an exception. Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement chamber had a very well-planned layout. All sorts of medicinal herbs were categorized and stored neatly. In the center of the chamber was a red-colored pill cauldron. With Yi Yuan's judgment, he could obviously tell with a glance that this pill cauldron was a superior grade Tier 2 pill cauldron. Most likely, there was no better one than this among the alchemy instructors in the Dan Wu Academy. However, a pill cauldron like this was worthless to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and found a place to sit down. That scene happened to have caught Feng Ruoqing's eyes, suddenly making her feel irritated. "It seems like you despise my red lotus cauldron?" "Ah? This cauldron? Not bad, not bad. Haha." Yi Yuan laughed it off. With just one look, she could tell that it was completely insincere. "You have seen better Tier 2 pill cauldrons?" "Me? Haha. I'm just a student who isn't even an alchemy apprentice. Where would I see such a high-tier pill cauldron? It's called Red Lotus Cauldron, right?" Good name, good name." Yi Yuan did not expect that his subconscious contempt for the pill cauldron would actually result in a series of questioning from Feng Ruoqing, so he had to humor her a little. But he really did look down on this sort of pill cauldrons. Back in his past life, he would not even bother to use the sort of pill cauldron to boil water with. In the past, if someone were to say that her pill cauldron was not good, Feng Ruoqing will immediately flip out. But Yi Yuan gave her an exceptional feel. The corner of the iceberg that Yi Yuan revealed during the medicinal theory class had already exceeded the boundaries of the Dan Wu Academy's students. Even the first place on the alchemy roll of honor could not possibly know how to refine the Tier 2 Qi returning pill using the yin-yang separation flow technique. It was possible to have coincidentally seen the pill formula before, but the yin-yang separation flow technique was not something that the average person would know. Even Feng Ruoqing only happened to have seen this refinement technique from an extremely obscure ancient record. Back then, it was like she obtained a treasure. She spent a period of time practicing this refinement technique in a frenzied craze, but she had no choice but to give up in the end. This refinement technique was too hard, and because of that, Feng Ruoqing was very interested in Yi Yuan, making him her assistant. To think that this fellow did not appreciate it and even repeatedly hid from her. This made the proud Feng Ruoqing go crazy. Hence, her actions today. Feng Ruoqing did not know why, but even though Yi Yuan repeatedly brushed her off and also looked down on her, she felt that Yi Yuan's scorn came naturally from the heart. He was not pretending to be an expert. Like just now, Feng Ruoqing had always been very confident with her red lotus cauldron. Virtually every alchemist who came by her pill refinement chamber would be shocked by the cauldron. But Yi Yuan only pursed his mouth and had a scornful look. Feng Ruoqing did not detect even a trace of amazement from Yi Yuan's eyes. Could it be that Yi Yuan really knew the yin-yang separation flow technique? Feng Ruoqing was frightened by her own thought. How was it possible? Feng Ruoqing practiced the yin-yang separation flow technique before and was well aware of the difficulty of this refinement technique. Yi Yuan was only 15. How could he know this refinement technique? "I asked you to be my assistant, not be a lord. What are you sitting there for? Hurry up and come prepare the herbs," Feng Ruoqing said coldly. "Oh, coming. Yi Yuan staggered up to the operating stage. There were all sorts of medicinal herbs placed on it. He took a look at the herbs and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to refine a Tier 2 Qi returning pill?" Why all the ingredients you prepared are Tier 1? Feng Ruoqing flushed slightly and immediately replied angrily. I asked you to prepare the medicines, so just do it. Why are you asking so many questions?
Looking at the situation, Yi Yuan instantly understood that this woman had yet to master the yin-yang separation flow technique. She was using these Tier 1 medicines to practice.
However, this yin-yang separation flow technique was not something that could be mastered in 1 or 2 days. How long would he have to accompany her to train with these Tier 1 medicines for practice? His time was highly precious, and he did not have the time to accompany this woman to refine pills. Yi Yuan sighed and just turned around to prepare the medicines. Feng Ruoqing turned around and entered the quiet chamber to meditate and trying to adjust her mental state. Pill refinement was a highly complicated form of knowledge. One must not be distracted even in the slightest when refining pills. It must be finished in one go.
Even the smallest disturbance could affect the quality of the medicinal pill, possibly even resulting in a useless pill. Hence, the majority of alchemists would choose to meditate before refining pills. They would only start refining after they adjusted their mental state to be unperturbed by anything.
But Feng Ruoqing had just adjusted herself and was yet to fully enter a meditative state when there was a knocking on the quiet chamber's door. This time, Feng Ruoqing really got angry. Dropping the fact that Yi Yuan repeatedly hid from her despite that being her assistant was a wonderful task that every man in the academy would fight to do. Now that he was helping out as her assistant, he was causing trouble instead of properly performing his tasks. If there was no justified reason, she would definitely beat him up brutally, and then hang him for 3 days to warn the public. The door creaked open, revealing the raging Feng Ruoqing. Haha, I didn't expect Teacher Feng to open the door so hastily. It made me jump. Yi Yuan gave a startled expression. Ignoring Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing raised her right palm. Traces of essence energy flowed along the palm as if it would strike any moment. I asked you to prepare the herbs.
What are you doing?
Don't you know that I'm meditating? If your reason isn't justified, be ready to receive this palm. Feng Ruoqing snarled. Don't.
Teacher Feng, if you said you had violent tendencies, then I wouldn't have become your assistant even if I had to copy the herbal compendium 100 times back then.
The herbs are all prepared already. I even finished refining 2 sets of medicinal essences before coming over to call you. I didn't think that you would take so long to meditate. Yi Yuan jumped far away with a shout. What? The medicinal essences are all refined.
Feng Ruoqing could not immediately process his words. It had only been about 15 minutes since she entered the quiet chamber. Not only did Yi Yuan finish preparing so many herbs, but he also managed to refine the medicinal essence.
How was that possible?
That's right. This reason is passable, right?
I don't want to be smacked to death, Yi Yuan said gloomily.
Putting down her hand, Feng Ruoqing gave a cold humph and said, if I find out that you were talking nonsense, then it wouldn't be as simple as a single palm.
After saying this, Feng Ruoqing walked over to the operating stage and was immediately stunned.
2 sets of medicinal essences quietly sat in their jade containers. The color was extremely pure. It was clear that they were excellently refined with all the useless medicinal dregs purged away.
Feng Ruoqing looked at Yi Yuan and opened her mouth, but no words came out of it.
Teacher Feng, do you want to say something?
Aren't you going to smack me to death?
At most, I will call you later next time. How long do you normally take to meditate? Yi Yuan asked innocently.
Feng Ruoqing was speechless. After a while, Feng Ruoqing finally sucked in a deep breath and asked Yi Yuan, This is the medicinal essence you refined? Yi Yuan looked around and asked curiously, Are there other people in here?
But how did you do it so quickly? An ordinary alchemy apprentice would spend an hour just to prepare the herbs. In addition to refining the medicine essence, it would take at least 2 hours.
Preparing the herbs was not merely just pairing it together. One needed to accurately weigh out the quantity. Even the tiniest bit of error would not be tolerated. Hence, an alchemist's assistant would always be very cautious when preparing the herbs. As a result, a lot of time was spent on it. Even Feng Ruoqing herself needed over an hour to refine a Tier 1 pill's medicinal essence.
But Yi Yuan only used 15 minutes. This was just unheard of.
Isn't it just refining a Tier 1 pill's medicinal essence?
Why do you need to spend so long on such a simple task? Yi Yuan nonchalantly questioned her. If it was about martial arts, Yi Yuan might be more humble. But as for alchemy, Yi Yuan really did not know how to be modest. Could be said that Yi Yuan spent his entire past life busying with alchemy. He was simply too familiar with medicinal herbs and pills. This sort of familiarity was engraved into the soul. Even if he changed his body, that sort of familiar feeling which came from the soul would automatically make the body carry out the most appropriate actions. Originally, Yi Yuan wanted to be low-key. But once he touched those medicinal herbs, he could not help but to complete the preparation of herbs and refine the medicinal essence. Others might be filled with trepidation towards measuring the quantity of the medicinal herbs and did not dare to carelessly leave out anything. But Yi Yuan just had to casually grab them with his hands, and the quantity of the herbs would definitely be accurate. This was the ability developed through million and million times of practice. Nobody could imitate that. Feng Ruoqing stared blankly at Yi Yuan and did not know what to say. Refining a Tier 1 medicinal pill was simple. Do as you like. I am going to the quiet chamber to meditate. After saying that, Feng Ruoqing turned around and entered the quiet chamber once more. This round of meditation was 4 hours. It was much longer than initially planned. Feng Ruoqing's mental state was a mess and was not able to enter a meditative state for a long time. She only managed to purge her distracting thoughts after 2 hours, and then she entered the empty state. After exiting the quiet chamber, Feng Ruoqing recovered her haughty and cold attitude once again. Walking in front of the red lotus cauldron, she instructed emotionlessly, bring the medicinal essence over. Fire up the cauldron. Refine. Yi Yuan did not waste these 4 hours either. He was training while meditating the whole time. In comparison with his past life, the current Yi Yuan was much more diligent. The Yi Yuan who managed to become an alchemy emperor before understood that there were no shortcuts to cultivation. No matter how talented one was, there was only hard work and more hard work. Hearing Feng Ruoqing's instructions, Yi Yuan passed the 2 jade containers with the medicinal essences in them over to her and prepared to fire up the cauldron. Feng Ruoqing looked over at Yi Yuan in surprise. Initially, she was prepared to open her mouth to instruct Yi Yuan on what to do. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan would perform what an assistant should do with such familiarity? The Danwu Academy's pill refinement chambers were established on top of an earth vein. Earth fire was guided over to refine pills. This sort of pill refinement style was only suitable for low tiers. High-tier pills must use heaven and earth flame sources. But Yi Yuan was not a stranger to this style of refinement. Opening the fire valve, the scorching earth fire burst out from the ground, instantly raising the temperature in the pill refinement chamber. Although earth fire could not be compared to heaven and earth flame sources, it was extraordinary among the mortal fires. It was more than sufficient to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill. Yi Yuan rapidly formed seals with both hands and slowly moved towards the fire. The fire immediately became like an obedient baby while still being incomparably docile. 1. Following which, Yi Yuan spread his hands apart and cried out, "Stabilize!" The earth fire automatically separated into 2 and scorched the 2 sides of the red lotus cauldron uniformly. Looking at this scene, a trace of surprise flashed across Feng Ruoqing's eyes once again. She had never heard of this kind of fire-controlling skill. Earth fire was abnormally wild. It could only be used after layers upon layers of array formations were placed on top of the academy. Even so, this fire was not something that an average 4th-level Essence Chi realm could easily control. But this fire was just like a house pet in front of Yi Yuan. If he asked it to lay down, it would not dare to stand. However, the refinement procedure had already begun. Feng Ruoqing could not afford to be surprised and hastily recollected herself. Feng Ruoqing formed hand seals with one hand and pointed a finger towards the red lotus cauldron. The cauldron lid flew up by itself. Following that, she gestured with her other hand, and the 2 medicinal essences flew through the air into the pill furnace. Yin-yang separation flow technique. Activate. With a low cry, Feng Ruoqing's 2 jade-like hands moved like phantom images. Right now, it was no longer Yi Yuan's business. He took it easy as he watched Feng Ruoqing repeatedly change seals continuously to temper the medicinal essence. Watching this, he could not refrain from nodding his head. This woman more or less had some standards. It looked like she spent no little effort on the yin-yang separation flow technique. But she had yet to fully master the yin-yang separation flow technique, so it appears executing it was a little forced. It seems like this furnace of medicinal pills was going to be wasted. The yin-yang separation flow technique was not so easy to master. During the refining process, the alchemist had to do two things at once. One hand had to perform yang attribute seals, while the other hand had to execute yin attribute seals. Furthermore, it had to be carried out simultaneously with no room for any error. Any mistake during the process would result in the furnace of medicinal pills to be wasted. This was an extremely challenging test towards the alchemist's mental strength, soul strength, and familiarity with the seals. In the beginning, Feng Ruoqing did quite well. But around the mid-stage of the refinement, it was clear that her strength was failing. Small beads of sweat started appearing on her forehead, and she looked like straining herself. Puff! A black cloud appeared. The pills were ruined. Feng Ruoqing stomped her feet angrily and shouted at Yi Yuan. Again! Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ruoqing but did not say anything and immediately went to prepare the herbs. This time around, Feng Ruoqing finally saw how Yi Yuan prepared the herbs and she was left utterly speechless. Yi Yuan grabbed at this herb and grabbed again at another herb. After that, he threw them into a jade container and started mashing them, appearing highly irresponsible. However, Feng Ruoqing was unable to open her mouth to scold him. That was because she knew that the medicine essence Yi Yuan refined, regardless of quality or precision, was much better than her doing it. Just how in the world did this guy do it? Could it be that his hands were measurement tools? How did he know exactly how much was required? The way Yi Yuan prepared the herbs was really too casual. Seeing Feng Ruoqing's expression, Yi Yuan gave a dry cough and laughed awkwardly. This came from family teachings. You are also aware that my father is an alchemy grandmaster. I was forced since young. Ha ha. Feng Ruoqing glared fiercely at Yi Yuan. Believe my foot. But she also knew that Yi Yuan would not tell her the truth, so it was pointless to ask. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan finished refining the medicinal essence once more. Feng Ruoqing swallowed a Tier 2 Qi returning pill. After meditating for a while, her essence energy had more or less recovered. Looking at this, Yi Yuan was secretly dumbstruck. Just what was this Feng Ruoqing's background? A Tier 2 Qi returning pill naturally was not much in Yi Yuan's eyes. But it was not something common in the state of Qin. The price was very high. Feng Ruoqing casually took one out to eat and did not even blink. Also, that red lotus cauldron, it was absolutely a high-grade medicine cauldron in the state of Qin. Ordinary people simply could not get a hold of it. It seemed like this teacher Feng had a very powerful backing. The result of the second try of the yin-yang separation flow technique was inevitably another failure. Following this, the third time and then the fourth time. Not even once did it succeed. The medicinal essence would basically turn into a black cloud of smoke when refining at the latter stages, becoming ruined. Feng Ruoqing became increasingly depressed, and she actually knew that the reason why she could last only up to the latter stages was due to the medicinal essence Yi Yuan refined, as well as his control over the fire. Otherwise, she might not even have lasted to the late stages. Just how in the world do I master this damn yin-yang separation flow technique? Again! Even though there were Tier 2 Qi returning pills to recover essence energy, in reality, Feng Ruoqing already could not hold on much longer from such an intense day of refining. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ruoqing again and felt a little conflicted in his heart. What are you looking at? Go prepare the herbs. Feng Ruoqing barked irately. Yi Yuan did not go to prepare the herbs but sighed instead. He walked to the table and grabbed a piece of paper and 2 brushes. Feng Ruoqing was curious about what Yi Yuan took the brush and paper for, so she went toward him. It was only to see Yi Yuan holding 1 brush each with his left and right hand, then he simultaneously drew 2 shapes on the paper. His left hand drew a circle while his right hand drew a square. Don't train anymore. This way of training won't work. We will see again after you master this. After he finished, Yi Yuan passed the 2 brushes over to Feng Ruoqing. Train? What's the point of this training? Feng Ruoqing asked blankly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Up to you whether you want to train or not. If you keep on training the yin-yang separation flow technique like you did just now,
then you might as well find a way to directly increase your soul strength. It isn't so easy to jump ranks to battle. TCH.
What's so hard about this? I will draw right now for you to see. Feng Ruoqing refused to concede,
saying that she pushed Yi Yuan aside and also drew on the paper.
But as she drew, the right hand became a circle. Furthermore, an uneven circle.
I don't believe this. Feng Ruoqing drew again. She concentrated on making her right hand's drawing into a square. The result was that the right hand drew a square, and the left hand also drew a square. After a few more times, Feng Ruoqing was thoroughly defeated.
Why is this so hard? Not drawing anymore. Feng Ruoqing threw the brush aside in a fit like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Where was the proud and cold female teacher? It's because it is difficult, that's why I asked you to draw it. Train well. After you master this, you shouldn't be far from crossing the entry threshold of the yin-yang separation flow technique. All right, I've already taught you the secret.
I don't need to be your assistant for the next few days anymore, right? I'm leaving. Halt. Do you think that you can hoodwink me by coming up with this crap? If you dare to walk out today, I will make the dean expel you.
If you don't believe me, just try. Feng Ruoqing was livid.
Yi Yuan came up with some dubious thing and said that it would help in mastering the yin-yang separation flow technique. Was it not insulting her intelligence? Aunt, who are you arguing with? At this moment, a girl dressed in white martial outfit pushed the door open and entered. This person was similarly a stunning beauty, with watery almond-shaped eyes like a crescent moon, and a slender waist that looked like it had no bones. Silky hair flowed down her shoulders. She wore white-colored martial clothing while carrying a sword, giving off a heroic spirit. Looking closely, this girl and Feng Ruoqing's eyebrows had some similarity. No wonder she called out aunt.
It was just that the age difference between this aunt and niece pair was too small. They looked just like sisters instead.
Yi Yuan had never seen this girl before, but he quickly figured out who this white-clothed girl was. The most popular instructor in the Danwu Academy was Feng Ruoqing, and the most popular female student was Feng Zhiro. Who could such a stunning beauty with a Feng surname be other than Feng Zhiro? It was just that Yi Yuan previously did not link these two together, and he did not know that the two of them were actually aunt and niece. Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the disheveled-looking Feng Ruoqing. She was stunned. She immediately cried out, "You scoundrel! To actually dare molest my aunt.
I'm going to teach you a lesson." Finishing, she did not wait for Yi Yuan's explanation, and a sword already flashed in front of Yi Yuan's chest like lightning.
Yi Yuan did not expect this girl to be so unreasonable, indiscriminately striking with her sword to harm him.
He wanted to evade, but Feng Zhiro was rank 3 on the martial roll of honor, a figure that Yi Yuan simply could not hope to match. Being locked down by Feng Zhiro's sword chi, Yi Yuan was actually unable to move. Even Instant Flash became sluggish.
This was a lethal sword.
This unforeseen situation occurred too quickly. Feng Ruoqing clearly did not manage to react in time either. Even if she wanted to help, it was already too late. Ah! Feng Ruoqing screamed and shut her eyes in fright. In the time of crisis, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to conceal his abilities. In a flurry, he executed an absolute yang finger. Ding! Following the crisp sound was the sound of the sword's edge slicing open the skin.
Yi Yuan pushed Instant Flash to its limit at the same time he used his finger, dodging this sword by a hair's breadth. Even so, he still suffered some injuries. The sword's edge made a cut on his right arm. Stop! Feng Ruoqing was shocked by Feng Zhiro's action and hurriedly called out for her to stop. She had the intention to stop it just now, but she was way too slow. After practicing the yin-yang separation flow technique for such a long time, both her essence energy and mental strength was already completely dried up. How could she possibly stop Feng Zhiro's attack? Watching Feng Zhiro's sword stab straight towards Yi Yuan's chest, Feng Ruoqing's heart leaped to her throat. Who knew that Yi Yuan would miraculously evade this lethal attack?
Feng Zhiro also did not expect her sword to be evaded by Yi Yuan. She saw through Yi Yuan's strength at a glance only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Someone at the 4th level Essence Chi realm actually managed to dodge her sword? Even though Feng Zhiro only used 30% of her strength and not her full power, it should still not have been evaded by a 4th level Essence Chi realm.
Especially Yi Yuan's finger just now. The impact even made the web between her thumb and index finger go numb. How was this possible? Jiro, what are you doing? Feng Ruoqing asked angrily. Only now did Feng Jiro realize that she seemed to have gotten into trouble. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said, a man and woman staying together in a room. I saw you lose your temper and your clothes were also disheveled, so I thought. Feng Ruoqing blushed heavily at what she said. If you continue saying nonsense, watch me tear your mouth. We have been refining pills all this while. Yi Yuan is the assistant that I invited. When will you fix your mischievous attitude? Otherwise, you will cause a disaster sooner or later. Feng Jiro pouted her lips and said in an aggrieved tone, and I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to next time. Why haven't you apologized to Yi Yuan yet? Feng Ruoqing asked furiously. Before Feng Jiro even apologized, Yi Yuan erupted first. He really had enough of it today. He was driven like a duck onto a perch, forced to become some bullshit assistant for Feng Ruoqing. The result was that Feng Ruoqing was such a noob that he could not even bear to look on anymore. He taught Feng Ruoqing the method on how to dual task. But the result was that instead of expressing her gratitude, this woman refused to stop bothering him. And now there was this completely unreasonable Feng Jiro who jumped out, nearly killing him with her sword. Yi Yuan barely managed to get this life. If he were to die again, then he would be screwed. What apology? I've really had enough of the two of you, aunt and niece. One keeps pestering me and the other is savage and unreasonable. I came here to help out of goodwill, and the result was that I nearly lost my life. Just who did I provoke? This young master can't stand this frustration anymore. Feng Ruoqing, if you have the ability, then just get me expelled. If this place won't keep me, there will be a place willing to take me. Farewell. Finishing, Yi Yuan strode out of the door. Feng Jiro was originally ready to make an apology but was rebuffed by Yi Yuan. She could not help it but become angry. Who's that? He's so bad-tempered. Just now, I didn't make clear of the situation. But didn't he only suffer some light injuries? Feng Ruoqing did not stop Yi Yuan this time. But after hearing Feng Jiro grumbling, she inevitably became annoyed. Look who's talking. That sword of yours nearly killed him just now, and you are still acting so righteous. Imperial brother really spoiled you. When I go back this time around, I'll definitely report all of your misdoings in the academy to Imperial brother to make him ground you. The moment Feng Jiro heard ground, she immediately grabbed Feng Ruoqing's arm and begged, Good aunt, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please don't snitch on me to Imperial father. I don't want to stay in the palace all day. Humph. If you don't want to be grounded, then fine. Turn around and go apologize to Yi Yuan. Remember, it's apologizing. If Yi Yuan doesn't accept your apology, then just wait to be grounded. I will tell Imperial brother all about your matters, one by one. Feng Ruoqing was in a panic now. If Yi Yuan were really killed by Feng Jiro just now, then she would probably live in guilt for the rest of her life. All right. I will go. Okay? I will definitely apologize properly to that fellow and ask that great man to not harbor grievance for my past wrongdoing. All right? Feng Jiro did not have any choice, so she could only agree. That's much better. Oh, right? Why did you suddenly come to look for me? This niece had always avoided her in the academy. She definitely came to find her today because of some matter. If you didn't mention, I would have forgotten about it already. It's all because you interrupted me. Feng Jiro looked like she was suddenly enlightened. Actually, I came to say goodbye to you. I'm going back to the capital in 5 days to participate in the alchemy master test. After I pass the test, I will be the same as you, an alchemy master. Feng Jiro exclaimed proudly. With the way you are, you still want to be an alchemy master? Talk again after you pass. Feng Ruoqing took her down a peg without hesitation. Advancing as an alchemist was entirely different from the martial path. To advance to alchemy master, the first requirement was to cultivate and reach the spirit condensation realm. But that did not mean that one could become an alchemy master just by advancing to the spirit condensation realm. Feng Jiro already reached spirit condensation realm long ago, but she never passed the alchemy master test, even though she was top 3 on the alchemy roll of honor. From this, it was clear just how rare and respected the position of alchemy master was. Feng Jiro pouted and said,
What kind of aunt are you? You actually cursed your own niece to fail the test. Feng Ruoqing ignored her and muttered to herself. Oh, is it a group test again? I wonder how far Yi Yuan can go. With his standard, becoming high-rank alchemy apprentice shouldn't be an issue, I think. Jiro, I will go along with you tomorrow to visit Yi Yuan. I want him to go take the alchemist test together with you. Hee hee. And you still said that nothing was going on between you two. Every time you open your mouth, it's all Yi Yuan. Feng Jiro laughed at her. Damn lass. It looks like you are really asking for a beating. Feng Ruoqing was totally embarrassed. The aunt and niece pair started wrestling each other. After messing around for a while, Feng Jiro suddenly thought of something and asked Yi Yuan. I suddenly find this name really familiar. Oh right? Is it the Yi Yuan who fought in the deathmatch? You only realize this now? He is the hottest topic of discussion in the academy recently. I'm sure you aren't aware of it yet. Just this morning, he took on 3 tests consecutively and joined the ranks of the Earth rank students with his 4th level Essence Chi Realm Cultivation. Jiro. He might become a powerful rival to you in the not-too-distant future, Feng Ruoqing said solemnly. Feng Jiro opened her mouth wide and exclaimed in amazement. He's that amazing? It looks like our state of Qin's Danwu Academy has been quiet for far too long. Looks like things are finally going to become interesting. Feng Jiro left, and Feng Ruoqing unexpectedly picked up 2 brushes, and she started diligently drawing squares and circles on the paper over and over again. The next day, Feng Ruoqing and her niece went together to Yi Yuan's residence but was turned away at the door by Luer. My apologies to the 2 of you. My young master is recovering from his wounds and he said that he won't meet with anyone, Luer said emotionlessly. Feng Jiro immediately lost her temper. Hey, didn't he just suffer from some light injuries? My aunt and I already came here to apologize. What else does he want? Luer was lovable and adorable, but when it came to young master, she was completely stern. Yesterday, when young master came home with injuries, her heart ached for a long time. Now that Feng Jiro was totally insincere with her apology and even swaggered around, she obviously did not need to be polite. Light injuries? I don't understand. You clearly injured someone, but you are still so stuck up in front of other people's house. Who taught you such manner? An apology like that is too precious, so save it for yourself. Our family's young master dare not accept it. I only pray that you stay further away from our family's young master. I'm not going to see you out. Luer directly chased them away. Feng Jiro was about to retort when Feng Ruoqing quickly clamped her mouth shut. This lass is only good at ruining things. Miss Luer, it's all our fault. Please don't be mad. Actually, Jiro, this lass didn't have any ill intentions. She is just straightforward and outspoken, and she is always rash when doing things and ended up injuring your young master. In reality, she feels really guilty in her heart. It's just that her mouth is unforgiving. You mustn't try to gain back face with her. One of the reasons we came to look for your young master was to apologize. The other is that we have some important matters to look for him. Just let us go in. Feng Ruoqing said amicably but was much more sincere. Right then, Yi Yuan's voice sounded from within the house. Luer, tell them that I'm not in. The 3 people outside the house were collectively speechless. Feng Jiro was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude and was about to rush into to dice Yi Yuan into pieces, but she was pulled back by Feng Ruoqing. If you cause trouble again, just wait to be grounded when you get back, Feng Ruoqing warned coldly. It was clear that she was exasperated by this niece. Feng Jiro could not muster up her temper anymore. Only then did Feng Ruoqing called out towards the house. Yi Yuan, it was Jiro's fault yesterday. I apologize to you on her behalf. And also I apologize for my attitude yesterday. I won't force you to be my assistant in the future. All right? Creak. The door opened, and Yi Yuan appeared. You're the one who said it. A good woman is as good as her word. You can't go back on it. Yi Yuan was currently in high spirits. Where were there even any signs of injuries? Yi Yuan, you. Feng Jiro took a look at Yi Yuan and wished that she could raise her sword to kill him again. But she was completely blocked by Feng Ruoqing. You? Don't think that I'm scared of you just because you are some martial roles expert.
Wait until I break through to the spirit condensation realm. I can kill you with one hand. Yi Yuan was very displeased with this woman. The Feng Zhiro in the legends was extremely cold and proud and would not spare a glance for anyone. Who knew that when he met her yesterday, she would actually be a complete lunatic? Yi Yuan had walked around the gates of hell once again. It would be weird if he were pleased to see her. Aunt, let me go. I'm going to kill him. I'll see what he has to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Feng Zhiro struggled desperately but did not manage to break free. Enough of this. Just try moving again if you dare. Feng Ruoqing really released Feng Zhiro, but her words made Feng Zhiro stop. Yi Yuan, if you don't want me to force you to be my assistant, fine. But you have to promise me one thing. If you can do it, I will let you off, Feng Ruoqing said calmly. Hearing her words, Yi Yuan raised his guard instinctively. This woman might look good-natured, but in reality, she was as unreasonable as Feng Zhiro deep down in her bones. Previously, she had already set a trap for him. Now, who could guarantee that it was not another trap? Say what it is first. Better not force me. At most, I will just go back to the capital to continue being a silpants. Yi Yuan answered like a hoodlum. However, Feng Ruoqing did not seem to care. Instead, she gave a sweet smile. In 4 days' time, the Academy will organize students to go to the capital's Alchemist Association to take part in a group test. I want you and Zhiro to take the test together. Alchemist test? Yi Yuan was stunned. He did not expect Feng Ruoqing to actually raise such a request. Taking the test was not much, but he instinctively held some resistance towards the Alchemist Association. In his past life, he and his father had poor relations with the Alchemist Association. The two were ostracized by all the other alchemists as deviants. Now that Yi Yuan was asked to take the test, he felt kind of weird. That's right. I want you to participate in the Alchemist Association's Alchemy Apprentice test. And you must go all out. Don't tell me that you can't even pass an Alchemy Apprentice test. Feng Ruoqing knew now that Yi Yuan's level was definitely much higher than an Alchemy Apprentice. It was just that he was limited by his strength, so he could not refine high-tier medicinal pills. But with Yi Yuan's Alchemy Dao prowess, would becoming an Alchemy Apprentice not be just like playing around? Yi Yuan did not immediately reply to Feng Ruoqing, but he paced around to ponder about it for a moment. Finally, he nodded his head and then answered, Fine. I will join. Dean. The talent that this Yi Yuan displayed was truly astonishing. I feel that the Academy should nurture him well. The 10 Nations competition will be taking place in half a year's time. We had already lost for many years. If we are at the bottom 3 again this time, we would really have no place to put our old face in public. Within the loft, in a deep part of the Dan Wu Academy, Hu Yenyang was standing respectfully in front of a middle-aged man. This man was the dean of the Dan Wu Academy, Zhang Yunhe. He was a figure that carried tremendous weight in the entire state of Qin. His position in the state of Qin was not even beneath His Majesty. But Zhang Yunhe was very low profile as a person, and he rarely showed himself. He pretty much left it all to the associate deans to handle things and did not do anything. During the few years which students spend in the Dan Wu Academy, they might not even get to see him once. Even among many of the instructors, Zhang Yunhe was a highly mysterious figure. Clearly, Hu Yenyang was one of the few people in the academy who could meet with Zhang Yunhe. It was evident that Hu Yenyang specifically came to report to Zhang Yunhe about Yi Yuan's matter. He recounted Yi Yuan's stunning performance to Zhang Yunhe. But Zhang Yunhe only listened quietly and did not comment anything. Oh Huyen, calm down. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. There's no need to fuss over the details. Life is full of ups and downs. When it's time for us to rise up, other people cannot stop it, Zhang Yunhe said nonchalantly. But Dean, Yi Yuan he. Hu Yenyang wanted to say a few more words for Yi Yuan, but Zhang Yunhe gestured to stop him. I already said calm down. Sigh. Huyen, you are always like this. What are you anxious about? We haven't even started competing yet. Furthermore, we also have quite a few outstanding students this time around, such as Long Tang, Zhuabugue. Oh, and also Feng Zhiro that lass. They are all good seedlings. Well, this Yi Yuan that you mentioned isn't bad. But a genius that has not matured yet isn't a genius. Any genius who hasn't broken through and reached the spirit condensation realm doesn't count as a genius. Understood. After Jiang Yunhe said all that, Huyen Yong slowly calmed down. He seemed to have understood something faintly. Dean, are you afraid that Yi Yuan is going down the unorthodox path? Thinking about it now, Yi Yuan was just a first-level Essence Chi Realm little rookie a month ago. In a month's time, he already reached the 4th-level Essence Chi Realm with actual combat power surpassing top geniuses at the 8th-level Essence Chi Realm. This sort of leap was a little too exaggerated. Without mentioning about others, even a genius like Long Tang would probably require at least a year's time to train from the 1st-level Essence Chi Realm to the 4th-level Essence Chi Realm. But Yi Yuan did it in only a month. Such astonishing growth was truly inconceivable. The most immediate idea was most likely that he had overexhausted his potential, right? And the price for overexhausting one's potential was sacrificing future growth. Jiang Yunhe smiled and said, I didn't say that. But let's observe for a period of time first. You don't have to worry too much about resources and whatnot. Didn't you Yuan plunder several tens of thousands of Essence Chi pills? It shouldn't be a problem to train to the 9th-level Essence Chi realm. Huyen Yong sighed and took his leave. After Huyen Yong left, Jiang Yunhe walked to the window with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, Oh Yi Yuan, I really hope that you are a peerless genius. Don't let me down. The alchemist test would be taking place in the capital in 4 days' time. Yi Yuan figured that he might as well skip classes and brought Lua back home to stay for a few days. As he had just broken through not long ago, Yi Yuan planned to use these few days to properly consolidate his realm. The next step would be to directly assault the 6th-level Essence Chi realm. Within a minor stage in the Essence Chi realm, Yi Yuan could completely disregard the bottleneck between realms and directly cross them. This was already after intentionally slowing down. If it was not out of fear that his foundation would become unstable, Yi Yuan could even break through several realms within a day. After all, the Essence Chi realm was simply too easy for Yi Yuan, who was once a divine king. If Master and Madam know that young Master became an Earth rank student, they would be ecstatic. Lure was full of pride, as if she was the one who became an Earth rank student. It's just being a stupid Earth rank student. Who cares? Yi Yuan curled his lips in disdain. Of course it's impressive. You don't know what kind of expression they had outside. Each of them stared at the light screen as if they saw a ghost. Initially, I didn't know how amazing Earth rank students are. But afterward, I heard that there had never been anyone in the Danwu Academy who advanced and became an Earth rank when they were at the 4th-level Essence Chi realm. That's when I found out that young Master is so incredible. Lure said excitedly. Haha. There will be plenty more times for them to be shocked in the future. If you were this way each time, wouldn't it be exhausting? Infected by Lure's mood, Yi Yuan also started laughing heartily. Why would that be tiring? If that were the case, I would be happy every day, Lure replied seriously. Then I will make my Lure happy every day. Okay? Hehe. Young Master is still the best. Lure is already very happy right now. Yay? Why are there so few people in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Normally in the past, the queue would be super long at this time. The master and servant pair arrived at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion without realizing it. But then Lure found that something was not quite right with the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. In the past, the entrance to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was always crowded with streams of people. But today it looked a little deserted. Let's go in to check it out. Yi Yuan entered the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion with Lure and discovered that there were really much fewer people. It was not even half of the norm in the past. What was going on? Young Master Yi, why are you back? The shopkeeper was clearly idling today. The moment Yi Yuan walked in, he noticed this and hurried over to greet the former. Shopkeeper Feng, why are there so few people in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion today? What happened? The shopkeeper was surnamed Feng and was the thirdborn, so he was called Feng San One. He was an old employee of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and was completely loyal. Even Yi Hang was very respectful towards him. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, he involuntarily let out a long sigh. Sigh. Isn't it all thanks to that drunken star manner? Who knows where they got the pill formula of something called Essence Gathering Pill? The medicinal effects are 50% stronger than even the effects of a high-grade Essence Chi pill.
These few days, they released the new medicinal pills, attracting everyone over. As a result, our fragrant medicine pavilion's business fell drastically. Sigh. With this sort of medicinal pill, the Drunken Star Manor is now undefeatable. The owner has also been troubled by this these few days.
It's really Drunken Star Manor again.
Essence gathering pill, huh?
Yi Yuan started to muse. That's right. The price of this essence gathering pill is about the same as a high-grade essence chi pill, but the medicinal effects are 50% stronger. As long as one is a martial artist, who could possibly resist this kind of temptation? Sigh. It looks like hard times are ahead for our fragrant medicine pavilion. Feng Sen sighed and groaned. His face was full of worry. It was apparent that he spent the past few days distressed over it. This move by the Drunken Star Manor came too suddenly without any signs at all. The fragrant medicine pavilion was caught unaware. As a result, this led to the current situation. Don't worry too much, shopkeeper Feng. It's just a tiny little essence gathering pill. It can't cause any huge waves. Yi Yuan smiled as he consoled the shopkeeper. Feng Sen looked at Yi Yuan and sighed as he said, Young master probably isn't aware of what this 50% medicinal effect means. This is something that can change the medicinal pills market in the state of Qin. With this, the Drunken Star Manor can become a monopoly power in the future. Yi Yuan knew that any explanation was futile, so he smiled and asked, Shopkeeper Feng, is my father in the shop? I will go look for him. Yes. The owner has been in a closed-door seclusion in the pill refinement room these past few days.
Yi Hang's hands moved like phantoms as he operated the pill cauldron. The medicinal pill in the pill cauldron was about to form as it gave off a faint light.
Set. Yi Hang gave a low cry, and the light on the medicinal pill dissipated, forming a dark green medicinal pill. Making a gesture of grabbing at it, the pill flew into Yi Hang's hand. Sigh. I was too overconfident. If it were so easy to invent a new medicinal pill, how could it be that it's my, Yi Hang's, turn to do it? Yi Hang shook his head and threw away the newly refined pill.
Presently, Yi Hang looked utterly haggard. It was evident that he was greatly exhausted.
He was attempting to develop new medicinal pills without getting any sleep or rest these few days in order to prevent the fragrant medicine pavilion from declining. But all of his efforts were in vain. Even though Essence Chi Pill was not among high-tier pills, after countless years of development, it was actually incomparably mature. How could it be easy to develop a new medicinal pill which had even stronger medicinal effects than Essence Chi Pill to replace it? I didn't think that after working hard for so many years, I, Yi Hang, still can't escape the outcome of defeat. What a failure! Yi Hang sighed again.
Unwittingly, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in Yi Hang's mind, and some clarity was restored in his hazy eyes.
If I'm defeated, then I'm defeated. At least my son has that mysterious teacher. His future accomplishments will definitely be limitless. He was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's performance in the Danwu Academy these past few days, and he was delighted in his heart. But he was still not aware that Yi Yuan had already advanced to the 4th level Essence Chi realm, passed the Black Rank advancement test, and became an Earth Rank student. Yi Hang was originally a sanguine person and did not take defeat heavily. It was just that this bunch of old fellows at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion had followed him for a long time. His individual success or failure was connected to the livelihood of many people. That was why he tried day and night to regain some lost ground. Perhaps their hearts were connected. Just as Yi Hang thought about his son, Yi Yuan's knocking on the door sounded. Father, this child is back. May I enter? Yi Hang's heart shook slightly, and he went to open the door. Sure enough, it was Yi Yuan.
Father, I heard that you were in a closed-door seclusion, so I came here directly. I didn't interrupt you, did I? Yi Yuan bowed towards Yi Hang and asked.
Haha.
What's there to interrupt?
Yuan is back. Any important matter has to be put aside. Come, let us father and son talk in the study room. Tell me what happened in the Danwu Academy. Yi Hang pulled his son and headed out.
Yi Yuan was touched. Yi Hang's love for his son really surpassed everything.
Even at this time, Yi Hang was interested to find out about Yi Yuan's experience in the Danwu Academy rather than finding a way to save the situation. One could only imagine Yi Yuan's place in Yi Hang's heart. Before leaving, Yi Yuan swept his eyes around the pill refinement room and sniffed the medicinal fragrance lingering in the air. He already knew the goal of Yi Hang's closed-door seclusion. Yuan, I heard that you had a death match with that brat from the Wan family whose surname was Fei, right after you returned to the academy? And that you finished him off with your third-level Essence Chi realm strength?
That is so satisfying. Yi? Why you? Already broke through to the 4th-level Essence Chi realm.
Just now, Yi Hang did not notice yet. But as he was talking, he discovered that Yi Yuan's aura was much stronger than before he left. Clearly, he already broke through to the 4th-level Essence Chi realm, so he could not help but be astonished. Haha, I was fortunate and broke through 2 days ago. I also passed through 3 advancement tests consecutively yesterday. Now, I'm already an Earth rank student. Yi Yuan was not showing off, but it was because he knew that his father was in a lousy mood. So he found something to cheer him up. It was clear just how much effort he expended from how worn out Yi Hang looked. Yi Yuan felt his heart ache just by looking at him. As expected, when Yi Yuan told him that, Yi Hang immediately perked up and exclaimed in delight. The heavens had opened their eyes.
My son really became competent.
That brat from the Wan family only just advanced to become Earth rank, but my son only used a month to do the same. What a resounding face-smacking difference.
Ha ha.
After a bout of hearty laughter, Yi Hang gradually quietened down, but the joy on his face could not be concealed. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Hang frowned slightly and asked him, Yuan, it's naturally a good thing for your strength to advance so quickly, but would it affect your future cultivation? Yi Hang's worry happened to coincide with Zhang Yunhe's. This concern was not without reason. Cultivating the martial Tao always focused on moving along carefully each step of the way. It was cultivation's great taboo to neglect a solid foundation in pursuit of a temporary spurt of progress. Yi Yuan's advancement was truly too rapid. As a father, he was naturally concerned whether or not his son's foundation was unstable, and if it would affect future cultivation. Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing. The cultivation law that Master passed on to me is highly mystical. If I didn't fear that my cultivation realm rising too quickly would affect my foundation, it wouldn't be a problem for me to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level Essence Chi realm right now. Yi Yuan replied indifferently. After he said that, Yi Hang calmed down even though he was still a little worried. The master in Yi Yuan's dream was unfathomable and passed him so many techniques. He most likely would not harm him.
Then it's all right. Oh right? You just went to the academy a while ago. Why did you return to the capital again?
Do you lack cultivation resources?
The matter of Yi Yuan participating in the alchemist test was only decided yesterday. Yi Hang did not receive the news yet.
In 4 days' time, a party from the academy will undergo a group test at the Alchemist Association. I'm here to take part in the alchemist test. Alchemist test? You can refine heart inch fisher. So taking the alchemist apprentice test is obviously not an issue. It's just that the alchemist test only has 3 chances. Yuan, your experience is still too little after all. Are you confident? The way Yi Hang saw it, Yi Yuan definitely failed countless times before he succeeded in refining the heart inch fisher back then. Nobody knew him like his father. In the past, Yi Yuan basically never even touched alchemy before. How could one possibly increase the success rate of pill refinement without their technique being tempered through countless practices? I trained quite a bit these past few days, so it shouldn't be an issue. Yi Yuan smiled. Then that's good. Take these 2 days to adjust yourself properly to take the test in your best condition. Yi Hang encouraged him. Yi Yuan naturally nodded and acknowledged those words. Following which, he took the opportunity to ask, Father, when I just came back, I asked shopkeeper Feng, are you worrying about the essence gathering pill these past few days? Father?
When Yi Yuan mentioned this matter, a trace of uneasiness flashed across Yi Hang's face. But it was quickly covered up as he smiled and said, Yuan, you just have to cultivate well in the academy. Don't worry about what's happening at home.
Wan Donghai couldn't do anything to your father after so many years. This time around, it's obviously going to be the same. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Father, I'm already grown up. This kind of low-level lie won't work on me. Yi Hang gave an awkward look. Haha.
Actually,
This time around, it's a little bit problematic. Father, Master taught me many areas of alchemy in my dream. There is a type of medicinal pill called explosive yuan pill. The medicinal effects are multiple times of the essence chi pill. It should help you tide over the crisis this time, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Multiple times? You are talking about tier 2 medicinal pills, right? Then it's useless. Yihang shook his head. He did not think that there were any tier 1 medicinal pills with multiple times the medicinal effects of the essence chi pill. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, not a tier 2. It's only a tier 1 medicinal pill. What? A tier 1 medicinal pill? Multiple times? How is that possible? Yihang stared wide-eyed at him, with disbelief written all over his face. Modifying a matured medicinal pill formula to improve its medicinal effects was an extremely difficult thing. Yihang was already a low-rank alchemist grandmaster, and even he could not improve the medicinal effects of the essence chi pill. It was clear at a glance just how challenging that was. As for creating a new tier 1 medicinal pill with medicinal effects multiple times that of the essence chi pill, that was merely a fantasy. Otherwise, how could the Drunken Star Manor's essence gathering pill possibly give Yihang such enormous pressure? And now the fantasy really became a reality. Imagine the shock in Yihang's heart. Ever since Yihang stepped onto the alchemy path, he had never heard of any tier 1 medicinal pills with medicinal effects multiple times that of the essence chi pill over the past few decades. But Yi Yuan said that this explosive yuan pill actually had such a miraculous effect. Yihang was extremely conflicted right now. Reason told him that this was entirely a lie. But the person who uttered this lie was his son. So should he believe it or not? After sucking in a deep breath, Yihang gave a pained look and asked, Yuaner, you aren't joking with father, right? But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, why don't you try it to see for yourself, father? Yihang quickly stood up and dragged Yi Yuan along. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the pill refinement room. Don't be anxious, father. I still have something to tell you. Yi Yuan did not move. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Refining the explosive yuan pill is the top priority. Yihang already could hardly wait. This concerned the survival of the fragrant medicine pavilion. Even though Yihang looked calm on the outside, he was actually incomparably anxious on the inside. The fragrant medicine pavilion was the fruit of his life's labor. No matter how sanguine about it he was not willing to watch the monkeys scatter overnight when the tree falls. However, Yi Yuan was not anxious at all. Pulling his father back to his seat, he smiled and said, Explosive yuan pill is just a minor thing. I have countless pill formulas that Master passed on to me. What I'm about to say is the crucial thing. Just be a little more patient, father. Yihang was a little perplexed. What could be more important than saving the fragrant medicine pavilion? All right, you talk. I'll listen. Yi Yuan returned to his seat and said seriously, there were many miscellaneous things that Master imparted to me in my dreams. But there are 2 sets of techniques I need to inform you about, father. The first is called the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. The other is called the 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation. Father, you can switch to these 2 cultivation laws. One, I believe that in the future, the Tranquil Cloud sect would merely be a small sect to you. Listening to the names of the 2 cultivation techniques that Yi Yuan said shocked Yihang greatly. This time around, the shock that he felt was even greater than hearing about the explosive yuan pill. 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation? Is that a cultivation technique for cultivating soul strength? A tremor could be heard in Yihang's voice. He was apparently very agitated. Yihang did not know what the hell the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was. But he immediately connected the name 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation to a soul cultivation technique. It was impossible to use words to describe just how valuable soul cultivation laws were in a place like the state of Qin. Even if the lowest rank soul cultivation law came into being, it would set off a bloodstorm. It simply could not be measured using monetary terms. For martial artists, essence energy cultivation techniques were commonplace. It was just differentiated into whether it was good or bad. But something like soul cultivation technique was so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. In comparison to essence energy, the soul was more arcane and veiled in mysteries. Wanting to create a set of soul cultivation laws was even harder than reaching the heavens.
Since ancient times, only major powers who had reached an exceedingly high realm in terms of soul cultivation and had an incredibly profound understanding towards the soul could create a soul cultivation technique that belongs to them.
The number of soul cultivation techniques was not even 1 in 100,000 of essence energy cultivation techniques. One could imagine the rarity of it. However, the preciousness of soul cultivation techniques did not lie on increasing the strength of martial artists. In fact, how powerful a soul was had a very limited impact on the strength of a martial artist.
The prestige of soul cultivation techniques laid in that it could mass-produce alchemists. And what did alchemists mean? It meant endless medicinal pills. It meant that a sect could swiftly raise its strength.
Just imagine if a sect had a large number of peak-level spirit condensation realm martial artists, but these martial artists were unable to break through due to limitations of their talent. At this time, the sect's alchemists obtained a book on soul cultivation laws, and their strength soared, enabling them to refine medicinal pills capable of allowing spirit condensation realm martial artists to break through.
Just how terrifying would something like that be?
Alchemist was an occupation with a very low entry threshold, but was extremely difficult to raise further. The low entry threshold was because one-star alchemist, commonly called as alchemy apprentice, had very low requirements toward soul strength. One could reach it with just the soul strength of an essence chi realm martial artist. However, there was an enormous threshold from alchemy apprentice to alchemy master. That was because for tier 2 medicinal pills onwards, there would be a drastic increase in the soul strength required for the alchemist. This threshold called soul strength had blocked countless potential alchemists outside its gate.
Every time a martial artist advanced a major cultivation realm, their soul would receive the nourishment from heaven and earth essence energy and experience a substantial growth from there. However, this sort of growth could not catch up to the increase in soul strength requirement for alchemists.
Feng Jiro had been a high-rank alchemy apprentice for a long time and also broke through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. Yet, she still could not become an alchemy master. The reason for that was insufficient soul strength. Now, a set of soul cultivation laws was in front of Yi Hang. How could he not be agitated? Yi Hang had remained a low-rank alchemy grandmaster for many years and was unable to break through all because his soul strength was lacking. With the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, it was only a matter of time for Yi Hang to step into the middle-rank alchemy grandmaster.
Yu Yuan was right. That explosive Yuan pill and other matters were insignificant when compared to this 1,000 augmenting soul incantation.
Even if he were beaten by Wan Donghai to the point where he could not retaliate right now, with this set of 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to overturn the Drunken Star Manor in the future. That's right. This 1,000 augmenting soul incantation is precisely a soul cultivation law technique. Yi Yuan gave his father an affirmative look. That's excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
With this 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, Wan Donghai is nothing.
Ha ha ha. One could tell just how excited Yi Hang was to say 3 excellent consecutively.
After his exhilaration, Yi Hang suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He asked Yu Yuan, these 2 cultivation laws were imparted by that expert.
If in the future, he found out that you secretly leaked out his cultivation techniques by imparting them to me privately, wouldn't that make things hard for you? I better not learn them. You just tell me the pill formula for the explosive Yuan pill, and that would do. Yi Hang gritted his teeth and rejected Yi Yuan's good intentions. But anyone could see the reluctance in those eyes. However, Yi Yuan was shaken to his core.
He knew clearly the temptation a soul cultivation law had among alchemists. If one placed the throne, beautiful women, and a soul cultivation technique together, an alchemist would definitely choose the soul cultivation technique. As an alchemist himself, Yi Yuan was all too clear on this point.
One could say that with a soul cultivation law, fame, status, and beauties would come forth one after another. How could an alchemist be foolish enough to choose the others?
After all, strength was the foundation for alchemists just like martial artists. But Yi Hang would rather forsake the opportunity to become a high-tier alchemist for his sake. How could this not shock him?
Since reincarnating until now, every little bit that Yi Hang did for him came into his mind, heavily affecting Yi Yuan's heart. Unknowingly, tears started to fall.
In both his past and present life, this was the second time Yi Yuan cried. The first time he cried was when his father, Xianxia, was killed by that traitor while protecting him. Even after experiencing life and death samsara, that scene remained equally vivid in his memory. The pain which was engraved into his bones and heart also pushed the Yi Yuan today to cultivate diligently in hopes that one day he could slaughter his way back to the divine realm and kill that traitor with his own hands. This was the second time Yi Yuan cried. Even though it was not during a matter of life and death, Yi Hang's selfless fatherly love deeply touched Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had only felt this feeling from Xianxia before. Regardless of whether Yi Hang was his real father or not, that unconditional love for him was true. Qing Yunzi inherited and was influenced by Yi Yuan's body, so he naturally felt close to Yi Hang. In addition, Yi Hang's impression on the newly reincarnated Yi Yuan was pretty good. Yi Yuan felt guilty in his heart, so he acknowledged this father. But deep down inside him, Yi Yuan only treated him like somebody he was close with and did not have that kind of true father-son relationship. In Yi Yuan's heart, his real father was only Xianxia. Hence, he did not impart these things to Yi Hang previously. But now, Yi Yuan approved Yi Hang as his father from the bottom of his heart. 2 lifetimes and both fathers had fatherly love akin to a mountain. It thawed Yi Yuan's heart. At first, when Yi Yuan took out these 2 sets of cultivation laws, he was actually still a little hesitant. However, if Yi Hang were eaten up by Wan Donghai, his future cultivation road would become increasingly difficult. With Wan Donghai's personality, he definitely would not let the weakened Yi Hang off. Yi Yuan was currently still weak and could not defend himself. Thinking over and over again, Yi Yuan finally made this decision. But now Yi Yuan was wholly assured. Looking at Yi Yuan's tear-stricken face, Yi Hang was alarmed and quickly asked, "What's wrong, Yuan-er? Did father say something wrong?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I was just feeling touched. I wasn't sensible in the past and made you worry. In the future, I will definitely become your pride." Hearing this, Yi Hang calmed down and was overcome with emotion. "Haha. Silly son, you even learned to become melodramatic. We are father and son. Aren't you treating me like a stranger by saying that?" However, Yuan-er, do you know what made me relieved was not because you obtained some peerless expert's inheritance, but because you grew up and became sensible. Men should never look back, but to go forward with indomitable will until they break through this world. Yi Yuan was visibly moved when he heard that speech. It was rarely seen for someone like Yi Hang in a tiny mortal country to harbor such ambition. Yi Yuan knew that Yi Hang's talent was not mediocre. What he lacked were resources. As long as there were sufficient resources, Yi Hang's future accomplishments definitely would not be small. Yi Hang was not more than 40 years old this year. He was still considered young on the road of martial arts, so the probability was still relatively huge. Yi Yuan gave Yi Hang a bow and said, "This child has learned well. However, father still has to learn these 2 sets of cultivation laws. There's nothing wrong with it. When that expert imparted these things to me, he didn't say anything about not allowing me to pass it on. So clearly, he left it up to me to decide. Furthermore, I'm not imparting it recklessly. You are my closest kin. I believe that he wouldn't say much if I pass it on to you." Is this really all right? Yi Hang was still a little hesitant. "Just think, father. Would a peerless figure like that possibly make such a low-level mistake? If he didn't allow me to spread these things, then he would definitely have warned me severely. But he didn't even mention anything, so he should have left it to my discretion. If he really wanted to find somebody to pass his mantle on to, he most likely wouldn't cripple me just because of this. At most, I will inform him of this the next time he comes to look for me. If he feels that it's inappropriate, then let us father and son shoulder it together." Yi Yuan said all that with a heroic spirit that soared, dispelling Yi Hang's misgivings. "Fine. We, father and son, will shoulder it together," Yi Yuan also said valiantly. Although he said this verbally, Yi Hang actually thought otherwise. If that expert really comes to look for trouble for Yuan-er, then I will just cripple my martial arts as an apology. I can't allow Yuan-er to shoulder this matter. Of course, Yi Hang was not aware that the so-called expert did not even exist. The following days, both Yi Yuan and Yi Hang were in a closed-door seclusion and did not leave. Yi Hang spent all of his time on comprehending the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation while Yi Yuan was consolidating his cultivation realm. Before entering a closed-door seclusion, Yi Hang instructed for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to continue operating as per usual. Regardless of what the Drunken Star Manor did, they were not to do anything rash. Everything will wait until he exited his closed-door seclusion. Now that he had the explosive yuan pill, he was not in a hurry to make his move. He would first let Wan Donghai toss and turn around for a while, and then beat him to death with a single blow. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's foundation, it was impossible to take down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion in a short period of time even if Wan Donghai had those essence-gathering pills. Yi Hang wanted to make use of this time to swiftly raise his strength. In this world where the strong feasts on the weak, strength was the absolute truth. Yi Hang knew that the explosive yuan pill's medicinal effects were multiple times of the essence chi pill. But once it was exposed, the impact would not just be multiple times. Without sufficient strength, this explosive yuan pill would instead become the root of a calamity. Yi Hang initially placed all of his attention on the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation and lacked interest in the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. However, he only knew the terrifying might of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art after cultivating it. In only 3 days' time, his cultivation realm that was stuck for a long time started to loosen. This was also the result of him cultivating the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation at the same time. Borrowing the power of medicinal pills, Yi Hang burst through the hurdle in one move, rising one minor cultivation realm. Above the spirit condensation realm was the crystal formation realm. In the crystal formation realm, the difficulty of trying to break through a minor realm did not fall below that of training from the first-level essence chi realm to the 9th-level essence chi realm. Some people might not even be able to break through a minor realm in 5 years or maybe even 10 years. The difficulty could not even be imagined. But Yi Hang discovered that ever since he cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art, the essence energy in his dantian became much thicker. His crystallized essence energy seemed to show signs of liquefying and recondensing. As for the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, that was the soul incantation which Yi Yuan cultivated in his previous life. The pricelessness of it was naturally without any question. Similarly, within 3 days, Yi Hang's soul strength broke through, and he successfully broke through to become a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. However, Yi Hang still did not have any intention of exiting his closed-door seclusion. He wanted to continue and concentrate entirely on the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. Only then could he raise his strength. That was because Yi Hang was not certain what kind of a stir the explosive yuan pill would cause once it surfaced. After 4 days, it was finally the day of the test. Yi Yuan exited seclusion and then headed to the Alchemist Association to gather with everyone. When Yi Yuan arrived, the Great Hall of the Alchemist Association was completely fully packed. He had not seen most of the people before, but he recognized a few of them, such as Feng Ruoqing and her niece, as well as Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan indeed came from a family with profound teachings. He was already a middle-rank alchemy apprentice long ago. This time around, he should be here to participate in the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. Furthermore, it was said that Wan Yuan's soul strength was rather robust. It would not be an issue for him to become an alchemy master in the future. And because of that, Wan Yuan received a great deal of attention in the Dan Wu Academy. Currently, Wan Yuan was talking to Feng Zhiro about something, while Feng Zhiro was as cold as ice and gave him the cold shoulder. Wan Yuan did not feel disgruntled by Feng Zhiro's action, but instead had a smile on his face. However, at this time, Feng Zhiro caught sight of Yi Yuan and suddenly showed an overjoyed expression. She shook off Wan Yuan and rushed over to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, why did you only arrive now? My aunt and I waited so long for you. We thought you were scared that you couldn't pass and decided to not come. Feng Zhiro said intimately. Yi Yuan knew that Feng Zhiro was doing this to shake off Wan Yuan and could not help looking over at Wan Yuan. As expected, he saw that face which turned the color of a pig's liver, along with a stare which could kill. Yi Yuan felt speechless as he saw a crafty look flashed across Feng Zhiro's eyes. This last definitely knew about the horrible relationship between Wan Yuan and me, so she purposely shook aside Wan Yuan to greet me. This was drawing aggro to Yi Yuan, But he and Wan Yuan were already at the stage where one of them had to die, so a little more did not matter. Yi Yuan had a headache. Why was Feng Jiro's personality completely different from the Sang's? To think that he even used her last time to annoy Lu Ruoxue. What's the point of coming so early? It hasn't even begun yet. No need to make a huge fuss over it. It's just a test. Yi Yuan grumbled. Humph. I already heard all about you from Aunt. All the way until now it's just empty talk. Who knows where you saw a bunch of crap from some records or books to actually coax my aunt like this. Feng Jiro snorted. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain to her, and he directly walked past her to greet Feng Ruoxing. This scene when reflected in Wan Yuan's eyes looked more like flirting between couples, making him gnash his teeth in hatred. Although he liked Lu Ruoxue, Feng Jiro greatly outclassed her. If he could win the heart of this beauty, would that little Lu Ruoxue even matter? Feng Jiro was the goddess of the male students, and that naturally included Wan Yuan as well. It was just that Feng Jiro's status and his was too far apart in the past, so there was no opportunity to make contact with her. Presently, Wan Yuan was an Earth-rank student. Moreover, he was a middle-rank alchemy apprentice. He had full confidence in passing the high-rank alchemy apprentice test this time. Wan Yuan believed that before long, he could stand on the same starting line as Feng Jiro. With adequate strength, Wan Yuan naturally started having other thoughts. Wan Yuan did not expect to meet Feng Jiro during this alchemist test, so he thickened his face and introduced his background. But Feng Jiro did not even react to it. Within the state of Qin, a middle-rank alchemy master was absolutely a figure that everyone wanted to curry favor with. If that was not the case, why would Lu Ruoxue walk so closely with Wan Yuan? However, this title did not seem to be very useful with Feng Jiro. It was like she had never even heard of the name Wan Donghai. Wan Yuan was stunned for a moment, but he felt relieved after thinking for a moment. The future accomplishments of the top 3 figures on the martial roll of honor would definitely not be beneath his father's. Being a little proud was normal. However, once these thoughts started to stir, it could no longer be suppressed. When chasing girls, the harder it was, the more it would arouse the fighting spirit of men. Except that Wan Yuan did not expect to see Yi Yuan here. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually looked like he was on pretty good terms with Feng Jiro. Besides, there were those vague rumors about Feng Ruoxing and Yi Yuan, making Wan Yuan's heart ablaze with the flames of jealousy. Who was Yi Yuan to even have such deep connections with the 2 great goddesses of the Danwu Academy? Although Yi Yuan recently rose up fiercely and even made Wan Yuan feel threatened, his scorn for Yi Yuan was deeply ingrained. He instinctively felt that Yi Yuan was not worthy to have all these. Feng Ruoxing's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Yuan and pulled him aside to talk to him quietly. I've pretty much mastered the left hand drawing a circle and right hand drawing a square training that you asked me to do. I didn't think that it would be quite beneficial for the yin-yang separation flow technique. Feng Ruoxing was always calm and collected, but she was quite agitated right now. If not for the fact that this was not a suitable place, she even wanted to let out a cry of relief. The truth was, she already had practiced this yin-yang separation flow technique for a long time. But no matter how much she trained, she could not find a way to learn it. Now, after training for a few days according to Yi Yuan's method, her yin-yang separation flow technique unexpectedly improved by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Feng Ruoxing and then said indignantly, "Didn't you say it was useless back then? Why did you pick it up again?" Feng Ruoxing's excitement was abruptly cut, and she gave an embarrassed look. At the same time, she cursed endlessly in her heart. Why did this punk not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards women? He actually embarrassed me right in front of my face. You didn't say anything back then. How would I know whether it's useful or not? You should have at least explained to me why I had to do it. Feng Ruoxing was somewhat aggrieved. Looking at Feng Ruoxing's pitiful appearance, Yi Yuan did not feel it was nice to deride her anymore. The essence of the yin-yang separation flow technique is dual tasking. When you were using the technique, your essence energy was chaotic and your 2 hands were not able to coordinate. It would be weirder for you to succeed. I asked you to train drawing so that you could learn how to dual task. But this is just the initial step. You still need bitter hard work if you want your 2 hands to control essence energy to the point of yin-yang harmony. Feng Ruoxing gave a look of sudden realization. So that's the case. No wonder I couldn't improve no matter how much I trained. In all matters, the beginning was the hardest. Although Yi Yuan said that Feng Ruoqing had just taken the initial step, as long as that step was taken, the path in the future would be much smoother. As an alchemist, Feng Ruoqing's talent was not bad. What was missing was outlook and experience. All right, I don't need you to pay any tuition fees. But don't look for me to be an assistant in the future. I'm very busy. Yi Yuan waved his hands. Hearing this, Feng Ruoqing felt another wave of bitterness. Other people could not wait to become her assistant, but Yi Yuan avoided her like the plague. Was she really not that attractive? Women were mysterious creatures. Sometimes, the more you chased her, the more she found you irritating. But after you maintained a distance away from her, she would feel a sense of loss. These two people whispering to each other naturally drew a lot of attention. Even though nobody knew what they were talking about, Feng Ruoqing looked like a little wife getting scolded. The crowd could not help but wonder if there really was something going on between the two of them. At this time, several red-robed old men walked into the hall from the side door. Two of the old men even brought along a young lady each with them. Feng Ruoqing was the instructor leading the group for this test. She was swapped in at the last minute. This was obviously the time for her to step out. Haha, are you well, Miss Feng? You haven't been to our association for some time. I'm afraid you are probably absorbed in researching alchemy again, are you? If you carry on like this, us old men are going to feel ashamed. An old man at the front seemed to be old acquaintances with Feng Ruoqing and started a small talk right away. At this moment, Feng Ruoqing recovered her demeanor as the beautiful, otherworldly instructor. She smiled lightly as she greeted the group of old men. Chairman Wang, Chairman Sun, and elders. How do you do? Chairman Wang is pulling my leg. The last time I was here was half a year ago. How was that long? With Ruoqing's measly cultivation, how would I dare to make Chairman Wang feel ashamed? You are the leading authority in the alchemist world in the state of Qin. Haha, Miss Feng really knows how to talk. But I, old Wang, am not joking around. The way I see it, the state of Qin would probably have another alchemy master in less than 3 years. Chairman Wang did not seem to be faking it and was actually full of praise for Feng Ruoqing. Feng Ruoqing smiled faintly and said, Chairman Wang is too kind. Ruoqing is not worthy. Chairman Wang laughed loudly. You are worthy. Worthy? Yi? Isn't this honorable nephew Wan Yuan? I didn't think that you would also come to take part in the test this time. Taking the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. Instantly, all eyes turned to Wan Yuan. Clearly, they did not expect Wan Yuan to know the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Association. Wan Yuan looked gloatingly at Yu Yuan and went up to greet them. He then said, Have you been well, Chairman Wang? This little nephew is here to take part in the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. Good, good. Honorable nephew really has profound family teachings to already have the strength of a high-rank alchemy apprentice at such a young age. Old brother Wan has a worthy successor. Each new generation really excels the old one. I'm really old already. Chairman Wang ridiculed himself slightly. Chairman Wang is still in your prime. Why would you say that you are old? All the elders here are our state of Qin's alchemists, people who are supporting the cauldron. Chairman Wang and Chairman Sun are even the leading figures. We juniors still have a long way to go. Wan Yuan's flattering was so resounding that he threw everyone in. Haha, I'm old already. Can't compare to back then. Miss Feng, old Sun, and I brought along 2 juniors today. Do you mind us cutting your queue here? Chairman Wang turned to Feng Ruoqing. Feng Ruoqing nodded slightly and said, To let them witness your 2 accomplished disciples' power, and know that there is always someone better is undoubtedly a good thing. Don't say that. This is my last disciple, Su Fenger. The one beside old Sun is my granddaughter and also his proud successor, Sun Kayun. These 2 juniors are good for nothings, so don't laugh later, Miss Feng. The 2 of you, why haven't you come to greet Teacher Feng? She's only a few years older than you, but she is already a middle-rank alchemy master. You 2 have to learn more from her. Even though Chairman Wang belittled the 2 young ladies, he could not hide the satisfaction in his eyes. It looked like were it not for these 2 young ladies, with Chairman Wang's and Chairman Sun's status as alchemy grandmasters, they would not have personally came to host the test. Fenger has seen Teacher Feng. The 2 ladies gave Feng Ruoqing a bow. Their eyes filled with worship.
To become a middle-rank alchemy master at this age was absolutely a target worth prostrating to for all young people.
Yi Yuan silently sized up these two lasses. Their soul strength was indeed mighty. It looked like it should not be an issue for them to become alchemy masters after stepping into the spirit condensation realm.
All right, everyone is an outstanding student of the Dan Wu Academy. Some of you have already participated in this test several times before, so I won't go through the rules too much. The first test that takes place will be the Alchemy Apprentice test, followed by the Alchemy Master test. Each group will have 5 people entering the refinement room. Now, those participating in the Alchemy Apprentice test stand on the left. Those taking the Alchemy Master test stand on the right. Chairman Wang organized them into groups.
There were only 20 people from the Dan Wu Academy participating in the test this time. Including Su Fenger and Sun Qian, there were only 22 people. The majority of them came to participate in the Alchemy Apprentice test, and only 2 of them are taking the Alchemy Master test. One of them was Feng Zhiro, while the other was 1 rank below Feng Zhiro on the Alchemy Roll of Honor, Xiaoyu.
After Chairman Wang said this, a large group moved to the left, while Feng Zhiro and Xiaoyu stood to the right, leaving Yi Yuan standing in his original position and not moving. Seeing this, Chairman Wang frowned and was slightly displeased. "This young friend, didn't you hear what I said?"
Everyone looked at Yi Yuan in amazement while Wan Yuan had a gloating face. This punk was indeed still an eccentric. Was it not courting death to behave like that in front of a top figure like Chairman Wang? Seeing that Yi Yuan still did not move, Feng Ruoqing became anxious and called out, "What are you still standing there for, Yi Yuan?
Quickly move to the left." Actually, I want to ask if I can stand on the right side," Yi Yuan said a little helplessly. He did not want to be unconventional, but since he promised Feng Ruoqing to go all out, Yi Yuan did not plan on concealing his strength.
When he promised Feng Ruoqing, Yi Yuan thought about it a little.
In the future, with the increase in strength, he would not be able to avoid this hurdle called alchemist association. If his alchemy Dao was extraordinarily strong, but he did not take part in the alchemist tests all the way, then he would genuinely be a maverick. If at that time it spreads to the ears of that traitor or the Alchemist Association's headquarters, then it would not be fun. It would be very easy to arouse their suspicion. Ha ha ha.
There was an uproar of laughter.
A 4th-level Essence Chi Realm wants to participate in the Alchemy Master Test? Are you joking, or are you making fun of both Chairman Wang and Chairman Sun? Wan Yuan berated out loud. But he actually had the sinister intentions of making the 2 chairmen get a terrible impression of Yi Yuan.
As expected, when the 2 of them heard what Wan Yuan said, their faces turned ugly.
"This young friend, didn't you hear clearly? The right side is for those taking the Alchemy Master Test." Chairman Wang's face fell, and his words became less courteous. It was clear that he was unhappy.
"Yi Yuan,
why haven't you apologized to the 2 chairmen?
This is the Alchemist Association. You can't act wildly here." Feng Ruoqing repeatedly signaled with her eyes at Yi Yuan worriedly. Offending the 2 big heads of the Alchemist Association at the same time was no laughing matter.
The Alchemist Association had always been an aloof existence. Even the imperial family could not command them. Nobody had dared to make fun of the Alchemist Association's chairman before. But now, Yi Yuan set a new precedent.
Of course, this was how the others saw it.
However, Yi Yuan did not seem to see it like that. Instead, he smiled and then said to Chairman Wang, "This junior has heard clearly, and I want to stand on the right side. I want to participate in the Alchemy Master Test. You, a 4th-level Essence Chi Realm, wants to join the Alchemy Master Test?" Chairman Wang indeed became angry.
"That's right." Yi Yuan remained fearless. "Whose family's brat are you? To actually be so impertinent?
Did you come here today to beguile us elders?" Chairman Wang was already on the edge of exploding. If it was not for the sake of Feng Ruoqing's face, he would have thrown Yi Yuan out long ago. At this time, Wan Yuan came forward very naturally to follow up. "Please calm down, Chairman Wang. This person has always been arrogant, and he never respects his elders. But speaking of his family, I believe Chairman Wang also knows his father."
"Oh? Do say, honorable nephew. Who is his father?" Chairman Wang asked curiously.
"His father is Yi Hang, the owner of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion," Wan Yuan replied respectfully. Hearing that, Chairman Wang frowned and said, "He is actually old brother Ye's son?"
Old brother Yi is a tiger father. How could he possibly beget such a shallow and frivolous son?
Yi Yuan was around the same age as Wan Yuan but was only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. Clearly, he was someone who made no effort to seek progress. If he was only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm, then forget it. But he actually did not know what was good for him and wanted to participate in the Alchemy Master test. Did he think that Alchemy Masters were like cabbages? He had gradually advanced along the alchemy path for so many years now, but he had never heard of any 9th level Essence Qi realm becoming an Alchemy Master, let alone a 4th level Essence Qi realm.
God knew how many spirit condensation realms were stopped outside the gate of Alchemy Master, yet a 4th level Essence Qi realm shamelessly boasted that he wanted to participate in the Alchemy Master test. If this was not causing trouble on purpose, then what was?
"I'm not bored enough to be here and entertain you. I just feel that taking the test one rank at a time wastes too much time, so it's better to just take the Alchemy Master test directly." Yi Yuan's words shocked everyone greatly. "Humph! Taking into account that you are Yi Hang's son, I will overlook this sin of disrespect, but I think you can forget about this test. Miss Feng, it's not that this old man isn't giving you any face, but this brat is too mischievous."
"Men, throw this person out for me." Chairman Wang finally lost his temper. Wan Yuan was bursting with joy right now and thought to himself that the evil that people brought on themselves were the hardest to bear.
"Hold on!" At that moment, Feng Ruoqing finally called out to stop this. "Hold on!" Feng Ruoqing went forward without any hesitation. Feng Ruoqing's action sparked a wave of murmuring among the students. It seemed like the relationship between these two was becoming more apparent. "Please calm down, Chairman. May I speak with him?" Even though Feng Ruoqing was an instructor in the Danwu Academy, her qualifications were still somewhat lacking in the Alchemist Association's territory. Chairman Wang pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Feng Ruoqing looked at Yi Yuan with complicated eyes, trying to see if whether he really had a plan or he was messing around. But after staring for a long time, she could not see anything.
"Let me ask you, Yi Yuan, is our agreement earlier still valid?" Feng Ruoqing asked in a low voice. It was just that this question seemed a little ambiguous, so apart from Feng Zhiro who knew the details, everyone's imaginations ran wild. Yi Yuan replied somewhat helplessly, "If it wasn't for keeping our agreement, do you think that I enjoy being looked on by them like I'm a freak?"
Hearing Yi Yuan say this, Feng Ruoqing's state of mind somehow became relaxed. Other people did not know Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao prowess, but Feng Ruoqing was very clear on it.
To be able to casually instruct her, a middle-rank alchemy master, what Yi Yuan was lacking was most likely just cultivation realm.
Feng Ruoqing had the feeling that what she saw was only a tip of the iceberg of Yi Yuan's abilities. Just what kind of a freak was this fellow? He was only 15 years old.
"You mean, you were confident?"
Even though she had confidence in Yi Yuan, what Yi Yuan was about to do was too subversive of common sense. So she had to confirm again. That I'm not too sure," Yi Yuan replied very irresponsibly. Seeing that Feng Ruoqing was about to storm off, Yi Yuan immediately followed up and said, "Will simply refining any kind of Tier 2 medicinal pill work?" "That's right. As long as you can refine any kind of Tier 2 medicinal pill within 4 hours, it counts as passing the low-rank alchemy master test."
"I see. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be an issue," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, as if refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was as simple as drinking water and eating rice.
"Since that's the case, I hope you don't disappoint me." After Feng Ruoqing finished, she pulled out a bottle of medicinal pills from inside her sleeves, and then said to Chairman Wang, "Chairman, I have 3 soul-nourishing pills that I will place here as collateral for Yi Yuan.
If Yi Yuan is really here to cause trouble, then these 3 soul-nourishing pills will be an apology to the association." When these words were said, shock could be seen on everyone's faces.
The soul-nourishing pill was a genuine Tier 3 medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was a highly sought and precious Tier 3 medicinal pill. That was because the effects of the soul-nourishing pill was to strengthen a martial artist's divine soul. It was able to make a martial artist's soul more powerful.
This type of medicinal pill was something that alchemists dreamed about.
Chairman Wang was also astonished. He did not expect Feng Ruoqing to pull out such a precious item for Yi Yuan. As one of the major heads of the Alchemist Association, he knew Feng Ruoqing's true identity. That was why he was so courteous to her.
If someone else were leading the team today, then with his status, he would not be bothered to talk so much crap with them.
Miss Feng really wants to take out such a precious item for an ignorant brat? Chairman Wang asked disbelievingly.
Ruoqing knows that Yi Yuan's actions are unconventional, but I believe that he has the ability.
Just because we have never seen something before, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Things that we can't do doesn't mean that others can't do it as well. Feng Ruoqing said firmly. Fine. Since Miss Feng insists on it, then this old man won't be the bad guy today. But Miss Feng needs to know that I only agreed for your sake. If it were another person, I wouldn't accompany her to mess around even if she took out this soul-nourishing pill, Chairman Wang said seriously.
Thank you, Chairman Wang. Feng Ruoqing bowed slightly to express thanks.
She knew that Chairman Wang was not lying. Even though the soul-nourishing pill was precious, this kind of medicinal pills was not overly scarce with the Alchemist Association's might.
The main reason why he agreed was still taking into account that she was the head imperial princess. Since Miss Feng is so insistent, then Yi Yuan stand on the right. But this old man will say some nasty words first. If you are really making fun of old me, I can forsake these pills, but you will pay for this.
Otherwise, if this matter spreads, people will think that my Alchemist Association has become a place for children to mess around. Chairman Wang's did not speak quickly, but each word was loud and clear. It was evident that he made up his mind to give Yi Yuan a good one. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and went to stand beside Feng Zhiro. Hey, did you make a mistake? Don't harm my aunt. How can you, a 4th-level Essence Chi realm, possibly refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill? Feng Zhiro said indignantly. Yi Yuan glanced at Feng Zhiro and then retracted his eyes. He said indifferently, You better take care of yourself. I think you are going to fail this time. Why is the Academy's alchemy roll of honor so weak? You! Feng Zhiro did not expect Yi Yuan to rebuke her, and was so infuriated that she was speechless. On the other side, Wan Yuan gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yi Yuan hatefully. Why did Teacher Feng take out such a valuable thing for him? Just what capabilities does Yi Yuan have?
Just wait and see. Right now you are unbelievably arrogant. In a while I will see just how you intend to wind up. Wan Yuan was yelling in his heart.
Individual pill refinement rooms were used for this test. There were a total of 10 pill refinement rooms. 5 refinement rooms in a row at the east side, and another 5 at the west side. At the center was a great hall, and at the north of the hall was a light screen. The examiner could see everything happening in the refinement room through this light screen. At the south of the hall was a herbal warehouse.
Alchemy involved many things such as controlling fire, medicinal theory, array formations, and etc. But in the end, it was all for refining the medicinal pill.
No matter how strong in one aspect a person was, if they could not refine out a medicinal pill, then it was useless. There would not be any recognition. Hence, the Alchemist Association's tests had always taken a completed medicinal pills grade as the benchmark. Whatever pill one could refine meant that they belonged to that alchemist rank. This was the most straightforward way as well as the most persuasive.
For hours were neither too long nor too short. It required the success rate of refining a medicinal pill to not be too low. This also reduced the likelihood of the alchemist being lucky.
In this place, everything was decided by strength. The test officially begins now. Examinees can start choosing the herbs. The first 2 groups of students make your way into the herbal warehouse. The host of the test changed to a middle-aged alchemy master. Under his instructions, the first 2 groups of students went into the herbal warehouse to choose their herbs. Selection of herbs being included in the 4 hours was actually also a form of test for the students. It was a basic skill for an alchemist to find the required herbs in the shortest amount of time, in order to save time for the preparation of the herbs and refinement process later. As a matter of fact, one could tell the strength of the students from this herb selection stage. The faster and more accurate a person was when choosing the herbs meant that they had a more skillful understanding of medicinal theory. It also meant that they had a better grasp on the attributes of the various herbs when refining. The success rate of refinement would naturally also rise significantly. Feng Ruoqing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan, and she thought to herself that with Yi Yuan's extreme understanding towards herbs, he only needed to spend a short while inside the herbal warehouse. When she was refining the qi-returning pill, he could actually use his hands to flawlessly grab and prepare various herbs. It was truly heaven-defying. He was clearly only 15 years old. Even if he started training alchemy in his mother's womb, how was it possible to reach such a level?
Thinking up to this point, Feng Ruoqing gained a little more confidence in Yi Yuan. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create a miracle?
In the first two group, the main focus was naturally Su Fenger and Sun Qiyun.
Reality had proven that these two people truly could best the Dan Wu Academy's students.
When the two of them walked out of the herbal warehouse, everyone else was still looking for herbs. As for Su Fenger and Sun Qiyun, the two of them were pretty much neck to neck and exited the herbal warehouse together. Watching Su Fenger and Sun Qiyun standing out like cranes among chickens, both Elder Wang and Elder Sun felt a pleasant warmth on their faces, especially Elder Wang, who was vexed by Yi Yuan earlier. Right now, he felt his mood turn for the better. Elder Wang was named Wang Jinfu, and Elder Sun was Sun Jianming. The two of them were veterans in the Alchemist Association and also highly respected alchemy grandmasters who were second to none in the state of Qin. Both of them were the Alchemist Association deputy chairman, but they were secretly competing by bringing their disciples to take part in this test this time around. Oh, old Sunday, I didn't think that Qiyun this lass would improve so quickly. I'm afraid you expended no little effort on her, Wang Jinfu said as he stroked his beard. Haha, your family's Fenger isn't bad either. I remember that you only took her in as your last disciple the previous year. I didn't think that she was going to become a high-rank alchemy apprentice this quickly. That's right. Fenger, this lass is quite intelligent. Just a little bit and she would understand. She is a good seedling. During this herb selection stage, it counts as a draw between the two of them. But this is just the appetizer. The key point is still the refinement. Sun Jianming nodded in approval.
It was apparent that between these two old men, Wang Jianfu was more talkative while Sun Jianming was taciturn.
After Su Fenger and Sun Qiyun entered the refinement room, they immediately started preparing the herbs. During the preparation stage, their actions were very swift and proficient. One could see that the two of them were frequently assisting the two old fogies outside.
However, these basic skills were normally not visible. The effects would only show itself when it really came down to it.
Aside from some students who had greater emphasis placed on them, the Dan Wu Academy students rarely had the opportunity to do miscellaneous tasks for the instructors. Thus, they obviously could not be compared to how fast Su Fenger and Sun Qiyun were. Furthermore, Wang Jianfu and Sun Jianming were alchemy grandmasters. With them teaching step by step along the way, it would be impossible for these two girls not to stand above the rest.
The Dan Wu Academy students were worse off once again during this segment.
What amazed everyone was that the two of them progressed in a synchronized manner without any clear distinction between them. It was like Su Fenger and Sun Qiyun discussed it beforehand. From selecting the herbs to finishing the preparation of the herbs, these two girls took around an hour. One could see just how solid their fundamental skills were. Each student had 3 chances in the Alchemist Association's test, so everyone would prepare 3 sets of herbs. Su Fenger and Sun Qiyun finished preparing their herbs and started on their first refinement. In the hall, Feng Jiro watched the light screen in utter boredom. She was already a high-rank alchemy apprentice since long ago, so she obviously lacked interest in watching this kind of matches again. Hey Yi Yuan, who do you think will win between those two girls? Feng Jiro moved over to Yi Yuan's side and started talking with voice transmission.
In this hall, no matter how quiet she was, those two old men would definitely hear it with their strength.
Sun Qiyun. Yi Yuan similarly replied using voice transmission without even thinking about it.
Eh? You already knew it?
Why? Feng Jiro was surprised.
Feng Jiro did not doubt Yi Yuan's words. She knew that Yi Yuan was really amazing. Feng Ruoqing's eyes were always at the top of her head. A youth that was so highly regarded by her aunt was absolutely no ordinary man.
It was just that no matter how amazing she felt Yi Yuan was, she did not think that he could pass through the Alchemy Master Test with his 4th level Essence Qi Realm. Because Chairman Sun is a notch above, Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Chairman's son? What has it got to do with Chairman's son? Feng Zhiro was confused by Yi Yuan. Chairman's son is a man of few words and is more infatuated with alchemy Dao. His abilities should be a notch above Chairman Wang's. Chairman's son is pragmatic, so he is logically more strict when teaching apprentices. Sun Qiyun inherited her predecessor's style, so she is obviously a cut above. No way, just because of this. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Feng Zhiro. When they were choosing the herbs, the two of them seemed to be on par. But Sun Qiyun was actually slightly faster than Su Feng. Feng Zhiro was dumbfounded. How did you tell? Su Feng is refining the Fierce Tiger Pill while Sun Qiyun is refining the Profound Clarity Pill. The Profound Clarity Pill has one more secondary ingredient than the Fierce Tiger Pill, but the two of them finished at the same time. The winner and the loser are clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's words left Feng Zhiro wide-mouthed for a moment. Why you aren't talking rubbish, are you? You can tell what kind of pill they are refining just from the light screen. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. Won't you know whether I'm talking rubbish or not after they finish refining? Fine then. I want to see if you are the real thing. If I find out that you were talking crap, no need for Chairman Wang to take action. I will throw you out first. Feng Zhiro threatened him. Whatever. Yi Yuan said indifferently. TCH. Talked until it sounds so incredible. The final result of the test still lies on the refined medicinal pill. Even if they really refined the Fierce Tiger Pill and the Profound Clarity Pill, it still wouldn't be easy to determine the winner between these two pills, right? After a short while, Feng Zhiro found it boring and transmitted her voiceover again. No, the winner has already been decided. Acting. Carry on acting. I don't believe that you can tell which one of them won from the light screen. Both of their herbs are only halfway refined and haven't condensed into a pill yet. Feng Zhiro was triggered by Yi Yuan's posturing attitude and felt even more strongly that Yi Yuan was talking nonsense. Sun Qiyun's refinement went smoothly. Without any accident, it should be a high-grade medicinal pill. But Su Feng made a small mistake at the start of the refinement. Even though she corrected it right away, it definitely affected the quality of the Fierce Tiger Pill. At best, it can barely reach the high-grade standard. If later on she made another mistake, it wouldn't be surprising for it to become a middle-grade medicinal pill. Yi Yuan continued to analyze calmly. Did Su Feng make a mistake? Why didn't I see it? Your level is too low, so you can't see it. Yi Yuan. You. If not for the fact that this was not the right place, Feng Zhiro would definitely stab him with her sword again. Su Feng and Sun Qiyun finished refining virtually at the same time. Furthermore, they succeeded with one try and only used an hour. Among these two groups of students, they thoroughly deserved to be kings. It was already without any doubt that they passed the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. What was left was seeing the quality of the medicinal pill that the two of them refined to determine who was better. The two of them carried the medicinal pill that they refined and walked to the hall. Bowing towards the two old men, they said respectfully, Master, Grandfather, please inspect. But Wang Jinfu laughed and turned to Feng Ruoqing instead. It naturally isn't nice for us to talk about our family. Can Miss Feng come and help us judge? Feng Ruoqing smiled lightly and said, It's better to accept than to stand on ceremony. Feng Ruoqing took the medicinal pill on Su Feng's tray and inspected closely. A high-grade Tier 1 medicinal pill, the Fierce Tiger Pill. It was completed outstandingly and has reached the standard of high-grade. Finishing, Feng Ruoqing did the same with Sun Qiyun's medicinal pill, and said, A high-grade Tier 1 medicinal pill, the Profound Clarity Pill, similarly finished splendidly. The grade of the medicinal pill has also reached the standard of high grade. At a corner, Feng Shiro's jaw dropped and looked at Yi Yuan as if she saw a ghost.